Madman of the Sword Chapter 5365 to Chapter 5447. The Aquarius of Life flew out. It was also an extreme weapon. As soon as it appeared, it scattered endless laws and extreme information, forming jade pendants one after another. They fell into everyone's hands. Black Tortoise said, "Take these jade pendants with you. At a critical moment, they can save your lives and teleport you out. By doing so, it could be considered as fulfilling the agreement with the people outside." That's great. The others were also overjoyed. They were also worried that they would be attacked by a group of people. That would be really dangerous. Even the Fire Qilin, Kuanpingzi, and the others laughed. This way, they would have the confidence to meet the people from Mount Eternal. They also dared to go all out. Lin Xian had a strange expression. He didn't expect that because of him. He actually made the extreme weapons change the rules. At this moment, another figure flew over from the sky. It was a destruction spear, which was also an extreme weapon. As soon as he appeared, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The scalps of the surrounding people went numb. After the destruction spear arrived, he asked, "Is everything okay?" Black Tortoise nodded. The destruction spear laughed loudly. Since that was the case, he wouldn't be polite. Previously, according to our rules, you would set off bit by bit towards the center of the world. Along the way, you would have opportunities and dangers. Some people would obtain the Great Tao, successfully break through, and their strength would soar. Some people would encounter danger and die. We wouldn't care about all of this. But now that the people outside have made us change the rules, we won't be polite. The destruction spear emitted an extremely terrifying information. The people around felt their hair stand on end. What were they trying to do? These extreme weapons couldn't be trying to attack them, right? The destruction spear laughed loudly. That's right. We want to speed up this test. Next, those who can't withstand the power will be eliminated. You can save your lives, but you don't have the right to stay in the extreme world. Boom, as he spoke, he released a destructive aura that fell into the sea of bitterness below. The sea of bitterness raised a monster sea that swept in all directions and enveloped everyone. Not good. Everyone was terrified. There was a terrifying power in the sea of bitterness. There was also a destructive aura that made their bodies split open. In an instant, many people were torn apart and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Some people turned into a bloody mist. When they were about to die, the jade pendants on their bodies bloomed with light and teleported them out. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of figures were teleported out. Outside, the people from the extreme Tao world heaved a sigh of relief. They had an agreement with the other party. This way, their descendants would survive. But at this moment, the void, and the hundreds of figures directly fell out. They were all stunned. What was going on? The remote antiquity clans and peerless sects found that these were the people they had sent. What happened? The people who came out screamed miserably. We were beaten out of here. They recounted what had happened. When the surrounding people heard this, their faces became incomparably ugly. They were actually eliminated. Damn it, how could this happen? It wasn't like this. The people of the Yi clan sighed. 10,000 years ago, there was no such thing as life preservation. We have forced them to change the rules, and they will fight this battle their own way. There's nothing more we can do. Of life. At this moment, the people from all over the universe began to feel uneasy. Although he had managed to keep his life, he had lost all his powerful opportunities. Originally, they had 10 years. But now, it seemed that those people would be eliminated in less than a year. Sure enough, another 400 people were eliminated. 500 people were eliminated. 500 people. From all over the universe, Every single one of them was capable of sweeping through everything in their respective worlds, or even in a star region. They were powerful geniuses. They were divine ancestors or divine lords of the older generation. They came here to defy the heavens. But now, everything was useless. They had been eliminated. After these people came out, their faces became incomparably ugly. Some of them were about to faint from anger. In the extreme Tao world, the other people were also resisting with all their might. They were terrified. Who could resist if this continued? But at this moment, the destructive spear no longer attacked. He said, "Some people have been eliminated. It's up to you now." Black Tortoise walked out and cast the 8 trigrams again, enveloping everyone. Next, it was a more interesting competition. The 8 trigrams would choose your opponents according to the Heavenly Tao's deduction. The chosen 2 sides had to fight. If one side didn't fight, they would be eliminated immediately. After hearing this, everyone's scalps went numb. They would fight randomly, and they were chosen by the array formation. In the heavens, some people's faces became ugly. If they met the Double Crown King or the people from Mount Eternal, how could they fight? Some people were so angry that they stomped their feet. Even the powerful Double Crown King regretted it. Was it really important to survive? This way, they wouldn't be able to obtain many opportunities. Buzz, at this moment, the 8 trigrams blossomed with light and deduced the heavenly secrets. 2 figures were chosen. The 2 of them immediately soared into the sky and charged over. After a great battle, one of them was defeated and retreated. The winner would obtain the Extreme Tao Crystal, moreover, it would be obtained from the other party. If the other party didn't have it, their strength would be suppressed. Next, another 2 people came out to fight. This time, one of them was more miserable. He was cut in half and eliminated. After watching a few battles, Lin Xian understood the rules. As long as there was no danger to his life, the life jade pendant on his body wouldn't be activated. This way, even if he lost the battle, he could still stay in the 8 trigrams. Once his life was in danger, he would be immediately teleported out. He wouldn't be able to stay in the extreme Tao world anymore. This rule was simple. The corners of his mouth curled up, but suddenly, someone exclaimed. "No, damn it, why is it like this?" Lin Xian looked ahead, and his pupils constricted because he realized that the rules didn't seem to be like this. There were 1 person and 3 people in front of him who were chosen. 3 against 1, how could they fight? That person's face immediately turned green. "No. Why is it like this?" That person raised his head and roared at the sky. The Black Tortoise shook its head. The 8 trigrams rotated. That was the deduction of the Heavenly Tao. "This is your fate. There's nothing I can do." Damn it, that was a powerhouse of the older generation. He was facing 3 young geniuses. At this moment, he was in a dilemma. If he didn't stand, he would be directly eliminated. If he fought, would the 3 geniuses let him go? They would probably kill him. Although he could survive, he would still be defeated. Since he was going to be defeated anyway, he would rather be defeated without being injured. Therefore, he didn't fight and was immediately teleported away. The 3 geniuses also sighed. What a cunning old fox. Buzz, at this moment, the light in front lit up, and countless people exclaimed. Lin Xian was also surprised. Interesting, there are 2 people in front of me. One of them was the Fire Qilin, and the other was the Thunder King. They were the Double Crown Kings who had just woken up. Everyone became excited. They didn't expect that it was finally the turn of the 2 double champions. Fire Qilin was an imperial prince with the bloodline of an emperor. Moreover, he was a double champion. The Thunder King was also extremely terrifying. He had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years and had awakened in this era. The other party had a violent and destructive power. Countless people were looking forward to this battle. The power of the Thunder God, the Thunder King bellowed furiously as lightning exploded from his body. His entire body continued to grow in size. A terrifying power roared in all directions. At this moment, the void shook. Everyone was terrified. They felt a destructive aura. It was as if it wanted to tear them to pieces. The Fire Qilin looked at the other party and sneered. Then, flames surged from his body. The terrifying aura turned into a Qilin claw that grabbed over. This claw covered the sky and earth. It could burn the 9 heavens. The Thunder King punched out. The 2 clashed, producing an earth-shaking sound. At this moment, the Thunder King roared and lightning flashed. A vertical rune appeared between his eyebrows and instantly emitted a ray of light. It condensed the essence of thunder and was extremely terrifying. The Fire Qilin's Qilin claw was instantly shattered. The Fire Qilin also roared. Qilin roar, a terrifying roar sounded, accompanied by flames that swept in all directions. The two peerless divine abilities collided. The surrounding people felt their hair stand on end. Fortunately, they were all in the 8 trigrams formation. The 8 trigrams formation was an extreme weapon. This kind of attack couldn't tear through the defense at all. Only the spectators could stay here safely. Even so, their scalps went numb. The divine abilities that the two of them displayed were probably something that even the sacred lords couldn't resist. Only a very small number of people could resist them. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He had to admit that other than him, the others had also improved. The fire Qilin was also much stronger than before. After one attack, the two retreated. The Thunder King snorted and condensed a sea of lightning. In the sea, 3 thunder beasts walked out. These 3 thunder beasts had powerful auras. They were like demonic beasts, shocking everyone. The Thunder King was actually so terrifying in the soul path. Kuan Pengzi was shocked. She felt that the 3 thunder beasts had the aura of souls on them. The emissaries of Mount Eternal also narrowed their eyes. The second emissary said, "It should be formed by the fusion of the souls of the demonic beasts that he had captured earlier and the thunder." However, it was rare to see them fuse together so perfectly. The 3 lightning beasts charged out. A thunder sword appeared in the Thunder Sovereign's hand, which swept out in all directions. He charged forward and fought with the fire Qilin. The fire Qilin's roar was instantly suppressed, and the flames on its body dimmed. "How can a mere hand of thunder compete with my Qilin bloodline?" he sneered and unleashed his Qilin bloodline. On his body, countless scales appeared. He turned into a Qilin and roared at the sky. It was as if a divine beast had been resurrected. With a single claw, it sent the 3 hands of thunder flying. At the same time, his figure flashed and dodged Thunder's sword. The Qilin child waved his 4 claws in the air, and suddenly, a power that could shatter the sky and the earth surged out. It struck the Thunder God's sword. The Thunder God's sword shook violently, and the thunder on it cracked. The Thunder Sovereign's emissary's Thunder Clone used his clone to dodge this fatal blow. The Thunder Sea Vortex. He roared, and the Thunder Sea in the sky suddenly turned into a huge vortex, directly enveloping the fire Qilin. The fire Qilin felt a terrifying aura enveloping him. He roared angrily. A hint of shock appeared in his eyes. Qilin transformation, heaven suppressing. The fire Qilin roared. He used the terrifying ultimate technique of the Great Emperor's inheritance. He turned into his human form and formed a seal with his palms. Suddenly, a huge seal fell from the sky. The upper half of the seal was a Qilin, and the lower half had mysterious runes that could suppress heaven and earth. As soon as the Qilin seal appeared, it came to the Thunder Sea and sealed the Thunder Sea in the sky. The huge vortex also slowly stopped. The 3 thunder beasts were pressurized at this moment, and they let out unwilling roars. They asked the Thunder Sovereign for help, and in an instant, 2 of the thunder beasts were shattered. The last one was also sent flying. Sigh. So powerful. Countless people were shocked. This was an extremely terrifying divine ability even among the Great Emperor's martial arts. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused such a scene. The Thunder Sovereign's expression was also incomparably solemn. He also retreated. The thunder beasts on his body disappeared. A battle armor appeared. He took a deep breath and was about to counterattack again. However, at this time, the 8 trigrams rotated again, separating the two. What was going on? The two of them discussed. The others also exclaimed. Long Wu said. Half an hour had passed. Could it be that the battle only lasted half an hour? Everyone was surprised. Didn't this mean that as long as they could hold on for half an hour, they could continue to stay in the extreme Dao world? They were incomparably happy. However, they also knew that if the gap was too big, they would be instantly killed. Only the two in front of them were incomparably terrifying. The Double Crown King was locked in a stalemate for a while. Although they were suppressed, they wouldn't be defeated in a short time, so they could continue to stay in the extreme Dao world. The fire Qilin returned to his original position. He had obtained the Great Dao Crystal from the other party. He looked at the Thunder Sovereign in the distance and laughed. The sleeping Double Crown King was just SOSO. You're not my match after waking up this time. The Thunder Sovereign's face was ugly. You dare to look down on me? I didn't know that there was a time limit before. Otherwise, I would have let you experience my true ultimate technique. Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. The Fire Qilin snorted coldly. This Sea of Bitterness test was just an early elimination. The final battle would be held in the extreme Dao Valley. At that time, everyone would fight to determine the final ranking to determine the first place. No one could avoid it. Next were the battles of other people. Some were defeated, and some were eliminated because their lives were threatened. After more than a dozen battles, they finally welcomed another high-profile battle. This time, there were two beautiful women. One was from the Dragon Dance, and the other was Murong Qingqing. The two of them were like 9 heavens goddesses, admired by countless people. Now that the two of them were fighting, who was stronger? Now, the two of them had also stepped into the realm of Double Crown champions. They also broke through after coming to the extreme Dao world. After all, the great Dao crystal was too precious, and it was formed by several extreme Dao weapons. It was enough to let their comprehension of the great Dao advance by leaps and bounds. Therefore, many of the previous young powerhouses broke through and became Double Crown Kings within a few years after coming in. Their strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Longwu was like this, and Murong Qingqing was even more so. Lin Xian's woman? Fine, I'll deal with you first. Longwu's eyes burst with extremely cold killing intent. He and Lin Wudi had a great enmity. The Dragon Dynasty and the Divine Union were also mortal enemies. Countless people were paying attention to this battle. Longwu's eyes shone with a sharp light. He snorted coldly, stepped on the dragon's shadow, and instantly charged over. A pool of dragon blood appeared in his hand, and it easily pierced through heaven and earth. What a terrifying dragon blood. The surrounding people were also shocked. Longwu used a killer move right from the start. Murong Qingqing snorted, and a pair of phoenixes appeared behind him, flapping their wings gently. There was a terrifying 7-colored light circling them. Then, they turned into a 7-colored storm and charged forward. They collided with the dragon blood. Phoenix superpower. Everyone was even more shocked. Was this a battle between a true dragon and a phoenix? They wondered who was stronger. 7-colored phoenix. Longwu frowned. Countless streams of dragon blood circled around her, as if a true dragon had descended from the god realm. Dragon Emperor Ancient Scripture, True Dragon descends. Longwu formed a hand seal and used the Emperor's Ancient Scripture. The sky split open, and a ray of light descended, enveloping the dragon blood. The dragon blood quickly condensed and formed an illusion. No way, was this guy trying to summon the Dragon King? Countless people were terrified. Their scalps went numb, and the entire world shook violently. This aura was too terrifying. Just one aura was enough to sweep everything away. Murong Qingqing snorted coldly. He quickly attacked, using the Phoenix superpower to the extreme to contend with the dragon's superpower. Although Longwu wasn't a princess, she cultivated the Emperor's superpower, which was extremely terrifying. Murong Qingqing was a 7-colored phoenix. This bloodline was very rare even in the Phoenix clan. In terms of bloodline, she was definitely stronger than her opponent, but she didn't cultivate the Emperor's Ancient Scripture. Because the Phoenix clan had a true princess, only Fengjiu could cultivate it. However, Murong Qingqing was cultivating a different kind of ancient scripture. This ancient scripture was extremely ancient. It was said that the Emperor of the Phoenix clan had studied it before he became an emperor. He even praised it. One could imagine how terrifying this ancient scripture was. And now, Murong Qingqing cultivated this ancient scripture. The collision of their bloodlines and ancient scriptures was enough to destroy everything. They were evenly matched. Countless people exclaimed in admiration. However, at this moment, Murong Qingqing was indeed very coquettish. The rainbow-colored phantoms on her body suddenly glowed, forming a rainbow-colored armor. At the same time, she formed a seal with her hands. Immemorial Phoenix Seal. Murong Qingqing waved her jade-like hand, unleashing a mystical palm attack. Longwu's expression changed. She felt a mysterious power around him that seemed to want to suppress him. How was this possible? He was completely astonished. She was using the great emperor's ancient scriptures, and he felt as if he were facing a powerful enemy. If it were any other saint ancestor, they would have been suppressed in an instant. Damn it, this is a lost technique of the Phoenix clan from the immemorial era. How did you learn it? She was really shocked. True dragon lightning. Thinking of this, he roared angrily. Around him, terrifying thunder gathered and formed a huge bolt of lightning, surrounded by destructive power. A boom could be heard as the attack shot forward, intending to shatter the Archean seal. Suppress. Morong Qingqing used the Archean seal to the extreme. The two collided again, and the lightning spirits in the sky disappeared. Longwu was sent flying, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Countless cracks appeared on her body. Damn it, it was actually so strong. Longwu's expression became incomparably ugly. At this moment, she cried out in surprise and quickly retreated, because the immemorial Phoenix seal was coming at her again. She was unwilling to accept this. Was she going to be suppressed? Longwu kept dodging. In the end, she was sent flying. She had lost. Moreover, she had taken the initiative to lose, because she was going to be suppressed and might even be killed. If that happened, she would be eliminated and wouldn't be able to stay here anymore. The winner was Morong Qingqing. Seeing this battle, the crowd exclaimed. The ultimate techniques used by the two of them made them gasp in amazement. The battle between a true dragon and a phoenix was indeed fierce. Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect Morong Qingqing to become so terrifying. You've worked hard. He smiled and took out a pill. Morong Qingqing smiled. It wasn't easy for her to win this battle. Next, the battle continued. At this moment, the crowd was stunned because they realized that two more experts were about to make a move. They were also two double champion, and they cried out in surprise again. Lin Xian's lips curled up. Was it finally his turn to make a move? He walked out. On the opposite side, a black-robed figure also walked out. His expression was cold. Kid, it's you, the heavens are really helping me. Well, I'll finish you off here today. The person who walked out was none other than the seventh emissary of Mount Eternal. The two of them had a grudge before, and now it was a good time to settle it. The seventh emissary shouted angrily. Battle intent surrounded his body, as if he had turned into an indestructible war god. The saber in his hand slashed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian reached out his palm and grabbed forward. A sonorous sound rang out, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. Lin Xian grasped the saber. Lin Xian said, "You're too weak." How is that possible? Your physique has become stronger again. The seventh emissary was terrified. The others were also very surprised. They had seen the battle between Lin Xian and the seventh emissary before. The two of them could be said to be evenly matched. Even if Lin Xian had the upper hand, it was impossible for him to catch the saber so easily. But now, Lin Xian did it. Damn it, I don't believe it. The seventh emissary shouted angrily. In the past few years in the extreme path world, his strength had also improved. He didn't believe that he couldn't beat the other party. The World Destroyer Saber. He displayed a huge saber technique and slashed out 36 saber lights in a row, each of which connected heaven and earth. It was enough to split a world. This saber technique would shatter several worlds in front of him. Lin Xian waved his fists and collided with it. Clanging sounds rang out, and those sabers were all sent flying by him. At the same time, Lin Xian used his fingers like a sword and waved out a few sword chi. These sword chi pierced through heaven and earth. It was very strange, and it instantly arrived in front of the seventh emissary. It pierced through his body. A scream rang out, and the seventh emissary's figure retreated. What's going on? What a fast sword technique. Has this guy comprehended the law of lightning? Countless people exclaimed. It was too fast, and they couldn't react. The other double crown champions, such as the Fire Qilin and the others, all frowned. The faces of the people from Mount Eternal darkened. Damn it, how could it be like this? They didn't know that Lin Xian's sword technique just now was actually not a sword technique. It was the Hollow God Child. Previously, Lin Xian had searched a trace of Gu Feng's remnant soul and obtained the Hollow God Child from it. It was a kind of spatial secret technique. Coupled with this finger, it easily pierced through the seventh emissary's body like an immortal. The terrifying indestructible blood rushed out from the sky. The seventh emissary roared crazily. His eyes were filled with fear. Damn it, I'm injured. And he was injured in one move. The seventh emissary's strength had increased previously. In his opinion, he could crush Lin Xian in this battle. But now, the situation was completely the opposite. It was the other party who was crushing him. Lin Xian sneered. After succeeding in one move, he attacked again. Nine Suns' divine fist. A huge fist rushed over, transforming into an immemorial golden crow. With a boom, the entire world seemed to have been blasted into two halves. The injured seventh emissary was sent flying again. At this moment, the sky was filled with a bloody mist. Half of her body had been smashed into pieces. He screamed and retreated, trying to recover. After all, he had the power of immortality. But Lin Xian's current strength was really too strong. Each of his punches carried supreme power. After a few punches, his opponent's body was shattered into pieces. The surrounding people were shocked. The situation was actually one-sided. Old Seven, what are you doing? Hurry up and fight back. The other emissaries of Mount Eternal were also roaring crazily. Their faces became incomparably ugly. Was the other party slapping them in the face? Their eyes were filled with killing intent as they stared at Lin Xian. But there was no way for them to attack. They could only keep shouting. The seventh emissary shouted angrily. Damn brat, you have completely angered me. Indestructible body. He roared angrily, and his shattered body quickly recovered. At the same time, he gritted his teeth. Today, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. His voice seemed to come from hell, making people's scalps tingle. The glory of the saber. With a cold shout, the saber in his hand bloomed with endless great Tao. Countless rays of light swept in all directions. And the surroundings became a sea of corpses and blood. Countless powerful figures were floating in the sea of blood. After seeing this, the people in the distance felt their scalps tingle. Heavens, what is this? The fifth emissary laughed loudly. Great, Old Seven is finally serious. Ant, prepare to die. The sixth emissary also snorted coldly. Old Seven's saber had been passed down for a long time. This saber had killed countless experts. It was famous in the Antiquity Age and even the Primordial Age. And this glory of the saber was to summon all the powerhouses he had killed. What can you use to fight against it? Hearing this, the surrounding people went crazy. Mount Eternal was incomparably mysterious, and the weapons in the hands of each of the 10 great emissaries were incomparably profound. His background must be extraordinary. Now, it was indeed the case. That saber actually possessed unparalleled divine might and had killed countless experts. At this moment, the phantoms of these experts appeared, floating in the sea of blood and corpses. Kill, the seventh emissary wielded his saber and waved it around continuously. All the powerful beings in the blood sea rushed out. There was a valiant man wearing battle armor, a 9 heavens goddess surrounded by multicolored light, and an incomparably terrifying white-haired old man. All kinds of experts covered the sky and covered the earth, bringing with them terrifying killing intent. Haha, die, brat. He raised his head to the sky and laughed. The glory of the saber had once killed countless enemies who were stronger than him. This time would be no exception. Not good, the dark red dragon god and the others exclaimed. Even Morong Qingqing had a serious expression on her face. As expected, Mount Eternal had some tricks up its sleeve. The other great emperor's successors were also on high alert. If they encountered such an ultimate technique, would they be able to withstand it? Lin Xian snorted coldly. The glory of the saber. Your glory ends here. From now on, you are this saber's disgrace. Lin Xian took a step forward. Dragon blood appeared on his body, and the phantoms of 10,000 dragons appeared behind him. There was an incomparably terrifying Tyrannosaurus Rex, a wind dragon that soared into the sky, and a sword dragon that swept across heaven and earth. There was a thunder dragon that roared to destroy the world. One after another, dragon phantoms appeared beside him. It was as if the mythical divine dragons had crossed through time and space. This scene shocked everyone. Even Long Wu's pupils shrank. She felt that her bloodline seemed to have frozen at this moment. Damn it, how was this possible? She was really crazy. What kind of bloodline did the other party have? Did dragons have such a bloodline? She didn't know that Lin Xian's bloodline had merged with the blood of 10,000 dragons in the dragon ruins. In addition to the increase in his strength and the evolution of his physique, his bloodline had become stronger and stronger. This was the most primitive bloodline of the first generation. It was not something that those successors could compare to. 10,000 dragons roared. Countless dragon phantoms charged over, fighting against the experts in the sea of blood and mountain of corpses. In an instant, a great battle erupted. Lin Xian's bloodline also contained the soul of a great dragon. It was invincible. Not long after, the situation changed again. The experts formed in the sea of blood were torn to pieces by the dragons. The phantoms disappeared one after another. The seventh emissary kept retreating, his face pale. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood, his eyes filled with fear. This was impossible. Was his glory of the saber about to be broken? The phantoms of the experts he summoned became fewer and fewer. When the last one disappeared, he fell to the ground. No. Why? Why did he lose? Why did he have to be treated like this? He had used the glory of the saber. No, I haven't lost yet. However, Lin Xian held the great destruction in his hand and pierced through his opponent, lifting him into the air. Demonic chi appeared on his body. He was like a demon god, and an extremely sharp light erupted from his eyes. I told you, your glory ends here. The great destruction shook and shattered his opponent's body into pieces. 6 paths of reincarnation. An extremely terrifying light of reincarnation erupted from Lin Xian's eyes. 6 phantom worlds appeared and enveloped the broken body. Then, they kept spinning and crushing. Ah, a miserable sound was heard, making people's scalps tingle. Everyone gasped. What kind of method was this? It was too terrifying. Damn it, how dare you? The other emissaries of Mount Eternal roared crazily. Let him go. However, Lin Xian sneered and was not moved at all. The 6 paths of reincarnation kept spinning, trying to send these broken corpses into the cycle of reincarnation. The 7th emissary roared. I'm immortal. However, his body could no longer recover. Even the power in his body was slowly weakening. Damn it, he was really frightened. You can't do this to me. Under this power, even if he didn't die, his body couldn't heal. Moreover, the power of reincarnation could gradually erase his aura. If this continued, he would be eliminated. Sure enough. When the aura on the 7th emissary's body was almost gone, he turned into a ray of white light and was eliminated. The phantoms of the 6 paths of reincarnation slowly disappeared in the sky. The terrifying power of reincarnation also dissipated. The others were shocked. Was it over? The 7th emissary was actually eliminated. It was too unbelievable. One had to know that there were double champions who were defeated, but there were really too few who were eliminated. Lin Xian actually eliminated a double champion with his own hands, and it was the double champion of Mount Eternal. That was an undying and indestructible existence. Despicable brat, we definitely won't let you off, the other emissaries of Mount Eternal roared crazily. They decided that if they had the chance, they would definitely eliminate him. Lin Xian sneered. He turned his head and stared at the other emissaries. Outside the extreme grade realm, everyone was waiting again. At this moment, they discovered that the 7th emissary had also teleported out, and they immediately exclaimed. No way, who did it this time? After the 7th emissary came out, he roared at the sky. Lin Wudi, I will never let you go. Everyone was shocked. Lin Wudi, it was Lin Wudi again. This guy had already eliminated 2 emissaries from Mount Eternal. He was going to fight to the death with Mount Eternal. The expressions of the people from Mount Eternal became very ugly. Damn it, they wanted nothing more than to rush in and kill Lin Xian. Inside the extreme grade realm, the battle continued. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. He returned, and at this moment, he had 5 more Dao crystals in his hand. These were obtained from the 7th emissary. It was his reward for winning this competition. Lin Xian did not hesitate and directly began to absorb the power of the Dao crystals. The other emissaries' expressions were gloomy. The second emissary said, "This kid's cultivation is also a sage, and judging from his aura, he should have just entered the sage realm not long ago." The 10 emissaries are all at the sage realm, but he could easily eliminate the 7th emissary. In other words, he is very powerful among those at the same level. You have to be careful when you meet him. Don't worry, if he meets me, I will let him know my power. The 5th emissary snorted coldly. On the other side, Yao Guang also narrowed his eyes. Had Lin Wudi's cultivation broken through, but so what? The stronger you are, the more power I will obtain when I devour you. During this period of time, he continued to devour the chaos physique, and his strength also increased. At this moment, the 8 trigrams suddenly enveloped him. Yao Guang was stunned, then walked out with a smile. Let me see who the unlucky guy is. On the other side, the 6th emissary walked out with a gloomy expression. The two of them did not say anything and immediately fought. The battle was earth-shaking, and everyone was shocked. They felt that the strength of the Yao Guang had become stronger than before. The 6th emissary was also shocked. The two of them were evenly matched. After half an hour, the Yao Guang actually gained the upper hand. He obtained the other party's Dao crystal. The eyes of the 6th emissary turned red. Apart from Lin Wudi, was there another such expert? This person should be the light-shaking realm cultivator who cultivated the demonic heaven-devouring art. They couldn't be careless. Next, the 9th emissary entered the arena. His opponent was 2 people. Yan Ruyu and the dark red divine dragon. The two of them were originally in the same group, so they worked together to suppress the 9th emissary. The 9th emissary was also very depressed. Countless people were shocked. They didn't think that the incomparably terrifying Mount Eternal would actually suffer losses in succession. Could it be that they were going to fall just like that? Unable to recover from the setback, but when the 3rd emissary made his move, they were all stunned. That was because the 3rd emissary had instantly killed a veteran sacred lord. How could he be so powerful? Everyone was going crazy. They knew that the 10 great emissaries differed in strength, but no matter how strong they were, there wouldn't be too big of a gap. However, the strength displayed by the 3rd emissary was much stronger than the 7th emissary and the others. They became alarmed once again. The 3rd emissary was already so terrifying. How terrifying were the 2nd and 1st emissaries? Mount Eternal was indeed still a terrifying existence. After the 3rd emissary killed his opponent and obtained the great Dao crystal, his gaze circled around and stared at Lin Xian. The killing intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. Next, the 8 trigrams diagram continued to rotate. The 2nd emissary also made his move. Similarly, it was an instant kill. However, the 1st emissary did not make his move. The other party had always been a mystery. Apart from that, the other people. They were once again chosen to fight a great battle. Lin Xian fought 3 times. The first time was an older sacred lord, and the second time was a young genius. Both were defeated by him. Lin Xian obtained 9 great Dao crystals. The others, such as Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, and the others also made their moves one after another. The dark red divine dragon met the 3rd emissary this time. Helpless, he could only admit defeat. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. Lin Xian said. Don't worry, I will help you avenge this grudge. On the other side, Kuanping Zi met the 2nd emissary and also admitted defeat. Fire Qilin met burning incense. These two were both fire Dao geniuses. After a great battle, they were actually evenly matched. In the end, it was actually a draw. This caused countless people to be shocked. This beautiful goddess of fire was actually so terrifying. In the sky, several extreme weapons looked at the battle below with flickering eyes. Black Tortoise said. As expected of the Golden Age. So many genius powerhouses have appeared. In addition to the appearance of Mount Eternal, it's about time. We really have to make good preparations. Yes, the Doomsday Battle is about to begin again. Back then, the universe was almost silent and disappeared. Now, is the battlefield going to restart again? I wonder if it will succeed this time. the Aquarius of Life said that this time, there are a few good seedlings. Perhaps they really have a chance. After another 2 days, the 8 trigrams diagram slowly disappeared. Black Tortoise said, "All right. You can continue on your way. Almost all of you have been eliminated. Remember, the final battlefield is at the center of the world, the extreme Dao Valley. Open your path to glory there." The 3 extreme weapons slowly disappeared. Everyone was once again teleported to different parts of the world. They continued to set off. These people took a deep breath. They set off towards the center of the world. In a mountain forest, Yao Guang appeared. His eyes erupted with a cold light. The hunt began. In the previous battle, he had found several targets. Now, he was about to set off. Boom, 5 days later, a shocking battle broke out. Yao Guang attacked Kuan Pengzi. Kuan Pengzi shouted angrily, "Get lost." He was crazy. He was actually targeted by the other party? Damn it, did the other party think that he was weak? However, after a great battle, he was incomparably terrified because he discovered that the other party's chaotic aura had become stronger again. He was suppressed. After another move, Kuan Pengzi was beaten until he vomited blood. He was sent flying. Yao Guang shouted coldly, "It's useless. Be obedient and be swallowed by me. Becoming my strength is the greatest glory in your life. You dare to underestimate me." Kuan Peng's anger, the power of bloodline, he used his bloodline secret technique, and his body changed. He transformed from a Kuan Peng into a Kuan. The Kuan Peng originally had the power of yin and yang. At this moment, Kuan Pengzi used one of its powers to the extreme. This Kuan moved freely between heaven and earth. It brought with it the terrifying water of the northern underworld that swept through the surroundings and trapped Yao Guang there. Then, it transformed into a Peng. It spread its wings and soared 90,000 miles into the sky. Only then was it able to escape. Did it escape? Yao Guang snorted coldly, her face gloomy. The remnant soul in her mind said, "The Crown Prince is not so easy to kill. You are a little careless." "Humph, it doesn't matter. When I surpass the Saint Realm and enter the Quasi-Emperor Realm, I don't care what Crown Prince he is. All of them will have to submit to me." Yao Guang's eyes erupted with an extremely terrifying light. 9 Heavens Quasi-Emperor also said, "Don't worry, I promise you that I will let you become a Quasi-Emperor." Lin Xian still did not know that he had been targeted by the 9th Heaven's position. At this moment, after he was teleported away, he was separated from the others. He was also preparing to head towards the center of the world. However, at this time, the longevity lamp flew out from the sword world. It flew in a certain direction. Lin Xian was surprised. What was going on? He had obtained this longevity lamp from the magnetic Quasi-Emperor. Now that such a change had occurred, he hurriedly followed. As they flew, the longevity lamp turned into a divine flame that shone between heaven and earth. It was to the point that the people in the distance could see that it was Lin Wudi. When the people from the Purple Mansion discovered this, their eyes erupted with a cold light. Chase, the leader, was showing. He was also the sleeping Double Crown King. At this moment, he had 4 successors of the Purple Mansion by his side. In addition to the 2 older generation experts, their strength could be said to be extremely terrifying. They quickly rushed over. Other than them, the other people in the Myriad Heavens realm, as long as they were nearby, saw it. They thought that it was a treasure that had fallen from the sky, so they followed. In front, Lin Xian was extremely fast. He activated the demon god's wings and moved at maximum speed. When he arrived at a mountain range, he stopped because he found an injured demonic beast. This demon beast was actually a monkey, and it was a spirit monkey. After Little White flew out, it began to babble a few times. Lin Xian said, "All right, I'll help you save her." Lin Xian struck out with his law and landed on the other party's body. The powerful life force caused the spirit monkey to open its eyes. The spirit monkey turned into a little girl with a tail on her back. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Lin Xian, saying with a face full of gratitude, "Big brother, did you save me? I passed by and saw that you were unconscious, so I saved you." "Of course, you should thank him." Lin Xian raised Xiao Bai and said, "Your bloodline is so strange. The little girl looked at Xiaobai with a trace of confusion in her eyes. Thank you for saving me. She smiled as she took out a spirit fruit from her storage ring and gave it to Xiaobai. Xiaobai was very happy. After seeing his own kind, he did not hold back. He ate all the spirit fruits. The little girl then looked at Lin Xian and said, Big brother, my name is Ling Shan. How should I address you? You can call me Big Brother Xian. Ling Shan was very happy. However, at this time, her expression changed because she seemed to have heard some kind of cry for help. The bell on his body also started to shake violently. Not good, my clansmen are in danger. Ling Shan became extremely anxious. However, Lin Xian said, Don't be afraid. Tell me where your people are. Lin Xian's figure flickered as he left with the other party. The appearance of the longevity lamp here meant that there must be some kind of treasure here. Therefore, Lin Xian did not intend to miss any clues. Moreover, this Ling Shan was very pure and kind. Lin Xian also wanted to help her, so Lin Xian took action. Sounds of fighting could be heard from the front. The people of the spiritual monkey race were trapped. There were countless huge figures in the surroundings, all of them exuding destructive and terrifying killing intent. He was a member of the Hell Devil Elephant clan. This extreme Dao world was created by several extreme Dao weapons. Each extreme Dao weapon had a different power. Therefore, the demonic beasts formed here had different powers. This Hell Devil Elephant was obviously formed by the aura of the Destruction Spear, an extreme Dao weapon. As for the spiritual monkey race, it was unknown what kind of extreme Dao weapon it was. A middle-aged man stood in front of the Hell Devil Elephant. He shouted coldly, Do you still want to be stubborn? Hurry up and hand over the things. Otherwise, you will definitely die. Don't even think about it. This is our clan's treasure. You Hell Devil. Elephants are not qualified to have it. The leader of the spiritual monkey race was a woman. She also had a long tail behind her. It kept dancing. At the same time, her beautiful eyes had a trace of gloominess. The current situation was very bad. The Hell Devil Elephant clan had more people than them. Moreover, they were extremely strong and stronger. More importantly, they were ambushed. They had suffered heavy losses and would probably be wiped out in one fell swoop. Since you don't want to surrender, we will kill you all. Just leave your souls. When the time comes, we will collect your souls and know. Attack. The leader of the Hell Devil Elephant waved his hand and the battle axe in his hand flew out, splitting the forest into a huge canyon. At the same time, the surrounding Hell Devil Elephants roared into the sky. The surrounding thousands of miles were constantly shattered. This power was really too strong. Kill. The woman of the spiritual monkey race also shouted angrily. Many sword lights appeared in their hands. They were extremely terrifying and charged over. Although these spiritual foxes were small in size, the sword chi in their hands was terrifying. It was like starlight and moonlight. Not long after, several Hell Devil Elephants' bodies were pierced through. They fell down. However, at this time a mysterious power shrouded them. Then, these severely injured Hell Devil Elephants stood up again. Damn it, it's this power again. The people of the spiritual monkey race had extremely ugly expressions. What kind of power is this? To be able to let these severely injured people recover in an instant. This vitality is too strong. However, the Hell Devil Elephants only had terrifying power. They definitely did not have such powerful vitality laws. They could not understand. At this time, the woman in front was pushed back by the battle axe. She spat out a mouthful of blood. The others were also suppressed. There was no other way. Those Hell Devil generals could not be killed at all. If this continued, they would die sooner or later. At this most critical moment, a cry of surprise suddenly sounded. Sister. Ling Yu, who was in front, heard this and her pupils shrank. In the next moment, she saw a little girl flying over. Ling Shan was her younger sister. She exclaimed. What are you doing here? Hurry up and leave. The farther you run, the better. Ling Shan is very far from here. How did she rush over? She was really too shocked. The people of the Hell Devil Elephant snorted coldly. One of them stretched out his huge foot and suppressed forward. Let's trample this little ant to death first. The terrifying foot was like the foot of the Grim Reaper. It directly enveloped Xianxia. No. The eyes of the spiritual monkey race were red. Lingyu also attacked crazily. However, she was restrained by the leader of the Hell Devil Elephant and could not rush over at all. Sister! She exclaimed and was about to faint from anger. Xianxia was so scared that her face turned pale and she stood there in a daze. Am I going to die? She closed her eyes and tears flowed down. However, at this time a golden palm suddenly appeared and enveloped her. It protected her. With a boom, the foot landed on the golden hand. It was as if two divine mountains had collided, setting off a monstrous light. The surrounding forest was torn into pieces. The others also exclaimed. It's blocked. Are we saved? The spiritual monkey race was overjoyed. The Hell Devil Elephant race shouted angrily. Who dares to meddle in our business? Don't worry, no one can hurt you. The one who attacked was naturally Lin Xian. He used his golden palm to protect Xianxia. Then, he came to her side. Thank you, Brother Xian. Damn it, who are you? The Hell Demon statue roared crazily. He kicked again. This time, his strength was even stronger. Previously, he thought that he was just stepping on an ant. But now, he was completely enraged. Lin Xian's face darkened. You even bullied such a cute little girl. You don't have to live anymore. An extremely cold light burst out from his eyes. Then, he used his fingers like a sword and slashed out. The starry sky divine sword slashed across heaven and earth, splitting the Hell Demon General into two. The Hell Demon statue screamed. Its body split open. Then, it slowly dissipated. Even when it died, it couldn't believe that it was killed by a little ant in one move. The huge corpse fell to the ground, shattering the void. The surrounding people were also stunned. So strong. The people from the spirit monkey's side were astonished. On the other hand, the people from the Hell Demon Elephant race were roaring crazily. Scram! Lin Xian roared angrily and threw out another punch. His golden fist shone brightly in all directions. The Hell Demon statue and the rest felt that their bodies were about to melt. Damn it! The power of the strongest Yang actually suppressed us. They roared crazily. Another two Hell Demon statues charged over. Lin Xian waved his hand. The Tai Chi diagram flew out, drawing a yin-yang god. The two of them completely suppressed the two Hell Demon statues. Blood dyed the sky. The Hell Demon statue was completely stunned. What kind of god was this? The leader gritted his teeth. Damn it, let's go. Spirit monkeys, just you wait. This matter won't end here. The huge body gradually retreated. The spirit monkeys heaved a sigh of relief. Great, the crisis was resolved. They looked forward and bowed, thanking the young master for helping. They were extremely grateful. Xianxia also cheered. Brother Xian, you are really too powerful. Lin Xian smiled. He indeed hadn't used his full strength. Lingyu was surprised. Sister, you know this young master? Xian ran over and said, Sister, this is Brother Xian. He saved me. I don't know why I fainted just now. Luckily, Brother Xian came to save me. Thank you, young Master Xian. Lingyu looked at Lin Xian gratefully, but his brows were tightly furrowed. Xianer, you have to go back with me. Everyone else, get ready to go back. The surrounding spirit monkeys were also shocked. Many of them were injured. Shouldn't they be recuperating now? Why are you in such a hurry to go back? However, Lingyu said that he could recover on the way. If it was an emergency, there was no need to ask. He was indeed anxious. I had to send my sister to the ancestral land as soon as possible. Alright, it looks like Xianer's illness is acting up again. Let's hurry back. As the others spoke, they all returned one after another. Xian turned to look at Lin Xian and said, Brother Xian, come home with me. I want to thank you properly. Also, Xiao Bai, I have a lot of delicious fruits at home. I'll give them to you. Xiao Bai nodded. Yeah, I want to go. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. I really don't know what to do with you. Alright, let's go take a look. Lin Xian followed. Firstly, Lin Xian was indeed happy with the spirit monkey clan. Secondly, after the longevity lamp flew over, there was no movement. Lin Xian checked a few times but did not find anything. This made him even more confused. However, he realized that the longevity lamp led him to Ling Shan. Could it be that there was something special about Ling Shan? Lin Xian decided to observe for a while longer. As for the extreme Dao Valley, he would go there sooner or later. There was no rush. The people from the Spirit Monkey clan left with Lin Xian. On the other side of the mountain range, the people from the Hell Devil statue stopped. Their faces were incomparably cold. There were many white bones around them. It was abnormally terrifying. Damn it. Who was that brat? He was actually so terrifying. He actually killed our companions in seconds? What kind of strength was that? He was definitely not from the Spirit Monkey clan. However, they looked very similar. It was just that they did not have tails. Did you check it out? The Hell Devil statue's leader asked coldly. At this moment, a few poisonous snakes crawled over from afar. Their cold voices sounded. They seemed to be passing by. They did not know the spirit monkeys and only saved a person from the Spirit Monkey clan. The other party called him Brother Xian. That's all they found? The Hell Devil statue's leader's face was cold. Those few spirit snakes were also so scared that they crawled on the ground. They said so much. That's all we heard. Brother Xian? Who was this person? How could a passerby be so powerful? These Hell Devil statues gritted their teeth. However, at this moment, a figure walked out from the mountain behind them. He laughed coldly. What Brother Xian? His name is Lin Xian. They did not expect this guy to actually come here. Hearing this, those Hell Devil statues also turned their heads. The leader asked. You know him? Could it be that he's an outsider like you? He's indeed from the outside world like me. However, he's not worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as me. Who does he think he is? I'm an immortal existence. The person who walked out from the mountain behind them was wearing black battle armor. He had a black fan in his hand. It was abnormally strange. The aura on his body was even more terrifying. He was the fourth emissary of Mount Eternal. Previously, when everyone was teleported away, he came to a mountain forest and encountered the Hell Devil statues. These statues thought that the other party was an ant and wanted to trample him to death. They did not expect the other party's strength to be so terrifying. They were no match for him at all. Many people were injured. They begged for mercy and even offered a secret to make the other party stop. This secret was an ancient legend about the Spirit Monkey clan. The Spirit Fox clan had a supreme treasure. It was said to be a legendary one-page heavenly book that recorded the supreme great Tao. Hearing this, the fourth emissary did not kill these Hell Devil statues. One-page heavenly book? That was interesting. He was going to get it and see if there really was a so-called supreme great Tao. Therefore, he cooperated with the Hell Devil statues. As for the Hell Devil statues that were seriously injured by the holes, they quickly recovered. Naturally, it was the power of Mount Eternal in the hands of the fourth emissary. At this moment, when the fourth emissary heard the news of Lin Xian's arrival, a cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. You don't have to care about that person. He's my enemy and my sworn enemy. I won't let him off. Originally, they thought that they would meet in the extreme Dao Valley for the final battle. They did not expect him to come here. This is good too. I'll send him to hell in advance. This is great. The leader of the Hell Devil statues also grinned. Then there's no time to lose. We'll set off tonight. We'll attack the Spirit Monkey Mountain, flatten the Spirit Monkey clan, and obtain the one-page heavenly book. Monkey Mountain was the place where these spirit monkeys lived. The mountain range was continuous and there were spirit fruits everywhere. There was even monkey wine that they brewed themselves. Lin Xian's arrival made these spirit monkeys very happy. They served him with the best hospitality. Lin Xian drank his wine and was also amazed. He knew how to make a lot of spirit wine, but it was completely different after drinking the wine. Whitey was even more delighted. Its big eyes were shining. At this moment, Lin Xian asked, "How is Ling Shan?" Because he realized that Ling Shan didn't appear after returning. Ling Yu said, "Thank you for your concern. My sister is fine. She will be fine in a few days." "That's good." Lin Xian nodded. He was very concerned about that little girl. The group drank and it was very lively. In the middle of the night, the moon rose into the sky and the entire forest gradually quietened down. Everyone was also confused. The monkey wine's strength was also very strong. Lin Xian sat cross-legged. Not only was the monkey wine delicious, but it also contained endless energy. After all, it was brewed with all kinds of heavenly treasures. Lin Xian was now living and absorbing the energy. However, at this moment, he frowned and suddenly opened his eyes. His right rinnegan kept spinning and shining. He looked into the distance and stood up. "Brother, we are drinking." Beside him, a spirit monkey stood up shakily and pulled Lin Xian with a smile. Lin Xian frowned, "Where is Ling Yu?" That spirit monkey was still confused. Lin Xian had no choice but to use his rinnegan to check. He found Ling Yu in a distant mountain range, in a palace. He directly flew in. "Master, why are you here?" Ling Yu was also stunned. Lin Xian said, "Wake up quickly, there is danger. I feel a huge aura coming." Ling Yu felt for a while, then tilted her head and said, "No way, why didn't I feel it?" The surrounding spirit monkeys also said, "Master, you might be too tired and have sensed wrongly." Lin Xian shook his head, it was impossible, he sensed it earlier than these people because he had rinnegan. The power of rinnegan allows him to explore very clearly. He could only walk out, look into the distance, and shout. "Who was it? Get your ass out here." His voice carried an extremely terrifying power, causing the entire monkey mountain to shake violently. At this moment, those spirit monkeys woke up one after another. What had happened? They looked around uneasily, and at the same time, they were confused. At the same time, the members of the Hell Demonic Elephant clan who were far away in the void had a cold look on their faces. "Damn it, have I been discovered?" At this moment, they were very far away from the monkey mountain. Moreover, they had carefully concealed their auras. Logically speaking, they should not have been discovered. Sure enough, it was that Lin Wudi. He had a strange eye technique and his soul was very powerful. Thinking about it, he probably couldn't hide it from him. The fourth emissary said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the leader of the Hell Golems snorted coldly. "Since we've been discovered, there's no need to hide anymore. Let's speed up." Numerous gigantic silhouettes appeared. They stepped into the air and rapidly flew towards the monkey mountain. Those spirit monkeys on the monkey mountain were still puzzled. They thought that Lin Xian should be drunk. But not long after, their expressions changed because they found that the sky was shattering. Endless cracks spread towards the surroundings. At the same time, they also felt an extremely terrifying message. It was pressing towards them. Damn it, what a terrifying aura. "Oh my god, there's really someone here." These people's expressions changed. Ling Yu's eyes shone with a cold light. She had completely sobered up. She said, "It's the aura of the Hell Demonic Elephant. Damn it, they're still unwilling to let go. Everyone, pay attention." They quickly defended and prepared for battle. Those spirit monkeys moved one after another. At this moment, a person called Ling Mu walked out. He frowned and said, "Damn it, our elder has something to do." They actually took advantage of this time to come. It's difficult for us to defend. No matter what, we must protect the oblique moon cave. Not long after, the sky shattered. The Hell Demonic Elephant and these people walked over. They stood above the 9 heavens, looking down like demon gods. The entire monkey mountain was surrounded. Ling Yu rushed into the sky and shouted coldly, "Hell Demonic Elephant, don't go too far." The leader of the Hell Demonic Elephant laughed loudly. "Little monkeys, I've said it before. If you kneel down and hand over the things obediently, we can spare your life. But if you don't want to, then don't blame us for flattening your monkey mountain." Damn it. Ling Shan and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. Lin Xian had walked out, acting recklessly. Was he here again? I spared your lives last time. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian walked out. He shouted coldly. Those Hell Demonic Elephant looked down at Lin Xian, frowning tightly. The leader of the Hell Demonic Elephant also snorted coldly. Outsider, this matter has nothing to do with you. Leave now, we'll mind our own business. I'll let you go alive. If you dare to meddle in our business again, we'll let you fall into hell forever. Lin Xian frowned after hearing this. Do you know that I'm an outsider? You should have seen other people. As he spoke, he opened his rinnegan and looked around. Those Hell Demonic Elephant immediately felt that their souls were being suppressed. Damn it! They roared one by one, their long noses dancing in the air, making terrifying sounds. The surrounding sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Quickly activate the array formation. Ling Yu exclaimed. In the surroundings, countless array formations lit up to resist. Those array formations also shook violently. Those spirit monkeys' faces became incomparably pale. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The power of reincarnation appeared and turned into 6 worlds, constantly crushing. All these sounds were enveloped in it. He actually blocked it? Lin Xian actually blocked all the sounds alone. It's really too unbelievable. At the same time, Lin Xian snorted coldly. I was wondering who it was, so it's you. Get out here. He shot out a ray of reincarnation light and attacked there. Those Hell Demonic Elephant retreated one after another. They didn't dare to resist at all. At the same time, a man in armor walked out from the void. He struck out with his palm and collided with the ray of reincarnation light. An earth-shattering sound rang out. Lin Wudi, your soul is really powerful. You can actually discover my existence. The 4th emissary of Mount Eternal walked out. The corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile. But since I've appeared, your time of death has come. Previously, the other party had eliminated the 7th emissary and even the 10th emissary, which had long made the people of Mount Eternal want to kill him. Now that there was a chance, he wouldn't let the other party go. It's the people of Mount Eternal again. Well, let me personally send all of you out. Lin Xian snorted coldly. It's really lively. At this moment, another cold shout sounded, followed by another group of people descending from the sky. Who is it? Are there more people coming? The Spirit Monkey clan's faces became extremely ugly. Even the members of the Infernal Demon clan were frowning. They also felt a shocking power. Lin Xian raised his head and immediately frowned. It was the people of the Purple Mansion. It was indeed the people of the Purple Mansion, and the leader was Xiao Ying. In addition, there were a few successors of the Purple Mansion, as well as a veteran divine ancestor. They were also a powerful force. After Xiao Ying arrived, he looked at Lin Xian. What were you looking for before? Hand over the heaven and earth treasure. As soon as he finished speaking, many people appeared around him. These people were the people who saw the longevity lamp before. They thought there was a heaven and earth treasure, so they followed him. Now that they were here, looking at the people around him, Lin Xian snorted coldly. If you don't want to die, get lost. At the same time, a monstrous soul storm swept out, forming a huge eye of reincarnation in the sky, overlooking everything. At this moment, everyone's soul shook violently. Damn it, it's so scary. Their faces became ugly. Kid, you're too arrogant. The 4th messenger snorted coldly. An inextinguishable fighting spirit rushed out of his body, and a black fan appeared in his hand. As he waved it, it formed a monstrous black cloud to resist the eye of reincarnation in the sky. At the same time, the Hell Demon Elephants roared at the sky. Their power bombarded all directions. The others also began to resist one after another. Xiao Ying snorted coldly. Lin Wudi, I admit that you're powerful. It's very difficult to suppress you in a one-on-one fight. Unfortunately, we won't talk about one-on-one in this situation. Let's attack together, yes, that's right. The other experts who rushed over also nodded. If it was a one-on-one fight, they really didn't dare to attack Lin Xian. However, there were so many people now. If they attacked Lin Xian together, no matter how strong Lin Xian was, he wouldn't be able to resist. What should they do? Ling Yu and the others were incomparably nervous. However, Lin Xian said, "Don't worry, they won't completely join hands." Lin Xian knew that these people would fight for themselves. At this time, a ray of multicolored light suddenly soared up from the Monkey Mountain. Then, moonlight danced, illuminating the heaven and earth. There was a moon in the sky, and there seemed to be another moon in the mountain range. At the same time, a shocking and mysterious aura spread out. What's going on? What happened? The surrounding people were shocked. There was indeed a treasure. Xiao Ying's eyes flashed with an intense light. The fourth emissary also smiled. The eyes of the Hell Golem's people turned red, and they laughed heartily. It seemed that we were not too late. Lin Xian was even more surprised. This aura was indeed mysterious. He turned his head and saw that it was the back of the Monkey Mountain. What was there? The faces of Ling Yu and the others turned extremely ugly. This shocking change made them very puzzled. They naturally knew what that place was. However, that place was usually incomparably mysterious. Among these spirit monkeys, only a few of them could enter. The others could only worship him from afar. What was happening now? Ling Yu and the others didn't know either. The Hell Golem leader roared angrily. The treasure was behind. It was said that there were some treasures in the Monkey King Mountain. With a furious roar, their feet trampled the ground, and their enormous bodies rushed over. They began to bombard the array. Attack! Xiao Ying and the others also roared angrily. They could naturally see that there were treasures there. The others attacked together, and the array of the Monkey Mountain instantly shattered. The laws scattered on the ground. Retreat, quickly retreat to the back. Ling Yu roared angrily and quickly retreated with these spirit monkeys. Lin Xian also retreated. What was he talking about? It's the core of our spirit monkey race, called the Oblique Moon Cave. It's a very mysterious cave. The Hell Golem was eyeing the Oblique Moon Cave. These people quickly retreated and soon arrived at the back of the mountain. Lin Xian also saw that there was a cave in the back of the mountain. The cave was very small, about 1 meter wide, but there was a mysterious moonlight emerging from inside. More importantly, the shape of the cave was like a moon embedded in the mountain range. The Oblique Moon Cave was so magical. Lin Xian was surprised. At the same time, the surrounding people also rushed over. They looked at this scene in shock. Attack! The leader of the Hell Golem rushed over in an instant, and the surrounding Hell Golems also attacked. Lin Yu roared angrily and quickly counterattacked. Those spirit monkeys shot out monster sword lights and counterattacked. Young master, please help. Lin Xian said, can you resist these Hell Golems? Ling Yu nodded. Yes, but the black-armored man beside him is a great threat to us. I'll help you stop that person. Moreover, the undying and indestructible aura is released by him. If there is no power, then the Hell Golem will not be able to recover in an instant. Really? That's great. Ling Yu was happy and then looked at the surrounding people. What about these people? Lin Xian said. Don't worry, with the treasure in front of them, they won't keep working together. I'll use the Eye of Reincarnation to affect their souls. Okay, thank you, young master. Ling Yu rushed out and attacked the Hell Golem. She fought with the leader of the Hell Golem. Those spirit monkeys also attacked. Lin Xian stood in the void. He looked at the surrounding people and sneered. You want to join hands? Dream on, Reincarnation Silk. The Eye of Reincarnation erupted, forming a terrifying soul aura that swept in all directions. Not good, it's a soul attack, quickly defend. The surrounding people naturally knew that Lin Xian's eyes were terrifying. They didn't dare to be careless and resisted. However, they still underestimated Lin Xian's Eye of Reincarnation. This time, Lin Xian didn't directly attack these people's souls. Instead, it affected their souls and magnified the hatred and anger in their hearts. Sure enough. An old man immediately rushed towards the people of the Z government. The people of Zifu also shouted angrily and attacked those people around them. Some of these people had fought with each other in the 8 diagrams before. Some of their companions were even eliminated by the other party, so at this moment, they couldn't care less. Come back, don't attack. Xiaoying also roared. However, it was useless. He seemed to be unable to control those disciples. There was even an old man who directly attacked him. This old man was very terrifying. He had 4 arms, and when he waved them, they turned into giant hands that were thousands of meters long. They covered the sky and covered the earth as they attacked him. This person was called the Four-Handed Sacred Lord, an extremely terrifying veteran sacred pillar lord in the universe. This time, he came with his son to participate in the Extreme Path world. However, in the previous 8 diagrams battle, his son was directly eliminated by the Void Shadow. This Four-Handed Sacred Lord was extremely angry. Now that he had the chance, he attacked again. The surrounding people instantly started fighting. The scene was very shocking for a moment. 2 figures stood in the void, looking at each other from afar. They did not attack. One of them was Lin Xian, and the other was naturally the 4th emissary from Mount Eternal. Kid, do you want to fight me one-on-one? Very well, today I will personally avenge Old 7. Previously, the 7th emissary was eliminated by Lin Xian, which had already angered him. Lin Xian sneered after hearing this. The 7th emissary? Sorry, let me tell you another piece of news. The previous 10th emissary was also eliminated by me. You're courting death. The 4th emissary was angry, and a sharp light burst out from his eyes. Boundless killing intent rushed out. The 10th emissary was eliminated. He could not stand it. He waved the fan in his hand, and it turned into boundless black flames that swept toward Lin Xian. These black flames were extremely terrifying, and they were called the inextinguishable flames. The 4th emissary immediately displayed a peerless and terrifying technique. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the terrifying 9 suns divine fire also flew out. It turned into suns that danced between heaven and earth. The 2 flames were in a stalemate in the air, and they were evenly matched. He could actually block it. The 4th emissary's face was cold. Suddenly, his expression changed because he saw a terrifying sword light flying towards him. It was a finger that suddenly appeared in front of him and pointed at his glabella. Damn it, what was this? Spatial magic, he was too shocked. Get lost, he shouted angrily and waved the fan. Like a peacock spreading its tail, it drew a black barrier. It blocked in front of him. Lin Xian was indeed using the void finger. His finger drew the most terrifying divine sword, and it carried a monstrous divine fire. It charged forward. With a clang, it collided with the fan. The black fan was shaken, and the 4th emissary was also forced back. His blood boiled. At the same time, he looked at his opponent's strength. It was so powerful. However, Lin Xian merely laughed coldly. You want to take revenge? Dream on, you are no match for me. Damn it, the 4th emissary shouted angrily as his undying fighting spirit burst out. Clearly, he was about to unleash an even more terrifying technique. However, at that moment, several figures rushed over. There were 5 of them. They fought their way out of the encirclement and headed straight for the oblique moon cave. Oh no, those spirit monkeys were enraged when they saw this. Even the hell demon statue roared, "Get lost, ant." However, those 5 people were very fast. In an instant, they arrived in front of the slanting moon cave and were about to enter. However, at this moment, the mountain next to them cracked open and a huge rock hand grabbed towards them. It covered the entire sky and covered the entire void. In an instant, the 5 of them were enveloped. In the next moment, they were smashed into pieces by the giant hand. Blood-curdling screams rang out as the 4 of them turned into a bloody mist and were directly eliminated. The other person was also seriously injured. He fell to the ground, his face full of fear. Who was it? Was Lin Wudi attacking them? However, that was not the case. Lin Xian was also surprised. Even the 4th emissary did not expect this to happen. He stopped and did not attack again. Instead, he looked in front of him in shock. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Countless pairs of eyes looked towards the mountain in the distance. From the crack in the mountain, another hand stretched out. Then, a figure walked out. Stone Man, someone exclaimed. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The figure that came out was not tall. It was only half a meter tall. Its body was completely made of stone. Of course, it was not an ordinary stone. The aura that it was emitting was extremely terrifying. The other party was indeed a stone man. What was that? A stone man was so terrifying. The surrounding people were shocked. They were the strongest geniuses from all the worlds in the universe. But at this moment, this stone man could easily kill 4 geniuses with a single move. What kind of technique was that? Even those veteran sacred ancestors felt their hair stand on end. The people of the spirit fox race were even more stunned. They did not expect that there would be such a terrifying stone man hidden in their monkey mountain. However, they did not know about it at all. After the stone man came out, he turned his body. A thunderous sound came from his body. Then, the stone man stared at the slanted moon cave and grinned. I've waited for so many years. Finally, I've waited. The stone man laughed. Ling Yu, on the other hand, shouted angrily. Damn it, who are you? How dare you have designs on the slanted moon cave? The stone man snorted. He stared at Ling Yu and sneered. The last time I woke up, your grandfather had just been born. Now, a junior like you dares to be impudent in front of me? I want the slanted moon cave. Everyone else, get lost, otherwise, I'll destroy your astral souls. The stone man exuded a monstrous killing intent. The Hell Golem leader snorted. The others, like Xiaoying, were shocked. The 4th emissary, 4-handed divine ancestor, and the others also looked cold. The other party wanted to scare them with just one sentence. What kind of joke was that? The 4th emissary snorted. I also want this thing. Xiaoying said. That's right. The treasure has no owner. You want it? Speak with your strength. He also exuded a powerful aura. The stone man frowned. He didn't expect so many people with such strength to come this time. You're not my match. The stone man snorted. The stone on his body fell, and a pair of mysterious eyes appeared on his body. Not only on his head, but also on his limbs and body. Every eye was incomparably strange. Thousand-eyed stone man. 4-handed. Divine ancestor was shocked. This thing also appeared. Xiaoying's expression also changed. He had fallen asleep tens of thousands of years ago. But before he fell asleep, he was once a top genius. At that time, something happened. A peerless expert obtained a strange stone. When he cut it open, a stone man jumped out. There were thousands of eyes on his body, which made people gasp in shock. Everyone thought it was a peerless treasure and fought. But the result was unexpected. The stone golem with eyes all over its body, however, displayed a terrifying power. The thousands of eyes killed a few divine sovereigns. In the end, the stone man disappeared. But the legend about it was passed down. But it disappeared later, because the thousand-eyed stone man had only appeared once. He didn't expect to see the thousand-eyed stone man in this extreme path world. Was this the one that was cut out back then? He didn't know, because he didn't see it with his own eyes. He only heard about it. If it was really the one that was cut out tens of thousands of years ago, then it was incomparably terrifying. Because that stone man had killed several divine sovereigns back then. No one knew how terrifying its strength was now. This fellow's origin was mysterious. It was very likely that it was left behind tens of thousands of years ago. Hearing this, the others also took a deep breath. They didn't expect the stone man to have such an extraordinary origin. Since that was the case, they would join forces. Although they were competing with each other, such a terrifying figure had appeared. They had to join forces to suppress him. Otherwise, no one would have any hope of obtaining the treasure. A bunch of ants wanted to join forces? The thousand-eyed stone man shouted coldly. Those strange eyes on his body released terrifying flames that swept in all directions. Immediately, some of the people who were close to them screamed in agony. They retreated and vomited blood. The other people also acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Attack! Xiaoying waved his long spear and stabbed it out like lightning. He charged over with a sky full of laws. The 4-handed sacred lord also attacked. He waved his 4 arms and soared into the sky like a giant dragon. The others all attacked, and even the hell demonic elephant clan charged over. However, the thousand-eyed stone man was really terrifying. Each of his eyes could release light. They formed different laws. For a moment, he actually blocked them. It was so terrifying that everyone was shocked. At this moment, even the fourth emissary stopped attacking Lin Xian. He also felt the pressure. The stone man was too strange. He sent out a black cloud to suppress him. There was a terrifying inextinguishable flame on it. What should they do? When the people of the spirit monkey race saw this, their faces turned extremely ugly. Another expert had appeared. Lin Xian said, "Let them fight first." When the thousand-eyed stone man retreated, these people naturally wouldn't join forces. Perhaps this battle would cause them to suffer great losses. The spirit monkey clan members nodded. Lin Xian rushed over. He slashed out with his sword, which turned into a terrifying starry sky sword, and charged forward. The thousand-eyed stone man was really terrifying. He fought against so many experts alone and didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. However, he was gradually being suppressed. After all, whether it was Lin Xian, the fourth emissary, or Xiaoying, they were all true double champions. Other than that, there was also the four-handed sacred lord and other old sacred lords, as well as other experts. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't resist them. The light in the thousand eyes dimmed a little. His face was cold as he snorted. At this moment, everyone attacked with all their might. Lin Xian struck out with the sword of returning essence, which turned into an arc and slashed over. The fan of the fourth emissary formed a black storm. Xiaoying unleashed a peerless attack. The four-handed Saint Lord's four palms connected together, forming a heavenly net that descended from the sky. The others also used their ultimate techniques. This time, they finally shattered the thousand-eyed stone golem's gaze. The thousand-eyed stone golem also retreated. He entered the mountain peak and disappeared. Did he fail? That's great. Everyone rejoiced, but Lin Xian frowned. Because he sensed that the stone man was very strong, far stronger than anyone present. It was impossible for him to be defeated so easily. Rinnegan bloomed with brilliance, and he detected that the aura of the thousand-eyed stoneman was still there, but it was vague and uncertain. From the looks of it, he was also a cunning fellow. He knew that if they continued to fight, both sides would suffer, so he wanted to preserve his strength for the time being. Sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. The eyes of the others also flickered. Was he really defeated? They were extremely doubtful. The fourth emissary, Xiaoying, and the others snorted coldly. They weren't stupid either. They naturally knew that things couldn't be so simple. But at this time, Whitey did fly out. He had drunk too much monkey wine before, so he had been in a daze. Now he was a little sober. As soon as he woke up, he saw the slanted moon cave. He immediately cheered and flew towards it. Another damned monkey came. Countless people gritted their teeth when they saw Whitey. They wanted to shout angrily because the treasure was in the slanted moon cave, but it was too late. Whitey had already flown to the slanted moon cave and walked in. Not good. The expressions of Lingyu and the others also changed. This slanted moon cave was extremely mysterious. But it was also extremely dangerous. If others went in, they would probably be attacked. However, they were soon puzzled, and the worry in their eyes disappeared. Because Whitey wasn't attacked. Not only that, Whitey flew out. At the same time, 3 rays of light flew out. Those were 3 Bodhi, supreme Bodhi that contained the great Tao. Whitey waved his little paw and used the small bowl on his head to catch one. The small bowl shook violently. Whitey looked towards Lin Xian, asking for help. Lin Xian reached out with his large golden hand and helped him suppress one of them. As for the other 2, they flew into the distance. Good stuff. Feeling the terrifying great Tao above, everyone moved quickly. Among them, Shadow Xiao soared into the sky and caught up with one. Four-handed sacred ancestor and the others charged towards the other one. They instantly disappeared in the air. The sound of a fierce battle came from afar. Obviously, those people were fighting over it. Damn it. The Hell God statue and the others were also gnashing their teeth. Some people stayed here. Their eyes were red as they stared at Whitey. The other two had disappeared, but Whitey still had one in his hand. However, Lin Xian sneered. His Rinnegan carried an extremely strong killing intent, causing the scalps of those around him to go numb. They all retreated, not daring to make a move. Who was Lin Xian? They had probably already seen him. His strength was absolutely terrifying. Whitey took out a boti from the treasure bowl. It was crystal clear and swallowed it directly. The next moment, he cheered, and a trace of shocking light appeared in his eyes. Delicious. He laughed and clapped his hands. He ate it directly. Spirit Monkey and the others were also stunned. Although Whitey was also a monkey, he definitely did not have the same bloodline as them. Facing the shocking power of the boti, they did not dare to swallow it directly. But now, Whitey was actually so careless. Was he not afraid that this power would tear his body apart? However, what was surprising was that Whitey's body did not change much. His body only emitted a trace of light. Then, Whitey yawned. He was so sleepy. He flew to Lin Xian's side and immediately fell asleep. Lin Xian was also worried. He began to investigate Whitey's situation. Rinnegan enveloped the other party. He found that there was an astonishing power in Whitey's body. Perhaps it was this power that made Whitey fall asleep. Whitey was digesting this power while sleeping. He kept the little guy and sent it into the sword world. The next moment, he took a deep breath. He looked at Lingyu and the others and said, "I helped you guys defeat the enemy. This boti will be my reward." Since Whitey had already eaten it, Lingyu and the others had no choice but to nod. "Thank you, young Master Lin." Although some people had left, and even two powerful double champions had left. But they knew that the crisis had not disappeared, because the Hell Golem was still there, and the fourth emissary was still there. There were still some experts around, still eyeing them covetously. The 40th emissary snorted. "Was that boti the ultimate treasure?" the leader of the Hell Golem said. "No way, as far as we know, it should be a page of the heavenly book. That boti was just another treasure." After the fourth emissary heard this, his eyes erupted with a sharp light. In that case, the most precious page of the heavenly book was still inside the moon cave. The fourth emissary stared at Lin Xian and said, "I'll kill this guy. You guys deal with the rest of the monkeys." Those hell demon statues also sneered and attacked again. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a cold light. Previously, he was delayed by others, so it was not too late for this battle. An extremely terrifying Nine Suns divine fire appeared on his body, and at the same time, the sword energy in his eyes erupted. The fourth emissary snorted and waved the folding fan in his hand. A monstrous black storm danced. It was like countless black blades condensed together, causing the entire world to shatter. Lin Xian let out a long roar and took the initiative to attack. He slashed out with his sword, and the long sword swept horizontally with the momentum to split the sky. "It's useless against the black storm. My wind is formless, you can't break it at all." The fourth emissary sneered. However, just as he finished speaking, his face changed. Because Lin Xian's sword split the black storm into two halves, and his murderous aura was astonishing. A terrifying sword intent swept towards him. "You're courting death." The fourth emissary was furious. He clenched his hand into a claw and slapped it out. The huge claw covered the sky and earth like the devil's hand, grabbing towards Lin Xian. There was an astonishingly miserable sound from above. Lin Xian shouted coldly, and his sword energy soared into the sky. With a slash of his sword, he shattered everything. Even the palm was split open. The fourth emissary retracted his hand, and blood dripped from it. His expression was extremely ferocious. "Damn it." He waved his blood-stained hand on his folding fan. In the next moment, a terrifying blood dragon flew out. The blood dragon danced in the air with a monstrous murderous aura. Not only that, the fourth emissary's folding fan kept waving, and his blood drew beasts one after another on it. In the blink of an eye, 32 beasts covered the sky and earth. These 32 beasts were completely condensed from blood, and they also had an inextinguishable fighting spirit. They had turned into strange living beings. They seemed to have crossed the ancient time and space, releasing a terrifying aura. Seeing this, the hell golem and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. This person was too terrifying, and his identity was definitely shocking. Even the spirit monkey and the others were shocked. They had to go all out against the hell demon statues. There was no way he could help Lin Xian. Young Master Lin, you have to be careful. There were still some people around. They had originally wanted to take advantage of the situation, but now, they were torn to pieces by the 32 demonic beasts that had appeared. Those people felt their scalps go numb as they quickly fled. Lin Xian looked around at the huge figures one after another. His expression became extremely solemn. His right Rinnegan bloomed with the power of samsara. Using the heavenly Tao of reincarnation, he unleashed a terrifying eye technique. A Rinnegan appeared in the sky, and a palm stretched out from it, a palm carrying supreme divine might. It fell mercilessly. With a single palm strike, it was as though it was the hand of Armageddon. The terrifying palm strike enveloped one of the demonic beasts. That blood-colored demonic beast roared out in rage. It wanted to resist, but it was torn into pieces in an instant. A rain of blood fell from the sky. Boom! Boom! The world-exterminating palm continued to descend, and the demonic beasts fell one after another. The expression of the fourth emissary was cold. Kill! Following his roar, the remaining dozen or so demonic beasts covered the sky and covered the earth as they charged over. At the same time, he also quickly attacked. He waved the folding fan in his hand again, and a sharp black blade shot out like a scythe of death. Lin Xian's expression was cold. At this moment, the demonic chi on his body also appeared. He had turned into a demon god. The great spear of destruction in his hand carried an aura of destruction. It pierced through 7 demonic beasts in one strike. 7 demonic beasts, blood stained the sky. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms. The demon god seal attacked the fourth emissary. With a clang, it engaged in a fierce battle with the fourth emissary. Lin Xian was using the Great Emperor's secret techniques, while the fourth emissary was using the supreme secret techniques of Mount Eternal. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. The surrounding people retreated far away. The 32 demonic beasts had all been destroyed, and now only Lin Xian was left. There was also the fourth emissary. The two of them were like lightning. Every time they collided, a huge crack would appear in the sky. Cloud rubbing hand. Void God finger. At this moment, Lin Xian stretched out both hands. His right hand turned into a demonic cloud, which was abnormally ethereal. His left hand pointed out with his fingers like a sword. Both of them were strange divine abilities. They sent the fourth emissary flying. Half of the fourth emissary's face was shattered. It was pierced through by the void god finger. At the same time, his legs were also torn to pieces by the demonic cloud hand. It was abnormally miserable. Seeing this scene, the hell golem and the others' expressions changed. The fourth emissary roared angrily. How dare you hurt me, kid, you've angered me. The undying good power appeared on his body, and his broken body healed again. At the same time, he spat a mouthful of blood on the folding fan in his hand. On the folding fan, extremely terrifying blood-red runes bloomed. It seemed that something was about to appear. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. He felt a sense of danger. However, at this moment, the thousand-eyed stone golem suddenly charged out from the shattered mountain peak in the distance. He attacked the fourth emissary from behind. The fourth emissary did not expect it at all and was instantly sent flying. 2 bloody holes appeared on his back. His bones were also shattered. He was even more miserable. He fell to the ground below and roared crazily. His broken body healed again. The thousand-eyed stone golem also frowned. The undying power. Your origin is indeed extraordinary. You should be from Mount Eternal. Damn it. You know my identity and you still dare to attack me? The fourth emissary rose into the air and roared crazily. The thousand-eyed stone golem snorted coldly. So what if you're from Mount Eternal? This is not your territory. This is the extreme path world. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the fourth emissary. Instead, he stared at Lin Xian. His eyes bloomed with a biting cold light. Who are you? To be able to fight on par with him and even injure him, this proves that you're even more powerful. The divine ability you used should be several top inheritance lost skills. You actually know them all. The thousand-eyed stone golem was even more surprised. Indeed, some of Lin Xian's methods shocked him. It was even extremely similar to some of the methods in the legends. This was also the reason why he did not dare to attack Lin Xian but chose to attack the fourth emissary. He felt that Lin Xian was a little unfathomable. Lin Xian snorted coldly and did not answer. Now that this guy had appeared again, it was very troublesome. At this time, the slanted moon cave changed again. A figure walked out from the slanted moon cave. Did another treasure appear? Countless people turned their heads to look. However, when they saw it, they were stunned. Even Lin Xian was stunned. The person who walked out of the slanted moon cave was actually a figure. And it was a cute little girl. Lin Xian was stunned. How did the other party come out of the slanted moon cave? Ling Yu and the rest of the spirit monkey clan's faces changed. Sister, quickly go in. Ling Yu exclaimed. Ling Shan rubbed her eyes with her small hands. She looked as if she had just woken up and did not understand what was going on. As for the fourth emissary, the thousand-eyed stone golem and the leader of the hell golems, they turned into lightning and quickly attacked him. Not good. Ling Yu's expression changed, and he quickly rushed over. With a sword strike with all his strength, he blocked the hell golem leader. But he was still forced back, his blood and chi tumbling. As for the other two, he couldn't block them at all. But at this time, a figure appeared in front of him. It was Lin Xian. An earth-shattering collision sounded, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. The fourth emissary and the thousand-eyed stone golem were all blocked. Meanwhile, a figure retreated, shattering the void with a stomp. He actually blocked it. The fourth emissary frowned, but the thousand-eyed stone golem was surprised. He looked at Lin Xian, feeling incredulous. Lin Xian's right hand was beaten out of shape. At this moment, it was making crackling sounds and quickly recovering. A physique of the purest yang, the legendary 9-yang divine physique. I didn't expect you to have cultivated such a physique. No wonder you can block my attack. The thousand eyes on the thousand-eyed stone golem's body bloomed with light, staring at Lin Xian. He recognized Lin Xian's physique. Only this legendary starry sky physique could contend with him in close combat. Otherwise, if it were any other divine ancestor, they would have been beaten into a bloody mist. The 9-yang divine physique is not bad, but it is not the strongest physique in the world. And you don't have the 9-yang divine physique. You are still far from being able to defeat me. The thousand-eyed stone golem sneered, and the thousand eyes bloomed with light. Some turned into mountains, some turned into terrifying flames, some turned into lightning, and some turned into saber light and sword shadows. 1,000 types of divine abilities erupted from the thousand eyes. How terrifying was this absolute art? Lin Xian was also facing a great enemy. He didn't dare to be careless. He used the Rinnegan to the extreme. 6 paths of reincarnation, 6 illusory worlds kept spinning. One eye bloomed with a biting cold light. A fierce collision sounded, and Lin Xian was forced back again. The thousand-eyed stone golem was even more shocked. He stared at Lin Xian, his face full of shock. Your eyes, he was too shocked. His thousand eyes couldn't beat one of the other party's eyes. Lin Xian's blood boiled, but the corners of his mouth soon curled up. You're just SOSO. What an arrogant brat. The thousand-leaf stone golem's eyes shone with a cold light. He stared at Lin Xian's right eye. The power of samsara, could it be the legendary Rinnegan? You even got this pair of eyes? He was too shocked. At the same time, a cold light burst out from his eyes. It seems that other than the page of the heavenly book, I can also obtain another type of god eye. If I kill you and take your eyes, my eye technique will become even more terrifying. On the other side, the fourth envoy also walked over. He was ready to attack again. Lin Xian was in a very dangerous situation. Fighting 1 against 2, he would most likely be suppressed. After all, the thousand-eyed stone golem was too terrifying. Previously, he had been able to hold his own against so many terrifying experts. Lin Xian would have to use some super trump cards. However, in this extreme Dao world, he was unable to use those ultimate trump cards. At this time, Little White flew out again and yawned. Then, he flew into the slanted moon cave again. Obviously, he wanted to look for treasures again. At this time, the thousand-eyed stone golem shouted coldly. Damn monkey, previously, it was this monkey that caused the changes when he went in. He would not let him go in again. A gaze shot towards Little White. Little White's figure swayed and dodged. In the next moment, he was angry. I'm angry. At this moment, his body actually rushed out and directly sent the thousand-eyed stone golem flying. The thousand-eyed stone golem was stunned. Where did a little monkey get such power from? However, in the next moment, they were dumbfounded because they found that there was a little monkey there. Little White's body changed at this moment. He became an indomitable divine ape. With a raise of his hand, he could shatter everything. Xianxia was also shocked. He had seen the mighty miracle god of the heavenly court, but he found that the aura on Little White's body was even more terrifying than that mighty miracle god. What was going on? Could it be because he ate the Bodhi fruit? Xianxia was surprised. He looked at Lingyu who was next to him. Lingyu was also surprised. She said that she did not know, but young master's friend had an extraordinary bloodline. He was also a rare beast in the monkey tribe. And it was very likely that he was one of the legendary ones. As for which one, they did not know. Xianxia also narrowed his eyes. Little White's change should only be good and not bad. Moreover, he found that not only did Little White change, but Xianxia who was in the slanted moon cave also changed. A mysterious rune suddenly appeared between her eyebrows. It was like a page of an ancient book that kept floating. At the same time, the rune's radiance had a mysterious connection with Little White. Could it be because of this rune that Little White underwent such a change? He was too shocked. The thousand-eyed stone golem's eyes exploded with a cold light. He stared at the page of the ancient book. What did a page of the heavenly book really exist? This was a page of the heavenly book. The Hell Golem, the fourth emissary, and the others were also shocked. Xianxia was also shocked. The people of the spirit monkey tribe were also stunned. They did not understand why such a change would happen. Attack! The fourth emissary roared angrily and attacked with all his strength. However, he was stopped by Xianxia. On the other side, the thousand-eyed stone golem laughed loudly. Thousands of eyes exploded with light. He must snatch a page of the heavenly book. Little White roared angrily. He waved his claws and slapped down like a god's claw. Even the thousand-eyed stone golem was sent flying by this force. He was so angry that his blood was boiling. Despicable monkey, you dare to block my path? You have completely angered me. Thousands of eyes exploded with an extremely terrifying light. All kinds of ultimate skills flew out, and the killing intent was shocking. However, the current Little White had undergone a magical change. Under the power of a page of the heavenly book, he had turned into a divine ape. Every attack carried supreme divine power. For a moment, the thousand-eyed stone golem roared crazily. He could not suppress the other party. Seeing that Little White was not in danger, Xianxia also breathed a sigh of relief. He turned his head to look at the fourth emissary. Now, it's time to end this with you. I have the same intention. The fourth emissary's eyes exploded with a cold killing intent. Between the two sides, only one person could continue. The other person would be eliminated. Kill, the fourth emissary roared angrily. The 32 immemorial beasts that were previously destroyed were revived by the indestructible power. Then, the 32 demonic beasts fused into one demonic beast, which rushed over. With supreme power, it charged towards Xianxia. Xianxia felt crackling sounds coming from his body. This also made him feel pressured. However, he snorted coldly. He turned into a demon god and held the great destruction in his hand. He struck out with a blow. This peerless attack pierced through 32 demonic beasts, shattering them into pieces. Then, Xianxia threw out another punch. It was the devil god fist. The demonic energy was vast and terrifying, and the fourth emissary kept retreating. The fourth emissary shouted angrily. He waved his fan, and another heaven and earth phenomenon flew out from it. It rushed towards Xianxia and collided with Xianxia's palm. A sonorous sound rang out. At this time, Lin Xian suddenly used Rinnegan and launched a soul attack. The fourth emissary's soul was injured. He screamed. The next moment, he would punch out, and he would be injured again. Damn it, he didn't expect that he couldn't beat Lin Xian. But he wouldn't give up. He rushed over again, and the two of them kept fighting. In the blink of an eye, thousands of moves had passed. The fourth emissary's face became extremely ugly. He bit his finger and drew a strange arc. Its speed was very slow, and it seemed very simple. His entire arm kept popping out. It was covered with cracks. It was obvious that he had used a power that exceeded his own. It was a simple move, but a terrifying power spread out. It seemed to have crossed the torrent of time. Feeling this power, everyone's face changed. Lin Xian's pupils also shrank. The other party still had such a method. He wouldn't allow the other party to use it. His figure flashed, and Lin Xian instantly appeared in front of the other party. Behind him, the phantom of the demon god appeared. He held the demon god's seal in his hand and slapped forward. "No, damn it, you can't do this to me," the fourth emissary roared crazily. He hadn't used his ultimate move yet. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "You're too slow." As he said that, the phantom behind him cooperated with the demon god's seal and directly blasted on the fan. The fan was sent flying. The fourth emissary spat out blood. His body instantly turned into light. He was torn into a bloody mist. The protective jade pendant on his body exploded. He turned into a white light and was eliminated. No. How could this be? The people of the Hell Golem statue roared crazily. They really didn't expect that the fourth emissary they relied on would disappear. On the other hand, the spiritual monkeys heaved a sigh of relief. They all smiled. "That's great. Young Master Lin is indeed powerful to be able to defeat such a terrifying enemy." Outside, after the fourth emissary was eliminated, it caused another round of exclamations. When they found out that it was Lin Wudi again, the expressions on their faces were very interesting. Some people exclaimed in surprise, while others were horrified. The people of Mount Eternal were incomparably furious. Outside the extreme path world, there was an uproar as people discussed animatedly. Lin Xian didn't know about all of this. This was because the current crisis had yet to be resolved. Although they had killed the fourth emissary, there was still the thousand-eyed stone golem. The thousand-eyed golem was shocked as well. He had ambushed the fourth emissary before. However, the other party's regenerative ability surprised him as well. Now that someone with such terrifying recovery ability had been eliminated, how could he not be shocked? In addition, this little white monkey in front of him was really too strange. He shouted angrily. Damn it, another eye appeared between his eyebrows. It was the 1001st eye. Buzz. The eye emitted a destructive light like a heavenly blade that instantly flew out. Little White roared angrily and slapped out with its claws to block. However, this time, its claws were sent flying, and its huge body kept retreating until it crashed into a mountain beside it. One could only imagine how shocking that gaze was. Even Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. This 1001st eye was too extraordinary. At this moment, the eye once again shot out a gaze. It charged towards the oblique moon cave. Its target was Ling Shan inside. Not good. Lin Xian exclaimed. He wanted to make a move, but it was too late. This attack hit Ling Shan's body. However, what shocked everyone was that a page of an ancient book flew out from between Ling Shan's eyebrows. As it spun, it seemed to turn into a heavenly map. It blocked this gaze. Damn it. The thousand-eyed golem's expression changed, but at the same time, his eyes turned red. It was definitely a treasure. He rushed over, wanting to snatch the page of the heavenly book. You won't have the chance. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He rushed over. The demon god's seal formed a mountain, blocking the golem's path. Get out of my way. The thousand-eyed golem roared, and thousands of eyes exploded together. The demon god's seal was sent flying. Little White charged over, but was sent flying by the 1001st eye. This time, Little White's body shrank, and returned to its original size. He waved his claws anxiously. Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. The thousand-eyed stone man was simply too powerful. It was already terrifying, and now that it had opened its 1001st eye, it was difficult to suppress the opponent. His great emperor's super ability was sent flying by the opponent. The opponent was getting closer and closer to the oblique moon cave. If the opponent really got the page of the heavenly book, it would be dangerous. Thinking of this, Lin Xian snorted and rushed over. "Useless kid," the thousand-eyed golem sneered. "Although you are strong, you are still not my opponent." After using his super trump card, the thousand-eyed golem became extremely confident. Lin Xian did not say a word. He snorted coldly. Suddenly, endless light rushed out from his body, forming a monstrous sword Dao world, turning into a sea of sword chi fire. In the next moment, Lin Xian opened the sword world and swallowed the opponent. When the thousand-eyed golem felt the 9 yang divine fire and sword chi, he snorted coldly. "I told you, you are not my opponent at all." However, all of a sudden, he felt that the flames around him had disappeared. Instead, the sky and earth were spinning. In the next moment, he found that he had arrived in another world. The desolate aura and the mysterious pressure caused his expression to change. "Where is this? Kid? Where have you taken me?" he roared crazily. Because he felt that the pressure here was even more terrifying than the extreme Dao world. "This is the place where you will die." Lin Xian also walked in and snorted coldly. "Stupid kid, do you really think that you can fight me by bringing me to such a mysterious space? Then even if my strength is suppressed, it is not something you can imagine." At this point, the 1001st eye between his eyebrows erupted again, and a peerless light flew out. Lin Xian roared angrily and quickly dodged. With a clang, he was forced back. His arm was numb and cracks appeared on it. "Ha ha ha ha, did you see that? You are not my opponent at all." Lin Xian snorted coldly. And used the immortal indestructible attack to repair his broken arm. A sharp light burst out from his eyes. "Is that so? Why don't you try my swordsmanship?" He waved Hellfire and Dragon Sword, and a terrifying dragon roar sounded. This sword turned into a heaven-shaking divine sword. When the sword slashed out, it was unpredictable, and there was a terrifying dragon's shadow circling between heaven and earth. The thousand-eyed golem was originally disdainful, but when he felt the power of this sword, his expression changed. With a boom, he was sent flying. The thousands of eyes on his body seemed to be shaking at this moment. The thousand-eyed stoneman roared crazily. He felt pain. At the same time, his face was filled with fear. Damn it, how was this possible? Why was the other party's sword chi so much more terrifying than before? It could actually hurt him. What kind of sword chi was this? Lin Xian laughed. He forgot to tell you, other than being the successor of the 9 suns, I am also the successor of the great dragon sword. So next. Feel the power of the dragon sword. Lin Xian shouted coldly and attacked again. In the extreme path world, Lin Xian was also suppressed by the power of the extreme path. In the sword world, this suppression became very small. Therefore, his strength became even stronger than before, and at this moment, he attacked with all his might. What? It was actually the great dragon sword. The thousand-eyed stoneman was also shocked. He naturally knew how terrifying the great dragon sword was. He roared angrily, "Go to hell." He rushed over crazily, and thousands of eyes erupted with terrifying power. Terrifying thunder, terrifying flames, forests, mountains, and all kinds of divine abilities pounced over. However, all of this was split apart by Lin Xian. Lin Xian seemed to have turned into a peerless sword god, powerful to the extreme. His sword became the only thing between heaven and earth. Puff, another sword slashed across the sky, carrying an extremely strong killing intent. This was the Azure sword technique. It directly sent the thousand-eyed stoneman flying backwards. One of the eyes on his body closed, and blood kept dripping. Damn it, the thousand-eyed stoneman roared and attacked again. However, the returning to origin sword caused another eye to close. The 9-star sword technique once again achieved its effect. Lin Xian swept through the world. After a few moves, many of the thousand-eyed stoneman's eyes were bleeding. He had no choice but to close them. Damn it! Eye of Destruction, he could only activate the 1001st eye with all his might. The 1001st eye between his eyebrows bloomed with a terrifying light. At this moment, the surrounding void emitted a thunderous sound. In the next moment, this gaze flew out. Lin Xian's pupils also constricted. He naturally did not dare to be careless. Behind him, the demonic summoning scripture formed a demonic shadow that exploded with immense power. Lin Xian held the infernal sword in his hand and had the power to split the heavens. The demonic shadow behind him also raised its arm. It provided him with great power. This sword collided with the other party's eye of destruction, and an earth-shattering sound rang out. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts descended, and both sides were forced to retreat. Damn it, how is this possible? You actually blocked it. The Millennium Stoneman roared crazily. Not only that, he discovered that an even more terrifying dragon roar came from Lin Xian's body. At this moment, its eye of destruction was broken, and he was sent flying while vomiting blood. Damn it. He turned around and fled, wishing to tear apart the void. Lin Xian snorted coldly and didn't give chase. Seeing the thousand-eyed stone golem flee into the distance, he let out an even more terrified cry. No, damn it, how is this possible? Where was this? As if he had encountered the most terrifying thing, he flew back from the barren land. At this moment, his entire body was trembling. How could it be so terrifying? Damn brat, where the hell is this place? He was too terrified. The Hellfire Dragon rushed over and sneered. It was actually a stoneman, a holy spirit race. However, if you want to run wild in this world, I'm afraid you're too naive. Damn it. The thousand-eyed stone golem gritted his teeth. Indeed, he originally thought that this world could only suppress his power. However, when he ran even further away, he felt a fatal danger. It was as if there was a mysterious power that could tear him to pieces. He retreated in fear, bewildered and uncertain. At this time, another Hellfire Dragon appeared, and actually saw through his origin with a single glance. He was indeed a stoneman, but the stoneman had an even more terrifying name in the myriad worlds, and that was the Holy Spirit race. However, this name was very ancient, and not many people knew about it now. However, this Hellfire Dragon knew, and it was obviously an old monster from countless years ago. Damn it, he couldn't wait any longer, he had to end this quickly. He charged towards Lin Xian again. At this moment, the thousands of eyes on his body all closed. However, the 1001st eye between his eyebrows suddenly opened, and released an extremely terrifying light. Mysterious runes appeared around him, and an ancient voice sounded. A terrifying and mysterious power appeared. Lin Xian's expression changed. Did the thousand-eyed stone golem have an even more powerful trump card? What kind of power was this? It was extremely ancient, brat, to be able to make me use this move, you can die in peace. The thousand-eyed stone golem roared, and the 1001st eye exploded along with the mysterious power. A bright light instantly pierced through the void, and at this moment, the world lost its light. Even the thousand-eyed stone golem's body swayed, and after this light, the 1001st eye closed. The 1001st eye instantly closed. One could imagine how terrifying this power was. The Hellfire Dragon also exclaimed. Holy Spirit Annihilation Eye, this guy has actually cultivated it to such a level? Brat, you have to be careful, this is an extremely terrifying power between heaven and earth. Boom boom. In the next moment, the place where Lin Xian was at was completely hit, and in an instant, countless rays of light engulfed the place completely. The terrifying aura was enough to tear any saint venerable into pieces. The thousand-eyed stone golem laughed loudly. What's the use of reminding him, he can't dodge at all, this is the strongest eye. This brat is dead, his Rinnegan and Dragon Sword inheritance are all mine. The thousand-eyed stone golem was very happy. Although it had an extraordinary origin, it was also very jealous of the Rinnegan and Dragon Sword. If it could get it, who would be its opponent in the future? However, at this moment, a voice came from the front. Your power is indeed terrifying, but it's not possible for you to kill me. What? You're still alive? Impossible, the thousand-eyed stone golem's pupils shrank. It was really crazy, the other party definitely couldn't block that attack. Illusion, this must be an illusion. However, it realized that a black vortex suddenly appeared in the terrifying energy in front of it, and then it kept spinning. Everything was swallowed up by it. In the vortex, a figure walked out. It was Lin Xian. In Lin Xian's hand, there was a black jar that was floating up and down. There was a mysterious face on it that made one's scalp tingle. The black vortex, the terrifying jar, the thousand-eyed stone golem was also stunned. In the next moment, it let out a mournful roar. Heaven-swallowing jar. Extreme weapon, you actually have an extreme weapon. It was as if it had seen the most unbelievable thing. It turned and ran. However, it was useless. The terrifying power in the distance made it dare not run at all. It could only continuously attack. The void above, trying to shatter this world. Shattering the void to escape. However, how could it open the sword world? After a series of attacks, the thousand-eyed stone golem went crazy. The entire sky was terrifyingly quiet. All its attacks were futile. As if it felt despair, the thousand-eyed stone golem turned its head. Its 1,000 eyes were filled with fear. The extreme Dao world was formed by the condensation of several extreme Dao weapons. They would definitely not allow other extreme Dao weapons to enter. For example, the Great Emperor clan, Gu clan, Qilin clan, Kuanping clan, and others were unable to bring extreme weapons in. Moreover, no one had ever succeeded in bringing them in. Therefore, at this moment, the thousand-eyed stone man was so shocked when he saw Lin Xian could use extreme weapons. How did he bring them in? Lin Xian sneered. Idiot. In the extreme Dao world, I naturally wouldn't be able to use extreme Dao weapons. However, this isn't the extreme path world. This is my world. In this world, I'm the king. Naturally, I can use extreme weapons. What? Your world? The thousand-eyed stone man was completely stunned after hearing this. The other party actually had such a strange world. It was too unbelievable. Moreover, this world could be carried around. More importantly, it could resist the influence of the extreme path world. What kind of world was this? Thinking of this, his face became incomparably ugly. He said, "Young hero, stop. I think there's some misunderstanding between us. I'm not targeting you. I just want to get the treasure. Now, I don't want the treasure anymore. Let me go. How about it, we can actually be friends." He was actually begging for mercy now. If others saw this scene here, they would definitely be stunned. How terrifying was the thousand-eyed stone man? Previously, when he was surrounded by countless experts, he could still deal with it calmly. Now, he was actually begging for mercy in front of Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian sneered. "Oh, you're going to beg for mercy? Why didn't you beg for mercy before? If I didn't take out these trump cards, I would have been killed by you. Do you think begging is useful?" Lin Xian held the heaven-devouring jar and walked forward. An extremely cold killing intent appeared on his body. The thousand-eyed stone man gritted his teeth. Damn it, he was no match for him at all. He couldn't tear this world apart. He was no match for the heaven-devouring jar. Therefore, he could only lower his head and beg for mercy. Impossible, because you know my secret. I won't let you go out alive. Lin Xian shook his head. I swear on my heart of the great Tao, I will never tell your secret. The thousand-eyed stone golem said quickly. However, it was useless. He saw that Lin Xian had already raised the heaven-swallowing jar. An extremely terrifying aura of the extreme path emanated from it. If the sky-devouring crown were to unleash its full power, he would not be able to withstand it. No, the vortex that dared to be devoured had already charged out and was roaring madly. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you won't be able to obtain the most important treasure of the slanting moon cave. Hearing this, the black vortex stopped. Lin Xian frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" The thousand-eyed golem smiled. He knew that his words had attracted the other party's attention. If you don't kill me, I'll tell you a secret. I don't need to know. The one-page heavenly book in the slanting moon cave is enough. I can leave once I get it. As for your secret, you can take it to hell. Lin Xian snorted coldly and continued to activate the heaven-swallowing jar. The thousand-eyed golem roared madly. Damn it, he did not expect the other party to be so decisive and not give him any chance. He roared, "I'll tell you a secret. Don't attack first." Lin Xian stopped and snorted. "That depends on whether your secret is important or not. If it's useless to me, I'll kill you without mercy." The thousand-eyed golem could only say that it was extremely important. And that treasure might be even more important than the one-page heavenly book. If you don't believe me, you can go and try after hearing it. If there's no treasure, it won't be too late for you to come back and kill me. Alright, tell me. Lin Xian nodded. He wanted to see what the other party had to say. The thousand-eyed golem said, "I've entered the slanting moon cave once. I discovered that other than the one-page heavenly book, there was something else. The aura emitted from it was even more mysterious than the one-page heavenly book." "What was it exactly?" Lin Xian asked. The thousand-eyed golem shook his head. "I don't know." Lin Xian laughed. "If there was such a good thing, why didn't you take it away when you went in?" The thousand-eyed golem gritted his teeth and said, "I don't have that ability, otherwise I would have taken it away long ago. If you didn't have an extreme Dao weapon, I wouldn't have told you this secret. Only you can take it away." Lin Xian's eyes flickered when he heard that. He said, "You better not lie to me, or else I will make you wish you were dead." The thousand-eyed golem said, "You can suppress me first, then go and snatch the treasure. If you succeed, you can let me go. If you don't succeed, you can settle the score with me." Lin Xian snorted after hearing that, and immediately released a terrifying devouring vortex to suppress it. In the next moment, he walked out of the sword world. After he left, inside the black vortex in the sword world, the thousand-eyed golem laughed. He was extremely pleased with himself. "Foolish human, that thing is not something you can obtain. I'll lure you there and use that power to kill you. At that time, when you die, this mysterious world and the extreme weapons will become ownerless. I can get it." He was too happy. After Lin Xian walked out, he realized that the battle was still going on. He attacked and killed a few of the Hell Devil statues, while the others fled in fear. Heavens, the other party actually came out alive. This was too unbelievable. Could it be that the thousand-eyed golem was killed? Damn it, how could it be like this? The leader of the Hell Golem was terrified. It was too terrifying. How terrifying was the thousand-eyed golem, but it was still unable to do anything to this human. "Run, run quickly." They turned into lightning and quickly fled. The people of the spirit monkey race were overjoyed. "Great, young Master Lin, you came out." They were incomparably happy. When the two of them disappeared together, they started to worry. Could Lin Xian really beat the thousand-eyed golem? In their eyes, it was impossible. But now, Lin Xian had walked out safely. How could they not be happy? "Don't worry, I've already taken care of that guy. You're safe," Lin Xian said. "This is great." Ling Yu and the rest all laughed. But at this moment, the oblique moon cave emitted a ray of light. Little White flew over and realized that it couldn't help the other party. It was so anxious that it stomped its feet. Ling Yu and the rest even soared into the air. "Sister, how are you?" They were extremely nervous. At this moment, Ling Xian's eyes were a little empty. Only the rune between her eyebrows was flickering with an extremely terrifying light. "Young Master Lin, can you save my sister?" Ling Shan and the others were crazy with anxiety. Those spirit monkeys also said one after another, asking young Master Lin to help. Lin Xian said, "Don't worry, let me take a look." He used Rinnegan to investigate. Suddenly, the mysterious rune between Ling Xian's eyebrows bloomed with a terrifying light, as if it could destroy everything. Lin Xian closed his left eye and only used his right eye, Rinnegan. He used the power of reincarnation to the extreme. Only by spinning continuously did he manage to resist the light. There was only one mysterious rune, but it was pulsating non-stop. It was this power that suppressed Ling Xian's soul, causing her eyes to become empty. In the past, she would often fall into a deep sleep. Lin Xian said. "How long has Ling Xian been in this state?" Ling Yue said. "My sister was playful when she was young. She once sneaked into the oblique moon cave. When she came out again, she would often fall into a deep sleep. Sometimes, her eyes would be empty as if she had lost her soul. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He felt that it was similar to what she had guessed. He said, "Don't worry. This rune should be an ancient rune from the Heavenly Book." Ling Shan should have seen a page of the Heavenly Book in the Oblique Moon Cave when she was young and even obtained a rune from it. However, the power of this rune was too great. Ling Shan couldn't resist it at all. She couldn't accept it, so her soul was suppressed and would often fall into a deep sleep. What should they do? Ling Yue and the others were anxious. Although this rune was mysterious, it was very likely to take Ling Shan's life. Lin Xian said. If this rune was separated from Ling Shan, it should be fine. As he said that, his rune again bloomed and formed a hand of the heavenly Tao, grabbing at the rune. He wanted to grab the rune. However, the heavenly Tao rune had a terrifying light. Ling Shan also shook her head in pain. "Sister, how are you?" Ling Yue was anxious. Lin Xian also retracted his hand. He said no. This rune had probably merged with Ling Shan and couldn't be separated. Little White also jumped over and said, "Can't you save her, young Master Lin, please save her." They now knew that Lin Xian was extremely powerful. He could even defeat the thousand-eyed stone man. Maybe he had a way to save Ling Shan. Lin Xian said, "I have an idea. Maybe only by finding the real page of the Heavenly Book can we save Ling Shan. How about this, I'll bring her in to look for it." "Let's go in too," the surrounding spirit monkeys said. Ling Yue shook her head. "No, we have an ancestral rule. We can't enter the Oblique Moon Cave. Young Master Lin, you go in. Bring Ling Shan in and see if there's a way. We'll wait outside." Lin Xian waved his hand and led Little White and Ling Shan into the slanting moon cave. The spirit monkeys outside were anxious. "Do you think young Master Lin can succeed? We can only believe in him and wait here." The entrance to the Oblique Moon Cave was very small. However, the deeper they went, the wider it became. It was as if they had entered another world. After walking for an unknown period of time, the surroundings seemed to be shrouded in darkness. Only the sound of Lin Xian's footsteps could be heard. Just like that, he continued walking. Finally, light appeared in front of him, and he could even hear the sound of a waterfall. A waterfall appeared in front of him. It was like the Milky Way, falling from the 9 heavens. He had no idea where it came from. Lin Xian led Little White and Ling Shan through the waterfall and discovered that there was another world on the other side of the waterfall. There was an ancient tree there. It was extremely ancient, and had experienced countless years, causing Lin Xian to think of the ancient trees in the Sword World. However, the ancient tree in the Sword World had already withered, while the ancient tree in front of him was still growing. Especially when Lin Xian saw the fruits on the ancient tree, his pupils constricted. Bodhi ancient tree, it was actually a Bodhi tree. With a so sound, Little White flew over and used its little claws to grab the Bodhi fruit. Because this thing was extremely precious, it was a top-notch treasure of heaven and earth. However, in the next moment, it was bounced back. The Bodhi tree's body carried an incomparably mysterious power of law, blocking everything. Little White was extremely vexed at being sent flying, and kept waving its little claws. He was fuming. Lin Xian said, "Don't act rashly." He looked around carefully and discovered the Bodhi tree. There was a stone platform below, and a figure was sitting cross-legged on top of it. With his back facing them, he faced the Bodhi tree. The moment that figure appeared, Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Even Little White squeaked, as if he was facing a great enemy. This figure was actually very similar to the thousand-eyed stone man. It was actually a stone man. However, the only difference was that the other party did not have 1,000 eyes on his body, and he even had a stone tail behind him. Was this a monkey? Seeing this scene, Lin Xian immediately thought of Little White. Also, the spirit monkey on the Monkey Mountain, because it was really too similar. Little White also had a puzzled look on its face, and it jumped over with a squeak. He directly jumped onto the stone man's body, then turned his head to take a closer look. In the next moment, he exclaimed, "Are you really a monkey?" Lin Xian was shocked. This was actually a stone monkey. He was really too surprised. He also walked forward and found that the stone man was sitting cross-legged there, his hands forming seals. One hand pointed to the sky, the other to the ground. It seemed to be cultivating, but there was no aura of life on its body. However, there was an incomparable divine power in its body. When Lin Xian approached, he felt as if he was facing a great enemy, as if this was a sleeping primordial beast. It was as if he was facing an extreme weapon that was in deep slumber. Lin Xian's expression changed, and he quickly grabbed Little White, saying, "Don't be rude. Senior, we accidentally came here and disturbed you, please forgive us." Lin Xian bowed respectfully. Slanted Moon Cave, and it was a stone monkey. It was very likely that this was the ancestor of the spirit monkeys. More importantly, this was the extreme Tao world, and it might be a supreme figure. It might be related to a certain supreme weapon in the extreme Tao world. Seeing Lin Xian being so respectful, Little White was also surprised. She blinked her black gem-like eyes and looked carefully. Then, she asked, "Why is he doing such a strange action?" As she spoke, Little White also raised her little paws, one pointing to the sky, the other to the ground. He was very curious, and he felt that it was very fun. However, at this moment, there was a sudden clap of thunder, and Little White was directly sent flying. What happened? Lin Xian was worried, and he quickly went to Little White's side and poured the divine spring of life into her. Little White squeaked and kept scratching her head. "Who hit me?" Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He carefully checked and found that Little White was not injured. However, the sudden appearance of that power had indeed shocked him. He warned, "Don't do that again." Little White was confused. What does that mean? Why can he do it, but I can't? Lin Xian looked at the stone again, and he took a deep breath. He felt a shocking power from the stone monkey. It was obvious that this was an earth-shattering and incredible figure back then. He thought of a possibility when the stone monkey did that. This action meant that he was the only one in the world. You haven't reached this realm, so you can't do this action. At the same time, Lin Xian was even more shocked. He was afraid that he had underestimated the stone monkey's origin. Little White nodded as if she understood. Sensing this aura, Lin Xian's expression completely changed. Because this aura was too terrifying. "Hurry up and leave." He brought Little White and Ling Shan and quickly retreated. In the next moment, the place where he was at collapsed and turned into countless cracks. Not only that, this force was crazily sweeping in all directions. There was no way to resist it. Fortunately, Lin Xian had two peerless movement techniques. One was Shadowless Heaven's Net. Coupled with the demon god's wings, his speed was extremely fast. Only then did he dodge. However, his expression also became extremely ugly. Damn. This place actually had such a dangerous power. The thousand-eyed stone man had never told him before. It was obvious that the other party had deliberately concealed this news in order to catch him off guard and kill him. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He opened the sword world and grabbed the thousand-eyed stone man. The black vortex slowly disappeared. The thousand-eyed stone man laughed out loud. Haha, that brat should have fallen by now, right? He was extremely proud. However, in the next moment, when he saw Lin Xian behind him, his expression changed. Damn brat, you're not dead. Lin Xian's expression was cold. As expected, you were the one who plotted against me. As he spoke, he punched out and forced the thousand-eyed stone man back. The thousand-eyed stone man was sent flying. Its blood and chi churned. It roared crazily. Brat, after leaving that world, do you think you can still suppress me? He wanted to escape, but in the next moment, he saw a stone platform near him. On the stone platform sat a stone monkey with one hand pointing to the sky and the other pointing to the ground. His expression instantly turned ugly. Damn it, it was actually this place. He turned around and fled. However, at that moment, an extremely terrifying power came from inside and enveloped him. With a crack appeared on his body. He was sent flying and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. So terrifying, Lin Xian was also surprised. He had fought with the thousand-eyed stone man before, so he naturally knew how terrifying it was. Not to mention the other party's thousand eyes that possessed countless divine abilities. Just the stone man's physique alone was extremely strong, not weaker than his 9 yang divine body. But now, his defense had been torn apart so easily. It was simply too shocking. The thousand-eyed golem fled frantically, not daring to resist at all. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He took out the Hellfire Dragon Sword and the Spear of Great Destruction. These two sacred artifacts blocked the enemy. You want to leave? Get the hell back in there. After a great battle, he forced the thousand-eyed stone golem back. The thousand-eyed stone golem was attacked again. This time, there were even more cracks on its body. Blood was dripping from many of his eyes. He was severely injured. He was completely terrified. He had been to this place before because he had discovered the secret of one page of the heavenly book. Therefore, he wanted to take it away. But the last time he came, he saw the stone monkey. He was injured in an instant. Although he was also a stone man, and so was the other party, the difference in strength between them was too great. He turned around and fled, not daring to stay any longer. From then on, he didn't dare to come to this place so easily. She didn't expect him to come again today. Furthermore, he had been beaten to this place. Damn it. He was crazy. He wanted to use his 1001st eye, the Holy Spirit Eye of Destruction, the 1001st eye shone again, and Lin Xian also used the Rinnegan at this time, pushing it to the extreme. It turned into a ray of reincarnation light. He took the lead and directly hit the 1001st eye. The Holy Spirit also screamed and retreated. Damn it. He felt that his eye was injured. Damn it, the Rinnegan. At this time, the stone monkey's third attack came from below, filling his body with cracks. No, the thousand-eyed stone golem was completely terrified. He realized that he couldn't escape at all. Was he going to die here? I can't accept this. His body was being torn apart by the supreme power below. Even if I die, I will drag you down to hell with me. The thousand-eyed stone golem was completely crazy. All 1000 first eyes were burning. The last of its strength attacked Lin Xian. A powerful Holy Spirit, attacking with all its might, made Lin Xian feel like he was facing a great enemy. He dodged with all his might, but he was still hit. Cracks also appeared on his body. His entire body was hit and fell from the sky. Yeah, not good. Little White anxiously rushed to save him. He waved a small paw and quickly rushed over. He wanted to save Lin Xian. At this time, the stone monkey's fourth attack came. Little White's pupil shrank. Oh no. Lin Xian's expression also changed. The little guy quickly ran, but it was already too late. That power enveloped them. Lin Xian felt as if he was struck by lightning. He couldn't use any power. This stone monkey's origin was extraordinary. It was too terrifying. At this moment of crisis, the rune between Lin Xian's eyebrows suddenly bloomed, enveloping Lin Xian and the others. The supreme power disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, the world quieted down. They were saved. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Little White also looked at the big eyes, very puzzled. At this time, on the stone platform below the stone monkey, countless runes flickered. Lin Xian turned his head and looked. In the next moment, he was dumbfounded because he found that the stone platform suddenly became bright. There were mysterious runes flickering on it. These runes were very familiar. They were very similar to the runes between Lin Xian's eyebrows. Could it be that this was a page of the heavenly book? It was actually here with the stone monkey. Lin Xian was too shocked. Let's go. He brought Ling Shan to the bottom left. With the rune between Ling Shan's eyebrows, the stone monkey no longer attacked. The page of the heavenly book bloomed with light. Lin Xian used his Rinnegan to explore with all his strength. He wanted to imprint all of these runes in his mind. This process was very slow because these runes were too mysterious. Heavenly Dao runes, each one was incomparably complicated. Even if Lin Xian had an extremely strong eye technique, the progress was very slow. But fortunately, this page of the heavenly book only had a few dozen runes. If there were hundreds, Lin Xian felt that his soul would collapse. But even so, he was afraid that it would take a long time. Lin Xian began to memorize these heavenly Dao runes here. At the same time, the spirit monkeys and others were waiting outside the slanted moon cave. But in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. There was nothing in the cave. No one came out. The spirit monkeys were anxious. Did something happen to young Master Lin? What about Ling Shan? Ling Yu also clenched her small hands. She was also very anxious. But he said that there was no way. They could only wait. Believe in young Master Lin. He was definitely strong enough. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. It was almost a month. Everyone was about to despair. But the only thing worth rejoicing was that Ling Shan's soul jade tablet was not broken. This let everyone know that Ling Shan had not fallen. If not for this, everyone would have rushed in like crazy. Oblique Moon Cave, under the Bodhi tree. Lin Xian was using his Rinnegan with all his might. There was a page of the heavenly book in front of him that was constantly spinning. Whitey was staring at the Bodhi fruit on the Bodhi tree. Every time, he would start to attack. He really did get 2 of them. At this moment, he was still attacking. Ling Shan was at the side and fell into a deep sleep again. The rune between her eyebrows was still flickering. Another month passed. On this day, Lin Xian closed his eyes. His face was incomparably pale. He hurriedly took out all kinds of medicinal pills and heavenly treasures and swallowed them to recover his soul power. His eyes were really in too much pain. There was no helping it. The heavenly Tao runes in the page of the heavenly book were really too magical. Fortunately, he remembered all of them. There were a total of 49 runes. There was a divine ability recorded on it called the Heavens of the Heavens Battle Diagram. It was very terrifying. Lin Xian was still unable to use it now. However, after he cultivated it, he should be able to use it. Moreover, he had also found a way to help Ling Shan. Lin Xian waved his finger and struck out a law that surrounded Ling Shan's body. Ling Shan flew forward. The rune between her eyebrows suddenly merged with the page of the heavenly book in front of her. In the next moment, a mysterious power appeared. Lin Xian also took a few steps back and watched quietly. The rune returned to its position. The heavenly Tao rune between Ling Shan's eyebrows slowly disappeared. However, the missing rune of the page of the heavenly book lit up again. In the next moment, the page of the heavenly book entered the stone tablet and disappeared. Thank you, Senior. Lin Xian bowed deeply towards the stone platform and the stone monkey on it. At this moment, the stone monkey's mouth suddenly raised into a smile. He didn't know if it was an illusion or Lin Xian's misconception. Lin Xian was stunned. In the next moment, he felt that the stone monkey's hands could split the world. A cloud of mist spread over and enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt the world spinning. He cursed inwardly. What kind of formation mechanism was this? If the stone monkey really attacked him now, he really wouldn't be able to defend himself. Fortunately, he didn't feel any danger. Only the cloud slowly disappeared. When Lin Xian saw his surroundings again, he was stunned. This was because he realized that this place seemed to be a large hall. Furthermore, it was an extremely terrifying palace. This was because the hall was filled with engravings of dragons. Tyrannosaurus rex, wyverns, sea dragons, all kinds of dragons were vivid and lifelike. Not only were there diagrams, but there were also dragon corpses. 10,000 dragons were crawling here. The dragons circled around each other. Each of them was incomparably terrifying. The aura on them was abnormally cold. The corpses of these dragons were made into a small mountain, and on the top of the mountain lay a figure. It was a man wearing an ancient Taoist robe. His eyes were closed, and there was no aura coming from him. Lin Xian was astonished when he sensed this scene. There was actually someone else, other than the stone monkey, there was actually someone else in the Oblique Moon Cave. However, when he carefully sensed it, he also gasped in shock. There was no life force, no soul. Was he dead? Lin Xian was surprised. Who was this man? Whether it was the stone monkey or this man, they were very similar to the quasi-emperor corpses he had seen in the Yuhua immortal dynasty. There was an extremely terrifying aura on them. In fact, they were even more terrifying than the quasi-emperor corpses. But he didn't know if they had reached the great emperor realm. Because that realm was too terrifying. He couldn't judge. But in short, they were definitely powerhouses who had surpassed the sage realm. Lin Xian didn't dare to investigate carefully. After all, such a person had long surpassed everything. No one else was allowed to investigate. Even if Lin Xian had the Rinnegan, he didn't dare to. It was just that he was curious. There were so many corpses of dragons here, and some of them were even crawling at the feet of the other party. Could it be that this man was a powerhouse of the dragons? Could it be the Dragon Emperor? Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. He had killed the Dragon Prince. If it was the Dragon Emperor, he would have revived and fought him to the death. Thinking of this, Lin Xian felt a little guilty. He cupped his hands and said, "Sorry for disturbing you." Then, he turned around and wanted to leave. But at this moment, a loud dragon roar sounded from his body, and the great dragon sword soul instantly flew out. Lin Xian was too shocked. What was going on? He didn't summon the great dragon sword soul. Moreover, this slanting moon cave was also an extreme realm. How did the great dragon sword soul come out? It was too unbelievable. Before he could react, the great dragon sword soul swung its tail and flew directly towards the man on the dragon mountain in front of him. Lin Xian's eyes almost popped out. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that the Dragon Emperor really wanted to snatch his great dragon sword soul? Lin Xian was on the verge of facing a great enemy. If that was the case, he had to fight even if he had to. He walked forward. As soon as he took a step, Lin Xian felt an overwhelming force pressing down on him. Cracking sounds could be heard from his body. It was too terrifying. What a terrifying Dragon Dao aura. Although the giant dragon in this hall was a corpse, it was probably an extremely powerful existence when it was alive. It was a power that countless people looked up to. After death, it was still not destroyed. Lin Xian felt that it was difficult to take a step forward. At this moment, the great dragon sword soul in front of him turned into a dragon's shadow and circled around the white-robed man. There was a trace of sadness in his low roar. Lin Xian was stunned. He stopped, not knowing why the great dragon sword soul was like this. However, he also felt a trace of sadness. He didn't walk forward anymore. Instead, he waited quietly. The great dragon sword soul in front of him turned into a dragon's shadow and stayed on the white-robed man for a while. Suddenly, it raised its head and waved its dragon claws. It grabbed the black jade ring on the white-robed man's right thumb. Then, the dragon swung its tail and flew back into Lin Xian's body. A black jade ring appeared in Lin Xian's hand. This ring was incomparably deep and emitted a mysterious aura. Lin Xian was stunned. What was the meaning of this? The great dragon sword soul went forward just to take back this ring. What kind of ring was this? Lin Xian probed and found that he couldn't see through it. It was too mysterious. All of this was strange. Lin Xian felt that it was not good to stay here for long. He had a feeling that there was a terrifying and destructive power under this calmness, which made him frightened. So, he decided to leave. His body swayed, and he flew into the distance. The surrounding fog condensed again and shrouded him. Soon, Lin Xian disappeared from the hall. The entire hall fell silent again. Not long after, a terrifying power appeared in the surroundings. The entire hall shook violently, and countless large cracks appeared in the surrounding void. Especially under the ground, an abyss appeared, followed by a claw. It was a dragon claw. The purple dragon claw was covered with scales and was incomparably sharp. On the claw, there was an extremely terrifying aura. It even had the power of the extreme path. The sudden appearance of the claw was too terrifying. It was enough to destroy everything. At this moment, the white-robed man on the dragon mountain. There was still no movement. However, the countless dragons below him let out a deep roar. Suddenly, a monstrous aura swept in all directions, forming a peerless array. The array was formed by 99 million dragons. The moment it was formed, it charged towards the giant claw below the ground. The giant claw below the ground was sealed. Her figure slowly disappeared as if she had never appeared. Everything returned to calm. All the silhouettes disappeared, and the entire hall became quiet again. At this moment, the white-robed man on the dragon mountain moved his finger gently. At the same time, a voice sounded between heaven and earth. "Is he here?" The voice was very ethereal. It disappeared in an instant. It was as if it was an illusion. Lin Xian did not know that such a mysterious and terrifying thing had happened after he left. At this moment, he rode on the clouds and left the mysterious palace. When he appeared again, he found that he was beside the Bodhi tree. The stone monkey was still sitting there, one hand pointing to the sky and the other to the ground. It was still emitting a terrifying message. However, because Lin Xian had already read a page of the heavenly book, it was no threat to him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian did not leave. He sat cross-legged under the Bodhi tree. There was no Bodhi tree, nor was there a mirror. Comprehending here made Lin Xian's heart as clear as a mirror. He decided to comprehend the heaven's battle map here. Beside him, Ling Shan fell into a deep sleep. At this moment, she had recovered from her illness. She would not suddenly faint again. It was rare for Little White to be quiet. He came in front of the stone monkey and lay there, staring ahead with his black gem-like eyes. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Lin Xian's body seemed to have been petrified. He did not move at all during these 3 months. It was not only him. Little White was the same. On this day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The dust on his body made cracking sounds. Everything dissipated and he returned to his clear state. Lin Xian stood up. So this was the heaven's battle map. It was indeed magical. During these 3 months under Bodhi, his cultivation had progressed by leaps and bounds. Calculating the time, it was time to leave. This was because he still had the most important thing to do, and that was to head to the extreme Dao Valley for the final battle. Lin Xian stood up and bowed to the stone monkey again. "Let's go," he said, waving his hand. Whitey also waved its little paw at the stone monkey in front of it, then left reluctantly. At this moment, the surrounding clouds once again spread out and formed a cloud under Whitey's feet. These auspicious clouds were like cotton candy, making Little White very happy. She jumped up and down, her big eyes squinting into crescents. Lin Xian was also astonished. This mist was definitely extraordinary. "Little fellow, hurry up and thank Senior." Little White waved its little paws. "Yeah, thank you." Then, with a wave of his claws, the cotton cloud under his feet instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he finished reading. It was so fast that it could definitely catch up with his demon god wings. The demon god wings was a Thearch's ability. This cotton cloud was indeed extraordinary. Lin Xian also brought Ling Shan and flew out. Outside the slanted moon cave, the spiritual monkeys were still waiting patiently. A few months had passed, and there was still no news of Lin Xian and the rest, making them extremely anxious. However, on this day, a stream of light rushed out from inside. Then, it turned into a cloud of cotton and rushed into the sky with the little monkey. "They came out, someone came out." Those spiritual monkeys also exclaimed. Not long after, they saw a second figure appear. It was Lin Xian. "Young Master Lin, you're out." Those spiritual monkeys rushed over. Ling Yu even came over personally. "Young Master Lin, are you all right?" "That's great." "Right, how's my sister?" Lin Xian put down Ling Shan on his back and patted her gently. "Still sleeping? Wake up." Ling Shan opened her big eyes and blinked. "Where was this?" Lin Xian said. He was already fine, and he wouldn't faint again in the future. He didn't say the details, but those spiritual monkeys were overjoyed. "Thank you, young Master Lin." Ling Yu and the rest quickly bowed, but Lin Xian waved his hand to stop them. Then, he took out 3 Bodhi fruits and said, "This is for you." Bodhi fruits. Those spiritual monkeys were shocked. Ling Yu also said, "This is too precious." Lin Xian said, "This belongs to your slanted moon cave. It belongs to you. Also, I have to thank you properly this time." "Alright, I won't stand on ceremony." Ling Yu took it. Lin Xian was right. He had gained a lot from this slanted moon cave. First, he got a few Bodhi fruits. Then, he got a page of the heavenly book's heaven's battle map. He even saw a mysterious stone monkey and a white-robed man surrounded by dragons. More importantly, he got a mysterious ring from the white-robed man. Although he didn't know what the ring was for, it was definitely extraordinary. This caused Lin Xian to be astonished. Who exactly left behind this oblique moon cave? Could it have something to do with the stone monkey? As for the white-robed man, who was he? Lin Xian felt that all of this was a mystery. After staying in the Monkey Mountain for another 2 days, Lin Xian left. Ling Shan and the others were reluctant to leave. However, they knew that a top genius like Lin Xian wouldn't stay in one place. Moving forward was his goal. Lin Xian left the Monkey Mountain and flew all the way. He was going to rush to the Extreme Dao Valley with all his might. Extreme Dao Valley, the center of the Extreme Dao world. At this moment, countless people were rushing over from all directions. These days, each of them had a fortuitous encounter. After all, the Extreme Dao world was very mysterious. There were opportunities everywhere. It depended on whether you were strong or not and whether you had the luck. At this moment, there were already people outside the Extreme Dao Valley. These people all stopped outside. There were a few heavenly steels around, connecting heaven and earth. On the heavenly steels, ancient names were engraved. These were the rankings of the Dragon Transformation Station. Those who were on the rankings were the most dazzling existences in the entire universe. At this moment, everyone looked up at these rankings. They were incomparably shocked. They wondered who would be able to make it on the rankings this time. To be engraved on the heavenly steels and be passed down for thousands of years. This was definitely the greatest glory. Buzz, between heaven and earth. Rays of light appeared one after another. Terrifying flames swept across the 9 heavens. The fire Qilin had arrived, bringing with it tens of thousands of flames. On the other side, thunder filled the sky, turning into a thunder godlike figure. It was the Double Crown King, the Thunder King. There were also black flags that filled the sky, sealing heaven and earth. A man in a black robe was the Double Crown King, He Qi. There were also people with an indestructible aura. They were the emissaries of the Indestructible Three. The third emissary, the second emissary, and the fifth emissary. Even the first emissary had arrived. The first emissary was incomparably powerful. He had arrived early. At this moment, he was standing in front of a heavenly steel with his hands behind his back. No one dared to approach him. The strength of the first emissary was terrifying, but there were still people who dared to fight against him. On the other side, a hazy figure appeared. This person's body was intertwined with the great Tao, as if he was the only one in the world. He had the innate Tao body. Apart from him, there was another person. Although he was wearing plain clothes, no one dared to underestimate him. Many people even looked at him with fear in their eyes because he was a light-shaking realm cultivator. During this period of time, Yao Guang had swallowed many experts, causing everyone to feel afraid. Apart from the light-shaking realm cultivators, the other experts and geniuses had also arrived. However, there were much fewer people than before. There were only about 100 of them. The others had either been eliminated or killed. In short, they couldn't come here. Among them, Yan Ruyu, Morong Qingqing, the Dark Red Dragon, and the others had all arrived. They looked at each other and sighed in relief. Fortunately, they could participate in the final battle. Why hadn't older brother Xian come yet? Morong Qingqing frowned slightly. The Dark Red Dragon said, "This brat should be fine." When the people from Eternal Mountain saw this, they sneered. "I think he might have encountered some accident and can't come." The others' eyes also flickered. That's right, they hadn't seen Lin Wudi yet. Many people were looking forward to it. It was better if Lin Wudi didn't appear. Because the other party was indeed too terrifying. Without such a peerless expert, they would be able to reduce some of the pressure. However, they were destined to be disappointed because the next day, Lin Xian arrived. A black bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Lin Xian arrived. His expression was incomparably calm as he arrived at the surroundings of the Extreme Dao Valley. He looked at those people and was surprised. These people's auras were much stronger than before. Obviously, these people had fortuitous encounters. However, the number of people was much less than before. Among them, he saw many familiar figures. It was time to settle some grudges. A trace of coldness appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Older brother Xian. Morong Qingqing and the others waved their hands. Lin Xian landed. How was it? He asked. Morong Qingqing and the others said that they had all improved recently. Older brother Xian, your aura has also become stronger. Lin Xian nodded. He had indeed had a fortuitous encounter. At this time, Morong Qingqing said, Brother Xian, look at the heaven monument in front of us. What was that? Lin Xian was taken aback. He looked ahead and was dumbfounded. Morong Qingqing said from the side. These were the people who had made it onto the rankings in the past dragon transformation battles. Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised. These were all experts of the past. He carefully observed them. Suddenly, he was stunned because he found a familiar name on the nearest heaven stele. Xiaojiu ranked first. It was actually Elder Xia. Lin Xian was too astonished. It seemed like Xiaojiu was also an existence that swept through the world back then. The other party was the number one in the dragon transformation station. After all, he had defeated countless experts from all over the universe. However, even such a person couldn't become a great emperor. He knew that Xiaojiu wasn't a great emperor. Lin Xian felt a bit of pressure. He continued to look at the heaven monuments. Suddenly, he was startled because he saw a name on another sky stele. This heaven monument wasn't recent. It obviously wasn't from the past 10,000 to 20,000 years. It was from an even older time. The name he saw was also ranked first. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. This was his father's name. However, it shouldn't be. His father should be from the same era as him. Even if there was a difference in era, he should be someone from 10,000 years ago. However, he actually appeared 100,000 years ago. Could it be that they only had the same name? They weren't the same person. Lin Xian was extremely confused. Thinking about it, he hadn't seen his father for a long time. However, his father's strength seemed to be on par with Wine Lord and the others. He probably had a lot of secrets on him. Although Lin Xian was very suspicious, his instincts told him that Lin Zhan, who was ranked first on the sky monument, was most likely his father. Lin Xian clenched his fists. His father and Xiaojiu had both reached the first place of the heaven monuments. This time, he would also reach the first place of the heaven monuments, and, there's no need to look. Your name won't be on the rankings. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. Lin Xian turned around and frowned. The person who spoke was a man in black armor. He should be the third envoy. His aura was even stronger than the fourth envoy. However, Lin Xian wasn't afraid now. He sneered. You're not my opponent at all. He looked around and stared at the first envoy. Interesting. You should be the first of the 10 envoys. Only you are qualified to be my opponent. Damn brat. How dare you look down on me? The third envoy was furious. The second envoy's face was also cold. The other party had even skipped over him. Did this mean that the other party didn't take him seriously? You want to challenge our big brother? What a joke. Why don't you defeat us first? The second envoy took a step forward, and his power exploded. I can suppress you with one hand. As for the first envoy, he still had his hands behind his back. Obviously, he didn't take anyone seriously. The Fire Qilin also narrowed his eyes. There were really many geniuses. If it wasn't for this battle, who would be able to reach the first place of the heaven monuments? Although he was the emperor, he also felt the pressure. There were several people who threatened him. For example, the first envoy of Mount Eternal. He was unpredictable. There was also the born Taoism aptitude. His great path aura was too strong. Other than that, there was also Yao Guang. He didn't know how strong she was now. Lin Xian was also a huge threat to him. Other than that, there were other experts. Every one of them seemed to have a trump card. They couldn't be underestimated. After waiting for another 3 days, the number of people was almost enough. No one would come again. At this moment, a few extreme weapons appeared again. There was also the 8 trigrams diagram, the destruction spear, and the treasured bottle of life. They appeared in the void and looked down. Not bad. You came on time, and there are more of you than I expected. It seemed that this was really a golden age. The destruction spear also snorted coldly. Alright, let's not talk nonsense. Next, the final battle will begin. As he spoke, he unleashed a destructive power toward the extreme Dao Valley. The extreme Dao Valley kept shaking. Around the extreme Dao Valley, 9 stairways appeared. At the same time, a destructive aura spread out, forming a destructive cloud that enveloped the stairways. The destruction spear's voice rang out. The 9 stairways led to the interior of the extreme Dao Valley. Only 3 people could pass through each stairway. Those who successfully passed through the stairway and entered the extreme Dao Valley. They could enter the final ranking battle. The others would all be eliminated. Everyone gasped when they heard that. There were too few spots. There were so many experts and geniuses here. Hearing the rules of the battle, many people's faces became extremely ugly. However, some people laughed. The third emissary snorted coldly. There were indeed a lot of people. It was time to clean up some ants. His eyes bloomed with a biting cold light. The other people also felt their scalps tingle. There were still 4 people in Mount Eternal. They were the first emissary, the second emissary, the third emissary, and the 5th emissary. If these 4 people joined forces, then the other party could completely monopolize the celestial stairway. However, there were also some people who sneered. They knew extreme weapons would never allow such a thing to happen. Indeed, the destructive war song said, "Don't worry, I won't let you join forces. I will separate the people you know." Hearing this, many people breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they were not surrounded by others, then there would be no problem. Lin Xian also looked at Morong Qingqing and the others. He said, "You must be careful." They nodded. Next, the black tortoise bloomed with the 8 trigrams, emitting a terrifying light. It enveloped heaven and earth. Okay, now it begins. With that, these people were enveloped by the power of the 8 trigrams and entered different celestial stairways. The emissaries of Mount Eternal were sent to different celestial stairways. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing were also separated. Everyone else was sent in. Of the 9 celestial stairways, only the top 3 could successfully pass. Therefore, as soon as everyone entered, they frantically flew to the top of the celestial stairway. But not long after, they frowned because there was a destructive fog around them. This was an extremely terrifying force, so they had to be careful. Therefore, their flying speed was very slow. Moreover, the celestial stairway was wider than they imagined. Maybe they would encounter other people at any time. Lin Xian also entered the celestial stairway. He entered the 6th celestial stairway. After entering, he felt the destruction around him. The fog enveloped him. It made him feel the pressure. However, the current Lin Xian was much stronger than before. The destructive fog could not hurt him. His right rinnegan bloomed with light. Lin Xian walked forward. He was exploring the road. After flying for about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Lin Xian stopped, because he met a person. That was a human figure, its appearance indistinct. Because of the destructive mist, it was impossible to see clearly. However, Lin Xian's soul could see clearly. It was a woman with delicate and pretty features. She was wearing clothes, and the sound of water could be heard from her. He should be a water elemental genius. The daughter of the river diagram also stopped. She also saw a figure in front of her, emitting a powerful aura. He didn't have Lin Xian's rinnegan, so he couldn't see who his opponent was. However, he was very confident in his own strength, so he said coldly, "No matter who you are, it's your bad luck to meet me. Then let me send you out of the game." As he spoke, he struck out with his palm. A stream of river water seemed to have transcended time and space and surged over. It swept towards Lin Xian like a galaxy. It was extremely vast. Lin Xian was also surprised. What a terrifying power. Clearly, those who could reach this step were not weaklings. They were all top-notch powerhouses. Although he didn't know this person, the other party's strength was very strong. Thinking of this, Lin Xian punched out. The 9 suns' divine fire turned into a sun and swept in front of him. The confrontation between fire and water, these were 2 completely opposite laws. So at this moment, when they collided, they restrained each other. Fire? No matter what kind of fire you are, I will destroy you, the daughter of the river diagram snorted coldly. With a wave of her jade-like hand, the monstrous water of the river diagram quickly swept over. This was more terrifying than countless galaxies. However, Lin Xian's 9 Suns' divine fire was also extraordinary. This was the most yang power in the universe. It kept spinning, and the surrounding river water seemed to be evaporated. Damn it, how could it be? The daughter of the river diagram's pupils shrank sharply. She was restrained. What kind of flame was this? I don't believe it. He waved his palm, and it turned into 24 galaxies, forming a mysterious diagram. This was the river diagram, like a sky diagram, pressing down from the sky, covering Lin Xian's sun. Suppress, the river diagram suppressed the sun. The daughter of the river diagram's lips curled up. No matter how strong the other party's flame was, it was no match for him. Lin Xian's eyes burst with a shocking light. He continuously punched out. The 9 Suns' divine fist turned into golden crows one after another, sweeping between heaven and earth. At this moment, thousands of rays of light flew out. The whole world turned into a sea of fire. The momentum was vast and shocking. The river diagram was suppressed in an instant, and he was sent flying backward. The daughter of the river diagram's blood was also boiling. Her face was pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Damn it, how could it be? The other party's flame power was actually so powerful. Who exactly are you? Fire Qilin or burning incense? In his opinion, these were the only people who possessed such terrifying flames. Lin Xian was stunned after hearing that. You can't see me? Although there was a destructive mist, Lin Xian could see the other party. The other party couldn't see him. Obviously, without a powerful eye technique, it was impossible to see the enemy clearly. The daughter of the river diagram's expression also changed. If you can see me, it means that you have a terrifying eye technique. With such terrifying flames, could it be that you are Lin Wudi? Previously on the Sea of Misery, many powerhouses and geniuses had fought. Some of the powerful physiques and divine abilities were naturally remembered by others. Lin Wudi's powerful strength was naturally remembered by countless people. The daughter of the river diagram guessed the other party's identity at this moment. She gasped. She didn't expect it to be him. That's right, it's me, Lin Xian said with a smile. Lin Wudi, I admit that your flames are very strong, but now is not the final battle. There is no need for you and me to fight to the death. First, get the stairway, and the top 3 will enter the finals. Let's fight again. With that, she turned around and soared into the air, flying off in a certain direction. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't chase after her. The other party was right. The most important thing now was to pass the stairway. He stomped his foot and turned into a black lightning bolt, flying quickly into the distance. In addition to Lin Xian's side, the other people were also climbing the stairway quickly. Many of them encountered each other. After a great battle, some people were defeated, but they weren't so lucky and were directly eliminated. For a while, people were constantly being eliminated, and the number of people was getting fewer and fewer. Outside the extreme path world, the powerhouses of the Monarch clan, the clan of the ancients, and the great sects were still waiting. At this time, they found that another person had been eliminated. They asked and found out that the people inside had already begun fighting near the extreme path valley. It was clear that the finals were about to begin. I wonder who will be able to enter the final round. All of them started to get nervous. In the 6th stairway, Lin Xian continued to move forward. His speed was not slow. Suddenly, his expression changed. His body swayed, and he was pushed back. At the place where he was standing, a bolt of lightning struck down, piercing through the void. Lin Xian retreated. His expression was cold. Who is it? Come out. A cold shout spread throughout the surroundings. Beside him, a figure walked out and sneered. Not bad. You're actually so smart to be able to avoid my trap. It really surprised me. But it's a pity that you met me, so be obedient and be eliminated. If you eliminate yourself, you won't be injured. If I make a move, I won't be able to kill you, but I can still make you suffer. The cold voice made one's scalp tingle. Terrifying thunder surrounded heaven and earth. It was so terrifying. Could it be that Thunder King? He knew that there was a double-crowned king, but he felt that the aura was not the same. He activated his Rinnegan and looked forward. He found that it was not the double-crowned king, but someone else. This person looked middle-aged, and the lightning on his body was very terrifying. Not only that, but there was also an extremely terrifying flame flickering on the other side of his body. However, he did not feel the power of the flame. It was obvious that the other party was suppressing the power of the flame, preparing for a surprise attack. What a sinister guy. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. If he didn't know the other party's background, he might really be injured by the power of the flame. He would suffer a big loss. Unfortunately, Lin Xian's eyes were enough to see through everything. Lin Xian sneered. Who do you think you are? How dare you eliminate me? Get out of my sight now, and I can spare your life. You're courting death. From your voice, you must be a young genius. Stupid thing, go to hell. The middle-aged man snorted and waved his hand. In the sky, hundreds of thunder bolts descended with the power to destroy everything. This aura was very oppressive, causing people's faces to be filled with despair, and their bodies to shake. However, Lin Xian only sneered. His shadowless was extremely fast, leaving behind countless afterimages. These thunder strikes struck his afterimage, and Lin Xian charged forward. The middle-aged man didn't dodge at all. Instead, a cold smile appeared on his face. He was waiting for his opponent to engage in close combat, because he still had a powerful force that he hadn't used yet. That was the power of fire. He was from the Thunderflame clan. Furthermore, he was an extremely terrifying elder of the Thunderflame clan. He was the Thunderflame 8th elder, and his strength was extremely terrifying. If he could successfully enter the rankings in this battle, then when he returned, he would be able to enter the top 10. Then, he would be able to successfully become the new patriarch of the Thunderfire clan. The Thunderfire clan was an extremely powerful clan in the myriad of worlds. Not only did it possess the power of thunder, but it also possessed the terrifying power of fire. Furthermore, the two powers had perfectly fused with their bodies. Now, it was only using the power of thunder to suppress the power of fire. The purpose was to set up a trap and make the other party careless. At the crucial moment, it would launch a sure-kill attack. In the next moment, he sensed the other party in front of him. Although he didn't know who the other party was, it didn't matter. The other party was bound to lose this time. Looking at the other party's punch, he unleashed a terrifying thunder strike. It transformed into a claw of a thunder beast and clawed over. At the same time, he formed a seal with his left hand, and an extremely terrifying claw of fire condensed on it. All of a sudden, he charged forward. Haha, go to hell. Even if the other party was an experienced expert like him, this sudden sneak attack would definitely defeat him. Not to mention a young man who didn't have much experience. Boom. Boom boom, two deep sounds rang out, and the surrounding void was torn apart, and countless large cracks appeared. A storm spread out in all directions with the two as the center. Elder Thunderflame was stunned. How was this possible? He was stunned. Because he realized that his claw of fire had hit the front, as if it had hit a mountain. It didn't injure the other party. How was this possible? He was stunned. Could it be that his sneak attack didn't succeed? He realized that there was a pair of black seals in front of him, standing there like an ancient demonic mountain. The demonic aura emitted from it made his scalp tingle. Damn it, what's going on? He was dumbfounded. Lin Xian's lips curled up into a smile. He blocked the other party's attack and snorted coldly. Do you think that you can sneak attack me by suppressing the power of the flames, and then injure me? You're too naive. Your little tricks are nothing in front of me. Damn it, this is impossible. How did you know? The Thunderflame 8th Elder had gone completely mad. How did the other party know what he was thinking? Furthermore, he knew everything about it. Damn it. Could the other party read his soul, or could the other party see it clearly? But this shouldn't be. Even with his strength, he couldn't see the other party's image clearly in this fog of destruction. How did the other party see it? Why? Are you surprised? Are you shocked, stupid thing, you dare to go against me with just you? Lin Xian sneered. On his palm, power suddenly erupted, and the demon god seal was blasted out. It shattered the other party's flaming hand. Then, his left hand's 9 suns divine fist sent the other party's thunder flying. Elder Thunderflame was forced back, his hands hanging down. At this moment, cracks appeared on his palm. What a terrifying power. How could it be? He was injured in a short exchange. This person was stronger than him. Who the hell are you? He roared crazily. Suddenly, she let out a miserable shriek. She discovered that a soul attack had come from the front and had directly attacked her soul. He vomited blood and retreated. He was seriously injured. Damn it, the power of reincarnation. You're that Lin Wuti? He roared in horror. Now he finally understood why the other party could see him clearly. Because the other party had the Rinnegan. That was a super powerful eye technique. Only the other party could see it clearly. Thinking of this, his face turned pale. Young Master Lin, misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding. There's fog here, I don't know it's you. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to make a move. How about this, spare my life, and I'll repay you in the future. Repay me? Lin Xian sneered. You said you wanted to kill me before, but now you're begging for mercy. Unfortunately, this is an elimination round, so you're destined to be eliminated. Do you want to do it yourself, or do you want me to send you out? Damn it, Lin Wuti, don't be too arrogant. So what if you can see clearly? If you really piss me off, I'll fight to the death. Elder 8 was also angry. What was his identity? He was the one who was about to become the Thunderflame Patriarch. He was high and mighty. No matter how strong the other party was, he couldn't be so arrogant, Lin Xian sneered. Fight to the death, just you, you're not qualified, get lost. Void God Finger, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, Lin Fan appeared in front of the Thunderflame 8th Elder in an instant. With a point of his finger, Lin Fan shattered the Thunderflame 8th Elder's forehead. The Thunderflame 8th Elder's body was torn into pieces. No, the Thunderflame 8th Elder was terrified. Lin Fan was too strong, he couldn't resist at all. Lin Fan's finger had severely injured him. At the critical moment, he chose to save his life. The protective jade pendant on his body shone brightly. He turned into a ray of white light and disappeared. Some sage blood dripped down from the sky. Lin Xian sneered. The Thunderflame 8th Elder was nothing in front of him. He wasn't worthy of being his opponent. He went on his way once again. Outside the extreme path world, there were some figures standing on a mountain peak. These people were surrounded by powerful thunder and flames. They were from the Thunderflame tribe. At this moment, many of them were discussing in low voices. I wonder how the 8th Elder is doing? An old man asked. Given old 8's strength, he could definitely enter the finals. He might even be able to enter the top 10. It seems like he will definitely become our clan leader in the future. That's for sure. The old clan leader had already said that as long as old 8 could enter the rankings, he would become the new clan leader. At that time, our lineage would dominate the world. The surrounding people's eyes shone with cold light. They were too happy. They felt that they could control everything in the future. However, at this moment, the void split open and a figure retreated. Despicable Lin Wuti, I won't rest until you die. My Thunderflame tribe won't let you off. His voice was like thunder that spread in all directions. The surrounding people raised their heads in surprise. Was that an expert from the Thunderflame tribe? He had been eliminated too. It seemed like he had been eliminated by Lin Wuti again. This Lin Wuti was really arrogant. No matter what your identity or status was. As long as you were his enemy, you would be eliminated. He had already offended many powerful families and sections. However, there were also people who sneered. So what? Lin Wuti could sweep through everything. He was the strongest. These were all Lin Xian's followers. Many of them were experts from the Divine Union. At this moment, they were also incomparably happy after hearing this. It seemed like their invincible alliance master had swept through everyone inside. The members of the Thunderblaze clan were stupefied. Heavens, what did they just see? They saw their eighth elder. Damn it, old 8 had been eliminated. This is impossible, they roared madly. The faces of these people turned extremely ugly. Just a moment ago, they were still fantasizing about old 8 sweeping through the competition, ascending to the finals, and looking down on the world. Their bloodline could also control everything. But now, their dreams were shattered. Old 8 had been eliminated. Not to mention entering the top 10, he couldn't even enter the rankings. Damn it, how is this possible? The eighth elder was very powerful. As long as he didn't encounter the born Taoism aptitude, the first messenger, and a few other people, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. He wouldn't fail at all. Who was it? Who was it? They roared madly. Someone frowned and said. It seemed to be Lin Wudi. That damned Lin Wudi. It's that bastard. Damn it, we'll fight him to the death. These people were also gnashing their teeth. They couldn't wait to rush in and suppress Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't know about this. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He even dared to challenge those emperor clans, let alone the Thunderblaze clan. The Thunderblaze 8th elder's face turned black. He was extremely depressed. Why did he have to meet Lin Wudi? The others also sucked in a breath of cold air. They prayed in their hearts that their experts would not meet Lin Wudi again. In the extreme path world, Bai Susu, who was at the third step of the celestial stairway, had an ugly expression on her face. She had met a powerful opponent, the Fire Qilin. This was the Emperor's son and the Double Crown champion. She had used all her strength but still wasn't a match for her opponent. She was injured and chose to take the initiative to be eliminated. With a flash of light, she came out. After coming out, she sighed. The people of the Divine Union hurried over and asked. What's going on? Who eliminated you? Bai Susu sighed helplessly. It was the Fire Qilin. Hearing this, the others shook their heads. It seemed like they were unlucky. Bai Susu was strong and a young powerhouse. However, she didn't have any chance of winning against the Fire Qilin. Don't worry, you're already very strong. Elder Bai walked out and looked at his daughter. He was extremely emotional. To be honest, she knew her daughter. Even if she was a genius, she wouldn't be able to reach this stage. All of this was because of Lin Xian. It was Lin Xian who had helped Bai Susu reach this stage. One had to know that being able to participate in the Battle of the Realms and enter the Sky Stairway was already one of the top 100 existences in the universe. Although it wasn't on the rankings, it was enough to laugh at everyone. This achievement was 10,000 times greater than what Elder Bai had expected. Bai Susu naturally knew this. However, she wasn't discouraged. Instead, she started to recover and wait patiently. She was waiting for the finals. The people of the Divine Union were looking forward to it. They wondered how the others were doing. This time, apart from Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing, the dark red divine dragon and the toad were also participating. They were also nervous. The toad was very angry at this moment. He was so angry that he stomped his feet. Damn it, he kept spitting saliva. It was highly toxic. However, the person in front of him sneered. So it was a toad. It wasn't tasty. Lord Dog didn't like it. The toad was so angry that he vomited blood. You're the toad. Your whole family are toads. I'm the handsome and invincible toad. In front of him was an extremely strange person. He had a dog's head and was holding a white bone that looked like a mace. More importantly, he was carrying an iron pot on his back and his eyes were glowing. Moreover, the first thing he said was that it wasn't tasty. This made him furious. Was this guy a foodie? Damn dog head, what did you say? The toad stomped his feet in anger. The dog-headed man sneered. Little toad, you're not my match. As he spoke, he waved the bone in his hand forward. It turned into a white bone mountain that descended from the sky. A terrifying sound was heard as the toad was sent flying. The white bone had a mysterious glow on it. Damn it, even a dog head was so powerful. The toad clenched his teeth in disbelief. The dog-headed man laughed. Lord Dog's bone isn't something you can imagine. Woof. Woof, he charged over and bit the toad. The toad was so scared that his scalp went numb. He kept dodging. Finally, he clenched his teeth. "You're ruthless, dog-head, I'll remember you." He crushed his protective jade pendant and turned into a ray of white light before disappearing. Outside, the people of the Divine Union were shocked when the toad came out. He actually came out. Who defeated him? Baisusu also opened her eyes. The toad said, "I was unlucky. I met an expert, a top-notch expert." Who was the expert? The toad's face turned red because the people he had met were not these people at all. He had met a dog head. But what could he say? If he was bitten now by a dog, the people around him would probably laugh their heads off. Therefore, he could only lie and say that it was an expert that he had never seen before. The others exclaimed in surprise. There were experts that they had never seen before. It seemed that there were indeed crouching tigers and hidden dragons here. On the 6th stairway, Lin Xian continued to set off. At this moment, he stopped again. He had met an expert. It was a swordsman. The sword chi on this person's body was so shocking that even Lin Xian was shocked. He did not dodge. Instead, he faced the attack head-on. Because he wanted to compete with the other party in sword techniques. "I am the Thousand Autumn Sword Saint. If you don't want to die, scram." The person in front of him shouted angrily. His body emitted a dazzling sword light that swept in all directions. It was obvious that he was planning to use his name to scare away the enemy. However, it was a pity that he had met Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled. "Thousand Autumn Sword Saint? Let me experience your sword techniques." As he spoke, he used his fingers like a sword and slashed out. This sword carried the vast power of stars. It was as if starlight had descended from the sky. The person opposite him sneered. "So you're also a swordsman." However, it was a pity that he was no match for him in sword techniques. The sword intent on the other party's body erupted. A sorrowful sword intent swept out like autumn water. With a clang, the two sword chi collided with a cracking sound. He had actually blocked it. The Thousand Autumn Sword Saint was surprised. As a top-notch swordsman, he rarely met an opponent in sword techniques. Normally, when he encountered a divine ancestor, he would be able to split them apart with a single sword strike. However, the opponent this time was actually so powerful. "Good boy, who are you? Tell me your name." Lin Xian laughed. "You're not qualified to know who I am now. You'll only be qualified if you defeat me." How arrogant. The Thousand Autumn Sword Saint's expression also darkened. In terms of sword techniques, he did not lose to anyone. His sword chi slashed over again. It carried a desolate aura that was enough to destroy everything. Lin Xian used the 9-star sword technique to fight against it. The vast starlight was incomparably grand. It blocked the ancient desolate aura of the other party. Xianxia sword. At this moment, the Thousand Autumn Sword Saint roared furiously. With a flick of his finger, a long sword appeared in his hand. It was an ancient sword. At this moment, the sword light flickered and turned into thousands of sword chi. 1,000 streaks of sword chi, each and every one of them was incomparably terrifying. They were like divine rainbows that could split heaven and earth apart. This was a unique sword technique known as the Thousand Sword Technique. At this moment, thousands of sword chi swept out in all directions, all slashing towards Lin Xian. 9-star alignment. Feeling this sword, Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. He shouted loudly, "Good." Then, the sword chi in the sky turned into 9 stars and connected with each other to form a spatial sword. The space god sword slashed forward and collided with the Xianxia sword. The boundless sword chi hammered down from the 9 heavens, sweeping out in all directions. At this moment, the entire world shook violently. After one sword strike, the Thousand Autumn Sword Saint's chi and blood surged. He had actually blocked his 1,000 sword technique. It was truly unbelievable. "Who are you?" he roared again. Lin Xian was also shocked. How terrifying. This sword saint was not ordinary. The 9-star sword technique was a sword technique that he had created himself. Its power was also extremely terrifying. Very few people could block it. This time, the other party was actually able to block it. Interesting. The corner of his mouth curled up. Then, he followed up with another sword strike. His sword technique suddenly became strange. In an instant, he appeared behind the other party. A Jura sword technique, a sure kill sword. Not good. The Thousand Autumn Sword Saint's face changed. The other party's sword technique was majestic and profound. But now, it was strangely carrying an extremely strong murderous aura. This sudden change did not allow him to react at all. He was sent flying by the sword. One of his arms fell off, and his blood dyed the world red. He let out a blood-curdling scream and quickly retreated. A top-notch assassin. Then, there were two more sword strikes. One of them was aimed at his forehead. The other was aimed at his heart. The two swords were extremely fast, like lightning. The Thousand Autumn Sword Saint used his protective sword chi to block. An intense collision sounded. He was beaten until he kept retreating and vomited blood. Damn it, he couldn't attack at all now. He could only passively defend. Moreover, the other party's sword was becoming more and more terrifying. Another sword strike. It pierced through the top of his head. Not good. He raised his sword to block. Clang. His arm was shattered. The sword had cleaved him into two halves. His body turned into white light and disappeared. When he came back to his senses, he found that he was already outside the extreme path realm. Damn it, I actually lost, he roared at the sky, and the sword chi on his body swept in all directions. The people waiting outside were so scared that their scalps went numb. They all retreated. Damn it, what a terrifying sword intent. Who is this person? His sword technique is too terrifying. He's a peerless swordsman. I've heard of this person. He's called the Thousand Autumn Sword Saint. He's very terrifying. It's said that even the sacred ancestor couldn't block a single strike from him. How did he get eliminated? Who was the one who did it? Countless cries of surprise sounded. An Emperor clan elder came to ask. The Thousand Autumn Sword Saint's face was cold. He said, I don't know who it is. After saying that, he turned around and soared into the sky, disappearing. The surrounding people were stunned. They didn't know who it was. What did he mean by that? However, when they asked, they found that he had disappeared. Could it be that there was an even more terrifying expert inside? Lin Xian also withdrew his sword. After eliminating his opponent, he continued on his way. Half a day later, he stopped again. His expression became extremely strange. He didn't find any enemies. Instead, he smelled a fragrance. That's right, the smell of barbecued meat. What's going on? Lin Xian was stunned. How could there be barbecued meat in this world? Could it be an illusion? He used his Rinnegan and found that there was indeed someone busy in front of him. It was a person with a dog's head. In front of him was a large iron pot. Something was stewing in the iron pot. An aroma came out of it. Lin Xian was dizzy after seeing that. Someone was stewing meat here, and it was a dog's head. Who was looking at Lord Dog? At this moment, the dog-headed Taoist suddenly raised his head. A shocking light flickered in his eyes. He directly tore the void apart. Lin Xian was shocked. This person's soul was so strong. He could actually discover him. In the next moment, Lin Xian raised the corner of his mouth and walked forward. You're really carefree. I'm hungry too. Give me a bite. After saying that, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the iron pot in front of him. The dog-headed Taoist was stunned. Then, he struck out with his paw. You dare to steal Lord Dog's food? Are you tired of living? With a clang, the two collided. The dog-headed Taoist retracted his paw. She cried out in shock. What a hard hand. Are you made of stone? Not good, not good. She quickly shook her head. I'm not interested in you. Hurry up and leave. Lin Xian was also shocked. The other party didn't lose out after colliding with his divine body. It was obvious that this person's physique was very strong. Lin Xian stretched out his hand again and grabbed forward. He grabbed a piece of demonic beast meat from the pile. It was already very fragrant. He took a bite and nodded his head in satisfaction. Not bad. The dog-headed cultivator was furious. If this Lord Dog doesn't flip out, do you think I'm a sick cat? He waved his hand and the iron pot surged forward. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. Then, the dog-headed cultivator waved his hand and released a terrifying flame. You're going to be stewed. The flame in front of him burned and made gurgling sounds. The dog-headed cultivator coldly snorted. How is it? Now you know the consequences of messing with me. You want to fight with this Lord Dog? You're overestimating yourself. The dog-headed cultivator coldly laughed. However, at this moment, a voice came from the iron pot. I'm afraid that your iron pot won't be able to hold it. Then, a clanging sound was heard and the iron pot was sent flying. F***ck, my elixir killed the demonic beast, you ate it all. The dog-headed cultivator was shocked. At the same time, he was also surprised. The strength of the person in front of him was too terrifying. One had to know that his iron pot was actually a terrifying weapon. His flame was even more terrifying. Even a divine ancestor would be turned into a meal if he was enveloped by it. However, the opponent was completely fine. Make your move. Show me your true strength. Lin Xian walked over with large strides. Terrifying sword energy revolved around his body. However, the dog-headed cultivator coldly snorted. He carried the iron pot and clenched his teeth. Despicable brat, this Lord Dog has no food to eat today. Just you wait. I'll deal with you after I'm full. After saying that, he barked and turned into a ray of light, disappearing. What a strange fellow. Lin Xian shook his head and continued on his way. Finally, he reached the top of the stairway. He took a step and entered the valley. At the same time, other people also entered the other stairways. When the last person on the stairway entered, a loud voice rang out between heaven and earth. At the same time, the destructive halberd exploded with power. Now, all the spots on the stairway had been used up. Everyone else had been eliminated. What? Some of the people who were still trying their best to advance on the stairway heard this and their expressions changed. Have all the spots been filled? Were they eliminated? No, I can't accept this. Roars rang out one after another. However, it was useless. Each stairway only had 3 slots, and they had all been used up. The others were all teleported out. Outside the extreme Dao world, rays of light appeared one after another. This sudden change caused the others to cry out in alarm. What was going on? Why did so many people suddenly teleport out? After coming out, those people roared towards the sky. Damn it, I can't accept this. Just a little bit more and I would have gotten a spot. Were all these people eliminated? The surrounding spectators were truly shocked. What kind of battle had taken place inside? At this time, a ray of light rushed out from the extreme Dao gate, forming a light screen. A scene appeared, and the Yi clan's people cried out in alarm. The members of the Fire Qilin clan also raised their heads and looked over. At this moment, everyone looked at the light screen in front of him. They discovered that a valley had appeared in front of him. It was the extreme Dao Valley. They were all shocked. Was the final battle about to begin? Those who were eliminated gritted their teeth and were unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. They could only accept this reality. One by one, they descended with gloomy expressions. They all wanted to see how the people inside would fight. In the extreme Dao Valley, there were 9 stairways, and 3 figures stood on each of them. There were a total of 27 people. These people had successfully entered the finals, which meant that they were on the leaderboard. These people's names would be engraved on the divine steel this time. However, this was not the end. There was still the final ranking. The top 10 had some rewards, especially the reward for the first place. That was something left behind by the great emperor. The goal of some top-notch powerhouses was to get first place. At the very least, they had to get into the top 10. They had to succeed. At this moment, an extremely terrifying light burst out from those people's eyes. At the same time, the 27 people who succeeded quickly looked around, looking for their opponents. Many people's faces darkened when they saw Lin Xian. Damn it, that kid was still here. Lin Xian also looked around and saw some familiar people. For example, Yao Guang, Hua Qilin, and the others were all here. There were also a few attendants from Mount Eternal who came in. At the same time, he saw Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, and the dark red dragon. He waved at those people. Big brother Xian. Morong Qingqing and the others were also happy. Damn it, it should be you. At this moment, the dog-head-loose cultivator looked at Lin Xian and gritted his teeth. He was on the 6th stairway. Other than him, there was Lin Xian and a woman. That woman shouldn't be the one who fought with him, so it should be Lin Wudi. He stared at Lin Xian and bared his fangs. Lin Xian looked at him and smiled. He walked over and patted the dog-head-loose cultivator's shoulder. Are you full? The dog-head-loose cultivator shouted angrily. Not yet. You knocked over my food. Lin Xian smiled. Why don't we have a meal now? You provide the pot and the food. I'll provide the flame. The dog-head-loose cultivator snorted and put down the pot on his back. Then, he took out a few demonic beasts from his storage ring and quickly cleaned them up. Then, he threw them into the pot. Lin Xian smiled. He waved his hand and the 9-yang divine flame began to burn. Not long after, a fragrance filled the air and spread in all directions. When the people on the stairway saw this, their eyes widened. Heavens, what is the meaning of this? This is the final battle, and you're actually eating and drinking here. This Lin Wudi is really arrogant. Some people who knew Lin Xian frowned. However, what shocked them even more was that the other dog-head-loose cultivator was even more arrogant. He actually carried a pot on his back. What did he think this place was? At this moment, the apex weapon appeared in the sky again. The black tortoise looked down and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He smiled and said, First, congratulations on entering the rankings. Next is the rankings. Everyone had a chance to challenge, and the rankings would be based on victory and defeat. First, the top 10 would be decided. Hearing this, no one was surprised. No matter how they fought, they would go all out. Challenge? The first envoy let out a cold grin. He was just standing there. He wanted to see who dared to challenge him. His body emitted an extremely terrifying undying battle intent that shot into the sky. The people around felt their scalps go numb. This person could definitely enter the top 10. They even felt that he had the strength to enter the top 3. The dog-head cultivator ate even faster after hearing that. No, he had to recover his strength as soon as possible. Lin Xian was also eating calmly at the side, as if he didn't care about the upcoming match at all. The Lady of the River diagram's eyelids twitched. These two fellows were really... He didn't know what to say anymore. She was even a little angry, so she closed her eyes and stopped paying attention. At that moment, the faces of the other people on the stairway to heaven darkened. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Kid, you're still so relaxed here. I'll send you to hell right now. A cold voice was heard. Shocking murderous intent swept towards Lin Xian. Lord Dog glared at the person and said, Leave. He came from you. Don't knock over my food. He protected his iron pot. Lin Xian frowned and put down the stew in his hand. He raised his head and glanced over. It was the 5th emissary of the Indestructible 3. He came to the valley with murderous intent. He pointed at Lin Xian and said, You're here to die. Lin Xian glanced at him and stood up. He laughed coldly. You people from the Indestructible Thousand Mountains are really funny. You said you wanted to kill me, but you were all sent to hell by me. Alright, I'll send you out to meet them today. Lin Xian strode forward. At the same time, the surrounding people looked around. Some of them started to choose their opponents. They chose some weak opponents and eliminated them first. They had to at least enter the top 10. That was what the surrounding people thought. For example, Yao Guang's eyes lit up. He stared at the people around him. Should he find 2 of them and devour their bloodlines? That dog-head cultivator was with Lin Xian, right? He should get rid of him too. There was no need for him to be here. Who did he think he was? Why was he eating and drinking here? Kill him. A middle-aged man soared into the sky and charged towards the dog-head cultivator. You dare to challenge Lord Dog? Do you want to die? The dog-head cultivator was very angry. Last time, his food was knocked over by Lin Xian. This time, someone dared to disturb his meal. He was furious. He picked up the bone beside him and threw it over. A terrifying light exploded. It moved like a mountain, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The middle-aged man was blown into the valley. He spat out blood. However, the dog-head cultivator didn't let him go. He waved his claws and tore him into two. Trash. How dare you disturb Lord Dog? The dog-head cultivator. He looked at the fifth envoy and said, hurry up and make your move. There was a hint of impatience in his expression. At this moment, he was looking at the array formation light screen in front of him. One battle after another was going on. They also cried out in surprise. Was this the finals? It's too powerful. Some of the people who were eliminated sucked in a breath of cold air. They weren't convinced before, but now they realized that the people who entered the final were all extremely terrifying. Even if they went up, it would be difficult for them to deal with them. They might even be defeated in an instant. That's Lin Wudy. He's going to make a move. His opponent is from Mount Eternal. Lin Xian was probably done for. This time, he was out of luck. The 10 great emissaries of Mount Eternal were extremely terrifying. Even the 10th emissary was already so terrifying. How terrifying is the 5th emissary? No matter how strong his comprehension is, can he withstand it? Everyone exclaimed. The Thousand Dragon Dynasty's people sneered. It seems that this kid is dead. The Purple Mansion's people also snorted. They didn't need to do anything. Someone was able to deal with a strong opponent. That was great. However, the 4th emissary of Mount Eternal had a cold expression. He was defeated by Lin Xian. The 5th emissary was about the same strength as him. He was even weaker. It was very dangerous to fight against him now. He could only say, Old Fifth, I hope you won't be careless. The 5th emissary in Extreme Dao Valley made a move. He formed a seal with his palm and struck out a law. The whole world shook violently. It was like a black sea that swept through the 9 heavens. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the area where Lin Xian was. The monstrous black sea water swept through the sky, making everyone's scalp numb. The 5th emissary smiled. This is the eternal ocean. Once the opponent enters, he can forget about coming out. The 3rd emissary and the others also sneered. However, they were destined to be disappointed this time. In the eternal ocean, Lin Xian had already struck out. His golden fist pierced through heaven and earth. It directly pierced through the eternal ocean. Then, he walked out. How is this possible? The 5th emissary's pupils shrank. His expression became incomparably ugly. The 3rd emissary was also stunned. They knew the power of the eternal ocean. Even if the opponent wanted to come out, he would have to use all his strength to burn the law and come out with serious injuries. But now, the opponent pierced through it with one punch. What kind of strength is this? Buzz, Lin Xian's emissary, the shadowless heavens net, instantly arrived in front of the 5th emissary and punched out again. This punch directly hit the opponent's body and sent him flying. Half of the 5th emissary's body was shattered. Sacred blood dripped from the sky. He was completely stunned. He landed in the distance and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. The others also cried out in alarm. The spectators outside were even more in an uproar. The expressions of the people from Mount Eternal changed. How could this be? Was the gap so big? The 5th emissary was careless. The 4th emissary's expression was incomparably solemn. This guy was even more terrifying than when he met him. The 5th emissary stood up. He roared at the sky, and inextinguishable power surrounded him. His body was repaired. At the same time, he shouted angrily. All kinds of laws flew over in an overwhelming manner. Light surged between heaven and earth. Lin Xian sneered. He waved his hand, and the Taiji diagram rotated. A terrifying yin and yang aura swept through heaven and earth, striking out between yin and yang. At the same time, he soared into the sky like a giant dragon. His fists danced, and the entire world was constantly shattered. The yin and yang sword blocked the opponent's law divine ability. He then attacked the 5th emissary. With another 2 punches, the 5th emissary was torn apart. It shouldn't be the umpteenth time that she felt despair. She felt that the opponent's fists were too terrifying. He couldn't resist the opponent at all. The opponent had completely surpassed him. He turned around and fled. Lin Xian sneered. He kicked out and sent the opponent flying again. Then, he formed a seal with his palm, forming a few suns and directly suppressing them. Boom boom boom, the entire extreme Dao Valley was completely enveloped by the light of the sun. Everyone closed their eyes. This power was really too terrifying. Damn it, how dare you, the third emissary roared crazily. He sensed that the fifth emissary's aura had disappeared. Were the others also exclaiming that they had been eliminated? When the light in front of them disappeared, they carefully looked over. The fifth emissary was nowhere to be seen. Only Lin Xian was standing there with his hands behind his back. Lin Xian looked around and sneered. Mount Eternal was too weak. Was there no one who could fight? Brat, are you courting death? The third emissary roared crazily. The second emissary's eyes were also filled with cold killing intent. I'm going to kill you myself. Lin Xian ignored this threat and returned to the stairway. The surrounding people were also surprised. One had to know that the fifth emissary was also very powerful. However, he was completely suppressed by Lin Xian. He was easily eliminated in a few moves. How powerful was Lin Wudi? They couldn't see through him. Some of the experts furrowed their brows tightly. This was truly a peerless enemy. Outside the extreme path world, those from Mount Eternal were also gritting their teeth. Damn it. Half of the emissaries on their side were eliminated by Lin Wudi. Don't worry, the first 3 emissaries were very powerful. As long as one of them met the other, he would be killed. Lin Wudi and the others clenched their fists. They were waiting for that moment. The other people were also fighting. What was more shocking was the battle between He Qi and the four-handed Divine Lord. He Qi was an expert who had been asleep for tens of thousands of years. He had 7 black flags beside him that could suppress and seal everything. The four-handed Divine Lord was a veteran divine ancestor. His 4 arms danced like thousands of lightning bolts that swept across the starry sky. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. Multicolored light danced in the sky and swept through the 9 heavens. The surrounding people were also shocked. However, in the end, the four-handed Divine Lord was defeated. He was suppressed and sealed by He Qi's flag and was completely eliminated. Countless people looked at He Qi in surprise and gasped. This person was also very terrifying. He had the possibility of entering the top 10. Morong Qingqing and the others also made a move and eliminated their opponents. They displayed their powerful strength. After the battle, everyone returned to the stairway. Now, the number of people had been reduced by half. After that, everyone became very careful because those who stayed behind were all experts. They didn't dare to be careless. They were already very close to the top 10. It was not easy to eliminate even one of them. In particular, there were a few figures that they absolutely could not challenge. For example, the number 1 emissary of Mount Eternal had been standing there with his hands behind his back since the beginning. No one dared to challenge him. In addition, there was also the light-shaking realm cultivators. They didn't want to become food for the other party. The born Taoism aptitude was also extremely terrifying. Just the great path on his body alone was enough to make them feel as if they were facing a formidable enemy. There were also a few people who were very terrifying, such as Lin Wudi. They didn't dare to challenge him rashly. There was also the dog-headed Taoist. The other party was too strange. Before he figured out the other party's trump card, he probably wouldn't dare to act rashly. At this time, Xiaoying stood up and told the people around him to keep an eye on a figure. Let me see how terrifying you, the legendary Thunder King, are. When these words were spoken, the crowd was in an uproar. Heavens, Xiaoying actually wanted to fight the Thunder King. These two people were both double champions who had been asleep for tens of thousands of years and had now awakened. The battle between these two people was absolutely terrifying. The Thunder King also stood up and snorted coldly. As you wish. The Thunder King's lightning was very terrifying. It was as if he had turned into a thunder god. On the other side, Xiaoying's figure was blurry. He should be an expert of the speed illusion type. In the next moment, Xiaoying moved. In an instant, he formed 3 phantoms and directly attacked the Thunder King. He tore apart the Thunder King's sea of lightning. The laws in his hands turned into sharp blades and mercilessly slashed down. The Thunder King roared angrily. His palms split open the sky and turned into 2 thunder mountains. The large hammers bombarded in all directions. A deafening sound rang out. The surrounding people were shocked. Lin Xian was also surprised. It seemed that Xiao Ying's strength was stronger than before. It seemed that the other party had obtained a Bodhi fruit before and didn't use it anymore. The Bodhi fruit was very precious. The power contained in one was very terrifying. Xiao Ying's strength had greatly increased. Did the Thunder King have any fortuitous encounters? The Thunder King roared. His Thunder King's lightning contained a violent and destructive power. Moreover, he was an expert who had awakened from a deep slumber. How could he be weak? At this moment, his attack contained earth-shattering power. Thunder interweaved in the sky as if it was going to destroy the world. On the other side, Xiao Ying was like a ghost. He held a shadow divine saber in his hand and swept across the sky. The two were evenly matched in the battle. Xiao Ying seemed to be suppressed. The surrounding people were discussing spiritedly. That was indeed the case. It seemed that the Thunder King was sweeping in all directions. Xiao Ying just kept dodging and occasionally struck out a few moves. However, Lin Xian frowned. He could see that the Thunder King's situation was very bad. In such a top-level battle, with such a terrifying consumption, the Thunder King had probably fallen into a trap. More importantly, Xiao Ying definitely hadn't used his full strength. He was waiting. Therefore, Lin Xian felt that the Thunder King was probably going to lose this battle. Seeing Lin Xian shake his head, the He-Tu's daughter was stunned. Then, he said, "It's boring to watch the battle. Let's continue." By now, he could see that the one who had beaten him back then was probably Lin Xian. However, he didn't attack Lin Xian because he felt that Lin Xian could also enter the top 10. He was waiting for the final battle of the top 10. Now, he wanted to eliminate the others. The dog-headed Taoist didn't seem interested in the He-Tu's daughter's attack. He just ate and drank. However, someone had their eyes on him. A person with a ferocious expression floated over like a demon and attacked the dog-headed Taoist. Lin Xian was also curious. What was this dog-headed Taoist's background? The other party seemed to have a very powerful trump card. Lin Xian also wanted to continue attacking because a veteran of the sacred clan had his eyes on him. The sacred ancestor of myriad poison had a very terrifying poison on him. If other sacred lords were to encounter him, they would turn into a pool of blood. It was very terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the battle started again. The dog-headed Taoist was the first to finish the battle. The dog-headed Taoist saw someone attacking. He was furious. "Damn it. Woof woof, I'll swallow you." He opened his bloody mouth and swallowed the world. The king ghost was swallowed up. The next moment, he burped. Everyone was stunned. Was it over just like that? It shouldn't be. With the king ghost's strength, it could definitely tear apart the dog-headed Taoist's body and kill its way out. However, after waiting for a long time, they realized that it was extremely quiet. There was no sign of the king ghost. Wang Gui's defeat was shocking. At the same time, the outcome of the battle on the other side was also decided. Countless people exclaimed. They didn't expect the Thunder King to be defeated. This was really too surprising for them. One had to know how strong the Thunder King was. He swept through the 8 barren lands and even suppressed Xiao Ying to the point that he couldn't fight back. But now, the Thunder King was the one who was defeated. This Xiao Ying was incredible. He had hidden his strength too deeply. Many people exclaimed. Burning Incense and the others frowned. They were all experts who had awakened from their slumber and their strength was about the same. But now, Xiao Ying exploded with such terrifying strength. It was obvious that he had obtained many opportunities before. With a victorious smile, Xiao Ying returned to the stairway. He had obtained the 2 Bodhi fruits previously. How could he not be strong? This time, he could definitely enter the top 10. He even felt that he could fight for the top 3. Lin Xian had already guessed that the Thunder King would be defeated. So, he wasn't surprised. He stared at the old man in front of him. The old man was wearing a green robe and his body was poisonous. He smiled. Kid, admit defeat obediently. Otherwise, you will turn into a pool of blood in my hands. Lin Xian sneered. Seeing Lin Xian's disdainful expression, the myriad poison Saint Tomb snorted and stretched out his hand. The palm was poisonous. Even the divine ancestor didn't dare to fight back. He directly enveloped Lin Xian. This myriad poison Saint Lord wasn't ordinary. His poison was terrifying. The spectators exclaimed. If one was touched by the poison, they would die. They didn't know how Lin Wudi was going to fight back. Although his physique was miraculous, he was afraid that it would not be able to completely withstand the poison. As soon as they arrived, the sounds of discussion could be heard. Lin Xian's body flashed. He used Shadowless Heaven's net and disappeared. With this palm strike, the place where he was originally standing turned into a black hole. It was corroded by the poison. Lin Wudi dodged. He didn't use his divine body to fight back. This meant that his divine body couldn't block the poison either. Countless exclamations rang out. The eyes of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty's people were filled with killing intent. This kid was going to die in this battle. For example, the people from the Golden Crow clan were also sneering. Sure enough, Lin Xian kept dodging, and the 10,000 poisons in the sky kept descending. Every strike caused a black hole to appear in the void. One could only imagine how terrifying he was. After 10 moves, the myriad poison saint snorted coldly. Kid, you don't even have the courage to fight. Even if you keep running, you will be defeated one day. Lin Xian stopped and looked ahead. Escape? You're wrong. I'm waiting for you to use your ultimate move. 10 moves have already passed. Your strength is only SOSO. Then this battle could end. The sacred ancestor of myriad poison was infuriated. Are you looking down on me? He snorted coldly, and the power in his body exploded once again, sweeping through the surroundings. Since that's the case, I'll let you know how powerful I am. The universe of poison. Kid, I've used this poison to destroy 5 worlds in an instant. Let's see how you'll block it. A black ball of light appeared in his hand. There were extremely terrifying laws revolving around it, and even some terrifying ones were emerging. The surrounding people all felt their scalps go numb. They all retreated, and even used their laws to block. They knew that the myriad poison saint was going to use his ultimate move. This time, Lin Xian was really going to die. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. He didn't even move. His right eye, the Rinnegan, was completely open. Reincarnation spirit destruction, an extremely terrifying light suddenly erupted from his eye, like an aurora lighting up the night sky. In an instant, everyone's souls were about to be extinguished. The sacred ancestor of myriad poison on the opposite side screamed. Before he could use his universe of poison, he fell on his back. Just now, his soul was severely injured. His soul cracked, and the pain almost made him die. In the next instant, he turned into a white light and disappeared. Was it over? Everyone was stunned. He had ended the battle with a single glance. Had this guy's eye techniques become even more terrifying than before? Many people stared at Lin Xian, their scalps going numb. If they were the ones facing this kind of eye technique, would they be able to withstand it? It seemed that in the future, when facing Lin Wudi, the first thing they needed to do was defend their souls. How pitifully weak. Lin Xian shook his head and turned around. The battle continued. The Fire Qilin began to search for enemies to fight. On the other side, Yao Guang also began to attack. His appearance caused everyone to lower their heads. They were terrified. Please don't choose me. No one wanted to become an enemy of a light-shaking realm cultivator. Yao Guang turned around and stared at Lin Xian. He narrowed his eyes. There were rules to the competition. Although he could freely challenge anyone, those who had just finished fighting were protected by the rules and couldn't continue to fight. As such, Yao Guang had no choice but to choose Lin Xian. However, his lips curled up as he stared at another figure on the sky staircase. Rainbow Phoenix, your bloodline should be quite good. come out and fight. Everyone was stunned. What? He actually chose Morong Qingqing. Even Morong Qingqing frowned. Lin Xian's pupils contracted. He suddenly stood up and stared at Yao Guang. Are you looking to die? Yao Guang laughed. Are you worried that I'm going to attack your woman? Don't worry. I'll kill him first, then send you to hell. You'll be reunited there very soon. His laugh was extremely cruel. Damn, this guy was too arrogant. The dark red dragon also gnashed its teeth. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. He looked at Morong Qingqing. However, she said, Brother Xian, I can handle this one. Be careful. Lin Xian is worried. Morong Qingqing nodded. I don't have confidence in defeating him, but it's also impossible for him to swallow me. Morong Qingqing walked out of the extreme path realm. The people outside were also in an uproar. They were surprised that the Rainbow Phoenix was in danger. Yao Guang was probably going to swallow another peerless expert. The Rainbow Phoenix was Lin Wudi's woman. Yao Guang was obviously targeting Lin Wudi. Countless voices rang out. The people from the Purple Mansion sneered, while the people from the Divine Union were extremely worried. The people from the Phoenix clan had also arrived. The old Phoenix squinted at the array light screen in front of him. Would Qingqing lose? He didn't think so. He had confidence in Qingqing. The Rainbow Phoenix was a very ancient and mysterious bloodline of the Phoenix clan. It wouldn't be defeated so easily. The emissary from Mount Eternal sneered at the end. Good idea. It seems like we have to kill Lin Wudi's companions first. She stared at Yan Ruyu, the dark red dragon, and the others. Lin Xian was completely enraged. Lin Xian's voice was like thunder, spreading in all directions. The surrounding people were also surprised. Heavens, Lin Wudi still wanted to fight, it was too unbelievable. He had just finished a battle and hadn't fully recovered yet, but he wanted to continue fighting. There were rules. For people like Lin Xian, they had just finished a battle and others couldn't challenge him. But he could challenge them. Under normal circumstances, no one would do so. Because those who were still here were all top-notch experts. Fighting with such people would consume a lot of energy in every battle, so they had to recover quickly. If they couldn't fully recover, they would be at a disadvantage in the next battle. Now, Lin Xian didn't care about this at all and wanted to challenge the third emissary. The third emissary sneered after hearing this. Couldn't wait to die, I'll fulfill your wish, he flew out and sneered. I'm afraid you don't dare. If you don't dare, you think too highly of yourself. Lin Xian rose into the air and went directly to the battlefield. He was completely angry. These people wanted to attack his companions. He couldn't stand it. He would send the 10 emissaries of Mount Eternal to hell. It was a shocking battle. The battle between Yao Guang and Morong Qingqing, and the battle between Lin Xian and the third emissary were all exceptional battles. They all watched with wide eyes. The third emissary sneered. Kid, don't try to use your eye techniques to attack me. Because my soul is also terrifying. A black light appeared in his eyes. A monstrous soul power swept out. Countless people were surprised. What a terrifying soul aura. It seemed that Lin Wudi had met his match this time. His soul was powerful, but it was unknown who was stronger between him and the third emissary. The third emissary sneered. Inextinguishable flame. He unleashed a terrifying soul flame and charged over. Everyone quickly retreated and defended their souls. The aura emitted by this flame attack made them feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Inextinguishable flame swept through the sky and enveloped Lin Xian. The surrounding people sneered. This kid was going to be unlucky. The people of Mount Eternal snorted coldly. That was for sure. The soul of the 30th emissary was terrifying. It was called the Inextinguishable Eye, and it was definitely not something that the kid could resist. With a boom, the world spun, and the phantoms of 6 worlds surrounded Lin Xian. It blocked the inextinguishable flame. Lin Xian raised his head and closed his left eye. The Rinnegan bloomed with a terrifying light. There were mysterious laws and runes circling it. So what if it was the inextinguishable eye? Be destroyed. With a furious roar, an illusory eye appeared in the sky. A hand of the heavens stretched out from the eye and slapped down. Boom boom boom, the undying flames in the surroundings were all slapped away, and some were even extinguished. Everyone was shocked. What a terrifying eye technique attack, is this the legendary Rinnegan eye? It was really terrifying. Rinnegan or immortal eyes, which one is stronger? Everyone was Xian. The third messenger also stared coldly at the other party's eyes. Rinnegan, so what? It's just an eye. Can it block my undying eye, inextinguishable eye, blade of the soul? The black runes in his eyes rotated and then condensed to form two blades of the soul. The terrifying light slashed forward. The blade of the soul was thousands of meters long and carried an incomparably terrifying message. It could easily split the soul of a divine ancestor in half. At this moment, everyone cried out in alarm. The people watching the battle outside were also shocked. Mount Eternal was too terrifying. Each of the 10 emissaries was incomparably terrifying. They were double champions, and each of them had a different power. What kind of person stood behind Mount Eternal? Even the people from the imperial clans were frowning deeply. Yan Ruyu, the dark red divine dragon, and the others all sucked in a breath of cold air. They couldn't help but worry about Lin Xian. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the two blades of the soul that slashed at him. He snorted coldly. Reincarnation tunnel. There was a cracking sound under the ground. Two huge shields rose into the air and blocked in front of Lin Xian. With a boom, the blade of the soul slashed on the reincarnation shield, emitting an earth-shaking sound. Countless laws circled around, causing the entire valley to shake violently. Everyone was shocked. Could he block it? The second emissary narrowed his eyes. The third emissary's blade of the soul was very terrifying. That kid definitely couldn't block it. The others also thought so. However, when the light disappeared, they were stunned. They found that the reincarnation shield was standing there without any cracks at all. It actually blocked the attack in the soul. Damn it! How was that possible? The second emissary was shocked. The third emissary's face was also cold. Lin Xian stood behind the reincarnation shield and laughed. Is that your attack? You can't even break my soul defense. Too weak. Too weak. Hearing this, the surrounding people went crazy. Who would dare to say such a thing? Even those veteran divine ancestors were sweating cold sweat. Only Lin Xian dared to say such a thing. However, Lin Xian did have the qualifications because he blocked such a terrifying soul attack. Despicable kid, are you challenging me? Well, I'll let you see my strongest soul ability. The third emissary was also completely furious. He kept forming seals with his hands. In his eyes, black runes jumped rapidly and then turned into a magical pattern. Eternal eyes, darkness descended. A cold voice sounded. At this moment, the sky and the earth turned into darkness. It seemed that even the light had disappeared. Even those supreme weapons were surprised. It was a little interesting. The people watching the battle outside exclaimed in shock. Their array formation's light screen was pitch black. They couldn't even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. They couldn't see anything. The people of Mount Eternal laughed. It was too good that darkness had descended. This time, Lin Wudi could really go and die. They had absolute confidence in this move. In the darkness, the third emissary's cold voice sounded. Lin Wudi, you should be proud of yourself for being able to die under this move. There was an extremely terrifying power in the darkness that rushed over. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. They couldn't see it, but they could feel it. Under this soul attack, no matter how strong a person was, it would be difficult to resist. This time, Lin Xian was really in danger. Lin Xian stood in the darkness. Her brows were tightly knitted together. The other party's eternal eyes were indeed terrifying. Was it the strongest absolute art? He snorted coldly and formed seals with his palms. The reincarnation eye bloomed again. Reincarnation, human path. As soon as his voice fell, the right eye of the reincarnation eye began to spread with the eye as the center. At this moment, Lin Xian seemed to have turned into the king of reincarnation. The reincarnation fist. This was not a fist technique of the Six Paths sect, but a fist technique formed by the power of reincarnation in the reincarnation eye. Together with Lin Xian's divine body, it was extremely powerful at this moment. Lin Xian seemed to have turned into a true reincarnation body. Boom! Darkness descended, and the entire world turned black, as if it was ink. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers. However, at this time a roar sounded, followed by the shaking of the void. Then, the darkness was pierced through, and a ray of light shone in. Then, countless cracks appeared in the darkness, and with a crack, it shattered like glass. The whole space was completely broken. This scene was really too shocking. The darkness in front of everyone's eyes became bright in an instant. The third emissary vomited blood and flew backward. He covered his eyes and screamed, his voice was miserable. It made people's scalps tingle. Heaven, it was Lin Wudi. They saw in the broken darkness, a person like a peerless god of war sweeping through the 8 wastelands. It was Lin Wudi broke the darkness. Countless exclamations sounded, and the people of Mount Eternal went crazy. This was impossible. These people roared crazily. The darkness was so terrifying that the other party could break it. What kind of power was this? Lin Xian was also surprised. This reincarnation, the human path, was really terrifying. Lin Xian snorted coldly. So what if you have the undying eyes? You are still not my opponent. You have lost this battle. It stepped in the air and rushed forward. The third emissary's soul was injured. His eyes were closed, and he roared crazily. Damn it, I won't lose, he waved his hands. The undying law on his body burned in an instant, and he turned into a flaming figure. The black undying fire jumped, and a terrifying power erupted in an instant. Heaven, his burning law, was he going to go all out? Countless people exclaimed. The power of the third emissary increased exponentially, and he attacked recklessly. Go to hell, turning into a bolt of lightning, he rushed over and killed Lin Xian. So what if the other party had a divine body? So what if he had the Rinnegan? He had already begun to burn his life. He didn't believe that the other party would dare to fight with him. The second emissary frowned tightly. It was really beyond his expectations to be able to make the third emissary go all out. However, the effect of going all out was also very good. At least now the third emissary's strength had really become too strong. His entire body turned into a fire god phantom. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He formed a seal with his palms, and boundless demonic energy gathered. A demonic shadow appeared behind him. True devil, heaven-covering hand. The demonic shadow behind him struck out with a palm. The palm kept growing bigger and bigger, as if it had turned into a part of the sky and was pressing down. In the blink of an eye, it hit the flame and the figure. A clang, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. That figure let out a miserable cry. No, he was suppressed by the black palm and fell down. He wanted to resist and escape, but under this palm, he couldn't escape at all. In the end, he was suppressed. A violent explosion rang out. Everyone looked at the scene in shock. Lin Xian was using the great emperor's ancient scripture. Moreover, he had cultivated it to such a profound level. The demonic shadow behind him made countless people feel as if they were facing a great enemy. When the people of Mount Eternal saw it, their pupils shrank. The second emissary was shocked, and even the first emissary turned around at this moment. A terrifying light burst out from his eyes as he stared at the demonic figure. He was actually able to summon such an existence. For the first time, killing intent appeared in his eyes. He couldn't allow such a person to live. If he had the chance to kill him, he couldn't let him live. The second emissary took a deep breath after hearing this. He said, "Boss, I know." The black palm in the sky slowly disappeared, and the void returned to normal. However, the third emissary's figure was long gone. He had been eliminated. Was he eliminated again? Only 2 emissaries of Mount Eternal were left now. Quite a few of them had been eliminated by Lin Xian. That was simply unbelievable. The people of Mount Eternal gritted their teeth. Damn Lin Wudi. They must kill him. The demonic chi on Lin Xian's body disappeared. His face was cold. This battle should be able to intimidate some people. As he returned to the stairway to heaven, he turned his head and looked into the distance. The battle there had also ended. The Fire Qilin had defeated the enemy and won. However, Lin Xian was most concerned about Murong Qingqing's battle. The battle between Murong Qingqing and Yao Guang was very terrifying. The seven-colored phoenix swept through the world. The phantom of the phoenix roared in the sky. On the other side, the Yao Guang had many kinds of divine abilities on his body. The Yi clan's immortal king phantom, the Gu clan's void divine ability, and even the Golden Crow clan's flames. The Wind clan's storm and the Five Elements clan's five elements power. There was really too much power. Everyone was shocked. How many experts had the Yao Guang clan swallowed over the years? However, the most terrifying thing was the power of the primal chaos. It could split heaven and earth, making people think that the primal chaos physique had been revived. However, Murong Qingqing was not weak either. It could even be said that she was very strong. The phantom of the phoenix on her body swept through the world, and all kinds of divine abilities appeared. Heavenly Phoenix Palm, Flaming Phoenix Finger, Divine Phoenix Fist, all kinds of Divine Phoenix technique. It blocked the Yao Guang clan's attack. For a moment, the two sides were evenly matched. The heavens were too unbelievable. Was this the seven-colored phoenix? It was really terrifying. No wonder the Phoenix clan valued it so much. Countless people were shocked. They knew that the Phoenix clan had the daughter of the emperor, Feng Jiao. However, she seemed to be cultivating in seclusion and had not appeared. Under normal circumstances, if there was a princess, she would be nurtured with all her strength. However, the Phoenix clan was different. Not only were they nurturing Feng Jiao, but they were also nurturing Murong Qingqing. Because Murong Qingqing was a seven-colored phoenix, she had a very special status in the Phoenix clan. The seven-colored phoenix was incredibly mysterious. Outsiders only had a rough idea of who she was. Now that they had seen Murong Qingqing's strength, they finally understood why the Phoenix clan valued her so much. Because she was too strong. She wasn't any weaker than the Empress at all. Yao Guang was the double crown champion and had swallowed many divine abilities. Even so, she was still unable to suppress Murong Qingqing. It was easy to imagine just how frightening she was. Murong Qingqing's expression was incredibly serious. In reality, she had already used all of her strength. Even so, they were only tied. It was impossible for her to defeat her. In addition, Yao Guang's expression was still quite calm. She didn't know if she still had any trump cards up her sleeve. Yao Guang's expression also sank. She hadn't expected her opponent to be so difficult to deal with. The Nine Firmaments sub-emperor's voice sounded out in her mind. Stop fighting. You really can defeat her. However, if you use these trump cards now, others will be careful. When the time comes, the effect won't be as good. I understand. Yao Guang nodded. Her goal was to be number one, so devouring her wasn't that important. He wanted to preserve a few of his ultimate moves and trump cards, waiting for the most critical moment to make his move. After all, whether it was the Born Dao aptitude, Lin Wudi, or the number one emissary, they were all her greatest enemies. She couldn't be careless. She stopped and said, I'll spare your life this time. Yao Guang walked back, shocking the people around her. They didn't expect him to give up on the seven-colored phoenix. She was Murong Qingqing? She was indeed powerful. When the experts outside saw this, their faces were filled with shock. They stared at the Phoenix clan's elder phoenix with confusion and shock. The Phoenix clan actually had such an expert. The elder phoenix and the experts of the Phoenix clan were delighted. They knew that Murong Qingqing wouldn't be defeated so easily. All the other geniuses looked at Murong Qingqing with envy on their faces. If they could be with such a fairy, they would be lucky. But they knew that Lin Wudi was probably the only one who could match up to such a peerless genius. The other experts in the Extreme Path Valley also stared at Murong Qingqing. It seemed that they had overlooked an expert. They had to be careful when they met her in the future. The dog-head cultivator's eyes also lit up. He stared at Murong Qingqing. He kept shaking his wok. This was a phoenix. He didn't know if it tasted good. Hearing that, Lin Xian turned around and glared at him. A trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. At the same time, a terrifying soul aura appeared. Even the dog-head cultivator was shocked. He chuckled. It was just a joke. He wouldn't eat it. However, he would eat someone else. He turned his head and looked at another proud daughter of heaven beside him. She was the daughter of the river diagram. The dog-head cultivator's eyes also lit up. I didn't expect your bloodline to be so extraordinary. Looks like you're not an ordinary human. You should be a strange beast of heaven and earth in the heavenly river. I think you must be very delicious to eat. Hearing that, the daughter of the river diagram's face darkened. You damn dog, what did you say? Do you believe me? I'll tear your mouth apart. The daughter of the river diagram glared at him. Killing intent appeared in her eyes. He actually dared to have ideas about her. How despicable. He took a step forward. The water in the sky swept out like the Milky Way. At that moment, the surrounding people were also shocked. Was another battle about to happen? Daoist dog coldly harumphed. Did he think he was afraid of him? Today, I'll let you know Elder Dog's prowess. He waved his paw and slapped over. The entire area turned dark. It was as if a black mountain had swept across the heavens and earth, colliding with the other party's seawater. Wherever the two of them passed, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Everything was reduced to ashes. The surrounding people were extremely shocked. These two people were indeed terrifying. There were also some people who gritted their teeth. This dog head was too abominable. It wanted to eat everyone it saw. He wondered if he could eliminate him. I think it's possible. The origin of this daughter of the river diagram is very mysterious. She is definitely related to the strong warriors of the celestial river. Countless voices of discussion rang out, and the eyes of the experts of the older generation outside flickered. They were also watching the battle. At the same time, they were also guessing the origins of these two people. The daughter of the river diagram should be the descendant of the master in the celestial river. His bloodline was definitely extraordinary. But what was the identity and background of this dog head? It was so strange, and it dared to be so arrogant. Those Monarch clan experts asked each other for information, but they discovered that they actually didn't know either. For a moment, they were even more curious. In the extreme path valley, after the attack, the daughter of the river diagram retreated. He was shocked. Although this dog head was abominable, his strength couldn't be underestimated. The dog-headed Taoist was even more shocked. You are indeed strong. When I eat you, you will definitely be even more delicious. She laughed loudly and rushed out, the white bone in her hand slashing down in the air. There was a terrifying murderous aura on the white bone. It was too terrifying, as if it could suppress everything. The daughter of the river diagram also shouted angrily. She waved her hand, and the silver river danced in the sky, spinning rapidly as if it had turned into a sky map. It spun in the air, and a mysterious light enveloped the white bone, trying to seal it. The two collided again. The divine might was vast and mighty. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air and retreated. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. To be honest, these two people were very strong. Even he couldn't tell at that moment. However, he was more curious about the dog-headed Taoist. He didn't know if the other party had any trump cards. Is that all you've got? Then, against Master Dog, you're really not enough. Devouring the heavens and the earth. At that moment, the dog-headed Taoist shouted angrily. He opened his bloody mouth and rushed forward. The void boiled, and the silver river spun in reverse. It was as if it was about to evaporate. This made everyone's scalp go numb. Could this guy really swallow an entire world? Why did it feel like he was the same as Yao Guang? Previously, they had seen Yao Guang use the devouring vortex to swallow people. Seeing this scene again, they were also terrified. Yao Guang narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. He knew that the other party's strength was different from his. Although they were both swallowing, he was forcefully obtaining the other party's bloodline and superpower. However, the dog-headed Taoist seemed to only want to eat. Moreover, the demonic heaven-devouring skill was a forbidden martial art. It was impossible for others to obtain power through swallowing. At that moment, the dog-headed Taoist was very strange. His head became extremely terrifying, and under his bloody mouth, even the sky was trembling. The clouds continued to split apart, and cracks appeared on the surrounding mountain peaks. One could imagine how terrifying this attack was. The daughter of the river diagram's face changed. She used the river diagram to block it. However, the river diagram could not seal the other party. It was even swallowed by the other party. The daughter of the river diagram was sent flying while vomiting blood. Her face became extremely pale. She really didn't expect that the other party would be able to devour her exceptional divine ability. At that moment, she was also injured. The dog-headed Taoist snorted coldly. He opened his bloody mouth again and bit over. The daughter of the river diagram's face was pale. If she was swallowed by the other party, it would be difficult for her to escape. She might even be eaten by the other party as food. She did not want that to happen. Damn dog-headed Taoist, I will remember you. Just you wait. The daughter of the river diagram said unwillingly. In the next moment, she crushed the protective jade pendant. Her body turned into white light and disappeared. Was she defeated? Countless people did not expect that the terrifying daughter of the river diagram would be defeated. The powerhouses outside were also shocked. One had to know that she was the descendant of that peerless powerhouse. How could she stop at the top 10? The dog-headed Taoist snorted coldly. Little girl, you ran fast. As he said that, he sneezed and vomited river water that filled the sky. This was formed by the river diagram from before. The monstrous river drowned the 9 heavens. This dog-headed Taoist was too powerful. They must not offend him. Yes, he had the strength to reach the top 10. He could even reach the top 5. Voices of discussion sounded one after another. No one would dare to attack the dog-headed Taoist in a short period of time, right? At that moment, another figure walked out. He was the second emissary of Mount Eternal. The murderous intent on his body was even more terrifying. He was like a killing god. He did not attack the dog-headed Taoist. Instead, he stared at another figure. Lin Wudi, I will let you know what regret is. As he said that, he pointed at Yan Ruyu. It was targeting Lin Wudi again. Countless people were shocked because they knew that the relationship between Yan Ruyu and Lin Wudi wasn't ordinary. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He had eliminated too many envoys from Mount Eternal. He had long become enemies with the second envoy. He wouldn't stop even if he threatened them. He could only look at Yan Ruyu and say, you must be careful. Yan Ruyu nodded her head and walked over. Although she was a proud daughter of heaven, she was facing a great enemy at this moment. She couldn't help it. The power of the second envoy was too terrifying. It had the power to destroy everything. She formed a seal with her palms and many illusions of green lotuses revolved around her. Kill, the second envoy was furious. He let out a long roar and walked forward. He waved his arms and punched continuously. The surrounding void collapsed and the earth cracked. Indestructible fist. Terrifying, incomparably resplendent indestructible intent swept in all directions. Everyone was worried for Yan Ruyu because the second envoy was much stronger than the third envoy. At the same time, they were shocked. How terrifying was the first envoy who hadn't made a move until now? Yan Ruyu also felt a huge pressure. She formed a seal and the green lotuses around her bloomed rapidly. It was as if the world was splitting apart. A terrifying aura swept out to resist the surrounding fists. The collision between the two was like millions of mountains bombarding each other. It was extremely terrifying. Buzz, suddenly, the thousands of fists of the other party merged into one and formed a black stream of light. This attack was truly too terrifying, causing the lotuses around Yan Ruyu to split apart. The entire universe was shattering. Yan Ruyu also spat out blood and was sent flying. The surrounding people were also shocked when they saw the scene. Was Yan Ruyu injured? The people of the Divine Union outside were also in an uproar. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that Yan Ruyu's strength was also very terrifying, especially the green lotuses used by the other party. It was even more terrifying. However, she was still injured by a punch. How terrifying was the second envoy's fist? Looking at this scene, the surrounding people gasped and felt their scalps go numb. One had to know that this was only the second envoy. There was still the first envoy. Could it be that the champion of this battle would be the number one emissary? The experts on the stairway to heaven were also shocked. Lin Xian's face immediately darkened. Extremely cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. Ruwu was actually injured. How hateful. He stared at the second emissary. The second envoy also turned his head to look at Lin Xian as he coldly laughed. Brat, are you regretting it now? You will die without a doubt. No one in the world can save you. Lin Xian's voice was incomparably cold. You want to kill me? Ha 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 ha. The second emissary raised his head and laughed. Cultivate for another 1,000 years. You're no match for me, I'll send your woman to hell first. As he spoke, he turned his head and stared at Yanryu. With a roar, he shouted, don't kill me. The law continued to expand, as if it had turned into an indestructible heavenly saber. He clasped his hands together. It slashed straight ahead. Yanryu's white clothes were dyed with blood, hiding her poignant beauty. In her eyes, stars were also disillusioned. With a wave of her jade-like hand, the blood that dripped down started to spin. Then, it formed a blood-colored lotus, blooming continuously, forming a blood-colored canopy in the sky. A blood sword descended from within, colliding with the opponent's heavenly saber. Monstrous law swept across the sky, and a huge crack appeared once again. The collision of the two was shocking. This Yanryu was also incredible. She could even turn the blood of an injured person into a peerless divine ability. She was truly a god. Seeing that his attack was blocked, the second emissary roared to the sky. Hateful. He originally thought that he could deal with this move. Who would have thought that the opponent actually had another move? Although Yanryu was injured, her expression became colder and colder. She kept waving the blood sword in the sky, mercilessly descending. Every strike carried the illusion of a lotus, which was abnormally terrifying. The blood sword was less horizontal, carrying a biting cold killing intent. The second emissary was really angry. He roared to the sky. With a flip of his hand, a black cauldron appeared in his hand, spinning non-stop. The black cauldron shook lightly, shattering heaven and earth. Those blood swords also kept shattering. The surrounding people were shocked. Weapons appeared. They knew that every emissary had a weapon in their hands, and they were all different. Who would have thought that the second emissary would have a cauldron in his hand? A cauldron had an extraordinary meaning. Anything that was made with a cauldron was an extremely terrifying existence. For example, the Yi family's celestial emperor cauldron. Of course, this cauldron was not an extreme weapon, but it was still an extremely terrifying weapon. They wondered how Yanryu would fight against it. They knew that Yanryu had taken out an extreme weapon before. But now that they were in the extreme Dao world, she could not use her extreme weapon at all. Without an extreme weapon, could Yanryu fight against this black cauldron? This was the indestructible cauldron. The second emissary held the black cauldron with a cold expression. Everything could end now. For him to take out a weapon, it meant that he was completely serious. Those blood swords were all swallowed by his cauldron, turning into blood. They kept on attacking, letting out rumbling sounds. But they still could not escape. Yanryu also waved her jade-like hand, and a green lotus appeared in her hand. She kept swaying it. It was like a weapon. With a light wave, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. The two of them clashed again. Terrifying power erupted once again, shaking the heavens and the earth. Heavens, 100 moves had passed. Countless people exclaimed. The people of Mount Eternal also had extremely ugly expressions. In their opinion, they could finish off their opponent with one move, but the last 10 moves were not enough. But when they took out the indestructible cauldron, they all laughed. Because they knew that the battle would end soon. But now, another 100 moves had passed. The second emissary was completely furious. He slapped the indestructible cauldron with his palm. Endless and mysterious runes erupted on the indestructible cauldron. At this moment, a black palm seemed to have appeared there, holding the indestructible cauldron. That palm was engraved at the bottom of the indestructible cauldron. It could not be seen clearly before. It was only now that it was revealed. What kind of palm was this? It was too mysterious and abnormally ancient, with a prehistoric aura. Not good, Ryu, retreat quickly. When this aura erupted, everyone felt their hair stand on end. Even the Fire Qilin and the others had a drastic change in expression. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. This power was too strong, and it was very strange. This power did not even belong to the second emissary, so Yan Ryu could not block it. He hurriedly reminded her. Yan Ryu's expression also changed. Her figure degenerated into green lightning, shuttling back and forth. The mysterious palm, along with the indestructible cauldron, quickly pressed down. It made heaven and earth dim. This attack was too terrifying. Although Yan Ryu tried her best to block it, the lotus in front of her kept shattering. She spat out a mouthful of blood. In the end, she had no choice but to crush the protective jade pendant. She turned into white light and disappeared. Did she fail? Countless people exclaimed. They didn't expect such a proud girl to be defeated. Lin Xian frowned. Ryu was actually eliminated. A trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. He stared at the second emissary. He wouldn't let him go. The second emissary sneered. Humph, if it weren't for the protective jade pendant, you would have died this time. After saying that, he turned to stare at Lin Xian. Kid, don't look at me with such a murderous gaze, because the next one to be eliminated will be you. An extremely cold light bloomed in his eyes. However, he didn't make a move. Although he won the battle with Yan Ryu, he also used his trump card. The indestructible cauldron and the mysterious hand were very terrifying. He had consumed a lot of energy, so it wasn't suitable for him to fight now. Instead, he turned around and returned to the stairway to rest. As soon as he returned, someone stood out. This person walked over from the second emissary's side. Everyone was surprised. Did someone make a move again? Who was this person? They turned around and found that this person looked extremely ordinary. Even the second emissary was frowning. This person was on the same stairway as him. They belonged to the 9th stairway. He had met this ordinary-looking person before, but at that time, the other party was very fast and disappeared in an instant. He didn't have the chance to make a move. Was this person going to make a move again? Let's see what kind of strength you have to stand side by side with me. The others were also discussing. Lin Xian was stunned when he saw the other party. He was really too surprised. He didn't expect to meet an acquaintance here. And it was an acquaintance he met a long time ago. My name is Chao Tianxing. Who wants to fight with me? The ordinary-looking person in front walked out. He looked around and said indifferently. That's right, Chao Tianxing was the person Lin Xian met in the 2nd star region. At that time, the other party was a top genius of the Limitless sect, which made Lin Xian feel mysterious. Later on, this person disappeared. He didn't expect to meet him here. Furthermore, the other party was actually able to charge into the finals. One could imagine how terrifying the other party's strength was. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He had previously thought that Chao Tianxing was very mysterious, but he didn't know the other party's background. Perhaps he would be able to see some of his opponent's strength through this battle. Chao Tianxing's voice fell, but no one responded to the challenge. After all, they didn't know much about Chao Tianxing. He looked quite ordinary and didn't give off any terrifying aura. But no one dared to underestimate him. The light-shaking realm cultivators were still wearing plain clothes, but killing intent was as easy as chopping vegetables for them. As such, it was impossible to judge a person by their appearance here. Who wants to fight me? Chao Tianxing spoke again. At the same time, he looked over. When he saw Lin Xian nodded. Chao Tianxing also nodded in response. This surprised everyone. Could it be that this person knew Lin Wudi? Killing intent instantly appeared in the second envoy's eyes. Was this Lin Wudi's friend again? Damn it, if he had known this would happen, he would have eliminated the other party earlier. However, he wasn't in a hurry. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. As long as he made a move, he would definitely send the other party to hell. The Fire Qilin also coldly harumphed. No one accepted the challenge. You'd better scram. The other people also discussed spiritedly. They also wanted to see a joke. Chao Tianxing, however, turned his head and stared at the fire Qilin. Do you dare to fight me? Everyone was in an uproar. They thought that Chao Tianxing would go back, but they didn't expect him to actually challenge him. Moreover, he was challenging the fire Qilin. Heavens, the fire Qilin was the son of a great emperor. The double crown king had a terrifying bloodline and divine ability. He cultivated a great emperor's inheritance. Not many people dared to challenge him. But the other party actually dared to challenge the fire Qilin. This was too unbelievable. The fire Qilin's expression also sank. Do you want to die? I challenge you. Do you dare to fight me? Mr. Chao spoke again. The fire Qilin's expression was cold. You want to die? I'll fulfill your wish. He couldn't refuse. Not only were there top-notch geniuses watching, but there were also countless clans and sects watching outside. Could he not fight? If he didn't fight, he would lose all his face. Although the person in front of him was mysterious, he didn't take it to heart. I'll take care of you in 3 moves. The fire Qilin walked out with great confidence. The surrounding people were also shocked. There was a good show to watch. After the fire Qilin came out, he clapped his hands. The sky was filled with flames, and the world dimmed. The terrifying flames flew over, illuminating the 9 heavens and directly enveloping Chao Tianxing. They didn't know how the sky was going to block it. Countless people looked at him in disgust. After all, not many people had seen him fight. Maybe this guy was just bluffing and didn't have any real skills. Boom, intense rumbling sounds rang out, shattering everything. Everyone cried out in alarm. That guy should have been killed, right? However, when all the flames disappeared, they saw Chao Tianxing walking out. He was unharmed. Damn it. What's going on? How did this guy do it? Exclamations rang out one after another. The people outside the extreme path world were also stunned. What kind of divine ability did he use? The experts from the fire Qilin cave also frowned. They felt that the fire Qilin had met a peerless enemy. Chao Tianxing stepped on the flames and extinguished them. He said in a deep voice. You're not strong enough. Show me your real skills. Damn it. How dare you look down on me? A cold light appeared in the fire Qilin's eyes. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. He waved his hand, and a Qilin phantom rushed out. The Qilin was lifelike, and the scene was shocking. The entire sky was completely drowned. There were terrifying rays of light everywhere. At this moment, they were enough to kill all the experts. Boom, Chao Tianxing also made his move. He threw out a punch. With a bang, the Qilin was knocked to the ground. The flames in the sky shook and swept in all directions. Everyone was stunned. This punch was too powerful. God, what kind of physique did he have? Could it be that he also had a divine body in the universe? Lin Wudi's 9 yang divine body, Connate Taoism aptitude, and chaotic body. The Yi family's sacred body. These were all famous physiques in the universe. They were enough to sweep through everything. Could it be that Chao Tianxing also had such a powerful physique? For a moment, countless people were shocked. Another divine body was about to appear out of nowhere. However, Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. That was not the case. He realized that Chao Tianxing didn't have such a powerful physique. There was another reason why the other party could easily overturn the Qilin's flames. Lin Xian was really surprised. He had a guess, but he didn't know if it was right. Because just now, he didn't use his Rinnegan. In the next moment, the light of reincarnation in his right eye was activated. Lin Xian was ready to watch the battle with all his might. Fire Qilin was also surprised that the other party blocked his attack. Damn it, no matter what kind of physique you have, you can't compete with me. As the Imperial Prince, although he didn't have the legendary physique in the starry sky, his bloodline was extremely powerful at that time. He charged out again. His palms formed a seal, and monstrous flames formed a terrifying firestorm. The firestorm swept toward him, and at the same time, Fire Qilin also moved. Qilin trampling the sky, he stomped his foot, shattering the sky. This was the great emperor's ultimate technique, and it was very terrifying. With one stomp, he could turn a divine ancestor into ashes. At this moment, he directly stomped on Chao Tianxing. Everyone became nervous again. When the great emperor's divine ability was used, its power was much stronger than before. Would Chao Tianxing be able to resist it? Chao Tianxing's expression didn't change, and he also punched out. With a loud bang, a sky-shaking sound rang out. He actually blocked the Qilin trample. Countless people went crazy. This Chao Tianxing really had a body. What was going on with him? These people began to discuss, but they didn't feel any terrifying aura. What kind of physique did he have? These people went crazy. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. As expected, he was also shocked. It seemed that this was Chao Tianxing's real trump card. Previously, when he was in the second star region, he met Chao Tianxing. At that time, Chao Tianxing hadn't used such a terrifying ultimate technique. He didn't know what Chao Tianxing had experienced during this period of time, but one could imagine how terrifying Chao Tianxing was now. Just now, through his Rinnegan, Lin Xian saw clearly that Chao Tianxing didn't resist with his powerful physique. Instead, he punched tens of thousands of times in an instant. One had to know that at their level, they could attack many times in an instant. It was easy. In fact, Lin Xian could also release tens of thousands of sword shadows in an instant. In the blink of an eye, countless powerhouses could be turned into ashes. But this was completely different from Chao Tianxing. Tens of thousands of sword shadows shot out in an instant, but the crowd could still distinguish and see. But now, no one could tell that Chao Tianxing had punched out 30,000 times. Everyone thought that the other party had only used one punch. What did this mean? This meant that his opponent's speed was truly extremely fast. Those tens of thousands of fists turned into a single punch. Even the sound of the punch was no different. What kind of speed was this? Lin Xian had never seen the others before, so he probably hadn't seen them either. The fire Qilin was furious. Damn it, Qilin tramples the heavens. The second step came over again, and what he used was the seventh step of the Qilin trampling the heavens. Under 7 steps, heaven and earth would shatter. Nothing could stop him. The power of the second step was even more terrifying than before. There was another deafening clang as Chao Tianxing blocked his fist with another punch. Its power seemed to be increasing as well. On the third step, the fourth step, and the fifth step, the fire Qilin was suddenly sent flying. How could Chao Tianxing's strength be so terrifying? Why do I feel that it's not any weaker than the 9-yang divine body? It was close to the primal chaos body. Could it be that he also had one of the top 10 divine physiques in the universe? Everyone was going crazy. The born Taoism aptitude also burst out with a cold light in his eyes. Because it was one of the top 10 physiques in the universe. Now, another physique that was as famous as it had appeared? But why hadn't he heard of it before? The people outside were also in an uproar. The powerhouses of the fire Qilin cave were all stunned. Damn it, what was going on? The people of the other emperor clans were also discussing animatedly. The face of the emissary of Mount Eternal also darkened. It was him. How could it be? He shouldn't have. He stared straight ahead. On the heaven stairway, the first emissary also turned around. This time, his expression became incomparably solemn. He stared at Chao Tianxing and said in a deep voice. Just now, you punched 1,000,000 times. Didn't you? What? The others were stunned. 1,000,000 times, what kind of joke was this? There was only one group just now. Lin Xian was also surprised. He took a look at the first time. This person was very extraordinary. He actually saw through this at a glance. Indeed, Lin Xian's Rinnegan had just captured 1,000,000 fists in an instant. It made those top experts think that it was a single punch. After hearing this, the fire Qilin was also stunned. 1,000,000 fists? His feet still hurt a little. He couldn't even use his strength. To be honest, he didn't understand whether it was a single punch or 1,000,000 fists. Chao Tianxing looked at the first emissary of Mount Eternal and narrowed his eyes. He said, as expected of someone from Mount Eternal. It seems that you should know my origin. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. The second emissary also asked, Boss, who is he? What's his origin? What kind of body is it? The first emissary took a deep breath. It seems that I was right. He looked at the second emissary and said coldly. He didn't have a divine body, nor did he have infinite strength. The first emissary was stunned. The others were even more puzzled. What was going on? The first emissary snorted coldly. Stupid. I just said that he doesn't have a divine body. His punch isn't as powerful as the 9-yang divine body or the born Taoism aptitude. But not a single punch. 10,000 punches. 100,000 punches. 1,000,000 fists. If these fists were thrown out in an instant and you top experts couldn't tell them apart, how terrifying would the power be? The second emissary was dumbfounded. He had really thrown out 10,000 fists in an instant just now. He was stunned. With his strength, he couldn't tell. The others were even more in an uproar. Impossible, this was absolutely impossible. With our strength, can't we tell 10,000 fists apart? Not. To mention 1,000,000 fists, even tens of millions of fists. He threw out those fists in an instant, and we could all clearly distinguish them. They were all doubtful. The first emissary sneered. What do you bunch of trash know? Those people were angry. Trash, you dare to call me trash? Mars also snorted coldly. He was a dignified emperor who laughed at the world. Now, he was actually being looked down upon. However, he was indeed puzzled now. He said coldly, then tell me, where did he come from? The first emissary stared at him. Chao Tianxing said coldly. He didn't expect that there was still someone alive from the legendary Light Clan who had disappeared. The Light Clan. Everyone was stunned. Even Lin Xian was puzzled. He seemed to have met someone from the Light Clan before. However, the first emissary snorted coldly. Which ones weren't considered the real Light Clan? The real Light Clan was so fast that no one could compare to them. In fact, they were almost there. Parallel to time, they could travel through time. They could go to the past with their speed. Nothing could stop them from going to the future. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They were so fast that they could ignore time. They could go to the past with a flash and travel through the future. God, this is impossible. They roared crazily. Even the great emperors couldn't do it. The first emissary snorted coldly. The great emperors couldn't do it? Do you know the strength of the great emperors? You've only heard of some legends. No one knows how terrifying the great emperors are without reaching that level. Traveling through time. Countless people were shocked. How terrifying was this speed? Even Lin Xian was stunned. Was this the real Light Clan, the people from the Emperor clan outside? After receiving the news, they were also shocked. Light Clan, what an ancient name. The real Light Clan should have been destroyed back then, but there were still people alive. Could it be that he had traveled through time and space and hid in the torrent of time? Someone frowned. But no matter what, Chao Tianxing was a member of the Light Clan. When this identity was revealed, everyone was stunned. Especially after seeing the other party's strength, they were even more shocked. Fire Qilan's expression was cold. So you're a member of the Light Clan. But so what? A clan that was no longer around. You alone can't cause any trouble, I'll eliminate you today. Your Light Clan has become history, so don't come out again. Fire Qilan roared angrily. Qilan technique, he roared towards the sky and transformed into a Qilan. The terrifying Qilan flew out. This sound shook heaven and earth. The scalps of the surrounding people went numb. They exclaimed softly. Quickly seal off their hearing. This sound could directly make their ears bleed. One after another, the powerhouses sealed their hearing. However, Chao Tianxing was still not afraid. Since he had already revealed his identity as a member of the Light Clan, there was nothing to hide. He stood there and didn't seem to dodge. However, the truth was that he was moving at high speed. Because his speed was so fast that his afterimage hadn't disappeared yet. He appeared again, therefore, everyone saw that he didn't move, but in fact, he was dodging these sounds at high speed. Everyone looked at this scene and was extremely shocked. This was the young master's speed. It was too fast. So fast that they couldn't tell at all. After the sound disappeared, Fire Qilan's expression became extremely ugly. He realized that this was useless against the other party. Chao Tianxing said, as the descendant of the great emperor, "Is this all you have? Show me all your earth divine powers. Otherwise, you won't have a chance if I attack." His voice wasn't that boring, but it was extremely domineering. This meant that his strength was above Fire Qilan. Fire Qilan was completely furious after hearing this. "Damn it, how dare you underestimate me, Qilan arm." He suddenly stretched out his left hand, and a terrifying Qilan phantom appeared on it. Black runes condensed into a black Qilan. This arm was too terrifying. It was also a great emperor divine ability. Legend has it that one could summon the heroic souls of the Black Qilan clan to attach to one's arm. It could increase the prowess of the arm by several folds, and it could be used to kill enemies. The moment the Qilan arm appeared, it was truly horrifying to the extreme. Everyone was shocked. They realized that even if they were to face such an attack, they would not be able to withstand it. Most likely, he wouldn't be able to withstand it either. It was very likely that he would be instantly turned into a bloody mist. Wherever the Qilan arm passed, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The place where Chao Tianxing was at shattered once again, but he quickly dodged. However, this was not the end. The left hand of the Qilan arm stretched out, enveloping the entire world and sealing the universe. No matter where you hide, as long as you are still in this world, you have nowhere to hide. The Fire Qilan's voice was extremely domineering. The palm formed by the Fire Qilan's arm completely enveloped the entire space. He was confident that he could kill the other party this time. In the face of this attack, Chao Tianxing did not dodge. He clenched his fist again, and a sharp light burst out from his eyes. It was the same punch, but it wasn't a million punches. Instead, it was tens of thousands of attacks. It was completed completely in an instant, and it merged perfectly together. With a boom, it actually blocked the Qilan arm. Everyone was shocked. The Fire Qilan also retracted his palm. The other party could actually withstand it. How despicable. Chao Tianxing rose into the air. "It seems like this is all you have. Then let's end this battle. I'll let you see what it means to attack at a speed of hundreds of millions of times." After hearing this, everyone's pupils shrank. The last time, it was tens of millions of times. This time, it was hundreds of millions of times? It directly increased by 10 times. Could the other party's speed reach such a level? They didn't know. However, the next punch shocked them, because at this moment, when the fist was thrown out, it became the only thing in the world. Even those extreme weapons were astonished. This person from the Light Clan was too unbelievable. He could actually reach such a level. The others were even more stunned. Although they couldn't see the fist clearly, they could feel that under this punch, there were probably not many people present who could withstand it. The faces of the people from the Fire Qilan cave also turned ugly. "No, Your Highness, be careful," they roared crazily. The Fire Qilan roared angrily and used the Qilan arm to the extreme. At the same time, a long spear appeared in his hand. The fiery red spear was condensed from his bloodline. It was a peerless spear. Kill, it collided with the fist of hundreds of millions of times. An earth-shattering sound rang out. This punch created a black hole in the sky. The black vortex spun, making people's scalps tingle. How was the battle situation? They didn't know. They all widened their eyes and waited. When the light disappeared, only Chao Tianxing stood there with his hands behind his back. Although his face was ordinary, his body was carrying a mysterious luster at this moment. Everyone's scalps went numb. He eliminated the other party, the Fire Qilan. This was an emperor's son. Was he defeated by the other party with a single punch? No, it wasn't just one punch, but hundreds of millions of punches. Everyone was in an uproar. It was too terrifying. This person could definitely enter the top 10. He could probably compete for the top 5 or even the top 3. Outside the extreme path world, the Fire Qilan spat out a mouthful of blood after coming out. Damn it. He couldn't accept it. Was he really beaten? Out, that punch just now had made him feel a fatal danger. Cracks had even appeared on his body. His Qilin skill couldn't block the other party's punch. He wanted to fight back, but he realized that he couldn't do it anymore. He had really failed. He didn't even enter the top 10. As the arch of the Fire Qilin Cave, this was unbearable for him. The people of the Fire Qilin Cave were also in despair. The other powerhouses sighed. There was nothing they could do. Although the Fire Qilin was powerful, his opponent was the Light Race. They were existences that swept across the world millions of years ago. They were even existences that could travel through time and space. However, later on, the people of the Light Race were destroyed. As for who it was, no one knew now. Only some of the Arch clans still had ancient records. It was an earth-shattering battle. It was said that that battle shattered the heavens and shattered the universe. In the end, the Light Race never appeared again. After millions of years, some peerless powerhouses of the Lightning Race appeared. They called themselves the Light Race. They thought that they had reached the limit in speed. However, everyone knew that they weren't the real Light Race because their speed couldn't travel through time and space. However, in the ancient times, the real Light Race appeared alive. Moreover, they defeated the Arch and displayed their powerful strength. More battles broke out, but none of them happened. Chao Tianxing had shocked everyone. In the end, the battles were over, and there were only 11 people left. Everyone frowned. There were only 10 people in the top 10, but now there was one more. This meant that one more person was going to be eliminated. Everyone was on high alert. The people left here were all peerless experts who had the qualifications to enter the top 10. It all depended on who was unlucky. Someone had been eliminated. The two most terrifying people were the first emissary. No one dared to challenge them. Even the second emissary was invincible, let alone the first emissary. The other one was the born Taoism aptitude, which was said to be even more terrifying than the chaotic body. Now, the great Tao on his body made everyone flinch. The other one was Chao Tianxing. After Chao Tianxing displayed his extreme speed and punched hundreds of millions of times, no one dared to challenge him anymore. Apart from him, the others seemed to be facing a great enemy. The second emissary sneered. Some useless people were not qualified to stand here. He stared at Lin Xian. Then, he stared at Murong Qingqing, his eyes shining with a sharp light. Lin Xian's face turned cold. Previously, Yan Ruyu had been eliminated. Then, the dark red divine dragon had also been eliminated. Now, only he and Murong Qingqing were left. Was someone trying to take advantage of him again? He stood up and stared at the second emissary. I've said it before. Since you dared to enter Ruyu, I won't let you exist in this world. Get out here. Today is the day you die. Everyone was surprised. They had not expected Lin Wudi to take the initiative to challenge the second emissary. The second emissary was very strong and could definitely enter the top 10. No one would challenge such an expert, but Lin Xian had done so. Everyone knew that he was taking revenge for Yan Ruyu. Outside, Yan Ruyu sighed when he saw this. The people of the Divine Union were nervous. Could Boss Lin do it? The people of Mount Eternal sneered. Although Lin Xian had eliminated a few emissaries, the second emissary was different. The indestructible cauldron was terrifying. It was not something the other party could imagine. This time, the second emissary would end the competition. The second emissary walked out. Brat, I originally wanted to get rid of you when I entered the top 10. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish and make it so that you'll never be able to enter the top 10. Don't worry, after you die, I won't let this woman of yours go either. He laughed cruelly. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Provoking Mount Eternal was the wrong choice. Lin Xian coldly snorted. You want to kill me? I'm afraid you won't have the chance. He roared angrily and threw out a punch. At this moment, heaven and earth shattered. What it displayed was true power. The power of the divine body was boundless. The second emissary shouted angrily. Do you think I'm afraid of you? He had long wanted to kill Lin Xian. At this moment, his murderous aura swept out like the sea. Its entire body blossomed with resplendent radiance, turning into a sword of death. A terrifying aura pierced through heaven and earth and collided with Lin Xian's fist. The void continued to shatter as the two of them fought fiercely. 10 moves had already passed, every single strike able to split open mountains, making those sacred ancestors' scalps go numb. They were too strong. This was a battle between a dragon and a tiger. Who would be stronger this time? Some people supported Lin Xian, and some people thought that the second emissary would win. Because the second emissary was too terrifying. After a short exchange, the second emissary took out the indestructible cauldron and circled around her head, releasing tens of thousands of auras. It protected his soul. Boy, I know you have the Rinnegan, but I won't give you a chance. Everyone sighed. It was over. Lin Wudi's soul was also restrained. He had no chance at all. Lin Xian sneered. He used the illusory demon scripture. A terrifying demonic aura appeared, and a demonic shadow appeared behind him. He directly charged over. Lin Xian wanted to kill his opponent. Not only did he want to eliminate his opponent, but he also wanted to kill him. He wouldn't let his opponent live. True demon, overturning sky hand. As soon as he came up, Lin Xian used a peerless great magic. The demonic shadow behind him condensed into a black palm, covering the sky and the earth, enveloping the entire space. Everyone's scalp went numb. They thought that the Qilin arm had appeared again. Because when the fire Qilin used the Qilin arm, it was just like this. Connecting heaven and earth, the palm covered the universe. Now that Lin Xian used a similar peerless skill, they were shocked. The fire Qilin was also shocked. Was this the opponent's peerless skill, the demonic emperor? You're courting death, the second emissary snorted. Since the opponent wanted to end the battle quickly, then he would fulfill his wish. He used all his strength to activate the indestructible cauldron. Below the indestructible cauldron, a palm appeared. It was so lifelike that it seemed to have crossed the universe. With the indestructible cauldron, it blasted forward. It's here. It's this move. Everyone was shocked. Morong Qingqing was nervous. This move was the one that eliminated Yan Ruyu. Yao Guang and the others also narrowed their eyes. They didn't know if Lin Wudi could withstand it. The true demon, overturning sky hand, and the indestructible cauldron collided. Heaven and earth seemed to be torn apart. A torrential force hit everyone's body, causing their blood to boil. So powerful. With a clang, heaven and earth shattered. The indestructible cauldron was forced back. The runes on it dimmed. Countless people exclaimed as they were forced back. The second emissary also retreated and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. But Lin Xian charged out domineeringly. Another strike, overturning sky hand, directly sent the second emissary flying. Cracks appeared on the second emissary's body. Half of his body turned into a bloody mist. He retreated, shattering the void. His face became pale. Damn it, you dare to hurt me? With a roar, an indestructible power appeared. His shattered body quickly recovered. But his gaze became even colder. The other party actually dared to hurt him. He couldn't tolerate it. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You're not my match at all. Today is the day you die. Forming a seal with his palm, fearless lion imprint. The golden lion rushed out, roaring towards the sky and directly pouncing forward. Monstrous indestructible flames rushed out from the indestructible cauldron, charging towards the fearless lion. The two divine powers collided again. At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly attacked. Void finger, a finger pointed out, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, instantly piercing through the second emissary's labella. The second emissary's head split open. His soul let out a miserable cry. It made one's scalp tingle. He retreated in fright and hurriedly summoned his indestructible spirit to block it. He was sent flying by the golden lion again. Although he was injured, he didn't die. Because he had indestructible power. The surrounding people were shocked. Heavens, Lin Wudi was too strong. He completely had the upper hand. Could it be that the second emissary was going to be eliminated? Outside, the people of the Gu family were stunned. Those elders even opened their eyes wide. Damn it, how was this possible? Damn it, why does he know our Gu family's ability? The elders of the Gu family roared crazily. As soon as these words were said, the surrounding people were also shocked. What was going on? The people of the Yi family frowned and asked, "Did you see it clearly?" The elders of the Gu family shouted coldly. How could they not see it clearly? They stared at the light screen, and some people stared at the people of the Divine Union. The people of the Divine Union snorted coldly. They were not afraid at all because they were not afraid of the Emperor family now. Moreover, this was near the extreme Dao world. The people of the Gu family probably would not dare to make a move. Inside the extreme Dao valley, countless people exclaimed when they saw the scene. Yao Guang's pupils shrank. Void ability, you actually know this kind of ability, you also have the Gu family's ability. He had swallowed the experts of the Gu family before, so he naturally knew the power of space. At this moment, he was also extremely shocked when he saw this finger. The other geniuses were also in an uproar. The second emissary's expression was extremely ugly. The first emissary said in a deep voice, "The Gu family will not let you off if you secretly learn the ability of the Emperor family." Secretly learn? Lin Xian sneered. Do I need to secretly learn? I have the great dragon sword soul and can transform everything in the world. Why can't I use a mere spatial ability? He stared at the first emissary and shouted coldly, angering the first emissary. Lin Xian ignored him. He turned to stare at Yao Guang and sneered. You still have the face to be here? Tell me, is Gu Feng dead? Were you the one who made a move on him? How do you think the Gu family will deal with you after you go out? Yao Guang's expression changed when he heard this. He shouted coldly, I didn't kill Gu Feng. Lin Xian laughed loudly. Who would believe you? You didn't swallow the chaotic body? Didn't you swallow the other geniuses? The person most likely to kill Gu Feng is you. You'd better think about how to bear the anger of the Emperor family first. Countless people were in an uproar when these words were said. The people of the Gu family outside were also gnashing their teeth. Previously, they had suspected Lin Wudi, but now they suspected it was Yao Guang. Damn it, he couldn't have really swallowed it, right? Yao Guang was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was ashen. What kind of joke was this? He hadn't even seen Gu Feng's face, let alone devour him. This was a black pot, and he didn't want to be the scapegoat. However, Lin Xian did not care. He had already charged towards the second emissary. What other tricks do you have? Use them all. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. Lin Xian sneered. He took out the Hellfire Dragon sword and slashed out. The dazzling sword light transformed into divine light, forming a starry sky divine sword that descended from the sky. With a boom, the void shattered. The second emissary roared. Confrontation. He used the indestructible cauldron to block the sword. However, at this moment, the second sword slashed down. This sword carried the aura of the origin returning realm as it streaked across the void like an arc. It was as if a rainbow was breathtaking. The sword struck the indestructible cauldron again. The indestructible cauldron kept shaking, and the second emissary was beaten to the point of spitting out blood. Next, the Azure sword skill appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Finally, the sword slashed open the second emissary's body, severely injuring the second emissary. She gritted her teeth. Damn it, could it be that she was going to be defeated today? She was unwilling. She roared to the sky, and the indestructible aura on her body shot into the sky. Then, she spat out blood, and the blood energy soared into the sky, turning into a blood cloud. Kid, go to hell. In the blood cloud, demonic beasts appeared one after another, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They were extremely ferocious. They were called blood soul beasts, a very terrifying ability of Mount Eternal. Using one's own blood, one could summon terrifying demonic beasts. These demonic beasts had a murderous aura and could directly devour the souls of others. At this moment, hundreds of blood soul beasts appeared, covering the sky and earth. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb, and they retreated in horror. Damn it, how could there be such a thing? What kind of demonic beasts were these? Countless people were terrified, and even Lin Xian frowned. He felt a threat to his soul. In the next moment, he snorted coldly. I don't care what kind of monster you are, I will kill you with my sword, he shouted angrily, and the sound of a dragon rang out. The 10,000 dragon divine blood bloomed, and 10,000 dragon shadows appeared behind him. Wind dragons, thunder dragons, Tyrannosaurus rexes, sea dragons, and all kinds of giant dragons soared into the sky. They rushed over in an overwhelming manner and fought with the blood soul beasts. Lin Xian's every move carried an invincible power. These blood soul beasts were torn to pieces, and the blood cloud in the sky was also shattered. A few more swords passed. The second emissary's body was torn apart. The first emissary's expression completely changed. He said, "Come back, you are no match for him." He could see that there was still a gap between the two sides. The second emissary could not defeat Lin Xian. As soon as these words came out, the others were in an uproar. Lin Wudi was really too strong. The second emissary gritted his teeth. Was he defeated? He was unwilling. Just as he was hesitating, Lin Xian suddenly rushed over. Boom, he punched out, covered in monstrous demonic aura, forming a terrifying demonic sea. It was as dark as ink, swallowing everything. No one could see the scene inside anymore. What happened? The second emissary's expression changed. He shouted angrily and wanted to escape. But in the next moment, he found that the world was spinning, and his surroundings had changed drastically. An even more intense pressure pressed down, and he came to a magical space. Where was this? Get lost. He tried to open the sky with his palm, but found that it was useless. Lin Xian kicked over and forced the second emissary back. He said, "Today is the day you die. You want to kill me? Are you kidding? I am an undying existence. And I have a protective jade pendant. Even if I really lose, I can escape safely." A protective jade pendant? Are you sure? Lin Xian shouted coldly. Suddenly, a dragon-shaped sword energy appeared in his hand, and he slashed forward. The second emissary's hair stood on end. He used his indestructible power to block. But this sword directly sent the indestructible cauldron flying, and he was also instantly cut in half. He screamed crazily. Ah, the power of the dragon sword soul. Damn it. How can you use so much power? This was the extreme path world. The dragon sword soul definitely couldn't come out. It could only stay in Lin Xian's body. Previously, he could rely on the power of Mount Eternal to resist. But now, the great dragon sword soul had flown out. His little bit of strength was not enough. Lin Xian sneered. Because this is my world. Here, I am the king, I am the ruler. So, I will let you live. You will die. You definitely won't live today. With that, Lin Xian slashed out again, splitting the other party's body again. The dragon sword soul was invincible. The power of Mount Eternal was incomparably mysterious. But at this moment, it recovered somewhat slowly. The second emissary was completely stunned. He wanted to escape and break through the void, but he couldn't do it. At this moment, Lin Xian slapped out again. The demonic god seal carried the aura of the Tao of Dragon. The two great techniques merged together. The second emissary was smashed into pieces, and he turned into a bloody mist. No, he was finally terrified. He crushed the protective jade pendant and turned into a white light, wanting to leave. However, at this moment, Lin Xian sneered. You can't escape. The black jar fell from the sky and turned into a vortex. It directly swallowed him. The heaven-swallowing jar descended and swallowed everything, enveloping the white light. The second emissary originally thought that he would use the protective jade pendant to leave the other party's space and come to the outside world. Although he was unwilling to lose, it was impossible for the other party to kill him. But when he opened his eyes and found that his surroundings were pitch black, he was terrified. Damn it, where was this? He roared crazily. At the same time, he felt a huge pressure, as if a millstone that could destroy the world was constantly crushing him. It completely shattered his body. Blood flowed and dripped around. He used the power of immortality, but just as his body recovered, he was crushed again. This power made him despair. Damn it, the aura of the extreme path. He was terrified that the other party could still use the power of the extreme path. No, this power was not something he could resist at all. He roared towards the sky, and an immortal rune appeared between his brows. At the same time, a low voice sounded, as if it had crossed the ancient time and space. The rune between his brows carried a mysterious power. For a moment, it actually blocked the black vortex. The second emissary laughed sinisterly. "Brat, you don't even know who's standing behind Mount Eternal. So what if you have an extreme path weapon? It's just the extreme path. Our Mount Eternal has a true mortal paragon. What do you have to fight us?" He laughed proudly. Lin Xian saw that the heaven-swallowing jar was not killed. The other party was also stunned. The immortal paragon. He frowned. What was this? However, the power emitted from the other party's glabella did indeed shock him. It turned out that this was the other party's true trump card. This power had already surpassed the second emissary's own. It was not something that the sacred ancestor could use. But so what? Lin Xian shouted coldly. The other party dared to eliminate Yan Ruyu, so he had already made up his mind to kill him. He would not let the other party leave alive. "I don't care if you are a mortal paragon. In this world, I am the ruler. Today, you will die without a doubt," he roared. The heaven-swallowing jar controlled the other party and flew towards the barren area inside. The second emissary sneered. "I am an immortal existence, and I have the power of a mortal paragon protecting me. There is nothing you can do." His face was full of disdain, but the scene around him gradually changed. A desolate aura appeared, causing the symbol between his brows to shake violently. A roar sounded, suddenly sounding like thunder from the 9 heavens. The second emissary felt fear. What was going on? Why did he feel that the power of a sovereign in the human world was being suppressed? Oh, where is this? What is this place? What kind of space was this? He was actually able to suppress human sovereigns. They were very clear about the mortal supremes, even though they had never seen them before. However, that power was capable of easily allowing them to live or die. This was the strongest power in the world. But now, the power of a human sovereign was actually being suppressed. This world was simply too terrifying. At this moment, the heaven-devouring jar exploded with power once again, turning the second emissary into a bloody mist. The black vortex obliterated everything. A black rune fell from the bloody mist and turned into a stream of light, trying to escape. Lin Xian slashed back with his sword. With a clang, it was forced to retreat, and its arm went numb. Was this the power of a human sovereign? It was really too strong. If it wasn't for the protection of the great dragon sword's soul, he would have been injured. "A mere human ant dares to stop me?" Inside the black rune, a voice that had experienced the vicissitudes of life suddenly sounded. It was abnormally deep. Lin Xian snorted. "I don't care if you're a human sovereign. You're just a rune, and you want to escape? Be destroyed." The heaven-devouring jar exploded and charged forward. Black vortexes continued to appear, covering the sky and blocking off the enemy's path. The black rune crashed into the vortex, as if it had entered a quagmire. In the end, it flew into the distance. However, not long after, it started to roar crazily. Damn it, what kind of world was this? This was a god. Before it could finish, a power suddenly came from the heaven and earth, knocking it down and turning it into ashes. Lin Xian was also stunned. This power wasn't from him, but the power of this world. Was there still power in this world? He was shocked. The hellfire dragon beside him was also kneeling on the ground and worshipping. What was it worshipping? Lin Xian flew over and asked. "Do you know what's going on?" The hellfire dragon shook its head. It didn't dare to say. After walking for a long time, the hellfire dragon stood up. It said, "Kid, you put so much power in this world, and there's also the heavenly spring of life. I think this world has recovered a little. That power just now should be the power that this world gathered after it recovered a little. This human sovereign of Mount Eternal was really unlucky. With his identity, he shouldn't be able to come here. That was why he dared to shout and release his power here. He was definitely going to die." Lin Xian felt that this sword world was getting more and more mysterious. There were many secrets waiting for him to discover. The hellfire dragon didn't know much. However, the more mysterious this world was, the more benefits it would have for him. Lin Xian took a deep breath, the corner of his mouth raised. The indestructible cauldron was sealed by him, and then he grabbed it in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the black vortex swallowed all the blood around him. The second emissary no longer existed. The indestructible rune disappeared. With a flash, Lin Xian walked out of the sword world. Countless people were waiting outside. Because in the valley ahead, demonic aura filled the sky and covered everything. Everyone couldn't see the scene inside clearly. They didn't know how the battle was going. Why was it so quiet there? They didn't hear any sounds of fighting. Could it be that the battle was already over? They were puzzled. Suddenly, the demonic sea in front of them rolled. The demonic aura gradually dissipated. Countless people exclaimed, "Look!" At this moment, the geniuses on the heaven stairway and the experts outside all stared at the front. They wondered how the battle was going in the end. When the demonic aura disappeared, they saw a figure standing between the heavens and the earth. The person was covered in demonic aura, like a demon god. It was Lin Wudi. They exclaimed. Lin Wudi appeared. Where was the second emissary? They looked around and didn't see the second emissary. The experts on the heaven stairway exclaimed. Could it be that he was already eliminated? The first emissary's face changed. No way, the other party could actually be eliminated. Yao Guang and the others frowned. Moron Qingqing laughed. On the other hand, the people outside of Mount Eternal had gone mad. The third emissary gritted his teeth and said, "Impossible." Because they didn't notice the second emissary coming out. The elders also frowned. They checked. They checked in all directions but didn't find anyone. The Fire Qilin frowned. What was Lin Wudi doing? Long Wu of the Thousand Dragons Imperial Court exclaimed. Look, what was Lin Wudi holding in his hand? Everyone looked over and gasped in shock. In the extreme Dao Valley, when the first emissary saw the indestructible cauldron, his pupils constricted. Damn it, why is this thing in your hands? Where is the second emissary? He had a bad feeling about this. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He threw the indestructible cauldron on the ground and said in a deep voice, "He has already gone to hell. I said that he will definitely die today." What, dead? Everyone was stunned. What? That was impossible. One had to know that they had protective jade pendants. Even if their lives were threatened, they would be instantly teleported out. The first emissary's expression changed. She instinctively didn't believe it. Because not only did they have protective jade pendants, but they also had the indestructible rune. It was given to them by the human sovereign. There definitely wouldn't be any accidents. But the indestructible cauldron was separated from the second emissary. This was beyond his imagination. They were the 10 emissaries, and each emissary had a weapon. The weapon and their lives were intertwined. The weapon would be with the person, and the weapon would only be separated when the person died. Now that the indestructible cauldron appeared and the second emissary disappeared, it meant that the second emissary had most likely died. How did he do it? For the first time, he was filled with shock. Originally, he didn't care about Lin Xian because he was high and mighty. But now, there was a trace of fear in his heart. A person who could ignore the power of a human sovereign? In the sky, the few extreme Dao weapons were also puzzled. How was it possible that he was dead? Didn't he give them life-saving jade pendants? The life treasure bottle was shocked. The black tortoise also frowned. Didn't you guys feel a mysterious aura just now? The destructive spear said. This kid definitely had a secret, and it was a huge secret. Other than the 9-yan divine body and the great dragon's descendant, he should have other trump cards. But what was it? Should we capture him and take a look? The destructive spear said. The black tortoise shook his head. No, don't act rashly. There are so many people watching, we can't make a move. And didn't you notice? That mysterious aura doesn't seem to be a threat to us. Maybe he's on our side. The few extreme Dao weapons discussed in the sky. In the end, they decided to observe in the dark and not touch Lin Xian. But the others went crazy. The second emissary was so terrifying, but he was actually killed. This wasn't an elimination, but a real death. It made their hair stand on end. Previously, they had heaved a sigh of relief when they found the protective jade pendant. But now, it seemed that protecting the jade pendant was not enough to completely protect their lives. At least, there was an exception in front of Lin Wudi. Lin Xian threw away the indestructible cauldron. He had no use for it. He could not use the indestructible energy on it. He only took it out to warn those people. Since he dared to challenge him, not only would he eliminate him, he would kill him. He stared at a few figures. For example, the first emissary and Yao Guang both had killing intent in their eyes. The first emissary's face was cold. Since the other party had killed the second emissary, he would not let the other party off. Yao Guang also frowned. The quasi-emperor Jiao Shao in his mind said that this brat was very dangerous. However, I wanted his body even more. His secrets were all mine. The quasi-emperor had a greedy look in his eyes. The death of the second emissary shocked countless people. At the same time, the battle reached a new level. Now, there were only 10 people left. These 10 people had all entered the top 10, and countless people looked up to them. The 10 people stood on the sky stairway and were looked up to from all directions. The extreme-grade weapon in the sky also descended. Congratulations on successfully entering the top 10. Your names will be engraved on the sky monument and be admired by all ages. The spectators outside were extremely envious. Xiang Wuqilin, Kuanpingzi, and the third emissary were gnashing their teeth. They were originally very strong, but they had no chance of entering the top 10. They could only be eliminated. Damn it. Especially when they saw their enemy, Lin Wudi, standing there with a look of disdain, they were so angry that they vomited blood. The Divine Union cheered. Great, Boss Lin had entered the top 10. Next, he should be able to kill his way into the top 3. That was for sure. Boss would be the final champion. They cheered. The people from Mount Eternal sneered. Stupid thing. With the first emissary here, Lin Wudi definitely had no hope of winning. On the other side, the people from Dao 1 sect were also confident. The born Dao aptitude was enough to sweep through everything. The people from Purple Mansion sect were also shining. Now, they had 2 people in the top 10. One was Yao Guang, the other was Xiaoying. Xiaoying could fight for the top 5, and Yao Guang could definitely fight for the top 3. He might even be first. Because Yao Guang had swallowed too many experts. The next 3 days of rest would give the top 10 enough time to recover. 3 days later, the top 10 ranking competition would start. This would be the final top 10. Although there were rewards, the reward for the first place was even more amazing. It was something left behind by the great emperor. What exactly was it? Everyone was looking forward to it. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing sat down cross-legged. Lin Xian grabbed Murong Qingqing's hand and gave her the divine spring of life in the sword world. It allowed her to recover quickly. At the same time, he transmitted his voice. Qingqing, the next competition will be extremely dangerous. If you encounter something you can't fight against, you must leave early. Lin Xian could kill the second emissary because he had a powerful trump card. The others might not have no trump cards. If they missed the opportunity to leave, it would be really dangerous. Murong Qingqing nodded. Brother Xian, don't worry, you don't have to worry about me. On the other hand, I'm afraid there are many people who want to kill you. You have to be careful. Lin Xian laughed. No worries, it's impossible for them to kill me. This time, I will let them know. What is true invincibility? Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a terrifying light. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the top 10 experts on the heaven stairway all stood up. The spectators outside also took a deep breath and clenched their fists. The final battle was finally about to begin. The extreme-grade weapon in the sky descended. Black Tortoise looked around and laughed. Next would be the ranking competition. It was still a challenge, but there weren't many specific rules. You can decide for yourselves. After he finished speaking, he soared into the air and arrived above the 9 heavens to observe. Silently. The surrounding people were all stunned. Decide for themselves? What was this? Wasn't this just breaking the rules? Countless people were shocked. Would someone join hands? They all looked at the array formation in front of them. The people from Mount Eternal had ugly expressions. Now that there was only one person left inside, there was no way for them to join hands. However, the Yi family elder said that even if there were more people, they would not join hands. As soon as these words came out, the others also nodded. Indeed, they had reached this point. Every one of them had the potential to become a great emperor. These people were unruly. Moreover, they were determined to reach the peak of martial arts and would never team up. Sure enough, the top 10 people frowned after hearing this. The first emissary said coldly, "Then let's continue according to the previous rules and start the challenge. Who will go first?" As soon as he finished speaking, the first emissary looked at Lin Xian with a trace of cold killing intent in his eyes. There was an immortal rune throbbing between his eyebrows. When he was resting for 3 days, he saw a strange scene through the rune between his eyebrows. It was their Mount Eternal. The aura was pervasive. In the depths of Mount Eternal, there was a mysterious figure sitting cross-legged there. This was their mortal sovereign of Mount Eternal. That mortal sovereign seemed to have sensed the death of the second emissary and roared into the sky, shattering the starry sky. The terrifying Mount Eternal shook violently. "Who is it? Who can destroy my power?" The first emissary's scalp went numb when the mortal sovereign was angry. He knew that if he couldn't kill Lin Xian, he wouldn't be able to quell the mortal sovereign's anger. Even if he couldn't kill Lin Xian, he had to suppress Lin Xian and bring him back to Mount Eternal for the mortal sovereign to deal with. Therefore, he was eager to kill Lin Xian now. However, he didn't act rashly. Because there were a few people who could threaten him. Innate Taoism aptitude, super strong physique, and an ancient light clan. That speed also shocked him. Moreover, Lin Xian himself also surprised him. He still couldn't understand what kind of power could destroy the mortal sovereign's power. What kind of super strong trump card did Lin Wuti have? Would he be able to withstand it? Therefore, he didn't make a move because he wasn't confident. He was waiting. It was best if Lin Wuti was exhausted and injured in the battle. Then, he would make a move. In the previous round, there were rules to protect the people who had fought. Those who had fought couldn't continue fighting. This was to protect the warriors while they recovered. However, there were no rules in this round. He said that he would follow the previous rules, but when the time came, he could make a move. As long as the extreme-grade weapon didn't stop him, no one could stop him. Therefore, he was waiting for the right opportunity to kill Lin Wuti. However, although he didn't attack Lin Xian, it didn't mean that he wouldn't attack others. Because he was really too angry. They were the 10 great emissaries. They could have swept the world, but now he was the only one left. Especially after Lin Xian had killed the second emissary, his killing intent had surfaced. He had to release this killing intent, so he turned his head and stared at a figure. "It's you, get out here and accept your death," he stared at He Qi. Countless people were shocked. Was the number 1 emissary going to take action? He Qi's face turned gloomy. Although he had entered the top 10, he was unable to do so. He was also the double crown champion, but when facing the first emissary, he still acted as if he was facing a great enemy. This person gave him an unfathomable feeling, but since he had already challenged him, how could he not accept the challenge? He took a step forward and shouted, "If you want to challenge me, then bring out your full strength." Behind him, 9 large black flags danced in the air, sweeping in all directions. A terrifying aura pervaded the air, and the first emissary shouted coldly. A sword appeared in his hand. It was a black indestructible sword. He slashed out, enveloping that place with black qi. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. How terrifying. Burning incense, Morong Qingqing, and the others' pupils shrank. This was the power of the first emissary. It was really too strong. It was completely beyond their expectations. In that instant, their souls seemed to have been split open. Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together as well. The spectators outside were in an uproar. The Fire Qilin, Kuan Pingzi, and the others were shocked. It was too strong, completely exceeding them. The people from Mount Eternal laughed heartily. Did you see that? This was the power of the first emissary. Who could resist such power? Was it settled? Yao Guang sneered. This was too weak. Xiaoying frowned. He felt that the black chess piece shouldn't be so easy to deal with. The first emissary also frowned. He did feel that the terrifying killing intent in front of him hadn't disappeared yet. In the next moment, 9 large flags came out from the cracks in the sky. They held up the sky and sealed the universe. Black phantoms appeared on the flags. His cold voice rang out. In the 9 revolutions killing array, the figures on the 9 flags were spinning non-stop. A terrifying killing power emerged. They charged toward the first emissary. Yao Guang. In his mind, Quasi-Emperor Jiao Shao was also surprised. It was actually this kind of formation. This is a very ancient formation. I thought it should have been lost in this era. I didn't expect him to be able to use it. Yao Guang sucked in a mouthful of cold air after hearing that. One could imagine how frightening that spirit formation was. The first emissary also shouted coldly. It's useless. You're no match for me. The sword technique in his hand danced continuously to counter the array formation around him. At the same time, the ancient aura on his body became even more terrifying. It wanted to destroy the 9 flags. The black phantoms on the 9 flags kept appearing and disappearing mysteriously. No one knew which one was his real body. When the emissaries of Mount Eternal outside saw this, their brows furrowed tightly. This array formation was actually so strange. The third emissary smiled. Don't worry. Boss's strength is very terrifying. Even if it's a peerless formation, so what, as long as Boss is serious, nothing can go against him. Sure enough, after 10 moves, the first emissary's face darkened. Can't you tell the real one from the 9 flags? Then I'll destroy them all. Sword Chi soared into the sky. The first emissary pointed his sword at the sky. Inextinguishable sword intent appeared, turned into a sea, and pressed down from the sky. At this moment, it directly attacked the 9 flags. Struck by the sword beam, the flag shook incessantly. The light radiating from the flag dimmed, as though it would break at any moment. Black phantoms roared angrily and once again used his peerless magic. The 9 flags changed their formation again. They spewed out terrifying flames, struck out terrifying thunder, and had a sea of blood to resist. However, the first emissary was really too terrifying. His sword technique carried endless killing intent. After the two exchanged more than 100 moves, Black Phantoms was defeated. The 9 flags were sent flying in different directions. Black Phantoms was also helpless. With a sigh, he turned into white light and was eliminated. However, he didn't go out. Instead, he went outside the extreme Dao Valley. This meant that he had been eliminated. His ranking had fallen to 10th. Countless people looked at this scene and cried out in shock. Was it over? It was really too exciting. Although Black Phantoms was defeated, it was incomparably shocking. Black Phantom's formation was too terrifying. However, the first emissary was even more terrifying. His sword technique was shocking. Every sword could split the sky and the earth. He was definitely a top swordsman. Who could stop such a person? Burning Incense, Xiaoying, and the others frowned. They realized that if they met the first emissary, they would probably end the battle within 100 moves. The strength of the first emissary shocked countless people. They looked at him with reverence in their eyes. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. He stepped forward and looked at the first emissary. He said, "You're very arrogant, eliminating one person right away. But don't worry, I'll eliminate you next." His eyes were filled with a terrifying killing intent. The first emissary's expression turned cold. He laughed coldly. "Who allowed you to challenge me? Don't you know that I have time to rest?" Lin Xian laughed loudly. "Are you crazy?" The seniors of the extreme grade weapon said that there are no rules in this battle. "I can challenge you immediately." When he said this, everyone's expressions changed. Heavens, they hadn't thought of this. The first emissary's expression sank. "Do you want to die?" Chen Xian snorted coldly. "Do you dare to make a move? Come on, aren't you high and mighty? Don't you want to kill me? I'll give you a chance. Come here." The first emissary snorted coldly. "I've expended a lot of energy and can't fight well. I'll fight you when I've recovered." As he spoke, he turned around and left. "Coward!" Lin Xian sneered. This made the first emissary very angry. When had he ever been looked down upon? However, he had indeed expended a lot of energy, so he didn't dare to make a move against the mysterious Lin Wudi. Lin Xian also retreated. The scene was a little strange. At this moment, Yao Guang walked out. He looked around and laughed coldly. Then it's my turn. Everyone was shocked. Yao Guang? He was also a terrifying expert. They didn't dare to make a move easily. Yao Guang stared at burning incense and said, "Let's fight this fairy." Burning incense took a deep breath. As a top-tier genius, how could he be afraid? He walked forward. She was wearing a flaming armor and had a head of fiery red hair. She had a beautiful and fair face. She looked like a goddess of fire. She formed a seal with her palms and flames erupted from her body, sweeping through the sky. The entire world was set ablaze. Burning incense didn't dare to be careless. She unleashed 100,000 volcanoes with her hands. They erupted together and swept towards Yao Guang. Feeling this power, the surrounding people were shocked. This woman was too terrifying. She was definitely not weaker than the Fire Qilin. Even though he wasn't an imperial prince, these flames were too terrifying. These were the legendary heaven-burning flames. Radiance erupted between heaven and earth, as brilliant as fireworks. Yao Guang laughed loudly and slapped out with her palm. It also transformed into a flaming palm, covering the world like the hand of a fire god. It collided with the other party's heaven-burning flames. The two of them erupted with an even more resplendent light. Everyone was stunned. This light-shaking realm cultivator was incredible. Its flames were just as terrifying. Outside, the Fire Qilin's expression instantly changed. Damn it, this is the power of our Fire Qilin cave. He gritted his teeth. Everyone else was stunned. It seemed that light-shaking realm cultivators had also swallowed Fire Qilins before. Two types of flames erupted between heaven and earth. At this moment, Yao Guang's figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind burning incense and struck out with his palm. This was the Gook clan's void divine ability, and it was executed to perfection by him. Burning incense didn't dare to be careless. Naturally, he knew how terrifying a light-shaking realm cultivator was. A pair of flaming wings appeared on his back and turned into a shield to block the attack. With a clang, he was knocked back. At the same time, he slashed out with his sword. The flaming sword slashed behind him. Yao Guang laughed coldly. The phantom of a king appeared, standing indomitable as if he had turned into a fire god. It directly shattered the sword energy. He was incomparably powerful, suppressing burning incense. Burning incense suffered, and her face became incomparably pale. She was suppressed and couldn't even resist. There was nothing she could do. Her opponent was simply too powerful. The surrounding people were also shocked. The light-shaking realm's various ultimate techniques were endless, and it was simply impossible to resist. In the end, burning incense was defeated. He arrived outside the extreme path realm and was ranked 9th. Burning incense laughed bitterly. It was really unlucky to encounter a light-shaking realm cultivator. Otherwise, he could have held on for a while longer and wouldn't have been defeated so easily. After light-shaking realm 1, he looked around. It seemed that he wanted to continue challenging. However, in the end, he laughed coldly and walked back. He wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to play this game slowly. After light-shaking realm, the dog head walked up. He asked who would fight Lord Dog. A dog didn't have the right to be here. Xianxia harumphed coldly. "I'll kill you." He strode out. Previously, he had swallowed 2 Bodhi fruits and his strength had increased greatly. This time, he was full of confidence. Therefore, when he saw a dog acting arrogantly, he was naturally angry. "You want to challenge Lord Dog? If you don't taste good, then Lord Dog will defeat you directly." As he spoke, he waved his paw, tore through the void, and charged forward. Xianxia harumphed coldly and slashed out. This was the shadowless blade, and it couldn't be seen. Only a sonorous sound could be heard. The dog paw was forced back. Lord Dog harumphed coldly. He waved the white bone in his hand, and it collided with the shadowless blade. An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the void shattered. It was shocking. The shadowless blade appeared and disappeared mysteriously, and the white bone was even more terrifying. At this moment, the dog-headed Taoist waved his hand, and the big iron pot on his back flew out. It enlarged in the sky like a canopy and fell directly. Xiaoying was hit, and he instantly became dizzy and spat out blood. Despicable guy. Woof, woof, you dare to fight Lord Dog, the dog-headed Taoist laughed coldly as he controlled the iron pot and the white bone to attack. As he ran over, he opened his bloody mouth and tried to bite him. Xiaoying was disdainful, but when his physique clashed with the other party, it was instantly bitten. One of his arms was bitten off, and he cried out in pain as blood splattered everywhere. Damn dog. He was shocked. The other party's teeth were way too sharp. Lord Dog laughed coldly. Watch me swallow you. Swallow heaven and earth. He used a terrifying great divine ability and swallowed the entire world. The sky instantly darkened, and one couldn't even see their own fingers. When the people outside saw this, they were also shocked. This dog was too terrifying. Lin Xian also squinted his eyes. Until now, he still didn't know where this dog came from. However, there was no doubt that the other party was terrifying. Although Xiaoying's strength had increased greatly, he was probably going to lose this battle. Xiaoying used a shadowless body technique to dodge quickly. However, under the bloody mouth, he had nowhere to hide. In the end, he could only use all his strength to resist. One slash cut through the heaven and earth, and another slash swept through the void. After a few slashes, he couldn't break through it. In the end, he was almost swallowed. By the mouth. He could only be eliminated. Damn it. Xiaoying gritted his teeth. He didn't expect to be eighth. This was completely different from what he had expected. In his opinion, he should be able to make it into the top 5. Damn it. His eyes burned with anger. The people outside also sighed. The 8th place was indeed not as good as they had hoped. Fortunately, they still had hope, and that was the light-shaking realm. With the strength that the light-shaking realm had displayed so far, it was definitely not a problem for him to enter the top 3. He might even be first. The dog-headed Taoist won. He walked back with his head held high and the iron pot on his back. Xiaoying, who had lost, had an ugly look on his face. He couldn't accept losing to a dog. However, he didn't have the chance to fight anymore. At this moment, the born Taoism aptitude cultivator finally moved. He had always been mysterious and rarely fought before. That was because he didn't need to fight. Just by standing there, his aura could scare away a group of people. No one dared to challenge him. Therefore, she advanced all the way. However, it was now time to decide the champion, so she had to fight. The born Taoism aptitude cultivator walked out and looked at the first emissary. You didn't dare to fight before because you were exhausted. You should have recovered by now. If you recover, come out and fight me. Her voice was ethereal and very pleasant to the ears. However, it was like a clap of thunder in everyone's ears. Heavens, she was going to fight the first emissary. Everyone was excited because both the first emissary and the born Taoism aptitude cultivator were popular candidates for the championship. Everyone thought that the winner would be decided in the end. They didn't expect such a top-level collision to happen at the beginning. Countless people were excited. The people outside were also in an uproar. The elders of Mount Eternal were nervous. That was the born Taoism aptitude. They didn't know how terrifying it was. The first emissary's face was cold. To be honest, he wanted to fight with Lin Xian, but the born Taoism aptitude cultivator suddenly challenged him. He said coldly, "Do you think I'm afraid of you? Then I'll defeat you first. I'll kill that kid. You won't defeat me." The born Taoism aptitude cultivator said coldly. Then, he glanced at Lin Xian in the distance with a mysterious light in his eyes. She turned her head and walked to the center of the field. Lin Xian was stunned. What did that look mean? Could it be that this person knew him? As for the born Taoism aptitude cultivator, he only knew that she was a woman. However, he couldn't see her face clearly. She was surrounded by the Great Path. It was too terrifying. Even with his Rinnegan, he couldn't see the other party's appearance. However, she felt that her voice was familiar. However, she couldn't remember who it was. She didn't know who it was. The first emissary's face was gloomy. He stared at the born Taoism aptitude cultivator. Do you know Lin Wudi? Originally, I only wanted to defeat you. If you want to know Lin Wudi, then I will send you to hell. He took out the undying sword and slashed forward. The terrifying aura shocked everyone. That sword attack was terrifying, yet the born Taoism aptitude remained fearless. He formed a seal with his palm, forming a Dao seal. Then, he slammed it forward, blocking the sword. Dao will filled the air, and it was incomparably terrifying. Show me your true strength. Otherwise, you don't deserve to be my opponent. As soon as he finished speaking, countless great paths fell from the sky and transformed into the great path Milky Way. There was a total of 81 great paths. It was incomparably terrifying, and it directly enveloped the first envoy. The first emissary roared angrily, and the sword in his hand soared into the sky. Like a bolt of black lightning, it swept in all directions. It clashed with the 81 great Daos and the Milky Way. These were two peerless great divine abilities. Regardless of whether it was the sword technique or the great path, they were both extremely terrifying. The collision between the two made the surrounding skyprides feel as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Burning Incense, Xiaoying, and the others were all shocked. In the face of such an expert, they couldn't resist at all. Morong Qingqing's face was also solemn, and Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It had to be said that these two people were very powerful. The people outside were also shocked. The elders of Mount Eternal and the Daoyi school clenched their fists. Obviously, they couldn't calm down. At that moment, Chao Tianqing also walked over. He said, "You are Yao Guang, right? You cultivate demonic techniques and have countless supreme techniques. I want to fight with you. Do you dare?" Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that someone would want to fight at the same time as a peerless battle. Moreover, the challenger was Yao Guang. The challenger was from the ancient light race. This was also a fierce battle. Everyone was stunned. Even Lin Xian was surprised. Why not? I have never experienced the light race before. Yao Guang snorted coldly. He was very confident in his own strength. So what if you are from the ancient light race? Let's see if you can really travel through time. He walked out. Everyone was shocked. Two great battles were about to break out. It was really too unbelievable. Yao Guang used his spatial abilities as soon as he came up, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. He wouldn't give his opponent a chance to attack. However, Chao Tianqing was also very fast. Although he didn't know any spatial abilities, his speed was extremely fast. It was no different from spatial teleportation. In fact, it was even more terrifying. With one punch, he cut off Yao Guang's path. What fast speed! Yao Guang's pupils shrank. He waved his hand. Countless wind blades appeared in his hand. He slashed at his opponent. The saber slashed through the air, but the other party hit him instead. He was blasted away. However, an extremely terrifying method power appeared on his body. It was a super powerful body tempering technique. Yao Guang's qi and blood roiled. His expression was gloomy. Interesting. You make me very interested. Next, I'm going to get serious. He shouted angrily, and a black vortex appeared above his head. At the same time, flames, wind, lightning, the Yi clan's illusions, and the Gu clan's spatial abilities all attacked. They fought with Chao Tianqing. Chao Tianqing only had one type of speed, and that was extreme speed. The place where the two of them were fighting was completely boiling. On the other side, the battle between the born Dao aptitude and the first emissary was also extremely terrifying. The first emissary's expression became extremely ugly. He felt that he was being suppressed. Damn it, I don't believe it. With a roar, his sword technique became even more terrifying. The murderous aura made the scalps of the sacred clan members tingle. However, the born Dao aptitude was incomparably calm. Every method power was extremely profound. Even the extreme Dao weapons were amazed. As expected of the born Dao aptitude, his comprehension of the great Dao was naturally superior. Such a person was already very terrifying. In the future, he would probably stand at the peak of the martial Tao. Looking at these two battles, Lin Xian's blood boiled. He looked around. There were 4 people fighting now, and 3 people had been eliminated. There were only 3 people left, him, Murong Qingqing, and the dog-headed man. He wouldn't challenge Murong Qingqing, so he could only look at the dog-headed man. The dog-headed man's face darkened. "Kid, do you want to attack me? Damn it, don't forget that I barbecued meat for you." "You can't do this." Lin Xian smiled. "I have no choice. You're my only opponent. Why don't you fight with me?" First, with that, Lin Xian walked out. The dog-headed man was helpless. "Then don't blame me for swallowing you." A hint of viciousness appeared in his eyes. The surrounding people were shocked again. Lin Wudi also wanted to fight. Devouring the heavens and earth. The dog-headed Taoist immediately charged out, opening his bloody mouth as he charged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian activated his divine body and didn't dodge at all. Instead, he charged towards the dog-headed Taoist's fangs. With a loud clang, the dog-headed Taoist roared. "Damn it, it hurts so much." He didn't want to fight anymore because he realized that Lin Xian's physique was really strong. This was the legendary Nine-Yang divine body. It was an extremely strong physique and Lin Xian had cultivated it to an extremely high level. Lin Xian laughed. "Are your teeth bad?" With that, he threw a punch. The dog-headed Taoist quickly took out his iron pot and used it as a shield to defend. With a loud clang, the iron pot shook. He roared and white bones flew out and hit Lin Xian. Lin Xian used his sword energy to block. A hungry dog pounced on its food. The dog-headed Taoist pounced over and pushed Lin Xian to the ground. Then, the dog-headed Taoist's paw slapped towards Lin Xian. This paw made Lin Xian feel a sense of danger because he felt that it was similar to Whitey's paw. If he was hit, his soul would probably be dizzy. So, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of yin-yang energy. It turned into a yin-yang image and rotated to block the paw. With a loud clang, the dog-headed Taoist's paw was pushed back. Then, Lin Xian kicked the dog-headed Taoist and sent him flying. He soared into the sky and activated the yin-yang image, releasing a terrifying yin-yang sword. The sword energy slashed onto the dog-headed Taoist's body, causing flames to dance on his body. He roared crazily. Lin Xian used his powerful sword technique to chase after the dog-headed Taoist. The dog-headed Taoist kept dodging but some of them still hit him, causing him to cry out in pain. He said, "Woof woof, Grandpa Dog won't fight anymore." He had no choice. His opponent's physique was strong and his sword energy was so terrifying that it could threaten him. Furthermore, the iron pot couldn't cook him. The dog-headed Taoist felt helpless. "So you admit defeat?" Lin Xian withdrew the yin-yang diagram and asked in a deep voice. The dog-headed Taoist shook his head. "Admit defeat? How is that possible? I've only lost to you and not to anyone else. Lord Dog still has the strength to fight." His eyes began to scan the surroundings, and it seemed like he wanted to do something. Lin Xian also had a strange look on his face. He didn't know it could be played like this. As for Xiaoying and the others who had been eliminated, they were so angry that they almost vomited blood. This dog was too shameless. They had already been eliminated after losing 1 round, but this damned dog was still unwilling to come out and wanted to continue fighting. At this moment, their expressions changed because an earth-shattering sound suddenly erupted in front of them. The battle between the born Taoism aptitude and the number 1 emissary was over. The number 1 emissary was sent flying backward. A crack appeared on his body, and imperishable blood dripped down. The born Taoism aptitude was extremely terrifying. The great path danced on his body. She took out a heavenly imprint that was as terrifying as a heavenly deity. It seemed to take human form and directly descended. The first emissary screamed as the cracks on his body became even bigger. His body had been pierced through. He had lost, the first emissary had actually been defeated. Countless people were shocked. Was the born Taoism aptitude already so powerful? This was a good opportunity. When the dog-headed Taoist saw this, he let out a cold laugh. With a flash, he charged forward. He bit one of the first emissary's arms. The first emissary used disintegration. He felt one of his arms being bitten and dragged into the distance. Damn dog, he roared crazily and wanted to attack the other party. However, that arm was instantly swallowed by the dog-headed Taoist. The dog-headed Taoist's eyes lit up. The imperishable blood was pretty good. On the other side, Yao Guang and Chao Tianxing were fighting, and it was difficult to determine a winner. Chao Tianxing was too fast, and Yao Guang couldn't hurt him. Yao Guang had mastered many ultimate techniques, so he wouldn't be defeated in a short period of time. However, at this moment, the dog-headed Taoist saw that the first emissary's body had been shattered and he had swallowed a piece of his arm. Yao Guang's eyes also turned red. He roared angrily and directly abandoned Chao Tianxing. He turned to attack the first emissary, wanting to devour his body. When he saw this, the first emissary roared crazily. The imperishable blood surged forth as he tried to recover his body. Everyone became nervous at this moment. If Yao Guang was able to devour the imperishable blood, then he would have an undying body. Who would be his opponent? At this moment, a dragon image descended from the sky and slashed through the sky. It blocked Yao Guang's path. It even forced Yao Guang back. Yao Guang spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Damned Lin Wuti, you dare to stop me?" The one who had attacked was Lin Xian. After Lin Xian blocked his opponent, he laughed coldly. "You don't have the chance to devour others in front of me. Also, the first emissary is my opponent." The first emissary took advantage of this opportunity to quickly recover his body. He had lost an arm, but he had also recovered. However, his expression was extremely ugly. First, he had been injured by the innate Dao aptitude, and then his arm had been swallowed by a dog. More importantly, Yao Guang had dared to target him. What made him vomit blood was that the one who had saved him was actually his enemy, Lin Wuti. He had saved him because he wanted to kill him personally. What kind of situation was this? This time, he had lost a lot of face. After being slapped in the face by so many people, he tilted his head back and roared, unable to endure it. He stared intently at the dog-headed Taoist, his eyes burning with anger as he charged over. "Damn dog, die." On the other side, Yao Guang had also attacked. He couldn't devour the first emissary, but he could devour this dog. This dog had swallowed the imperishable blood's arm, so it definitely had imperishable blood's power. If he tried to devour the dog, he might be able to obtain this power. As such, he was going to charge over. The dog-headed Taoist held in pain. "Damn, you two attacked together and broke the rules." Yao Guang laughed. There were no rules in this battle. The first emissary harumphed coldly. "Did you think about the rules when you ambushed me?" Kill. When the two of them unleashed their power together, it was extremely terrifying. Although the dog-headed Taoist was terrifying, he couldn't withstand 2 rounds of attacks. In the end, he could only helplessly use his life-saving jade pendant, transform into a streak of white light, and leave. He was eliminated. The dog-headed Taoist was currently in 7th place. After coming out, he gritted his teeth. "Damn it, if it was a one-on-one battle, Lord Dog wouldn't be afraid of you." "Damn it, you ran fast." The first emissary roared. Yao Guang's expression was even colder. He had missed such a good opportunity. Damn it. There were only 6 people left in the sky. The 6 of them faced each other and didn't attack rashly. They had fought previously, and now they were starting to recover. The scene suddenly became quiet. The people outside were extremely nervous. They knew that this was the calm before the storm. After the silence, there would be an even more terrifying battle. The one with the innate Dao aptitude was the first to stand up. He merged with the innate Dao aptitude and recovered very quickly. She looked at Murong and said, "The 7-colored phoenix will fight with me. Qingqing, be careful. He shouldn't have any killing intent. Just go all out." Lin Xian said from the side. Countless people were looking forward to the battle between the born Taoism aptitude and Murong Qingqing. Lin Xian also walked out and stared at the first emissary. It was time to put an end to this. For the first time, her face turned cold. She knew she couldn't wait any longer, Seeing this, the crowd exclaimed again. Oh my god, Lin Wudy was going to fight the first emissary again. It seemed like they were going to have a showdown. The two battles were also very exciting. Morong Qingqing formed a seal, and a 7-colored phoenix appeared beside her. It was as if she had traveled through time and space. On the other side, the born Taoism aptitude formed a seal with her hand and charged over with supreme power. When the two collided, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. It was as if the world was going to end. The crowd exclaimed, and the older generation experts felt their scalps go numb. They were too powerful. Wherever the two of them passed, the surrounding void was constantly shattered. Nothing could stop them. Although the two of them were women, their auras were extremely terrifying. They were like goddesses that could sweep away everything. On the other side, Lin Xian also made his move. He threw out a punch. 9 Suns Divine Fist. Then, a huge crack appeared in the void, and the divine fire on it swept out. It was as if a sun had descended on the world. Slash, the first emissary roared and waved the indestructible sword with terrifying power. It was as if a star had fallen. A casual attack was so terrifying. The sky-shaking sound was heard, and the crowd felt their scalps go numb. What kind of power was this? They couldn't resist such power at all. Thunder King, Xiaoying, and the others were terrified. Fire Qilin. They were also gnashing their teeth. Damn it, these people were too strong. They had surpassed them. Even if they hadn't been eliminated, they couldn't resist. After a few moves, Lin Xian and the first emissary both retreated. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a piercing light. Swordsman? Fine, I'll defeat you in the sword Dao. He also took out the Hellfire Dragon sword, and an extremely terrifying aura appeared on the blade. He slashed out with the Shura sword technique. This was the sword of killing. The first emissary used the indestructible sword technique. The two of them fought, and in the blink of an eye, they had clashed thousands of times. This speed was also very fast, but it was still different from Chao Tianqing's speed. Everyone could see countless afterimages intertwining. It was as if two gods were fighting. Too strong, a fierce battle between dragons and tigers, evenly matched. Both of them were young great emperors. The people of Mount Eternal had gloomy and cold expressions on their faces. They were well aware of how terrifying first-timers were. But now, Lin Xian was actually evenly matched with his opponent. This didn't mean that Lin Xian's strength was far beyond their imagination. Damn it, that's impossible. The third emissary clenched his teeth, and the other elders also clenched their fists. They were looking forward to killing the emissary and taking revenge. Weng, 9-star sword technique, Lin Xian roared as 9 stars revolved behind him. Starlight fell from the sky, sweeping away everything. Lin Xian laughed loudly. Is that all you've got? Mount Eternal couldn't even withstand a single blow. Indestructible shaking the universe. The first emissary roared angrily. An extremely terrifying indestructible chi appeared on his body. It formed a huge mountain that shattered the entire world. The huge mountain descended from the sky and was about to suppress the entire sky. Seeing this scene, everyone was terrified and in despair because the information was too terrifying. It was as if the real Mount Eternal had arrived. As expected of the first emissary. They could feel that the first emissary was more powerful than all the previous emissaries. Lin Xian roared angrily as the divine flame appeared on his body. At the same time, he used the Great Emperor's divine ability. Black demonic chi surged out and turned into demonic dragons that roared between heaven and earth. Those were sword chi that connected heaven and earth with supreme killing aura. 81 streaks of sword chi turned into demonic dragons that surged between heaven and earth. They blocked the Black Mount Eternal. Not only that, the Black Mount Eternal was constantly shaking from the attacks. The huge rocks in the forest above all cracked and rolled down. A huge black vortex appeared in the sky. It was beaten into a black hole. Kill, Lin Xian roared angrily and used the Void God finger again, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. 9 streaks of sword chi appeared beside the first emissary in an instant and attacked his vital points. The first emissary roared angrily, "Get lost." He was like an indestructible god. With monstrous power, he slashed at the void god princes. The two exploded, forming a terrifying light that illuminated everyone so much that they couldn't open their eyes. At this moment, all the spectators were shocked. These two people were really too powerful. Kid, I'll let you know the true power of indestructibility. The first emissary roared at the sky. The more he fought, the braver he became. His sword chi seemed to have turned into thousands of mountains. It was extremely powerful and fell down. Heavens, Lin Wuti was suppressed. Could it be that he was going to be defeated? It seemed that Mount Eternal was still more powerful. Countless exclamations sounded. Outside, Yan Ryu and the dark red divine dragon were also nervous. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his hand and struck out a Tai Chi diagram. Yin and Yang sword chi flew out and turned into Yin and Yang gods. He roared at the sky. He opened the sky with both hands and blocked the terrifying sword chi. At the same time, Lin Xian used his Rinnegan. A ray of reincarnation light cut through the void. In an instant, it attacked the first emissary. The first emissary cried out in alarm and hurriedly raised his sword to block. With a clang, he blocked the ray of reincarnation light. However, his body was grabbed by the Yin and Yang gods. With a forceful tug, he was torn into two halves. This scene was extremely shocking. The first emissary was injured, and he was seriously injured. Someone cried out in alarm. The elders and emissaries of Mount Eternal all stood up. This was impossible. Lin Wuti could actually injure the first emissary. Ah, the first emissary's cracked body roared at the sky. All the indestructible flames inside swept out and swept across all directions. He forced the Yin and Yang gods back. His broken body healed again, and his eyes became incomparably terrifying. "Aunt, you've completely angered me." A mysterious indestructible rune appeared between his brows. At the same time, a palace appeared behind him. There was sword chi, thunder, and flames condensed into a thunder-fire palace. The palace bloomed with terrifying and destructive power. When the palace opened, there was a small hall inside. There was a stone tablet on it with 3 words engraved on it: Eternal Hall. Thunder Fire Palace, Indestructible Hall. The people from Mount Eternal also cried out in surprise. "Boss, you've even used this kind of divine ability?" It seemed that he was really going to go all out. Lin Wuti had already frightened him to this extent. These people were too shocked. They knew that this was a peerless divine ability. With their boss's strength, it was completely crazy to use it. They all laughed. Lin Wuti was going to die. Although the others didn't know what it was, they could feel a mysterious and terrifying aura coming from the palace. It made their hair stand on end. A mysterious palace appeared in the sky, making everyone curious. What kind of extreme weapon was that? Black Tortoise's expression changed. It was actually such a thing. He could actually summon such a thing. This number 1 emissary was not simple. What was this kid going to do? Was he going to display that kind of power? Brother Annihilation looked at Lin Xian. His eyes flashed. Everyone looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian furrowed his brows as well. He could feel a frightening power. It seemed to be surrounding him. At this moment, the number 1 emissary sneered. "Kid, you're finished." He formed a seal with his palm and accepted my anger. With a roar, the immortal palace rushed out and enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian punched out, but the immortal palace did not even shake. In the next moment, he entered the immortal palace. The stone tablet of the immortal palace appeared behind Lin Xian. The indestructible chains wrapped around Lin Xian and nailed him to the stone tablet. Heavens, what was that? Was Lin Wuti sealed? Seeing this scene, countless people exclaimed. Lin Xian shouted coldly. "Get lost!" Endless flames appeared on his body. The 9-yang divine fire was extremely strong. It was enough to turn everything into ashes. However, the immortal stone tablet did not even have a crack. Heavens, this was a supreme treasure. Countless people exclaimed. Lin Xian also frowned. At this moment, the Thunder Fire Palace flew over and stopped in front of Lin Xian again. The number 1 emissary stood in the Thunder Fire Palace with a cold expression. "I am the ruler. I can decide your life and death." Lightning strike, with a roar, endless thunder flew out from the palace. Every single one of them was imbued with the power of destruction as they shot straight at Lin Xian. Lin Xian used the 9-yang divine body to block it, but this was the indestructible thunder. It was a power that surpassed everything. Lin Xian's divine body was actually split open. Saint blood dripped down, piercing through heaven and earth. The eternal palace shook violently, but it still firmly suppressed Lin Xian. "Are you hurt?" Yan Ruyu and the others exclaimed. The dark red divine dragon was also gritting its teeth. Damn it, what kind of mystical ability was this? In the distance, Mount Eternal's third emissary sneered. This was an exceptional divine ability. Even the double crown king would undoubtedly die after entering. Unless that kid was a triple crown champion, he was dead for sure. What? So powerful? The expressions of the Yi and Gu family members changed when they heard this. The people from the Fire Qilin Cave and the 10,000 Dragon Court also cried out in alarm. Was this the peak power of Mount Eternal? He was really too strong. The young geniuses shook their heads. They knew that they were no match for him. Chao Tianqing, Yao Guang, and the others frowned when they saw this. In the face of such power, the only way was to dodge and advance. Yao Guang's expression was slightly better because it had photon speed. He was confident that he could dodge everything. However, Yao Guang frowned. If he was enveloped, his ending wouldn't be too good, right? He looked into the distance. Lin Wudi, will you die here? Ninth Firmament Quasi-Emperor said, you should be prepared. That kid might fail. Because this was an extreme Dao world, he couldn't use an extreme Dao weapon. Without an extreme Dao weapon, he couldn't use the Great Dragon Sword Soul. With the power of the 9-yang divine body and the Rinnegan, there was no way to resist. Eternal Palace and Thunder Fire Palace. Yao Guang was surprised. You know the origin of the palace? Ninth Firmament Quasi-Emperor nodded. He knew that it was related to the human sovereign of Mount Eternal. The power he left behind surpassed everything. Lin Wudi couldn't resist it. Unless an extreme Dao weapon appeared. I know. Yao Guang's face sank. It seemed that Lin Xian was finished. He had to make preparations. When a thunder struck Lin Xian felt a destructive power. This power was too shocking, and the indestructible stone tablet was suppressing him. He was unable to open the sword world. Mount Eternal actually possessed such terrifying power. Lin Xian was shocked. He knew that he was careless. This was the power of a human sovereign. Previously, when he killed the second emissary, the power of a human sovereign had appeared. However, the sword world was directly destroyed, causing Lin Xian to think that the power of the immortal sovereign was only SOSO. But now, he realized that he was wrong. This power definitely surpassed that of a saint. Could it be that the immortal sovereign was a quasi-emperor? This kind of power was indeed terrifying. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, he couldn't contend against a quasi-emperor now. However, the only fortunate thing was that the quasi-emperor didn't come personally. It was just a rune left behind by a quasi-emperor. Although it was terrifying, it wasn't impossible to resist. Lin Xian shouted angrily. He used the 9-yang divine body to the extreme, and the indestructible chains on his body swayed rapidly. He seemed to want to break apart the sky and tear everything apart. When the first emissary saw this, he snorted coldly. Want to leave? It was useless. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of thunder bolts descended together. These thunder bolts were extremely terrifying. They pierced through Lin Xian's body. Endless cracks appeared on Lin Xian's body. Blood dyed his body red. When everyone saw this scene, they all shook their heads. Lin Wudi was finished. The faces of the people from the Divine Union also turned pale with despair. No. Brother Xian, Morong Qingqing, who was in the middle of the battle, sensed this scene and her expression changed. Because she was too excited, she made a mistake and was sent flying by the palm of the Born Taoism aptitude. She vomited blood, dyeing the void red. The Born Taoism aptitude frowned and retracted her palm. She didn't make a move. She looked into the distance and said, "You can't use your full strength in this battle. Let's stop for now. After Lin Wudi's battle is over, our battle will continue." Morong Qingqing looked at the other party and said gratefully, Thank you. She went to the side and watched the battle nervously. Brother Xian, you must hold on. On the other side, the beautiful eyes of the born Taoism aptitude flickered. Lin Xian, is this really the end of your path? After hundreds of inextinguishable thunderbolts, Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body was severely injured. However, he still couldn't escape. He used the Eye of Reincarnation. 6 reincarnations. The world shook rapidly. The power of reincarnation wanted to destroy everything. However, it was useless. This time, it was a flame attack. The inextinguishable flames emerged from the Thunder Fire Palace. Lin Xian's injuries worsened. Ha 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 ha. The first emissary looked up and laughed. Lin Wudi? You dare to be invincible? You are no match for me at all. Today, I will use your head as a sacrifice to the second emissary. His eyes were filled with a terrifying killing intent. He stood in the Thunder Fire Palace like a supreme deity. This is the last attack. Lin Wudi, I will destroy your soul with this attack. Thunder and fire intertwined. The two inextinguishable powers fused together. They formed a sword of thunder and fire. No, it was 72 swords of thunder and fire that rotated between heaven and earth. As long as these swords pierced through Lin Xian, then Lin Xian would really die. Everyone became nervous. Lin Xian's eyes also erupted with an extremely cold light. In the face of this final attack, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a shocking light. He knew that he couldn't wait any longer. He had to use another kind of power. It wasn't that he didn't have any tricks up his sleeve, but he wanted to use that power at the last moment. He didn't expect that it would be brought forward. The power he wanted to use wasn't an extreme weapon, nor was it the great dragon sword soul, because these two powers were suppressed in the extreme Tao world. However, he also obtained a treasure, the heavens of the battle map. Lin Xian had cultivated the heavens of the battle map before, but he hadn't used it yet. Now, he was finally going to use it. Number 1 emissary, you're very strong. To be able to injure me so severely, I admit that the power of Mount Eternal is very terrifying. But it's impossible for you to kill me. You can't defeat me at all. Let me show you what true invincibility is. Lin Xian's voice rang out. It resounded in all directions. Countless people were in an uproar. Lin Wudi was still so confident. Could it be that he still had some tricks up his sleeve? The people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty sneered. What kind of joke was this? He couldn't use an extreme weapon, so he was definitely going to die. The people of the Gu family also snorted. He was still stubborn even when he was about to die. The number 1 emissary laughed loudly. If you still have any tricks up your sleeve, then take them out. Otherwise, I'll see how you die. He waved his hand, and 72 lightning and fire swords flew out. This was a sure kill power. Facing such a dangerous attack, Lin Xian's body emitted endless light. It spun quickly in front of him and condensed into a battle map. The heavens of the battle map directly charged out and collided with the 72 lightning and fire swords. An earth-shattering sound rang out, followed by a scream. A figure flew out. Had the victor been decided? Countless people widened their eyes. In their opinion, Lin Xian was definitely going to lose, but when they saw that the one who flew out and screamed was the number 1 emissary, they were all stunned. How was this possible? These people were crazy. One had to know that Lin Xian had been suppressed by the Thunder Fire Palace and the Eternal Hall, and his divine body had been injured by the lightning. Blood splattered across the 9 heavens. Next, he would be pierced by the 72 swords and eliminated. But why was the number 1 emissary injured? What other trump cards does Lin Xian have? At this moment, everyone was stunned. Everyone from Mount Eternal was stunned. Even Yao Guang, Chao Tianxing, and the others were stunned. This was completely different from what they had imagined. Older brother Xian. Morong Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he was puzzled. What exactly did Lin Xian use? The indestructible palace appeared amidst the light that filled the sky. At this moment, the indestructible chains had already been shattered. Lin Xian stood there with a battle map in front of him that kept spinning. That diagram was extremely terrifying. The pores of the born great path aptitude shrank rapidly. What a terrifying power. As a Tao body, she had fused with the heavenly Tao. Now, he could feel how terrifying the firmament battle map was. Yao Guang's expression instantly darkened. This kind of power was something he had never seen before. It was not a Taiji diagram, but a new kind of power. This Lin Wudi had actually obtained such a terrifying trump card. If it wasn't for the fact that his life was in danger this time, he probably wouldn't have used it. If he had encountered Lin Xian before, would he have been able to resist such a firmament battle map? Lin Xian held the firmament battle map in his hand and walked out like a god of war. He looked ahead disdainfully. At this moment, his body emitted crackling sounds. The indestructible battle armor covered his body and quickly healed his injuries. His divine body healed, and divine fire surged into the sky. He looked ahead and said in a deep voice, "I told you that you would be the one to lose." The number one emissary spat out a large mouthful of blood. Endless cracks appeared on his body. The destruction of the 72 thunder fire swords had already caused him to suffer a backlash. In addition, he was hit by the firmament battle map and was severely injured. He was unwilling to accept this. He roared crazily. "Impossible, how could you destroy the indestructible palace, the Thunder Fire Palace and the indestructible palace? What kind of power was this? It was beyond his own power. How could the other party resist it? What exactly was that battle map?" Outside, the people of the Monarch clan were stunned. The elders of the Eternal Mountain were also stunned. The people of the Purple Mansion and the Thousand Dragon Imperial Court were gnashing their teeth. Lin Xian had another trump card. Moreover, it was an extremely powerful one. The people of the Divine Union were all laughing. Great, Boss Lin was indeed strong. Lin Xian walked forward like a god of war. "Let me show you what true invincibility is." The battle map in his hand danced and directly attacked the number one emissary. The number one emissary was sent flying. The number one emissary roared crazily and used the indestructible sword to resist. It was like a true dragon, swallowing thousands of miles. However, it couldn't stop the firmament battle map at all. This was too terrifying. This was an exceptional mystique obtained from a page of the heavenly book. Although the number one emissary was strong, he was also being beaten back. He could only summon the Thunder Fire Palace and the Indestructible Palace to defend in front of him. However, in the end, the Thunder Fire Palace and the Indestructible Palace were destroyed by the firmament battle map. This time, the number one emissary's body was refined into a bloody mist. He screamed miserably. Lin Xian chased him between heaven and earth. He kept escaping, but his injuries were getting worse. Lin Xian was too strong. The more he fought, the more powerful he became. In the end, he could only crush his protective jade pendant and escape. Lin Xian stood in the field, the sea of blood surging around him. He was like a god as he sneered. Mount Eternal was nothing more than this. Who else would want to fight with him? At this moment, he displayed a strong power that shocked everyone. He was too strong. Lin Wudi had actually eliminated the number one emissary. Oh my god, he might be able to fight for the championship this time. Lin Xian's divine body, Rinnegan Eye, and super strong sword techniques were extremely terrifying. The number one emissary wasn't weak either. The indestructible power was an existence that couldn't be killed and had the indestructible rune. It was said that no one below the Triple Crown King could resist the power that was summoned at the end. However, at the most critical moment, Lin Xian actually took out a battle map and reversed the situation. It was really shocking. Yao Guang's face darkened. She felt the danger. Chao Tianxing's eyes also flashed. As expected of the Lin Wudi, he knew. Back then, he knew that this person was definitely not a fish in a pond. He would definitely soar to the sky. Now that so many years had passed, he was indeed strong. The born Dao aptitude was also surprised. The Dao of the Heavens diagram? What a terrifying theurgy. She looked at Morong Qingqing and said, Lin Xian is no longer in danger. We can continue the previous battle. Morong Qingqing also smiled. She was completely relieved that Lin Xian was no longer in danger. He nodded and said, thank you for giving me time before. I will do my best from now on. There was no enmity between the two of them, nor was there any resentment. They only had a competition for the great Tao. The two heavens chosen once again engaged in a fierce battle, but Lin Xian was focused on Yao Guang. It's time to deal with you. Alcade's pupils constricted, and he immediately used the void to escape. The place where he had been standing was torn to shreds. How terrifying. Countless people were stunned. Even someone as powerful as the Alcade realm could only dodge and not face it head-on. The extreme-grade weapons in the sky, the black tortoise and the Aquarius of life, were shocked. They were even more shocked than the others. The Heavens battle map, he actually had something like this? How did he get it? It seemed that he had obtained the Heavenly Book of One Leaf. He had been there before. This youth's luck was quite good. He had even obtained the Heavens battle map. One leaf of Heavenly Book was in their extreme grade realm. How could they not know? However, that place was impossible for ordinary people to reach. Even if they went there, they wouldn't be able to obtain the Heavens battle map, because there were even more frightening existences there. However, Lin Xian had actually obtained it and even managed to successfully cultivate it. This kind of luck surprised the extreme grade weapons, and they became even more curious about Lin Xian. The destructive spear frowned. If this kid was on our side, then it would be fine. But if he was on the other side, then he would be in danger. This was a variable. The black tortoise, however, laughed. I think you're overthinking it. If he was able to obtain a Heavenly Book of One Leaf of Heavenly Book, then he should be on our side. The Aquarius of life nodded. Yes, that's right. I think so too. Let's see if this kid can reach the final step. The extreme grade weapons continued to watch the battle silently, but the battle below was extremely frightening. It was a battle between the innate Tao body and Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing attacked with all her strength, but the innate Tao body was too strong. She was suppressed. She would be defeated within 100 moves, but she wouldn't give up so easily. On the other side, Alcade's expression was extremely ugly. The Heavens battle map in the opponent's hand was a threat to her life. Moreover, the opponent had attacked her directly after defeating the first emissary, giving her no time to prepare. Lin Xian, are you sure you want to attack me? Alcade said coldly. Lin Xian harumphed coldly. Nonsense. Another Heavens battle map, drawing a streak of light as it charged forward. This time, it covered the entire sky. At the same time, Lin Xian opened his Rinnegan. Even if the opponent used the Void Divine ability again, he wouldn't be able to escape. Indeed, the light-shaking realm cultivator immediately activated a Void-type Theurgy art, but Lin Xian was even faster. Another strike of the Heavens battle diagram. A terrifying battle intent erupted from it and turned into a god of war. Zhan Tu charged over. Yao Guang roared. The Nine Heavens Immortal King released an illusion. He faced the sky and roared, resisting Lin Xian's palm. With a hong sound, he was blasted backwards, directly tearing apart the earth. An endless cloud of dust filled the air. Everyone was stunned. A light-shaking realm cultivator had been sent flying. Are you hurt? When the people from the Z government saw this, their expressions became ugly. The first emissary gritted his teeth. He had already lost. To be honest, his mind was completely blank right now. He had never imagined that he would actually lose. He was only ranked 6th. Damn it. One had to know that her goal was to be number 1, to be the champion. Now, she wasn't even in the top 5. Damn it. Lin Woody, he was going crazy with anger. He wanted to kill his opponent, but the Heavens battle diagram in his opponent's hand was too terrifying. Especially now, when he saw Yao Guang being sent flying, he didn't know why, but his heart seemed to have calmed down a little. Yao Guang had swallowed so many experts, but wasn't she still sent flying in an instant? Damn it. Yao Guang roared and charged out from the ground. Endless primal chaos aura spread out from his body. The terrifying thing was that his power could shatter heaven and earth, as if he was going to split open the universe. Everyone was shocked. The power of primal chaos had appeared. This was the strongest power that Yao Guang had swallowed so far. Why do I feel like he's a soul body? Damn it, this guy won't become the second primal chaos body, right? There were also people from the primal chaos race who came to watch the battle. When they saw this scene, they were so angry that they vomited blood. Their soul sky had died and was swallowed by this brat. Damn it, after Yao Guang displayed the power of primal chaos, she became incomparably terrifying. Heaven and earth cracked. Lin Xian sneered. It seems that your primal chaos body isn't strong enough. Because compared to the primal chaos body, you're a little weaker. As he spoke, he waved the battle map again and charged over. Yao Guang roared and fought against the primal chaos body. The two collided, but he was still suppressed. After 3 moves, he was sent flying again, and a large crack appeared on his body. The heavenly battle map split him in half. Lin Xian pursued with the heavenly battle map in his hand. He was like a god descending to suppress his opponent. Not good, the faces of the people from the purple mansion changed drastically. How dare you, the mansion master roared crazily, but he was outside the extreme path realm and couldn't stop him. Yao Guang's pupils shrank. Damn it, what should he do? At this moment, he was really stunned. The 9 firmament quasi-emperor in his mind also gritted his teeth. Run, run. Don't fight him head-on, in the extreme path realm, his quasi-emperor power couldn't appear. Otherwise, he would be killed by the extreme path realm weapons in the sky. Yao Guang fled quickly, but Lin Xian's Rinnegan could always lock onto him. After 5 moves, she was in danger again. She was about to be sealed. At this moment, the cry of a phoenix came from afar. Lin Xian's palm stopped. He didn't attack Yao Guang again. Instead, he turned his head and saw Morong Qingqing retreating, blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. The others also cried out one after another. Victory and defeat had been decided. The 7-colored phoenix was defeated. She stood there and didn't attack again. She said, "You lost." Morong Qingqing sighed and nodded. "You are very strong. I am not your opponent." This time, she fought very happily with the innate Dao body because she had used up all her tricks. However, she was still not her opponent. She lost wholeheartedly. Lin Xian also flew over and said, "Qingqing, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Qingqing shook her head and laughed bitterly. "Brother Xian, I lost. Next, it's up to you. You must win." Lin Xian gave her a bottle of pills and said, "Don't worry. Leave the rest to me. Go outside the valley and rest." Morong Qingqing flew outside the extreme path realm. Lin Xian took a deep breath and stared at Yao Guang again. Yao Guang's expression turned cold. Lin Xian sneered. "You can't even withstand a single blow. You are no longer my opponent." He wasn't in a hurry to suppress Yao Guang because Yao Guang couldn't escape. He planned to challenge the innate Dao body first and then fight Chao Tianxing. When everyone was no longer his opponent, he would be the real champion. He looked at the innate Dao body and said, "Take a rest. You rest and recover first. I will fight with Chao Tianxing first. After that, I will fight with you." After speaking, Lin Xian flew over and looked at Chao Tianxing. He said, "Old friend, we meet again. I didn't expect you to be from the ancient light race." The battle between Lin Xian and Chao Tianxing shocked countless people once again. Yao Guang heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was no longer in danger of being eliminated. However, his expression was extremely ugly. The fact that Lin Xian hadn't attacked him meant that he didn't take him seriously at all. Damn it, what was his status now? What was his status? He had devoured so many experts that he even possessed the power of the primal chaos. Who would dare look down on him? However, Lin Xian was looking down on him and even ignoring him. This difference was hard for him to accept. Despicable Lin Wudi, one day I will personally get rid of you. Yao Guang quickly formed hand seals. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to recover from his injuries. On the other side, the Khanate constitution was also absorbing the power of the Great Path to recover. The other people were also in an uproar. Lin Wudi was too strong at the moment. First, he had defeated the first emissary and injured Yao Guang, almost eliminating him. Now, he was going to challenge Chao Tianxing and fight with the Khanate constitution. He wanted to sweep through the 8 desolations single-handedly. If he defeated all his opponents, he would become the champion and be invincible. Invincible Lin, was the name of invincibility going to become a reality? Many people were excited. The people of the Divine Union were looking forward to it. On the other hand, the people of the Purple Mansion were gnashing their teeth. Yao Guang's injury made them nervous. Now, they were praying that the ancient light race could defeat Lin Wudi. Chao Tianxing also stepped forward and said, "I will also go all out in this battle." As soon as he said this, the void around Lin Xian suddenly split open. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He wanted to defend himself, but it was too late. He was sent flying by this punch. A portion of his bones were broken. The surrounding people were also stunned. They only reacted when Lin Xian retreated. What had just happened? God, did Chao Tianxing attack? I actually didn't see it. They realized that if they had faced Chao Tianxing, they would have been killed in one move before they knew anything. The older powerhouses sighed. The younger generation would surpass them in time. Lin Xian's body emitted crackling sounds as his bones recovered. At the same time, a piercing light burst out from his eyes. He was indeed from the ancient Light clan. Such speed was indeed shocking. He used the 9-yang divine body to the extreme, and at the same time opened the Rinnegan, covering 8 directions. He had to be careful when dealing with this kind of speed. This was another top-notch expert. Of all the martial arts in the world, only speed was invincible. Lin Xian took a deep breath, waved the heavens battle map, and charged out. A crack appeared in the void as it soared into the sky. It was as if a giant dragon was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws in the sky as it charged towards Chao Tianxing. Chao Tianxing dodged in an instant and said, "Lin Xian, I admit that you are very powerful, but you can't keep up with my speed." As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't seem to move, but he had already appeared in over 100 different locations. He had punched out tens of millions of times, and only the most powerful experts could see it. The other double championship winners didn't seem to be able to see it. The Thunder King was stunned. Was this the ancient Light tribe? As a Thunder King, the speed of his thunder was incomparably fast. But now he realized that he couldn't see it at all. The first emissary also frowned tightly. He could only feel a blur of this kind of speed. If he encountered it, it would be very troublesome. He could only stay in the Thunder Fire Palace. It was really too difficult to injure the other party. Sure enough, after several consecutive attacks, his Heaven's Battle map couldn't hit the other party. Although Lin Xian's Rinnegan could see the other party, his body's speed couldn't keep up. Lin Xian launched a reincarnation attack, the Heavenly Path of Reincarnation. A huge hand of the heavens appeared in the sky and fell mercilessly, but it was still too slow. Lin Xian's gaze seemed to be unable to keep up with Chao Tianxing's speed. The Light tribe was indeed the fastest in the world. The other spectators were also amazed. Even those from the Emperor clan were surprised. No one could match such speed. At the same time, they were also puzzled. The Light tribe was so terrifying. How was the Light tribe destroyed back then? They were even completely wiped out. Just what kind of person could have done this? Could it be a living great emperor who attacked the Light tribe back then? Lin Xian was attacked. Thousands of punches landed on his body, and they were all focused on one place. Even Lin Xian with the 9-yang divine body couldn't withstand it. Cracks appeared on his body again, and he retreated. The Heaven's Battle map seemed to be useless. The Yi family members shook their heads and sighed. Young Master Lin was in danger. In the world of martial arts, only speed was unbeatable. With this kind of speed, he was already in an invincible position. Unless his speed could keep up, but it was too difficult. What a pity. On the other side, the elders of the Kuanping clan also shook their heads. Lin Wudi took out the Heaven's Battle map, defeated the first emissary, and injured Yao Guang. But was he going to be defeated by Chao Tianxing? There was probably no one who could contend against Chao Tianxing's extreme speed. They couldn't even suppress him. Chao Tianxing was in an invincible position. Could it be that he would be the final champion? Sighs could be heard one after another. The people on Purple's side looked gloomy. The people of the Dao One school also frowned. The born Taoism aptitude didn't seem to have a good way to suppress this ancient speed. After throwing a few more punches, Lin Xian was pushed back. Chao Tianqing said, although you have the Heavens Battle Map, you can't do anything to me. Even if you use the Heavens Battle Map to protect yourself, it will only be a draw. So, if you want to defeat me, use your other power. If you don't, you won't be able to win this battle. He was right. Lin Xian frowned slightly. He put away the Heavens Battle Map. Even the flame aura on his body disappeared. What was going on? The others looked at him in confusion. It seemed that Lin Wudi had given up resisting. The Heavens Battle Map was so powerful, but he didn't use it. Could it be that he had a stronger trump card? His stronger trump card should be the sky-swallowing jar, but he couldn't take it out. Lin Xian didn't take out the sky-swallowing jar. Instead, he took out a sword. It was a Hell Divine sword. Lin Xian stood there, surrounded by sword aura. The sword aura protected his body. Lin Xian said, "Next, I will fight with you with the sword." He was a peerless swordsman. At this moment, he was going to use the most primitive sword technique to fight with his opponent. Sword technique? It's useless. He can't cut me at all. Yes, his attack power was strong, far beyond that of his peers. Even the divine ancestor was no match for him. But if he couldn't hit the enemy, what was the use of a strong attack? Chao Tianqing also shook his head. It's useless. Next. I'm going to use hundreds of millions of attacks. Be careful. After saying that, he raised his palm, and there was endless light shining on his fist. It was his fist, which was spinning at high speed. It was extremely fast. A ray of light lit up between heaven and earth. Then, everyone couldn't see anything. They only heard a voice. It seemed that they all remembered at the same time that this was the 100 million punches. The Light Clan's peerless divine ability. It's over. That Lin Wudi is in danger. That's right. Even if he didn't lose the first time, he wouldn't be able to block such a punch on the second day. It seemed that the outcome was destined. Brother Xian, Morong Qingqing and the others all became nervous. The first emissary snorted coldly. When you lose and come outside, I'll teach you a lesson. He planned to make his move here. The others all became nervous. Would Lin Xian be defeated by this punch? The punch landed on Lin Xian's protective sword energy, causing it to shake violently. Next, a crack appeared on the protective sword energy. Then, it spread all over his body. The protective sword chi was instantly shattered. At this time, Lin Xian also made his move. The shattered sword chi seemed to have turned into thousands of azure dragons. They rushed out in an instant. At the same time, Lin Xian's sword technique also rushed over. Countless sword chi turned into a sea of swords and swept out. It also seemed to have turned into a sword that swept between heaven and earth. Clang, a thunderous sound rang out between heaven and earth, and the most dazzling light erupted. It was the great Tao waving. Everyone closed their eyes at this moment. This light was too bright. Many people's eyes were bleeding. The people outside were also shocked. Did he block it? Impossible. If this punch hit his body, Lin Wudi would definitely be torn apart. However, when the bright light disappeared, they found that Lin Xian's body didn't shatter. Instead, Chao Tianqing's fist was knocked back. How was this possible? He blocked it. How did he do it? Everyone was stunned. The people from the Great Emperor clan couldn't believe it. The light-shaking realm was shocked. The pupils of the born Taoism aptitude also shrank. The first emissary's expression became extremely ugly. His opponent actually blocked it. Chao Tianqing was also surprised. He felt that his fist was numb. He couldn't even use his strength. The attack just now was too sharp. Could his opponent keep up with his speed? It was unbelievable. He didn't believe it. Unless an ancient member of the Light Clan walked out, no one could keep up with its speed. Everyone looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Lin Xian held the Hell sword in his hand, the corners of his mouth raised. Of all the martial arts in the world, only speed was unbreakable, and there was nothing it could not overcome. You have the fastest speed, but I have the strongest attack. The sword intent on Lin Xian's body continued to erupt, causing the entire world to shake. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Even though they were so far away, they felt that the sword chi was going to tear their bodies apart. The few extreme weapons in the sky were also astonished. This was the strongest offensive power in the world, the Great Dragon Sword. It was too inconceivable. The Destruction Spear was shocked. In our Extreme Tao world, it was impossible to use the power of an Extreme Tao weapon. The Great Dragon Sword was also a power that surpassed the Saint Realm, so it would also be suppressed here. He didn't summon the Great Dragon Sword, but he was able to unleash such power just from within his body. It seemed that he had already fused with the Great Dragon Sword's soul. This little fellow was really not simple. The black tortoise beside him also kept nodding. Extreme speed and the strongest attack. This time, there would be a show to watch. Damn it, this Lin Wudi. When Yao Guang saw this scene, he gritted his teeth. He felt a sense of danger. He felt that whether it was the strongest speed or the most terrifying attack, he seemed to be unable to defeat them. He was actually suppressed by two people. Damn it, could it be that he had no chance of becoming the champion this time? No. He was unwilling to accept this. All these years, he had been hiding from place to place, like a rat crossing the street, only able to walk in the dark. Because he secretly devoured the corpses of others and snatched their bloodlines. He would become the enemy of the world. But now that he had grown up, he dared to challenge the world. He was no longer afraid of others. He wanted to walk in the light. But in front of him, there were two people who had surpassed him, and he might even be hunted down. He was unwilling to accept this. He must become the champion. Thinking of this, Yao Guang sat down cross-legged. A black vortex appeared behind him, and a figure emerged from it. It was a withered figure, like a mummy. Most of the body was covered in white bones. However, there was a small part of the body that was intact, and there was even a hidden chaotic aura surging on it. This scene was hidden by Yao Guang in an instant. He continued to absorb the chaotic body. He had already absorbed the chaotic body from before, and there was only a little left. Once he completely absorbed it, his strength would not just increase by a small amount. It would increase by a large amount. Because it would turn into a second chaotic body. Previously, he was prepared to absorb it after the dragon transformation battle. But now, it seemed that he could not wait any longer. He had to break through to the chaotic body at the last moment, only then could he compete with others. Yao Guang formed a seal with his palms and absorbed like crazy, using the demonic sky-devouring technique to the extreme. Of course, the black vortex had already disappeared, and he could not attract anyone's attention now. As expected, no one was paying attention to it. Because everyone's attention was attracted by the battle in front of them. Only speed could not be defeated, and indestructible. These two extremely terrifying powers collided in heaven and earth. As for which one was stronger, it would depend on their own strength. The laws of heaven and earth were vast. Sword chi soared into the sky. Everyone could only hear a series of explosions, and the entire sky was completely shattered. This was the extreme path world. In this world, even the divine ancestor was suppressed. However, these two people seemed to have entered a realm where no one could stop them. It was really too terrifying. The emperor race were also shocked. Even the emperor's son would not be able to compete with these two people. Both of them had the potential to become the new great emperor. Another intense collision. Yao Guang's expression was extremely serious. I did not expect you to be able to fight me to this extent. You can actually restrain my extreme speed. That is really surprising. He also knew that Lin Xian had extremely strong combat strength, but this combat strength was too strong. It was actually indestructible. Next, I will use my fastest speed. If you can block it, then this battle will be considered your win. The fastest speed? Lin Xian took a deep breath and put away the Hellfire Dragon Sword. He said, "Alright, I will also let you feel an even stronger indestructible." Lin Wudi put away his sword. What was he trying to do? Was he going to fight barehanded? If that was the case, his offensive strength would be weakened. The surrounding people were very puzzled. The Yi family was puzzled, and the Divine Union was also surprised. Chao Tianxing also frowned. He did not know what the other party was doing, but he could not care less. Luminous Shadow, his speed was pushed to the limit. Everyone saw Lin Xian put away his sword as though he had given up. How was he going to block it? Was Lin Wudi going to lose this battle? Many people exclaimed. The people from the Divine Union also closed their eyes. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He had put away the Hell Sword, but that didn't mean that he had admitted defeat. He was going to use an even stronger mystique. At this moment, he stood tall as the sword aura on his body surged into the sky, turning into a divine sword. He said, "I am a dragon." With a roar, he rushed over. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a dragon's sword. It was terrifying. Heavens, no way. Had he turned into a sword? Countless people exclaimed. The born Taoism aptitude was shocked. Alcade also opened his eyes. When he saw this scene, his pupils shrank. The shocking battle caused the void to shatter continuously. A terrifying aura engulfed everything. At this moment, everyone was shocked. They couldn't calm down for a long time. Lin Xian seemed to have turned into a divine sword at this moment. In the end, who was stronger? They were looking forward to it. When the divine radiance in the sky slowly disappeared, they saw the two of them standing there. Chao Tianqing's face was pale. A sword mark had appeared on his body, and sacred blood dripped down instantly. Chao Tianqing was injured. Everyone exclaimed. Everyone cried out in surprise. This was the limit of speed, the luminous shadow couldn't dodge this sword. The born Taoism aptitude was also shocked. It was invincible. The only way to defeat it was to break it. You actually injured me, Chao Tianqing. His eyebrows were tightly knitted together. He could not believe it. Had his speed been broken? That was too shocking. You have won this battle. He retreated but didn't leave. Instead, he started to recover from his injuries. It was clear that he could continue to fight. Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. He had to admit that Chao Tianqing's extreme speed was definitely one of the strongest mystiques he had ever seen. This time, he had used his strongest swordsmanship to injure his opponent. He was one step closer to becoming the champion. Next, he would challenge the born Taoism aptitude. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and quickly recovered. Finally, he opened his eyes and looked forward again. He looked at the one with the born Taoism aptitude. The one with born Taoism aptitude also stood up and said in a deep voice. It was time to fight. Everyone became excited again. Lin Wudi continued to fight with experts and defeated a group of them. If he could defeat someone with born Taoism aptitude, no one would be able to challenge him. In that case, it was very likely that the other party would become the champion. What would happen in this battle? As an ancient member of the Light Clan, Chao Tianqing possessed the fastest speed. As for the born Taoism aptitude, it was the legendary Great Path aptitude. It should have possessed the strongest Great Path. He didn't know if this super powerful Great Tao or this terrifying attack would be more terrifying. Naturally, he didn't dare to be careless. She formed a seal with her palm, and 1,000 laws revolved around her. Then, she slapped out with her palm. Wherever the Tao seal passed, nothing could stop it. It was as if it could shatter heaven and earth. Lin Xian struck out with his sword again. The collision between the two set off a monstrous storm. After this exchange, they were evenly matched. Lin Xian did not stop. He attacked continuously, and the sword chi became more and more terrifying. At the same time, he used his earth magic, the demonic seal. He struck out and collided with the Tao seal. The two seals shattered the sky and the earth. Lin Xian felt his arm go numb. As expected of someone with a Great Path aptitude, it was really terrifying. His opponent's Great Path was indeed the most powerful one he had ever seen. The one with the born Taoism aptitude was also surprised. Previously, she only saw Lin Xian's strength in battle. However, fighting with Lin Xian felt different. He was too strong, like a ferocious beast that could not be defeated. She took a deep breath and formed the Heavenly Path seal. She formed a seal with her palm, and a seal appeared in the sky and fell mercilessly. Lin Xian struck out with the demonic fist. A black fist rushed into the sky and blocked the attack. At the same time, the Azure sword technique appeared and disappeared mysteriously. The sword rose like a dragon and instantly tore apart the other party's Great Path aura. This sword cleaved the entire sky apart. At the same time, Lin Xian was stunned. The others also exclaimed in surprise. It was so beautiful. It was the born Taoism aptitude from before. It was extremely mysterious and surrounded by the Great Path. No one could see the other party's true appearance. Now, Lin Xian had split the other party's Great Path and finally revealed her true appearance. It was a stunning woman, exceptionally exquisite. Lin Xian was also stunned when he saw the other party because he really knew her. It was someone he had not seen for a long time, and he knew her from the quintessential world. Xianxia. Back then, she entered the house of extraordinary warriors with him and they even fought. Back then, Xianxia's great path was extremely extraordinary. He did not expect her to have the born Taoism aptitude. Lin Xian was amazed. The quintessential world was indeed one of the two most mysterious worlds in the universe. It had produced many genius powerhouses. He walked out from there. Yi Wudao, Morong Qingqing, Yan Rui, and Yao Guang all came from the quintessential world. Now, there was another Xianxia. It was really incredible. No wonder it was called the Source Planet. I didn't expect it to be you. It's really been a long time. Lin Xian did not attack. Instead, he said with a smile. The great path on Xianxia's body slowly healed again, covering her face. She said, yes, it's been a long time. I didn't expect your sword technique to split my great path. However, you have to be careful now because I'm going to get serious. As soon as her voice fell, the laws on her body suddenly erupted like a 100,000 volcano, sweeping across the 9 heavens. Her palm shot out like a divine king, flickering light and passing shadows as she charged at Lin Xian. The power was indeed much stronger than before. Lin Xian also let out a long roar. Six-path fist, the reincarnation power in his eyes erupted. Reincarnation, human Tao. The power of the 6 paths was extremely terrifying as if it could reincarnate everything. It collided with the other party's divine seal. Every strike was earth-shattering. The spectators were even more shocked. The previous battle between Lin Xian and Chao Tianxing was indeed terrifying. However, Chao Tianxing's speed was too fast, and they could not see many of his skills clearly. They could not even see them. However, it was different now. The born Taoism aptitude was not fast, but the great path was too exquisite. Those older divine ancestors could not help but admit their inferiority. The other young geniuses, including the crown prince, were all shocked. Although they had mastered the great emperor's skills, the other party's great path was extremely terrifying. Some of the great emperor's skills even surpassed theirs. It was not that the great emperor's skills were weak, but their own understanding of the great path was not comparable to the born Taoism aptitude. 5 elements Tao. At this moment, Xianxia waved her hand and performed the most basic 5 elements Tao. The 5 elements world collided with the 6 paths of reincarnation in the sky, and it was not inferior. The 5 elements world and the metal world turned into endless weapons and scattered down. The world of metal charged over with incomparable sharpness. The world of fire also swept across the 9 heavens. Lin Xian used the reincarnation tunnel to form the most powerful earth shield to defend. At this moment, the world of water, world of earth, and world of wood also charged over. Lin Xian used the heavenly path of reincarnation and the human path to resist. Only 3 of his 6 paths of reincarnation could be used. The other 3 were illusory. After all, he had only condensed 1 Rinnegan. However, the power of reincarnation was too terrifying. 3 paths of reincarnation blocked the other party's world of 5 elements. It was too powerful. The surrounding people were shocked. It was just a world of 5 elements. They probably couldn't fight against it. Among them, there were people from the 5 elements sect. After they saw it, they were shocked. Perhaps even their grand ancestor couldn't use such a perfect world of 5 elements. This Lin Wudi was really powerful. He could actually block the world of 5 elements with 1 eye. His Rinnegan was too terrifying. Exclamations came one after another. Many princes and double crown kings were jealous. Xianxia was also amazed. As expected of the legendary Rinnegan. However, try my world of 5 elements and 1. As she said that, she formed a seal with her palms. In an instant, the world of 5 elements merged. This wasn't a simple fusion. There were 5 worlds drawn into one. The power was more than doubled. It directly shattered the world of 6 paths of reincarnation. The phantoms of the 6 worlds in the sky slowly disappeared. The world of 5 elements merged and charged towards Lin Xian. No way. Was this the power of the born Taoism aptitude? The fusion of the great path in her hand was as simple as drinking water. Many experts of the older generation were dumbfounded. They couldn't help it. They had comprehended the great path for their entire lives, but they still couldn't understand it. However, these problems were too simple for Zhong Lingxiu. She could do it with a wave of her hand. The world of 6 paths was broken. Lin Wudi was in danger. Many people were surprised. However, an extremely cold light burst out from Lin Xian's eyes. He shouted angrily and slapped out with his palm. On his palm, an extremely terrifying sword qi appeared as if it had turned into a mountain of 5 elements. Was he going to use the power of 5 elements to resist? Everyone was shocked. No, it wasn't the 5 elements mountain. It was the divine magnetic mountain. The experts of the Yuhua immortal dynasty also came to watch. When they saw this scene, they exclaimed in shock once more. An elemental magnet mountain blocked the elemental world, and the two clashed again in the air. Even the elemental magnet mountain wanted to suppress the 5 elements world. What was going on? Everyone was stunned. Was Lin Xian's palm already so terrifying? This was not the power of his 9-yang divine body, but the power of magnetism. Magnetism could suppress the 5 elements. The experts from the Yuan Magnetic Immortal Foundation were all stunned. How could this be their power? Damn it, could it be because of the old ancestor? The corpse of their magnetism quasi-emperor was in the hands of the other party. From the looks of it, it had already been studied by this kid. Lin Xian had indeed used the power of magnetism. He had the corpse of the magnetism quasi-emperor and the great dragon sword spirit. He used the great dragon sword soul to materialize the magnetic mountain. He actually possessed such power. Seeing that the combination of the 5 elements was being suppressed, Zhong Lingxiu frowned as well. With a wave of his sleeve, the elemental world disappeared, and he stood in the void again. Lin Xian retracted his palm, and the magnetic mountain also slowly disappeared. In this battle of the great Tao, Lin Xian had the upper hand. This was great. The people of the Divine Union cheered. In the Purple Mansion, the people of the Thousand Dragon Dynasty had ugly expressions. On the other hand, the people of the Tao One sect were calm. They knew that the strength of the Tao physique was not limited to this. Sure enough, Zhong Lingxiu said, I also want to experience your 9-yang divine body. After experiencing the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation, she was ready to challenge the other party's divine body. Everyone was shocked. Was the born Tao physique going to display a super strong physique? They were not sure, but they soon realized that it was not the case. A ball of flame appeared in Zhong Lingxiu's hand, dancing fiercely. As soon as the flame appeared, it instantly pierced through the void. One could imagine how terrifying the power of this flame was. She wanted to challenge the 9-yang divine flame. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. An illusion of the sun appeared beside him, blooming continuously. The power of my 9-yang divine flame is very terrifying, Lin Xian said with a smile. Zhong Lingxiu said, how do you know if you don't try? As soon as she said that, other than the flame on her fingertip, there were also flames dancing on her other 9 fingers. The flame on each finger was different. The first flame that appeared was blue, as deep as the starry sky. Someone exclaimed, is this the legendary starry sky flame? This was a very terrifying flame. It was rare in the depths of the universe. Who would have thought that the other party could find it? The fire Qilin also exclaimed, Nanmingli fire. Fire of the sea, hellfire. Fire of the 10,000 beasts. After the fire Qilin shouted out all kinds of flames, it was as if thunder resounded in the ears. The surrounding people were stunned. Every single one of these flames was extremely terrifying. But now, Zhong Lingxiu had gathered all 10 of them. Impossible, how did she do it? Burning Incense also kept shaking her head. She was also a flame expert, but she could not have obtained so many flames. The dog-headed Taoist widened his bell-like eyes. He bared his fangs and said, "No. These flames were condensed by her great Tao. These were her great Tao flames." What? Great Tao flames? A person's great Tao could evolve so many flames. Was this the born Taoism aptitude, as expected of one of the top 10 physiques in the starry sky? It was really strong. Chao Tianqing nodded and exclaimed. On the other side, Alcade's eyes also turned red after seeing this. This physique was definitely not weaker than the chaotic physique. Moreover, there were thousands of great Daos. It was very terrifying. Zhong Lingxiu's 10 fingers intertwined in the sky like jade. The top-tier flames were also dancing. They merged with each other and formed a lotus. A flame lotus bloomed quietly in Zhong Lingxiu's hand. "Lin Xian, you have to be careful," she said playfully. However, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Being hit by the lotus formed by 10 top-tier flames, even 10 lives would not be enough. Although Lin Xian's 9-yang divine physique was strong, could it really withstand it? Lin Xian's small face also became a little serious. He did not expect this guy to be able to condense so many flames. His 9-yang divine physique felt great pressure. However, he would not back down. Then I'll have to experience it. With a roar, Lin Xian pushed his 9-yang divine physique to the extreme. He seemed to have turned into a fire god. He took the lead to kill. The flames danced in the sky, turning into thousands of golden crows that roared in the sky. Zhong Lingxiu waved her hand, and the lotus formed by 10 top-tier flames flew over. Bloom. He shouted softly. Boom. The lotus formed by 10 types of terrifying flames enveloped Lin Xian, letting out a terrifying roar. Everyone was stunned at this moment. They saw a figure attacking crazily in the flames. It was Lin Xian. Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body was pushed to the extreme, but the lotus formed by 10 types of flames was really terrifying. Even his divine body was injured at this moment. Many cracks appeared on his body, and blood flowed out. Heavens, Lin Wudi couldn't resist. Was he going to be defeated? Everyone exclaimed. Morong Qingqing and the others became nervous again. Zhong Lingxiu, on the other hand, had a confident smile. She was very confident in these 10 types of flames. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. The 9-yang divine body swept in all directions as he walked in the flames. Although his body was broken, he was still not afraid of these flames, which could temper his body. However, he knew that there was not much time and opportunity now. He had to break the other party's magic. If the 9-yang divine body couldn't do it, then he would add another magic. Lin Xian used the magic of the Great Earth Emperor, the Demon God Armor. This was an ultimate technique in the Devil Emperor's inheritance. The demonic chi on his body condensed into a black armor, covering his body. With this armor and the power of his body, his defense was much stronger than before. The 10 types of flames were blocked outside his body. At the same time, Lin Xian swept his hands and drew a sword chi, splitting the entire sea of flames. He walked out with a strong force. Everyone was shocked. Did he block it? The born Taoism aptitude was also surprised. They didn't expect that the 10 types of flames couldn't do anything to the other party. Lin Xian was extremely strong. He looked forward. Next, you will also have a taste of my attack. He drew a yin-yang image and threw it forward. The yin-yang sword chi turned into 2, and the yin-yang dragons circled between each other with endless power. At the same time, Lin Xian attacked again. He used the Devil Emperor's inheritance. The terrifying sword technique carried with it a monstrous demonic chi. It swept across the world like a divine light from beyond the sky. An invincible power was unleashed by him. Zhong Xinxiu's expression was solemn. Previously, this power defeated Chao Tianqing, so he naturally didn't dare to be careless. Boom boom boom. She then unleashed other great Daos to contend with him, and the two of them fought from the sky to the ground. In the blink of an eye, 500 moves had passed. Lin Xian waved his hand and the heavens battle diagram flew out, once again exploding with terrifying power. He forced Zhong Lingxiu out. Zhong Lingxiu frowned. She had felt the power of the firmament battle diagram before. It was terrifying. Now that she was facing it herself, it was truly terrifying. Her expression was solemn as she said in a deep voice, "Take my strongest great Tao." The Tao can be Tao. With a furious roar, the great Taos on his body began to intertwine, forming a mysterious rune in front of him. It was like a heavenly talisman. The aura on it was too terrifying. This was the Tao that could be Tao. It flew forward. Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. He exerted the firmament battle map to the extreme and slashed forward. This war map was like a divine sword. He slashed out. The power of the war map exploded completely and collided with Dao Kudao. A terrifying power swept out in all directions. Everyone was terrified. If they came into contact with a trace of this power, their bodies would be shattered. Not to mention completely resisting it. Boom, in the end, the firmament battle map was more terrifying. It blasted Dao Kudao away. The born Taoism aptitude also retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. She did not attack again. Instead, she said, "You have won this battle." "Thank you." Lin Xian cupped his fists and smiled. Everyone was stunned. Lin Wudi had defeated 3 experts in a row. Was he going to become the champion? At this moment, countless people exclaimed. The people of the Divine Union stood up excitedly. The people of the 10,000 Dragons Imperial Court and the Purple Mansion had ugly expressions. Damn it, they were unwilling to accept this. The people of Mount Eternal were also filled with murderous intent. Were they going to let their opponent become the champion? At this moment, Yao Guang stood up and shouted, "No, I haven't lost yet." What? Yao Guang was going to attack, the people of the Divine Union sneered. Impossible, he had no chance. The dark red divine dragon snorted coldly. He had already lost to Lin Xian, and he still wanted to fight, a loser. Lin Xian looked disdainfully at his opponent and sneered. "You, a loser like you is no match for me." Yao Guang was furious. "How dare you look down on me?" He took a step forward and the power in his body exploded. Chao Tianxing walked out and said, "You want to fight? Sure, let Lin Xian rest. We will fight after he recovers." Zhong Lingxiu also walked out and said, "Defeat me first." "I will go first." "You have just finished your battle. You two should rest first." Chao Tianxing walked out and looked at Lin Xian and Zhong Lingxiu. Then, he turned to look at Yao Guang and said, "Defeat me and you will be qualified to continue." "Defeat you? Well, do you really think I can't do anything to you with your extreme speed?" Yao Guang sneered. At this moment, he was full of confidence. This was because he had just devoured the power of the remaining spirit body. At this moment, his physique had become extremely terrifying. He could already use the true chaotic body. This was also the reason why he dared to challenge Lin Xian again. Previously, he was defeated by Lin Xian, but now that he had a spirit body, he was absolutely not afraid of his opponent. He wanted to turn defeat into victory. Lin Xian said, "I will leave it to you." He had fought continuously and consumed a lot of energy. Moreover, he did not think that Yao Guang could defeat Chao Tianxing. However, he still prepared to recover his strength first. On the other side, Zhong Lingxiu also sat down cross-legged. The two of them were recovering. The others were excited. Were there going to be another battle? Was this Yao Guang qualified to challenge Lin Xian? He had to defeat Chao Tianxing. He also had the born Taoism aptitude. Otherwise, he was really not qualified. "Show me your strength. Otherwise, you can't beat me at all," Chao Tianxing said. He just stood there, unmoved. However, there was probably no attack that could hurt him. Yao Guang's face was cold. A terrifying chaotic aura erupted from his body. A terrifying pressure filled the air. Feeling this aura, Chao Tianxing frowned. The others were also in an uproar. What's going on? I feel that Yao Guang's physique is different. His chaotic aura has become stronger than before. In the midst of cultivation, Lin Xian also opened his eyes. He glanced ahead. His brows were tightly knitted. In the next moment, he formed a seal with his palms and sped up his recovery. The corners of Yao Guang's mouth curled up. Then, he slapped out with his palm. The chaotic palm covered the sky and earth, directly attacking in front of him. Chao Tianxing stood there without moving, but it was just an afterimage. He dodged with extreme speed. However, it was not over. After the palm landed, the void suddenly split open as if it was splitting the sky and earth. A force enveloped Chao Tianxing. Chao Tianxing's pupils shrank. His figure flashed and he instantly dodged. However, his expression also changed. The power to split the heavens and earth was simply too terrifying. The people from the Emperor clans frowned after seeing this. Could it be that he had already obtained the primal chaos physique? This light-shaking realm cultivator was simply too terrifying. It wasn't him who was terrifying, but the demonic heaven-devouring art. Don't forget, that person had relied on this demonic art to devour all the experts in the world and become a great emperor. After becoming a great emperor, he had improved this demonic art even more. How could it not be terrifying? From then on, the demonic heaven-devouring art had become a taboo technique. Anyone who cultivated it would be hunted down by everyone. It was just that this light-shaking realm cultivator was too good at pretending to be weak and fooled everyone. When he appeared again, he had already grown up. It would be difficult to kill him again. Now, there was probably no one who was his match. At this moment, in the Fire Qilin cave, the people from the Kuanping race also frowned. Because their emperor's son was also in danger. The others felt as if they were facing a great enemy. The demonic heaven-devouring art could devour the world. This person was an enemy of the entire world. It wasn't surprising that the light-shaking realm cultivator had become so powerful. Chao Tianxing also frowned. Had the primal chaos physique been broken? He shouted coldly. The mirror of light. 12 mirrors appeared around him. They were formed by light and were extremely terrifying. Chao Tianxing's figure appeared on each mirror. Then, the 12 mirrors exploded with attacks that killed the light-shaking realm cultivator. The light-shaking realm cultivator laughed coldly. It's useless. I've already obtained the primal chaos physique. I have the power to split the heavens and earth. As he spoke, he waved his hands. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were sweeping through the air, emitting waves of thunder. Instantly, cracks appeared on the 12 mirrors. Too powerful, Chao Tianxing frowned, and his expression became incomparably ugly. The other party seemed to have really obtained the primal chaos physique. At this moment, the light-shaking realm cultivator's body was filled with a primal chaos aura. Mysterious runes appeared one after another. His every move contained the power to split the heavens and earth. He was really too powerful. No matter how fast you are, you can't leave this world. However, I can affect this world. What can you use to fight me? This world, I can completely split it open. A confident voice sounded. The extreme-grade weapon watching in the sky also frowned. It had actually become a new primal chaos physique. The Aquarius of Life and the Annihilation Halberd were in disbelief. Back then, that person shouldn't have created such a cultivation art. It was too despicable. The Black Tortoise shook his head. Although that person was no longer here, that person's weapon was left behind. Be careful of that weapon. When the time comes, it will come to you for revenge. Hearing this, the annihilating battle spear was stunned. Then, he snorted coldly. He didn't do anything, but his face turned gloomier. It was obvious how powerful that person was back then. He had disappeared for tens of thousands of years, but no one dared to say anything bad about him. Light-shaking realm cultivators were simply too powerful. Their attacks were unstoppable. Chao Tianxing's attacks seemed to be unable to injure his opponent. A million punches flew out, but they were all blocked by the light-shaking realm cultivators. Yao Guang summoned a primal chaos stone tablet to block the trillion punch. At the same time, a heaven-splitting axe appeared in his hands. Chop, not good. The power of this attack was really too strong. The primal chaos body was one of the top 10 strongest physiques in the universe. It was absolutely terrifying. As for the light-shaking realm, it was even more terrifying than Han Tian. This was because not only did it possess the chaotic body, it had also devoured many other experts. His strength had already far surpassed Han Tian's. Therefore, this attack was really too powerful. Chao Tianxing used light shadow to resist, but he was still forced back and spat out a mouthful of blood. The heaven-splitting axe was really powerful. Chao Tianxing was no match for it. The others also exclaimed. Light-shaking realm sneered. With the heaven-splitting axe in his hand, he said, "You're no match for me." He was really overjoyed. Now, he had completely obtained the primal chaos body. His strength had more than doubled. So what if it was Lin Wuti? He could definitely trample him under his feet. He looked at Lin Xian again. However, at this moment, the born Dao aptitude walked out and said, "You haven't defeated me yet. You can only find him if you defeat me." She leaped into the air and charged over. 10 types of flames formed a flaming lotus and charged forward. Primal Chaos Fist, light-shaking realm punched out with his left hand. Endless Primal Chaos Chi carried a terrifying pressure. It was like a Primal Chaos Dragon, rolling and shattering the flaming lotus. Zhong Lingxiu's arm went numb. Damn it, her strength hadn't fully recovered. Therefore, she was suppressed as soon as she came up. No, she had to buy some time for Lin Xian because she knew that even at her peak, it would be difficult for her to defeat him. Therefore, she could only rely on Lin Xian next. She took a deep breath and waved her palm. The 5 elements world flew out and circled around to interfere. He wanted to trap the other party. The 5 elements power in the 5 elements world was very terrifying. It bombarded light-shaking realm's body as if it wanted to kill him. The Primal Chaos Chi on light-shaking realm's body formed 9 Primal Chaos heavenly tablets that suppressed everything. At the same time, he sneered. A mere world of laws wasn't a real world. I can even split a real world, let alone your world of laws, break. As he said that, he held the heaven-splitting axe with both hands and swung it down. The water world and the 5 elements world was instantly broken, and he charged out. Another 2 axes fell, and the 5 elements world was completely shattered. Zhong Lingxiu retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face became incomparably pale. The other party had broken her 5 elements world so quickly. This heaven-splitting axe was too terrifying. There were also people from the Hundun tribe who came to watch the battle. At this moment, they were stunned when they saw this scene. They thought that their Hundun physique had been resurrected. However, when they came to their senses, they gritted their teeth. It was indeed the Hundun physique, but not Hundun physique. It had become the light-shaking realm, damn it. If their highness had grown until now, he should have such power. It's impossible for us to kill him. We can only wait for the ancestor to return. Their ancestor was a quasi-emperor. So what if this light-shaking realm was strong when he returned? However, their ancestor was fighting with another sword immortal and hadn't returned for a long time. They didn't know where the 2 quasi-emperors had gone. It wasn't just the Hundun tribe. At this moment, the emperor clans and remote antiquity clans were watching the battle in front of them with their mouths agape. The light-shaking realm was too strong. It even felt like it was undefeatable. Zhong Lingxiu attacked again, Dao perceivable. Terrifying runes merged with endless great Dao, radiating between heaven and earth. Yao Guang also shouted angrily, "Suppress!" His figure also grew infinitely taller, like a giant who could split heaven and earth. The bloodline axe in his hand fell, and Dao perceivable dimmed. In the next moment, Zhong Lingxiu was sent flying. She knew that she had lost. As for the light-shaking realm, an extremely sharp light burst out from his eyes. Yao Guang won again, it was too unbelievable. Everyone was stunned. Yao Guang had been beaten up by Lin Xian. Everyone thought that Yao Guang had lost and had no chance to turn the tables. But now, Yao Guang had evolved into a true primal chaos physique and defeated Chao Tianxing and Zhong Lingxiu. Yao Guang and Lin Xian had swept through the 8 desolations. Now, Yao Guang only needed to defeat Lin Xian. That would be enough to prove that Yao Guang was the champion. Could Yao Guang, who had broken through, defeat Lin Xian? Everyone was looking forward to it. The people from the Divine Union frowned. A true primal chaos physique coupled with Yao Guang's divine ability was terrifying to the extreme. The people from the Z government laughed. That was great, they finally saw hope. Just like that, Yao Guang had trampled Lin Wuti under his feet. Lin Xian opened his eyes as well. Terrifying rays of light shot out from his eyes. He stood up. I didn't expect you to be able to break through and obtain a new primal chaos physique. This is really beyond my expectations. But since I can defeat you once, I can defeat you a second time. So, are you ready to die? Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, shocking everyone. Yao Guang had already obtained a primal chaos physique, but Lin Wuti was still so confident. Was this the belief of being invincible? Yao Guang snorted coldly. You're too confident. My physique has already surpassed your 9-yang divine physique. Also, I have other divine abilities, so you're no match for me. Let me show you what it means to have the power to split the heavens and earth. Yao Guang's figure flashed as he charged forward. He used the primal chaos divine fist, and the terrifying power shattered the heavens and earth. It was as if he could turn the universe upside down. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian was also shocked. He had to admit that Yao Guang was really strong. But he was also terrifying. Not only did he have divine fire, but he also had terrifying demonic qi. The demon god's fist turned into a black mountain that surged forward. The two collided, shaking the heavens and earth. Lin Xian was actually pushed back. His blood and qi roiled. He could feel that Yao Guang's primal chaos physique was much more terrifying than Han Tian's. How is it? Lin Wuti, do you see this? You're no match for me now. I'll make you kneel. Yao Guang laughed heartily. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent as he walked over. Lin Wuti was actually injured. It was unbelievable. The spectators were shocked to see this. Chao Tianqing and the innate physique also frowned. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Me? Defeated? You think too much. I was able to kill Han Tian before, and now I can kill you again. Guang's primal chaos physique. He erupted with an extremely terrifying light and rushed out. He unleashed an unstoppable power and instantly killed his way out. Yao Guang howled angrily as he unleashed another primal chaos divine fist. However, this time, he was sent flying. The bones in both of his hands were broken, and he was vomiting blood. The surrounding people were also shocked. Lin Wuti's power was too strong. His invincible power was enough to sweep through everything. Damn it! Look at my heaven-splitting, earth-splitting power. Yao Guang's broken body healed, and he charged over again. The two peerless powers clashed in the air. Every strike was earth-shattering. The two collided. They were evenly matched. They were too strong. Yao Guang's expression was ugly. He couldn't kill Yao Guang after breaking through to the primal chaos physique. Damn it, I don't believe it. Behind him, countless black vortexes appeared, and terrifying divine abilities rushed out one after another. There was the Gu family's void divine ability. The Yi family's immortal king divine ability. The Golden Crow clan's flame divine ability. The Destiny clan's Gemini divine ability. All kinds of divine abilities appeared one after another, all of them attacking Lin Xian. Lin Xian roared angrily and swept his body in all directions. At the same time, he used the Great Emperor's inheritance to the extreme. Demon God Fist, Demon God Seal, Demon God Finger, Demon Overture. All kinds of Great Emperor's ultimate techniques flew out. A reincarnation eye appeared in the sky. The heavenly path of reincarnation and a giant hand descended from the sky. In the reincarnation tunnel, a shield appeared under the ground to defend. The two fought and divine abilities were released. Everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Xian sneered. Unfortunately, you are still suppressed by me. Indeed, the divine abilities he released were too powerful. They formed their own style. Although Yao Guang was terrifying, he had swallowed different divine abilities. It wasn't that easy to combine them. As they fought, Yao Guang was pushed back again. One of his arms was cut off and a crack appeared on his body. Damn it! Creation of heaven and earth. Bloodline divine axe. His soul burst out completely. His hands gathered together, and a heaven-splitting axe appeared. He slashed forward. A large pitch-black crack appeared on the extreme Dao world. This strike was capable of shattering everything. Lin Xian snorted and took out the heavens battle map. A terrifying aura turned into a power that could shock the heavens and the earth as it charged towards the destruction divine axe. The two collided again. The heavens battle map rotated. The battle intent inside burst out and blocked the power of creation of heaven and earth. He sneered. It's useless. Your axe is useless against me. At the same time, a figure appeared behind Lin Xian. It was a demonic shadow. As soon as he appeared, he had a disdainful aura that swept in all directions. At this time, the extreme path world also shook violently as if it wanted to suppress this demonic shadow. The demonic shadow roared at the sky, and a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. After a strike, he disappeared. This strike pierced through Yao Guang's body. The light-shaking realm cultivators had been smashed to pieces. Lin Xian's expression also changed. He was suppressed by the extreme path world. He was shocked. This demonic shadow already had Emperor's might? It was unbelievable. The 3 extreme path weapons in the sky were also surprised. Was that the Demon Emperor? This kid summoned the Demon Emperor's phantom. Could it be that he cultivated the illusion demon scripture? The destruction battle spear gasped and frowned. How could it be this kind of cultivation technique? This kid had too many secrets. They couldn't see through him. Gossip also shook his head slightly. However, even if it was the illusion demon scripture, he couldn't appear in the extreme path world. He got it. Our suppression. Indeed, Lin Xian obviously felt that it would be difficult to condense the demonic shadow again. This extreme path world was really terrifying. However, even if he didn't condense the demonic shadow, he was confident that he could win this battle. A biting cold light burst out from his eyes as he stared ahead. Yao Guang's expression became incomparably ugly. His soul had been shattered. The others were also surprised. Did Yao Guang have any more trump cards? He shouldn't have. He had used many divine abilities, but he couldn't do anything to Lin Wuti. There was no other way. Lin Xian had mastered too many divine abilities. The Emperor's divine abilities, the reincarnation eye, the divine physique, and the terrifying heavens battle map. Each of them was a top-tier divine ability. Yao Guang was completely suppressed. Who would have thought that the demonic heaven-devouring art would be suppressed one day? The Emperor back then probably wouldn't have believed it. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. They felt that there was no hope for Yao Guang. The people from the Purple Mansion sect gritted their teeth. Damn it, was he still at a disadvantage? This Lin Wuti was actually so powerful. Lin Xian snorted coldly. What other trump cards do you have? If you don't, then you've lost this battle. He walked forward. Lost? No. I can't lose. Yao Guang gritted his teeth. He must become the champion. Obtain the great emperor's treasure. That way, no one would be his opponent after he obtained it. And now, in the extreme Dao world, Lin Xian couldn't use his extreme Dao weapon. He couldn't summon the great dragon sword spirit either. This was his best chance. Once he went out, he wouldn't have the chance to kill his opponent. But now, it gave him a headache because he couldn't defeat his opponent. In his mind, Ninth Firmament Quasi-Emperor Foundation's face was gloomy. He wanted to possess Lin Xian's body before, but now it seemed that the chances were getting slimmer and slimmer. At this moment, Yao Guang transmitted his voice, Ninth Firmament, give me a bit of your soul. Let me swallow it, and I'll increase my strength to suppress him. After we go out, I'll definitely help you take over his soul. Ninth Firmament Quasi-Emperor was stunned. What did you say? You want to swallow me? He was almost anxious. Yao Guang said, I'll only swallow a bit of your soul, not all of it. If you want something in return, you have to give something in return. Otherwise, I can only settle for second place. Besides, even if I become the champion, the great emperor's treasure will be shared between the two of us. Don't you want to do anything? Yao Guang was also anxious now because he felt that he really didn't have much of a way. Ninth Firmament Quasi-Emperor's face was gloomy. Yao Guang said, don't think too much. He's coming over. I don't have a chance. Fine, I'll believe you this time. For the treasure left behind by the great emperor, he was going all out. He was originally a remnant soul, but now he had to give a bit of it to Yao Guang. He cut off a part of himself and threw it out. A black vortex appeared in Yao Guang's mind and swallowed his opponent in an instant. Lin Xian had already walked over. He held the heavens battle map in his hand and was ready to kill his opponent. The surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed like the battle was over. The people of the Z government were also in despair. Was there no hope left for them? However, at this moment, Yao Guang opened his eyes. Frightening stars flickered in his eyes, and the 9 heavens formed behind him. He directly swept through the entire area. Lin Xian was pushed back by this force. His blood and qi roiled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The surrounding people were also shocked. What was going on? Why do I feel like the aura of a light-shaking realm cultivator has changed again? Heavens, could it be that he was hiding his strength? Impossible. Some people shook their heads frantically. Given a light-shaking realm cultivator's style, there was no way that they would hide for so long. In other words, his strength had instantly erupted again. Damn it, how did he do it? The people from the Divine Union were also going crazy. The dark red divine dragon, Yan Ruyu, and Morong Qingqing all became nervous again. Lin Xian was actually injured. What was that aura just now? Up in the sky, Big Brother Annihilation frowned. This aura, Lin Xian's expression also changed. This aura was somewhat familiar to him. He seemed to have seen it before, and he carefully thought about it in his mind. At this moment, Yao Guang, who was in front of him, sneered. Want to kill me? Do you think that's possible? The chaotic aura on his body condensed again. The chaotic body could split heaven and earth, and the void under his feet collapsed. Behind him, the phantom of the 9 heavens appeared. It seemed to be able to suppress everything. When these two forces appeared, they were really too powerful. Lin Xian used his Rinnegan to check carefully, and then he gasped. Wasn't this the power of the 9 heavens quasi-emperor? How could he use it? It shouldn't be. The 9 heavens quasi-emperor was a quasi-emperor, and he would be greatly suppressed here. One had to know that he couldn't even summon the demonic shadow. Unless there was another situation where Yao Guang had devoured the 9 heavens quasi-emperor. When he thought of this possibility, he gasped. How terrifying was the 9 heavens quasi-emperor's strength to devour him? Boom! A violent rumbling sound was heard as the 9 heavens came crashing down. Lin Xian used the heavens battle diagram to resist, but he was still knocked back, and his blood and qi churned. At this moment, Yao Guang attacked again, and the chaos split heaven and earth. The bloodline divine axe resisted, and the heavens battle diagram. The 9 heavens pressed down on Lin Xian. Lin Xian used the 6 realms to reincarnation, and 6 illusory realms resisted. But in an instant, the power of the 9 heavens collapsed. It was too powerful. This was the power of a quasi-emperor. Although a little of it was devoured by Yao Guang, its power was still unparalleled. Not good, Brother Xian is in danger. Morong Qingqing's face turned pale. Yan Ruyu's pupils shrank. Why did this feel like the quasi-emperor she saw in the Yuhua immortal dynasty? The Yao Guang's methods were too terrifying. The situation was reversed, and Lin Xian was suppressed again. Even Chao Tianqing and the Born Dao aptitude were surprised. They had never seen such power when they fought with the Yao Guang before. The 9 heavens broke the 6 realms of reincarnation and suppressed the yin-yang diagram. It even suppressed Lin Xian's physique. The Yao Guang sneered. He blocked the bloodline divine axe and the heavens battle diagram. Then, he walked over. He stretched out his finger, and the power of the void appeared on it. Lin Xian, do you know how powerful I am now? Can you still compete with me now? Kneel at my feet obediently. You will never be a match for me. The 9 heavens continued to crush, and stars flickered above. That was the power of the 9 heavens. Lin Xian's 9-yang divine physique was shattered. He roared at the sky, and demonic qi swept out, as if he had turned into a demon god. However, it seemed that he could not break through the 9 heavens. Damn it, the power of a quasi-emperor. It was so powerful. Previously, the Yao Guang had devoured the chaos physique, so Lin Xian was not afraid at all. Because he had defeated the chaos physique before, but this time, the Yao Guang had devoured the power of a quasi-emperor. Although it was only a little, it had completely surpassed the power of the Saint Realm. Lin Xian had met the 9 heavens quasi-emperor before, and he was a very terrifying existence. Back then, he had used the corpse of a quasi-emperor to fight against him. But now, he was unable to use this method here. Damn it, am I going to lose? Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he could not help but use the sword world. If he really could not, he would activate the sword world at all costs. However, this was a threat to Lin Xian. Firstly, there were extreme weapons in the sky. The Hellfire Dragon had said that it was best not to let the extreme weapons discover this world. Moreover, Yao Guang might have the Nine Heavens Quasi-Emperor by her side. If a Quasi-Emperor entered the Sword World, he would not be able to investigate the situation. Therefore, Lin Xian roared at the sky. He did not activate the Sword World. He was prepared to use his own power to shatter the Nine Heavens. The sword intent on his body continued to erupt. It was as if it was going to break through the sky. Yao Guang sneered. It's useless, Lin Wudi, don't resist. Because you can't escape. Yao Guang was overjoyed. Was this the power of a quasi-emperor? It had only devoured a little, yet it was so powerful. Nine Heavens Quasi-Emperor also smiled. Although his foundation was damaged this time, he felt that it was worth it for the emperor's treasure and to possess Lin Xian. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. They all felt sad for Lin Xian. They didn't expect that Lin Wudi would lose at the last moment. I haven't lost yet, Lin Xian gritted his teeth and roared. His eyes shone with a shocking light. Haven't lost? Stupid thing, recognize reality. Yao Guang snorted. I won't lose until the last moment. The light in Lin Xian's eyes became more and more terrifying. I haven't tasted defeat since I started fighting. I'm invincible. I'm the invincible great sage, Lin Xian roared at the sky. Boom boom, the sword chi in his body rumbled, and Lin Xian also let out a series of dragon roars. It's useless. Yao Guang sneered. You can't use it here. You're greatly suppressed, so you can die. He didn't plan to give his opponent any more chances. He formed a seal with both hands and the Nine Heavens suddenly exploded. The stars in the heavens flickered as if they could crush everything. The bones in Lin Xian's body crackled. He had suffered a huge impact. He roared at the sky, unstoppable. I'm a dragon. When he fought against Chao Tianxing, he used that unstoppable power. Now he finally used it again, and it was even stronger. Lin Xian turned into a weapon last time. He became one with the sword like a peerless divine sword that tore through everything. It was broken. It was fast but not broken. This time, he turned into a dragon. His 9-yang divine body changed. He turned into a dragon. Dragon scales grew on Lin Xian's body, his limbs turned into dragon claws, and a tail grew on his back. With a roar, Lin Xian turned into a true dragon. Roar, an earth-shattering sound rang out, causing everyone's scalps to go numb. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty were all stunned. Damn it, how could he have become a dragon? What right does he have to become one of our noble dragons? They roared crazily in disbelief. The dark red divine dragon also jumped out. A true dragon, heavens, he had really become a dragon. He was too excited. The others were even more dumbfounded. They realized that this was not an illusion. Lin Xian seemed to have really turned into a divine dragon. It roared between heaven and earth. What kind of divine ability was this? Even Yao Guang was stunned. He didn't dare to believe it, but he quickly let out a cold harumph. No matter what divine ability you have, you won't be able to escape. Be suppressed. The 9 heavens descended, suppressing everything. However, a wave of the dragon claw tore one of the heavens apart. Lin Xian faced the sky and roared. The divine dragon swung its tail like a divine sword and pierced through another layer of the sky. The 9 heavens shook violently as if it would shatter at any moment. What terrifying power! Countless people were shocked. The pupils of the Emperor race elders constricted. Chao Tianxing and the Khanate Constitution were even more stunned. Yao Guang cried out in surprise. This was impossible. He knew how terrifying the power of the 9 heavens was. Now, it was easily torn apart. What exactly was this? The extreme Dao weapon in the sky was also stunned. The treasure of life cried out in surprise. Did he transform into a dragon? The destructive spear was also surprised. Could it be that he had become a divine dragon? The black tortoise shook his head. The 8 trigrams appeared behind him and slowly rotated. The heaven's secrets are unpredictable. The aura on his body is very mysterious. However, this should be a method of using the great dragon sword soul. Without using the great dragon sword's soul, he could use the invincible power to the greatest extent. This little guy was not ordinary. The corners of her mouth curled up into a smile. After Lin Xian transformed into a divine dragon, he swept through the 9 heavens and tore it apart. Yao Guang spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. His face was pale and his eyes were blank. I don't believe it, in his mind, 9 heavens quasi-emperor was also shocked. Damn it, I should avoid him for now. He's too strange. You want me to escape? Damn it, you think I'm afraid of him? Yao Guang roared crazily. He had swallowed so many experts and even a part of the quasi-emperor's soul. Now, he wanted to escape? He couldn't stand it. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed the terrifying bloodline axe. With his other hand, he condensed the 9 heavens phantom again. The two of them directly attacked. Lin Xian roared and the divine dragon swept through the 8 trigrams. At the same time, the heavens battle map in the sky turned into a page of the heavenly book and crazily slashed out. Even the 9 heavens were split open. Lin Xian attacked the bloodline axe. The dragon claw grabbed the bloodline axe, and cracks appeared on it. Then, the dragon tail slammed into Yao Guang's body. Yao Guang's body instantly split open. He screamed. A pair of dragon claws grabbed at his soul. A light appeared in his soul, and at the same time, a shrill voice sounded. Crush the jade pendant, I'm not satisfied. Yao Guang went crazy. A terrifying vortex appeared in his soul. He wanted to swallow Lin Xian directly. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Sword chi pierced through and hit the vortex, causing it to shake non-stop. Your demonic heaven-devouring technique wants to swallow me? Ridiculous, stupid. The giant dragon rolled and crushed the black vortex. Yao Guang's broken body turned into a bloody mist. At this moment, the 9 heavens quasi-emperor couldn't take it anymore. He used a wisp of his power to crush the jade pendant. Yao Guang turned into white light and disappeared. A terrifying dragon roar resounded through the sky. In the sky, only Lin Xian's figure was left. He turned into the only one. Did Yao Guang lose? The spectators were shocked. They couldn't believe it. Even the terrifying Yao Guang was defeated. Damn it, the people from the Purple Mansion felt their vision darken. They were about to faint. Their best chance was gone. The people from Mount Eternal had cold expressions. The people from the 10,000 Dragons Court and the Golden Crow tribe were gnashing their teeth. Their great enemy, Lin Xian, had actually won the championship. They couldn't accept it. The people from the Divine Union were also stunned. Had he won? Had Boss Lin won? Ha ha ha, that's great. Some of the older generation figures sighed. As expected of the invincible great sage, Lin Wuti was too strong. At this moment, countless gazes fell on Lin Xian. They sighed, envied, gnashed their teeth, and hated him. All kinds of emotions were present. However, none of this affected Lin Xian. Lin Xian was like a dragon, stepping on the wind and clouds. One of his eyes turned into the cycle of reincarnation, looking down on the world. Who else wants to fight me? A loud and clear voice rang out. The sky and earth were silent. No one dared to fight. Then I will be the champion of this dragon transformation battle. Who doesn't agree? No one disagreed, because all the opponents had been defeated by Lin Xian. No one was his match. Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The dragon scales on his body slowly disappeared. In the next moment, he turned into his human form. His face was incomparably pale. There wasn't much energy left in his body. Transforming into a dragon this time had consumed most of his energy. However, the effect was still very good. He had defeated Yao Guang and won the championship. Lin Xian defeated all the experts and became number 1. He stood there and made countless people look up to him. At this moment, everyone was shocked. The 3 extreme weapons in the sky also flew down. Black Tortoise announced loudly. Since no one dared to fight again, Lin Xian would be number 1 in this dragon transformation battle. The announcement of the extreme weapons shocked countless people. Next were the top 10 rankings. Yao Guangjing lost to Lin Xian, so he was ranked 2nd. As for the third and fourth, Chao Tianxing and Zhong Lingxiu with the born Taoism aptitude would fight again. It was also a shocking battle. In the end, Chao Tianxing won by one move and became number 3. Zhong Lingxiu was ranked 4th. 5th was Murong Qingqing, the first emissary of Mount Eternal, who was only ranked 6th. This made his face darken terrifyingly. The people of Mount Eternal outside were also gnashing their teeth. Damn Lin Wudi. All of this was because of him. If it wasn't for him, the championship would have been theirs. 7th was the dog-headed Taoist. 8th was Showing. 9th was Burning Incense. Black Rising. 10th. At this point, the top 10 rankings were all out. These 10 people, their names would be engraved on the Divine Monument, making countless people want to go there. Inheritance for tens of thousands of years. Not only that, the top 10 would all receive rewards. As for what the rewards were, they were all looking forward to it. Lin Xian was even more enviable. Because Lin Xian would receive the treasure left behind by the great emperor. What was it? Lin Xian also took a deep breath. His eyes were burning with passion. What was the great emperor's treasure? Although he had the great emperor's ancient scripture, he didn't mind having one more. The array in the sky flickered. Black Tortoise waved his hand and the array disappeared. The people outside sighed. They could no longer see the situation inside the Extreme Dao Valley. Inside the Extreme Dao Valley, 10 people stood there. Black Tortoise waved his hand again, and a heavenly diagram appeared in the sky. The Extreme Dao Heavenly Diagram. At the same time, the power of heaven and earth in the Extreme Dao Valley boiled. He said, "The 9 of you can cultivate here and absorb the power of heaven and earth. It can increase your cultivation. Comprehending the Extreme Dao Heavenly Diagram can strengthen your great Dao. You only have 10 days to cultivate here. Make good use of it." What terrifying power! Showing and the others were shocked. Their eyes were red. Although it was only 10 days, their strength would be able to reach another level. Burning Incense and the others quickly sat down. Murong Qingqing also took a deep breath. She looked at Lin Xian. She knew that Lin Xian should have a better opportunity. As expected, the 10th emissary was gnashing his teeth in anger. Yao Guang also stared fixedly at Lin Xian. Black Tortoise looked at Lin Xian and said, "Young man, come with us." As he spoke, an 8 trigrams image directly enveloped Lin Xian and then disappeared. Damn it, the first emissary roared, wishing he could shatter the heavens. However, it was useless. The light-shaking realm cultivators were also grinding their teeth. Damn it, I have to break through again. My strength is still not enough. He turned his head and stared at the people around him. They were all super geniuses. The people around him also felt their scalps go numb. The born Dao aptitude cultivator snorted coldly. "I advise you not to do this. Otherwise, you will die miserably." As a born Dao aptitude cultivator, she could feel the extreme aura around her. If anyone dared to make a move, they would probably be suppressed immediately. Therefore, she was not worried that the light-shaking realm cultivators would make a move. In Yao Guang's mind, the 9 Firmaments Quasi-Emperor also said, "Don't be rash. If you lose this time, you can find another chance in the future." Yao Guang was unwilling. She asked, "What do you think the Earth Emperor left behind?" The 9 Firmaments Quasi-Emperor sighed. He did not know. Not only Yao Guang, but even Chao Tianxing, Zhong Lingxiu, and the others were curious. What exactly did the Emperor leave behind? After Lin Xian was enveloped by the 8 trigrams image, he flew to an unknown place. When he stopped, he found that the surroundings were vast and misty. There was an extreme Dao gate in front of him, emitting a mysterious aura. He looked at the 3 extreme Dao weapons. Should he go in? The Aquarius of Life smiled. "Young man, congratulations. You have become the champion of the Dragon Transformation battle. You will receive the treasure left behind by the Emperor." Lin Xian also took a deep breath. What was that fiery light in his eyes? It was hard to say what it was, but we have to confirm your identity first. The destructive spear walked over, and a terrifying aura enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression changed. "Seniors, are you going to attack me?" He was facing a great enemy. If these extreme Dao weapons attacked him, he would not be able to defeat them. The black tortoise waved its hand, and the 8 trigrams image directly enveloped Lin Xian. At the same time, Lin Xian heard a voice in his ear. "Little guy, don't worry. We won't harm you. We just want to test you." Lin Xian was puzzled. Test what? In the next moment, he saw the 8 trigrams image change, as if it had turned into a mysterious scene. A mysterious aura descended from the sky. It was even more terrifying than the great path of the born Dao aptitude. It was more than 100 times more terrifying. What was this? Lin Xian was completely stunned. On the other side of the sky, a ball of flame appeared, burning there. Lin Xian had never seen such a flame. His 9 suns' divine fire was not worth mentioning in front of it. Was that the sun? Even 100 suns could not compare to that flame. Lin Xian was shocked. What kind of flame was that? Lin Xian walked toward the flame in front of him. His divine body was threatened, and the 9 suns' divine fire on his body was suppressed. It was as if it was going to be extinguished. This scene frightened him. Then, he looked at the mysterious aura descending. He flew over, but in the next moment, he was struck by lightning. He spat out blood and retreated. His pupils contracted. What a terrifying power. That mysterious aura seemed to be able to kill him. What kind of aura was that? Just as he was puzzled, the 8 trigrams image flew out, and all the terrifying scenes disappeared. The black tortoise looked at him with a smile. The destructive spear no longer released killing intent. "Senior, what was going on? What was that aura and flame?" Lin Xian was completely puzzled. However, the black tortoise said, "Very well, you are the one we have been waiting for. Seniors, can you explain in detail?" Lin Xian still did not understand. The Aquarius of Life flew over, and a powerful life aura appeared on its body, instantly enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian instantly recovered to his peak state. He breathed a sigh of relief, and his breathing became much calmer. The Aquarius of Life said, "No rush, I will tell you slowly. How did you feel about the mysterious aura you saw?" Lin Xian said, "It's very strong, 100 times stronger than the born Dao aptitude." The Aquarius of Life said, "It's more than 100 times. It's really much stronger. Are you curious about what it is?" "That's right." Lin Xian nodded, "Please tell me." Lin Xian was extremely curious about this mysterious aura that had appeared. He asked, "Senior, what is that?" The Aquarius of Life said in a deep voice, "It's immortal aura." Immortal aura? Lin Xian was completely stunned. Are there immortals in this world? He really couldn't believe it. The black tortoise said, "The aura I'm talking about is immortal aura, but what you see is just an illusion formed by the 8 trigrams. But I can tell you that immortal aura really exists." It was just an illusion, but it was already so terrifying. Lin Xian was shocked. At the same time, he was even more shocked that immortal aura really existed. How can one have immortal aura? Do emperors have immortal aura? Where can one have real immortal aura? Lin Xian asked a series of questions. He was really curious now. Because no one could answer these questions, even the Hellfire Dragon and the others probably didn't know. The few extreme weapons in front of him had existed for tens of thousands of years, they definitely knew. You can't cultivate immortal aura, so don't think about immortal aura. The destructive spear said coldly. Lin Xian was stunned. He couldn't cultivate? Had his path been cut off, this was the most fatal blow to him. The black tortoise laughed. That immortal aura illusion injured you as soon as you got close, it means that you're not fated with immortal aura. But aren't you curious, what's the other flame? Lin Xian was also stunned. He asked, "What's that flame?" He could feel that the flame wasn't any weaker than immortal aura. What was it? Immortal fire, the Aquarius of Life said. It's not immortal fire, it's godly fire. Godly fire? Lin Xian was shocked. What's the difference? He guessed that it should represent 2 different powers. After all, he had seen this test before when he was cultivating. However, the Aquarius of Life said, not only are they 2 different powers, they're 2 different paths. After reaching this step, you're destined to surpass the Saint Realm and become a boundary emperor, or even a great emperor. So you're qualified to know this. Today, it's time to tell you in advance. Because you'll soon face this choice. The 8 trigrams Black Tortoise's voice slowly rang out. Lin Xian took a deep breath and listened carefully. You know that quasi-emperors are existences that surpass the saint realm. Then do you know what kind of power the great sage cultivated above his peak? Lin Xian shook his head. The precious bottle of life said. It was precisely these 2 types of power, either cultivating immortal energy or walking the immortal Tao. He could either cultivate the divine fire or walk the Tao. Immortal. God, Lin Xian was shocked. Were there really immortals? I don't know the specifics, but I can tell you. Great emperors were able to condense these 2 types of power. He could either condense immortal qi or condense divine flame. You can be called great emperor, god, or immortal. However, they should not be true gods and immortals. We are generally known as the land god or the mortal immortal. Noticing Lin Xian's confusion, the destructive halberd continued. They possessed power that surpassed the mortal realm, but they still remained in the mortal realm. They were unable to leave or ascend, which was why they were given such a title. Lin Xian was completely stunned. The great emperor did not belong to the human world. Suddenly, Lin Xian thought of the magnetism quasi-emperor. Back then, he was in the magnetism cave dwelling. The first time he met a quasi-emperor, the other party was holding a scroll with a line of words carved on it. The path to immortality was cut off, no fate with the emperor, and immortality was difficult. At that time, Lin Xian didn't understand what it meant. But now, after hearing these things from the few extreme weapons, he understood. He understood. The immortal path was cut off and the divine gate was closed. These great emperors were stuck in the mortal world, unable to ascend. Why is this happening? Were there no great emperors who succeeded? He looked at the extreme weapons. Those extreme weapons shook their heads. You don't have to think about these things now. You should think about how to become a quasi-emperor first. Lin Xian took a deep breath. That was true. If he could not even become a quasi-emperor, then he was even less qualified to become a great emperor. Thus, he was not qualified to study the immortal path. Moreover, these extreme weapons said that he could not become an immortal, only a god. Regarding this, Lin Xian asked curiously. Immortals and gods, were there any essential differences? There was no essential difference. They did not belong to the mortal realm. It was just that too many things had happened over the endless years. As a result, there were too many grudges between the 2 sides, which led to the current predicament. Lin Xian seemed to understand something after hearing this. He asked, were the 2 sides opposing each other? Were they enemies? The destruction spear snorted. There was no need for the 2 to oppose each other. It was just that in this universe, some people were too despicable. They thought that they had grasped all the power. They mercilessly suppressed those who were different from them. They were our enemies. Lin Xian seemed to understand. The Aquarius of Life said, some things are too shocking for you now. Maybe you can't understand it yet. However, as your strength increases, once you break through the sage realm and become a quasi-emperor or great emperor, those people will come and find you. At that time, those people will find you, and you will know who your real enemy is. Only after breaking through the sage realm and becoming a quasi-emperor would one be qualified to be their enemy. Lin Xian was also shocked. What kind of powerhouses would that be? Could they all be quasi-emperors or great emperors? However, a few extreme weapons now said that Lin Xian was weak and there was no need for him to know. This made Lin Xian very depressed. By the way, Lin Xian remembered something. He said that not only did creatures come out of a forbidden land like Mount Eternal, but they also called it the human sovereign. What was that? Was it an existence that surpassed the great emperor? Lin Xian had also experienced the power of the human sovereign. They were immortal and indestructible existences. Hearing this, the destruction spear sneered. Human sovereign? Were they worthy? However, the Aquarius of Life said, ignore him. It has a grudge with the human sovereign. Let me put it this way. He is called the human sovereign, which means that he belongs to this world. As I said before, the earth does not belong to the human world. You should be able to tell who is superior and who is inferior. Understood. Lin Xian nodded. The great emperor stayed in the human world because the immortal path was broken and the divine gate was closed. Although the sovereign was strong, he was only called the human sovereign. Therefore, Lin Xian understood. By the way, 3 seniors, may I know what treasure the great emperor left for me? Lin Xian was still looking forward to this. He knew some very ancient secrets. These secrets were probably not known to those sacred masters and living fossils. Only those emperor clans that had produced great emperors would know these secrets. However, they would definitely not tell others. The path you are going to take next is the divine path. Therefore, they left you a divine fire seed. With this divine fire seed, when you break through to become a quasi-emperor, there will be no bottleneck. As long as you accumulate enough power, you can break through. No bottleneck? Lin Xian was completely dumbfounded. One had to know that this was an extremely shocking thing. Those sacred lords were at the peak of the great sage realm. They had been stuck in this realm for thousands of years and couldn't even take another step forward in their entire lives. The main reason was that there was a bottleneck. It was like a natural chasm that blocked their path of martial arts and made them regret it for the rest of their lives. But now, the other party told him that there was no bottleneck. In other words, as long as Lin Xian accumulated enough power, he would definitely be able to break through and become a quasi-emperor. Lin Xian was really overjoyed. This treasure could be said to be supreme, and it was what he needed the most. Although he was only a great sage now, he was already preparing to become a quasi-emperor. Alright, enter the extreme Dao gate and fuse with the divine fire seed. Hearing the words of the life Aquarius, Lin Xian nodded and took a deep breath. He walked forward and entered. Soon, he entered the extreme Dao gate. The 3 extreme Dao weapons started to discuss again. He didn't even have the slightest chance of fusing with immortal qi. It was really strange. Look at the aura on his body, even I can't see through it. There must be some other reason. Brother Annihilation said. But no matter what, his growth will add another powerful force to our lineup. One had to know that he was the successor of the Great Dragon. Once he became a quasi-emperor or a great emperor, his combat power would probably surpass everything. Thinking of this, the 3 extreme Dao weapons were also looking forward to it. However, the Black Tortoise still said, even so, let's see if he can fuse with the divine fire seed first. The divine fire seed was left behind by the previous great emperors. It was very precious, but it didn't mean that anyone could fuse with it. See if it has the fate of a great emperor. If not, you're weak and you'll probably be instantly enveloped by the aura of the divine fire and turned into ashes. After Lin Xian entered, he felt as if he had arrived at an ancient hall. The surroundings were extremely dark and there was only a ray of light in front of him. It was a ball of flame. It was very small, but it was extremely bright. The aura on it was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Was this the divine fire seed? From the looks of it, this was what he wanted to fuse with. He walked forward, but as soon as he got close, he felt his body split apart. No matter how difficult it is, I must get it, Lin Xian roared, pushing his divine body to the limit. At the same time, a demon god armor appeared on his body. The Taiji diagram also appeared. It was the same for the 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Xian went all out. He walked forward and slowly approached the seat of divine fire. At the last moment, Lin Xian even used his all-conquering power. All of this was his capital to become the champion. It was the power that allowed him to come here. Finally, he stood in front of the divine flame seed. Lin Xian's face was pale and his body was covered with injuries. This process was extremely difficult, but he smiled. He smiled with incomparable joy. In the next moment, he waved his hand and grabbed the divine flame seed. A terrifying force rushed into his body. Lin Xian's internal organs were severely injured. He roared angrily. Previously, when he fused with the great dragon sword soul, he was also hovering between life and death. Now, he was about to face an even more terrifying scene. This was a risk. If he succeeded, his future would be smooth sailing. If he failed, he would be reduced to ashes. Lin Xian gambled on his invincible belief and martial arts path. Fight, he was enveloped by endless divine fire. He let out a painful roar. However, his body was like a rock. He did not move at all. He was using his powerful will to resist. Outside, in the extreme path valley, Everyone was also comprehending the sky map with all their might and absorbing the power of heaven and earth. The born Taoism aptitude person gave up on absorbing the power of heaven and earth and directly comprehended the sky map. The great path in her body was even more terrifying. The others felt their scalps go numb when they felt it. She was an extremely terrifying woman. Morong Qingqing absorbed the power of heaven and earth while comprehending the sky map. His strength was also steadily increasing. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Morong Qingqing and the other 8 people were instantly teleported out by a force. When they appeared again, they were already outside the extreme path realm. When they came out, the people from the various families and sects were waiting outside. When they saw the people inside come out, they were also delighted. The powerhouses of the Divine Union, the Phoenix Clan, the Daoyi sect, and Mount Eternal all walked over and asked one after another. How was it? When they felt the aura of these geniuses become stronger, they were also delighted. Damn it, he only got second place this time. Yao Guang gritted his teeth. Although his strength had increased, he was still unwilling to accept it. Said the people of the Z government. Don't worry, they won't let Lin Wudi continue to be so arrogant. I think it's time to make a move. A trace of cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. On the other side, the first envoy of Mount Eternal returned. He said, I failed. The other envoys also had ugly expressions. There was a trace of fear in their eyes. This time, they had been sent by the mortal supremes. Their goal was to get first place, but now they had failed. An old man from Mount Eternal said, it's not your fault. It's all Lin Wudi's fault. He now knew that Lin Wudi had eliminated nearly half of them. He had even killed the second envoy. This was a heavy blow to them. Therefore, they had to take revenge. When Lin Wudi came out, it would be the time of his death. That's right, the first envoy's eyes also burst with cold killing intent. Although we failed, we can still assassinate him. Although he got first place and obtained the treasure of the Emperor Lord, he didn't deserve it. That belongs to our Mount Eternal. The people from Mount Eternal were ready to hunt and snatch the Emperor Lord's treasure from Lin Xian's hands. The people from the Phoenix clan were very happy. The people from the Daoyi sect were also very satisfied. This result was already very good for them, but the people from the Divine Union were looking forward to it. Boss Lin was still inside. Who knew what kind of treasure he would get? The others all looked over as well. That's right. What Lin Xian had obtained was an even greater opportunity. What exactly was the treasure of the Emperor Lord? However, they waited for another 10 days and found that no one came out. After a month, still no one came out. What the hell was going on? Lin Wudi still hadn't come out. Could it be that he got the inheritance of the Emperor Lord? Someone exclaimed. When this was said, the eyes of the others turned red. Lin Wudi already had the inheritance of the Emperor Lord. If he got it, how terrifying would his strength be? It shouldn't be possible. Some people shook their heads. Some people said, but if it wasn't the inheritance of the Emperor Lord, then it would be impossible. No one knew whether Lin Xian had obtained the great emperor's inheritance or not. They waited patiently. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Lin Xian still hadn't come out, and some people were already in despair. Let's go. The remote antiquity families left. They had originally come to watch a lively battle. Now that the competition had ended and half a year had passed, there was no need for them to wait any longer. In an instant, more than half of the people had left. Another month had passed and most of the people had left. However, there were still some people who hadn't left. For example, the Gu family, the 10,000 Dragon Empire, the Z Mansion, and the Eternal Mountain. The Divine Union, the Phoenix Tribe, and the Demon Emperor Mountain hadn't left. These people were all waiting for Lin Xian. Some people were worried about Lin Xian's safety, while others were gnashing their teeth and preparing to attack Lin Xian. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Even the Gu family was getting impatient. This time, they had suffered heavy losses. Not only had they not obtained any benefits, but Gu Feng had also died inside. How could their family tolerate the death of a great emperor's successor? In fact, they still didn't know who had done it. They had suspected Lin Xian, but they had also suspected Light Shaking Realm. They couldn't wait any longer. They looked at the Z mansion and stared at Yao Guang. Did you kill Gu Feng when you moved? Yao Guang's face darkened. Nonsense, the Purple Mansion master also said, you didn't see it. How could you say that? The Gu family elder said, who else could it be besides you? Even if you weren't, you had to go through the Gu family's experts. Otherwise, how could you know the void divine ability? These people were full of killing intent. Since they couldn't find out who the enemy was, they could only target Yao Guang. Yao Guang snorted coldly. I'm not interested in that trash Gu Feng. Who are you calling trash? The Gu family elder was also angry. He took a step forward and a murderous intent appeared on his body. Why? Do you want to fight? The Z Mansion master also stood up. Yao Guang and Xiaoying sneered. They were both in the top 10. If they really fought, they weren't afraid of the other party. Take down Yao Guang. The Gu family elder was furious and took out the void mirror. On the other side, the members of the Hundun clan were also filled with killing intent. How dare you devour the primal chaos body? We will use your head to refine the soul sky. Do you want to die? Yao Guang was also furious. He had lost to Lin Xian instead of becoming the champion. He was already incomparably furious. Since the two of them wanted to kill him, he would gladly oblige, kill. With a furious roar, he charged towards the Hundun clan. The chaotic body was unleashed, sweeping across the world. The experts of the Hundun tribe kept coughing up blood. Damn it, the other party was using their power to attack them. Revenge. These people rushed over. The people from the Gu family also charged over. The void finger directly struck down. Those people felt their scalps go numb. The Purple Mansion's mansion lord took out the dragon cauldron to block the attack. It was also a sovereign weapon with a mysterious origin. The collision between the two created a shocking force. All of a sudden, the three major forces actually clashed together. The momentum was vast. The surrounding heavens collapsed and earth split apart. The others all backed up, all of them fleeing. There was nothing they could do about it. The power of an extreme-grade weapon had already been displayed. They simply couldn't withstand it. The extreme-grade world also started to shake violently. From inside, the destruction spear flew out and roared, "Scram! Otherwise, we will ruthlessly attack and kill all of you." At the same time, the 8 trigrams diagram and the treasure bottle of life also flew out. The power of the three of them kept rising as if they were about to fully recover. Sensing this scene, the others' faces changed. The people from Mount Eternal waved their hands and left first. They just had to send people to keep an eye on that guy. They quickly left. The 10,000 Dragon Court, the Golden Crow clan, and the Twins of Destiny also left one after another. They didn't dare to stay here any longer. The people from the Gu family gritted their teeth. Fine, let's change the battlefield. They soared into the sky and flew into the distance. The people from the Purple Mansion sneered. They weren't afraid of you. They also flew over. The people from the Hundun clan also followed. For a moment, the extreme-grade world was completely silent. The Gu family, the Purple Mansion, and the Hundun clan came to another place to fight. The others didn't dare to come near the extreme-grade world. They could only wait in the distance. The people from the Divine Union also landed at the side and began to wait patiently. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. Many things had happened in this year. Those who returned from the extreme-grade world had improved. Some people had an epiphany and their strength had broken through. Some people had accepted the extreme-grade valley and their strength had increased by leaps and bounds. They became more and more famous, and their strength became stronger and stronger. However, the news about Lin Xian had completely disappeared. It was as if he had never appeared again. There was another thing that was even more shocking. The news of Gu Feng's death had spread to the Gu family. The people from the Gu family roared wildly and attacked the Purple Mansion to take down the light-shaking realm. The Purple Mansion also displayed their strength and fought back. In the end, the Gu family returned without merit. On the other side, the Hundun clan was more miserable. They were attacked by the people from the Purple Mansion and suffered heavy injuries. They had to close their doors. This series of events shocked everyone. The following battles would probably become more and more intense. They guessed that someone who surpassed the Saint Realm would appear very soon. A true great emperor would appear in this golden era, and this process would be incomparably tragic. Sure enough, some other sects also clashed. Even the emperor clans were fighting. Obviously, some people were anxious. They were eager to fight for a great emperor. Of course, no one would forget about Lin Xian. For example, the people from Mount Eternal had their eyes fixed on the extreme great realm. As long as Lin Xian came out, they would know immediately and take action. Another year passed. It was already the third year. Most of the people from the Divine Union had already returned. After all, they belonged to different sects and clans. Furthermore, Bai Susu was the great elder of the Divine Union and she was the one who asked everyone to return. She felt that Lin Xian shouldn't be in any danger. He should be receiving some kind of treasure. It would just take a long time. Therefore, there wasn't a need for too many people to stay here. On the fourth year, Morong Qingqing, the dark red divine dragon, and Yan Ryu all frowned. Why wasn't he out yet? Could there have been an accident? At this moment, the black tortoise 8 trigrams flew out from the extreme great realm. It said, "You guys are Lin Wudi's friends, right? Don't worry, he's very safe inside. However, we can't say when he'll come out. Why don't you guys go back first? He'll look for you guys when he comes out." Morong Qingqing and the others discussed and felt that the extreme great realm weapon was right. Therefore, they nodded. "All right, thank you, Senior. I hope you can take care of Big Brother Xian." The black tortoise nodded. "Don't worry, we have high hopes for that little guy." With the assurance of the extreme great realm weapon, Morong Qingqing and the others were completely at ease. Therefore, they also discussed for a while and returned. For a moment, the outside of the extreme great realm was completely quiet. No one stayed. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years had passed. It had been 5 years since the end of the dragon transformation battle. At this moment, Lin Xian was sitting cross-legged in a magical place in the extreme path world. His body was surrounded by terrifying mysterious flames, and there was a flame rune between his eyebrows that kept jumping. There was a flame seed in his body that was fusing with him. Suddenly, Lin Xian opened his eyes and furrowed his brows tightly. The fusion this time was really too difficult. Although only 5 years had passed, he probably only managed to fuse a little bit. After all, this was a divine fire seed. Once the fusion was completed, there would be no bottleneck for him to become a quasi-emperor. He guessed that the fusion would take at least 500 years. It might even take longer than that. This was something that the extreme path weapon did not tell him before. In fact, although the extreme path weapon did not tell him, in the eyes of Brother Annihilation and the others, having a divine fire seed was already a heaven-defying opportunity. Not to mention 500 years, even if it took 5,000 years, there would still be people who would be willing to fuse there. After all, this was their only chance. However, Lin Xian did not think so. He could not afford to waste 500 years. Therefore, he decided to use some of his trump cards. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian took out something from the small world. The Hourglass of Time. Previously, he had obtained the Hourglass of Time in the Azura ruins on the 18th level of Hell. Although the Azura clan was destroyed, it must have had something to do with time. Therefore, Lin Xian had once returned to 10 years ago through the Azura ruins. He stayed there for a while and then returned. He helped the Azura ruins and completed some things. In the end, he was given 2 hourglasses of time that contained the power of time. Lin Xian had not used them before. Now, in order to fuse with the divine fire seed, Lin Xian was ready to use one. He opened the hourglass of time and a mysterious light appeared around Lin Xian. In the next moment, he disappeared. He had returned to 90,000 years ago. His surroundings were dark and silent. Lin Xian looked around. He was stunned. He was actually still in this mysterious space. It should still be the extreme Tao world. It seemed like the extreme Tao world had already existed 90,000 years ago. Lin Xian took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged. Even if he had to spend 500 years, Lin Xian would choose to spend it in the past. Thus, when he returned to the real world, not much time had passed. Just like that. This gave him an advantage. The time required to fuse with the seed of divine fire was simply too long. In the blink of an eye, 300 years had passed. For the past 300 years, Lin Xian had been quietly cultivating here. However, one day, 300 years later, a cry of surprise came from outside. It turned out that 90,000 years ago, there was also a battle of dragonization here. And the champion was a young man from the dragons. His figure was tall and straight, and his face was handsome. His body exuded an aura that could sweep through everything. He was truly too strong. He had defeated everyone in the world and obtained first place in this dragon transformation battle. Beside him, there was a woman with an extremely beautiful face. She had dragon scales on her body. She was also a proud daughter of the dragons. In this dragon transformation battle, there were actually 2 people from the dragons in the top 10. It was really unbelievable. A young man had obtained first place. As for that woman, she had obtained 9th place. It was also a very terrifying result. That was great. Brother Xiaotian had finally obtained first place. This woman was called Long Yu, and the brother Xiaotian she spoke of was the handsome young man from the dragons in front of her. He was also the first person in this battle. The following situation was very similar to Lin Xian's. The extreme Dao weapon took Long Xiaotian away alone, while the others cultivated in the extreme Dao valley. They wondered what kind of opportunity brother Xiaotian would obtain. They were filled with anticipation. The extreme Dao weapon brought Long Xiaotian to a mysterious place. Surrounding them, there was an extreme Dao gate in front of them. Long Xiaotian was extremely excited as he walked towards the extreme Dao gate. At the same time, inside the extreme Dao gate, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Did someone come in? Sensing this scene, he immediately frowned. No, he couldn't let anyone in. Because he came from 90,000 years in the future, if someone came in, something unexpected would happen. Thinking of this, he shouted coldly and slapped out with his palm. An extremely terrifying sound came from inside, as if a divine sword was sweeping in all directions. Just as Long Xiaotian wanted to enter, he was attacked. His pupils constricted as he waved his dragon claw and slapped on the attack. In the next moment, he was forced out. What was going on? The extreme Dao weapon was also stunned. What happened inside? Long Xiaotian frowned. He looked at the extreme Dao weapon around him and said, "Senior, I want to know, why is it attacking me?" His face was a little cold. What? The extreme Dao weapon was also stunned. Could it be that something had happened inside? They were really shocked. Lin Xian, who was inside, was also surprised. This person was really not ordinary. He had a powerful dragon aura on him. He had used a powerful attack just now, but it only forced the other party to retreat. The other party was not injured at all. As expected of the first person in the dragon transformation battle from 90,000 years ago. He was indeed strong. Moreover, he was now in the dark and was very mysterious. If he really wanted to fight openly, he might not be able to suppress the other party. However, he could not let the other party in. Thinking of this, Lin Xian frowned. An extremely sharp light burst out from his eyes. He mobilized the power of the divine fire seed and shot out a trace of flame. Outside, the extreme Dao weapon was still puzzled. They were about to investigate. Suddenly, a trace of flame flew out from the extreme Dao gate. It danced in the air and turned into a word. Get lost. This word was imprinted in the void just like that. Long Xiaotian's face instantly darkened. His eyes released a biting cold killing intent, and he was so angry that he trembled. As a top genius, how could he allow others to slap his face like this? Even if the other party was a supreme existence, it was not allowed. Those extreme Dao weapons were also stunned. When they sensed that the flame was a divine fire seed, their pupils constricted. Could it be that the divine fire seed was rejecting Long Xiaotian? Thinking of this, they sighed. Although previously, they thought that Long Xiaotian was a top genius of the dragons, and once he grew up, he might become a great emperor. Moreover, he could also become one of them. But now it seemed that it was a pity that the divine fire seed did not agree. They could only say that he was not fated and that they would send him back to the extreme Dao Valley. Long Xiaotian's face completely darkened, and his body kept trembling. At the same time, an even more terrifying killing intent appeared in his eyes. Not fated? Ha 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 ha. What a joke, his gaze directly pierced through the extreme Dao gate as if he wanted to see everything clearly. No matter who you are, you slapped my face today. When I become a great emperor in the future, I will definitely return it 10 times or 100 times. Seeing Dragon Xiaotian leave just like that, the extreme Dao weapons were stunned, but they didn't say anything in the end. They could only sigh. Looking at the extreme Dao gate, the few extreme Dao weapons didn't enter. In the extreme Dao Valley, everyone was absorbing the power of heaven and earth. They were curious about what Dragon Xiaotian had obtained. Suddenly, they saw the void in the distance break open, and a figure descended from the sky. Everyone looked up. The next moment, they were stunned. It was Long Xiaotian. What was going on? Was he back again? In the valley, Long Yu also stood up with a look of surprise. Brother Xiaotian, what's wrong? Dragon Xiaotian's killing intent was terrifyingly cold as he stared down. The experts below also felt their scalps go numb. Although they had all successfully entered the top 10, none of them were Dragon Xiaotian's match. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. At this moment, seeing the killing intent on him, they all retreated in fear. Long Yu was even more shocked. What had happened? Dragon Xiaotian gritted his teeth. The extreme Dao realm slapped my face. I will not live under the same sky as them. When I become an emperor in the future, I will definitely make them pay the price. Let's go. With a wave of his sleeve, he took Long Yu and soared into the sky, disappearing. Gone, Long Xiaotian actually left, and what happened? Why was Dragon Xiaotian so angry? Why had the extreme Dao realm slapped his face? The other geniuses were very curious. However, they couldn't find out at all. Lin Xian didn't know about these things. He had heard Dragon Xiaotian's threat, but he sneered and didn't care. So what if Dragon Xiaotian had threatened him? He didn't belong to this era. He was someone from 90,000 years in the future. As for the dragons, he had killed the Dragon Prince 90,000 years in the future. Did he care about the other experts of the dragons? However, this person was really extraordinary. He was very strong. Thinking about it, he should be an unparalleled expert who had swept the world. When he returned, he would ask the destructive battle spear if there was such a person 90,000 years ago. Lin Xian didn't think too much about it. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes. He continued to cultivate. Finally, after 500 years, Lin Xian was able to perfectly fuse with the seed of God fire. Next, as long as he gathered enough energy, he would be able to become a quasi-emperor. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He roared at the sky. At the same time, the hourglass waved, and Lin Xian returned to reality. When he returned to 90,000 years in the future, the hourglass cracked and turned into powder. The smoke vanished into thin air. Nothing else? Lin Xian sighed. He only had one time hourglass left, so he had to keep it safe. Because this was too miraculous. The power of time was the most mysterious power. He thought of the Light Clan and wondered what had caused the Light Clan to be annihilated. Who was the one who did it? Lin Xian didn't think too much about it. He checked his own condition. Soon, a smile appeared on Lin Xian's face because the situation was good. This was out of his expectations. After fusing with the Divine Fire Seed, the power of Lin Xian's 9-yang Divine Fire increased. The power of his divine body also became stronger than before. His strength increased. More importantly, Lin Xian really felt that the shackles between heaven and earth no longer had any effect on him. He could successfully become a quasi-emperor. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had gathered enough energy to let the divine fire seed grow. Thinking of this, Lin Xian waved his hand and walked forward. Outside, the figure of the extreme Dao weapon was already gone. Because only 5 years had passed. It was too short. According to their speculation, it would take at least 500 years, or even 1,000 years. But on this day, Lin Xian walked out. After coming out, he looked around and then roared at the sky. At this moment, the surroundings were shaken. Between heaven and earth, countless flames spread, and a mysterious and terrifying power descended into the extreme Dao world. The extreme Dao weapon was also stunned. Who was it? The destructive spear rose into the air. Was someone courting death? The treasure bottle of life said that no, this seemed to be Lin Xian's power. The black tortoise was shocked. It couldn't be, 5 years. He came out. Could it be that he failed? They hurriedly flew over. They were extremely nervous. If he failed, it would be a huge blow to them. Because it was extremely difficult to find a suitable person to fuse with the divine fire seed. In an instant, they arrived near the extreme Dao gate. Kid, did you fail? What's going on? Can you do it again? The black tortoise asked quickly. The treasure bottle of life said that I'll help you recover from your injuries. They looked at Lin Xian anxiously. Lin Xian was stunned. Then, he smiled. Failed? How could that be? I succeeded. Seniors, please take a look. A mysterious flame rune appeared in between Lin Xian's eyebrows. He used the power of the divine fire seed and his aura became extremely mysterious. Although it was only a seed now, it had already made Lin Xian mysterious and unpredictable. After the 3 extreme Dao weapons sensed it, they almost fell from the sky. Succeeded? That's impossible. Lin Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seniors, you have too little confidence in me. The black tortoise kept shaking his head. This wasn't a matter of confidence. Of course, we believe that you can succeed. But 5 years is too short. We estimated that you would only be able to come out after at least 500 to 1,000 years. We were already preparing for you to come out. But you came out in 5 years. We really thought that you failed. That's right, kid. How did you do it? How did you succeed in just 5 years? The black tortoise 8 trigrams was also extremely excited. The treasure bottle of life looked up at the sky. Could it be that this was really a rare genius that only appeared once in a million years? There was hope on our side. It turned out that the extreme Dao weapons estimated that the time would also be 500 years later. It was similar to Lin Xian's own speculation. However, these extreme Dao weapons didn't know that he had the hourglass of time. He had indeed experienced 500 years, but it was in the past, so it didn't affect the real world. Of course, Lin Xian didn't mention this. After all, he had defeated a genius back then. If these extreme Dao weapons knew about it, they might be angry. So he said, I didn't find it particularly difficult to fuse with it. The extreme Dao weapons were dumbfounded. Didn't find it particularly difficult? Heavens, this is a divine fire seed. Do you know what kind of existence it is? If the fusion was successful, there would be no cultivation bottleneck. Was it that simple? What a joke. They didn't believe it. However, Lin Xian did indeed come out in 5 years. They had no choice but to believe it. They could only accept that Lin Xian was a rare genius that only appeared once in a million years. You're too strange. The 8 trigrams kept shaking their heads. But kid, your coming out in 5 years really exceeded our expectations. Originally, we thought that after 500 years, we could still gather some resources for you to improve your strength by leaps and bounds. Hearing the words of the extreme Dao weapons, Lin Xian was stunned. So there was such a thing. However, he didn't care anymore. Being able to reduce the time by 500 years was really important to him. As for the other opportunities, he would have to rely on himself to find them. Next, he prepared to leave. But before that, he had one more thing to ask. That was, who was the person he fought 90,000 years ago? He remembered that back then, he heard the discussion outside the extreme Dao gate. That person seemed to be called Long Xiaotian. So he asked, Seniors, can I inquire about a person for you? Who was it? Black Tortoise asked. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Who was Long Xiaotian? What was his status in the dragons? Long Xiaotian. Hearing this name, the expressions of the 3 extreme Dao weapons changed. Black Tortoise sucked in a breath of cold air. How are you going to inquire about him? Lin Xian was stunned. Was this person very powerful? To be able to make the extreme Dao weapons so shocked, could this person be? Lin Xian didn't dare to think about it anymore. Black Tortoise smiled bitterly. Of course Long Xiaotian was powerful. Dragons had a dragon emperor, who was the ancestor of the 10,000 Dragon dynasty. It was Long Xiaotian. What? Lin Xian was completely stunned. Long Xiaotian was the dragon emperor of the 10,000 Dragon dynasty. Lin Xian felt that his eyes were about to pop out. 90,000 years ago, he actually defeated a dragon emperor. He even told him to scram. Lin Xian felt that it was unbelievable. That was a great emperor. No wonder the other party was so angry that his entire body trembled. A person who had the potential to become a great emperor was directly slapped in the face. That feeling was definitely sour. Why did you mention this person? Destructive War also frowned. It seemed that this person's name made him very angry. Lin Xian said, I killed the dragon prince of the 10,000 Dragon dynasty before. I didn't expect him to be the dragon emperor. This grudge was really deep. 90,000 years ago, he slapped the dragon emperor's face. 90,000 years later, he killed the dragon emperor's son. The seniors had a grudge with him. He felt that the aura of the three extreme Dao weapons was wrong. The Annihilation Spear said. Of course there was. The Aquarius of Life bitterly smiled and said. This story started from 90,000 years ago. Back then, Long Xiaotian was also a top-notch genius. He became the champion of that dragon transformation battle. Back then, he also had the qualifications to enter the Extreme Dao Gate, but he didn't know what happened. When Long Xiaotian was stopped, the other party thought that we had slapped his face. Therefore, he left angrily. Who would have thought that this Long Xiaotian would be so powerful? Later on, the other party had successfully become a great emperor. So he came to us for revenge. Hearing this, Lin Xian also became nervous. After all, this matter was caused by him. He asked, what was the result? You guys didn't suffer any losses, right? Destructive Battle Spear harumphed coldly. Even though he has become a great emperor, he still can't kill us. However, in the later years, our extreme Dao world was completely sealed off and lived in seclusion. After the Dragon Emperor disappears, our extreme path world will open again. This could be considered a matter of the past. The three extreme grade weapons also sighed endlessly. Lin Xian's expression was extremely strange. Before the other party left, he had made an oath. If he wants to become a great emperor in the future, he will definitely take revenge 100-fold. The battle back then must have been extremely terrifying. This matter has nothing to do with you. You don't have to care. Besides, 90,000 years have passed. Even if you kill the Dragon Prince, the Dragon Emperor won't be able to threaten you. Nothing to do with me? Lin Xian smiled bitterly. This matter really had a lot to do with him. Of course, he couldn't say it out loud. Lin Xian took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Then, he prepared to leave. This time, he had gained a lot. It made him extremely satisfied. After bidding farewell to the extreme Dao weapons, Lin Xian soared into the sky and left the extreme Dao world. He flew into the distance. I wonder how the outside world has changed in 5 years. Morong Qingqing and the others had seen the black tortoise 8 trigrams before, so they left. Right now, Lin Xian had left by himself. After he left, the dark eye under the ground moved a little. Immediately, the news was sent to Mount Eternal. There were many people in Mount Eternal, and they were instantly enraged after hearing the news. The first emissary stood up and said coldly. After 5 years, I've finally waited. Lin Wudi, your time of death has come. Everyone, listen up. Follow me. The other attendants all stood up. The previous second emissary had fallen, leaving only 9 of them. However, this time, the 9 of them would attack together. No matter how strong the other party was, so what, could he defeat the 9 of them? They took the super teleportation array and quickly set off. In the next moment, 9 figures appeared on the endless ground. They quickly set up the array and waited. Not long after, a ray of light flew over and arrived at this space. It was Lin Xian. Lin Xian's speed was very fast. The demon god wings on his back turned him into a bolt of black lightning. Suddenly, he stopped. His brows furrowed tightly because he sensed that a black fog had appeared around him, shrouding the entire world. Inside, there was an extremely terrifying power. Boom, Lin Xian roared and punched out. A golden sun shone in all directions. However, the black mist didn't disperse at all. It directly enveloped the sun. The two of them were in a stalemate, turning into terrifying laws that tore the void apart. Lin Xian was cold. Who was it? Get out here. Someone actually dared to wait here to assassinate him. He was angry. Lin Wudi, you have a bad temper. However, it's time to settle the grudge from before. A cold voice rang out. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The first emissary, a defeated opponent, dared to come. He could easily defeat him before, let alone now that he had fused with the seed of divine fire. He had become stronger than before. Lin Xian didn't take the first emissary seriously at all. After the first emissary walked out, his face became extremely cold. Despicable fellow, how dare he look down on me? However, at this moment, a few more figures walked out of the black mist. What if we join in? A total of 9 emissaries appeared in the surroundings. They enveloped Lin Xian. Their killing intent swept across the world. Lin Xian's face darkened. The 9 of them attacked together. It seems that you've been waiting here for me. It's been hard on you. However, do you think that 9 of you are a match for me? There are no restrictions here. It's easy for me to kill you. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. That was indeed the case. He could use the sky-devouring jar now. It was half an emperor weapon. The third emissary sneered. We know that you have half an extreme-grade weapon. But so what? How much power do you have to revive it? Mount Eternal had made ample preparations this time. Although they didn't have an extreme weapon, they had a supreme weapon. Mount Eternal had a human supreme, and his weapon was also very terrifying. At this moment, the 9 emissaries attacked together. They took out a weapon. It was a black pagoda that looked like a mountain peak. It seemed to be built according to the appearance of Mount Eternal. As soon as it appeared, it emitted an extremely terrifying aura, and the entire world shook violently. The demonic beasts, martial artists, and families in the nearby space were all shocked. They looked into the distance in horror. Damn it, what a terrifying aura. Who's attacking? Don't go out, don't investigate. Quickly seal the mountain gate and escape. These people were incomparably terrified. The indestructible pagoda shook gently, and suddenly, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The void seemed to be mercilessly torn apart by a pair of heaven-sent hands. The terrifying crack enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. This power was really too strong. He didn't dare to be careless and took out the heaven-devouring jar to block it. In front of him, a terrifying black vortex spread out and blocked the large crack. Half an extreme weapon, heaven-devouring jar. The first emissary sneered after seeing it. But it's useless. I don't believe that you can fully revive the heaven-devouring jar with so much power on you. And the power we brought this time is enough to destroy your body and soul. They sneered again and again. Then, they launched another attack. The sky was instantly pierced through, and a vast indestructible power rushed over. This attack was even more terrifying than the previous one. In the hands of these emissaries, a large amount of resources appeared. These resources were quickly being consumed to provide the power of the indestructible pagoda. The heaven-devouring jar was shaken by the attack, and the black vortex was also constantly shattering. Lin Xian retreated. It seemed that he could only protect himself. Seeing this scene, the 9 emissaries laughed out loud. The 10th emissary said, "Kid, how is it? Weren't you very arrogant before? You even dared to eliminate us. Now, make your move." The 7th emissary gritted his teeth. Killing intent emerged in his heart. "Today, I'll kill you with my own hands." "You still want to kill me? With just you guys?" Lin Xian sneered. "Kid, you still want to resist? You can't escape. This entire world has been sealed by us." Lin Xian laughed heartily. "Who said I was going to escape, you bunch of stupid ants? Who told you that I don't have the strength to maintain the heaven-devouring jar? Do you know what my trump card is? You don't know anything, yet you still dare to try and kill me. Today, I will let you feel despair." With that, Lin Xian activated the sword world, and the power inside flew out. The heaven-swallowing pot kept shaking, and released a terrifying light. The black vortex covered heaven and earth as if it could swallow heaven and earth. The moment this aura appeared, the surrounding 9 great emissaries were all stunned. Their pupils were saying, "Damn it, this is impossible. What kind of power was this? You actually brought so much power with you." They were all crazy. "Stop him." Flustered and exasperated, these people attacked again. However, they still underestimated Lin Xian. Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. The power of the heaven-devouring jar increased, and it blocked the indestructible pagoda. The two of them collided in the air. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "How is it? Did you see that? My trump card is not something you can imagine. Damn it." The 7th emissary gritted his teeth. The 1st emissary also shouted angrily. "Attack together and kill him." Although their indestructible pagoda was blocked, there were still 9 of them on their side. If the 9 of them worked together, it would be as easy as flipping their palms. Seeing the 9 of them rushing over, Lin Xian did not escape at all. Instead, he snorted coldly. "The 9 of you have all been defeated by me, and you still have the qualifications to challenge me." He took a step forward, and the power in his body erupted. Monstrous flame swept in all directions. At the same time, the hell sword appeared in his hand. The terrifying sword chi swept across the 9 heavens. "Kid, go to hell." The 7th emissary roared. He was the fastest to rush over. After arriving, he slashed down with his saber. This was the indestructible saber. It drew a black saber light that was 10,000 meters long and slashed down from the sky. Its power was even stronger than before. It was obvious that he had been cultivating hard for the past 5 years. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian sneered. "Your saber technique is really too weak." As he spoke, he slashed out with his sword. The sword chi swept across with incomparable sharpness and slashed at the 7th emissary's sword chi. It directly shattered the black saber light that was 10,000 miles long. Not only that, the sword hit the 7th emissary's long saber, causing him to vomit blood and retreat. One of his arms was covered with cracks. "Damn it, how is this possible? How did you become so strong?" He was really too shocked. After 5 years of hard cultivation, he thought that he already had the strength to resist Lin Xian. However, he was seriously injured as soon as they exchanged blows. "Don't be careless, keep attacking." He was very powerful. The 3rd emissary also gritted his teeth. He also rushed over. Indestructible palm. A huge palm descended from the sky like the hand of the Grim Reaper and enveloped Lin Xian. It had to be said that this move was really too powerful. The 3rd emissary was much stronger. Even the veteran divine ancestors couldn't resist this attack. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "You're also an ant." As he spoke, he threw out a punch. After fusing with the divine fire seed, Lin Xian's divine body had become stronger than before. This punch was unparalleled. It directly pierced through the 3rd emissary's palm and tore him into pieces. Puff, the 3rd emissary was even more seriously injured. The other emissaries were stunned. How could there be such a terrifying person? His strength had grown in the past 5 years, and he was even stronger than them. Unable to withstand a single blow, Lin Xian snorted coldly, then threw out another punch. This punch enveloped the 10th emissary. The 10th emissary screamed and quickly retreated. He was as fast as lightning, but he was not faster than Lin Xian's fist. Boom, the 10th emissary was also shattered. He screamed and retreated. Before his body could heal, a pair of reincarnation eyes appeared in the sky. The reincarnation eyes shot out terrifying flames and enveloped the other party. It burned the other party's body. The 10th emissary screamed miserably. "Damn it, hurry up and stop him." He felt that even though he had the power of indestructibility, his body was still severely injured. Even his foundation was almost damaged. Courting death. This was the first time he was angered. He slashed out with his sword, turning it into a hell crack and charging towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian also slashed out with his sword. The two collided. The 1st emissary was forced back, and his arm was chopped off. He was terrified. This was impossible. Although he had lost to Lin Xian before, he had only lost miserably after using all his means. It was not easy for Lin Xian to defeat him. But now, Lin Xian had injured him with a single slash. Had the gap between the two of them become so huge, what kind of great emperor treasure did Lin Xian obtain in the past 5 years? Hurry up and attack. He recovered his arm, roared angrily again, and charged over. After a series of frenzied attacks, the 9 emissaries' faces were somewhat pale. This time, it was time for him to die. The 7th emissary gritted his teeth. The other emissaries also harumphed coldly. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to block them. The crack in front of them slowly disappeared, and the last figure appeared. The emissaries laughed coldly, but their smiles quickly froze. Their expressions turned to horror. Impossible. He didn't die, and he wasn't injured. No, I don't believe it. I must be dreaming. These emissaries have all gone crazy. The first emissary's pupils constricted. After being struck by such a powerful attack, the other party was completely unharmed. What kind of physique did he have? Suddenly, the 7th light-shaking realm screamed because he had been pierced by a sword. He lowered his head to look at his wounded body, unable to believe it. The other envoys were also stunned. When they looked forward again, they saw that the envoys were all stunned. When they looked further, they discovered that the unharmed figure was slowly disappearing. Damn it, it was an illusion technique. We were caught in an illusion technique. Yes, it was an illusion technique. In that instant, it was extremely terrifying. It was extremely terrifying. Although Lin Xian was able to resist it, he was unable to do so. However, he didn't take it head-on. Because the 9 emissaries working together surpassed everything else. He used his most powerful movement technique to dodge, leaving behind an afterimage in his original position. At the same time, the Rinnegan in the sky also used an illusion technique. It took advantage of these people's arrogance and magnified it infinitely. It caused these people to fall into the illusion technique. Then, he suddenly appeared beside the 7th emissary and pierced him with his sword. The 7th emissary screamed. He wanted to escape. Lin Xian wouldn't let him escape this time. Die. The great dragon sword spirit's power completely exploded. This was an indestructible power, enough to destroy everything. Even though the 7th emissary had undying and indestructible power, he couldn't resist at this moment. His life force was rapidly draining away. No, he screamed. The other emissaries' expressions changed drastically, and they quickly attacked. They attacked wildly, but Lin Xian used all of his techniques. Boundless sword chi surged from his body and attacked. At the same time, the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared. The yin-yang diagram also appeared. Now, he was fighting against 8 emissaries. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, the great dragon sword spirit roared once again, and a biting cold sword light and dragon shadow enveloped the opponent. In the next moment, Lin Xian retreated. The 7th emissary disappeared without a trace, turning into a pool of blood, falling from the sky. Was he dead? The surrounding people were dumbfounded. This was impossible, Old 7 was dead. No, the remaining emissaries were completely stunned. They had been so confident that they were the emissaries of Mount Eternal. They had the power of immortality. No matter how strong they were, the other party would not be able to kill them. However, the current situation was completely out of their expectations. The other party was actually able to completely annihilate them. Was the inextinguishable rune between 7th brother's eyebrows also useless? That abominable great dragon sword spirit. Its invincible power was actually so terrifying. They realized that they had underestimated the other party. Previously, Lin Xian had possessed an unbreakable power, but now, Lin Xian was no match for him. However, in the extreme Dao world, the great dragon sword soul could not be sent out. Thus, he didn't unleash his full power. They thought that this was all there was to it. Although it was strong, it was not impossible for them to stop it. However, now that they were out of the extreme Dao world, the power of the other party's great dragon sword soul had multiplied. He killed Old 7 with a single strike. How was it? Are you terrified? Are you in despair? Lin Xian sneered. Don't worry, there was more despair to come. The hell sword in Lin Xian's hand was surrounded by a dragon's shadow. The power of the great dragon sword soul was quickly displayed by him. To deal with these immortal existences, one had to use an invincible power. Damn it. The first emissary gritted his teeth. They looked up at the sky, wanting to summon the inextinguishable pagoda. However, the heaven-swallowing jar blocked the inextinguishable pagoda. Damn it, they were too careless. If they knew this, they should have sent more experts. The first emissary said, "Don't panic. Everyone, use all your strength to activate the inextinguishable rune." As soon as he finished speaking, black runes flickered between the eyebrows of the 8 dead. It was incomparably mysterious. Very good, the first emissary said. Now, use all your strength and don't hold back. Use the power of the inextinguishable rune. With a roar, he took the lead. The power of the inextinguishable rune spread all over his body. At the same time, his inextinguishable sword spirit attacked. Next, the surrounding people also attacked. Inextinguishable axe, inextinguishable spear, inextinguishable spear, inextinguishable hand, and all kinds of techniques were used. Lin Xian roared and transformed into a dragon. Dragon scales appeared on his body, and he bared his fangs and brandished his claws. He roared at the sky and swung his dragon claws. A Taiji diagram appeared and slammed forward. The 10th emissary's body was pierced by the yin-yang aura and immediately split in half. The 9th emissary was engulfed by Lin Xian's divine flames and turned into a bloody mist. Lin Xian waved his tail and turned it into a divine sword that pierced through the 6th emissary. As for the 5th emissary, he was crushed by Lin Xian's dragon claws. The 3rd emissary was even more miserable. Lin Xian's Rinnegan turned into the heavenly path and smashed him into dust. The 1st emissary was terrified. He retreated. Damn it. His opponent's dragon form had even defeated a light-shaking realm cultivator. Now that he had come out, the power of the great dragon sword spirit had increased, and the power of his dragon form was even more terrifying. Each of these moves had an indestructible power, and they were complemented by a variety of ultimate techniques and divine abilities. They couldn't resist at all. The 9 emissaries were like ants in front of him. They were like ants. His body was also penetrated by a single blow and he almost died. However, the other attendants weren't so lucky. 3 of the emissaries were completely killed by this attack. In addition to the death of the 7th emissary, they only had 5 emissaries left. And they had all suffered heavy injuries. The 5 of them retreated in fear. They summoned the indestructible tower back to defend the area around them. On the other side, Lin Xian didn't make a move. Although transforming into a dragon was terrifying, it also consumed a lot of energy. One had to know that the 10 great emissaries of Mount Eternal were all very terrifying. It was very difficult to kill such a person even if one used all their methods. Now that he could kill them in one move, it was enough to imagine how terrifying his power would be. The dragon scales on his body slowly disappeared, and his face was a little pale. At this time, the energy stored in the sword world began to provide him and fuse into his body. Lin Xian quickly recovered. Damn it, so many of them died. The 3rd emissary gritted his teeth. The 5th emissary also roared. He could only use such an attack once. He had no more energy left. Yes, the others also nodded frantically. Lin Xian snorted coldly. No more energy? He used Shadowless Heaven's net and the demon god's wings to instantly appear in front of the other party. The great dragon sword spirit appeared in his hand. The dragon-shaped sword shadow pierced through the 5th emissary. The sword chi above exploded and descended. The 5th emissary fell just like that. The other emissaries saw Lin Xian standing in front of them, but they didn't dare to make a move. They retreated frantically. Damn it, was that sword shadow the real great dragon sword soul? After sending it out, its power was actually so terrifying. Impossible, damn it, why did it turn out like this? The 3rd emissary also went crazy. One had to know that they were all incomparably terrifying double champions. They had the inextinguishable runes, the power of the human sovereign. And they had also taken out the weapons of the human sovereign. Could they still not do anything to the other party? was the other party really just a young man? They had all gone crazy. To be honest, their prediction was right. If it was before, even if Lin Xian had won the championship and had many unique skills, he would have been seriously injured by the 9 emissaries even if he didn't die. But unfortunately, they didn't expect that Lin Xian had fused with a divine fire seed. Although the divine fire seed didn't have much power now, it was left behind by the great emperor after all. After the fusion, Lin Xian's strength had increased in all aspects. In addition to the fusion time, it was 500 years. Although it was experienced 100,000 years ago, it had only been a few days since he returned to reality. But Lin Xian had experienced it in real life. His strength was definitely not something that could be imagined when he fought the dragon transformation battle. Therefore, it was normal for these emissaries to feel despair and collapse. Damn it, could it be that he had already become a triple champion? The first emissary gritted his teeth. The only person who could defeat them so easily was probably the Triple Crown champion. What should they do? Should they escape? This time, they had joined forces. If they returned like this, the immortal sovereign would not let them off. The first emissary gritted his teeth. It seemed that he could only use that method. What method? The third emissary asked in surprise. Was there a way? Why didn't they know? The first emissary's face was cold. He didn't say anything, but the palms in his sleeves had already begun to form seals. As the first of the 10 emissaries, he had received a special order. This was given to him by the human sovereign before he came. That was, when necessary, he could sacrifice the other emissaries to launch a peerless attack. The first emissary knelt on the ground. After hearing this, his scalp went numb and he was even terrified. It turned out that in the eyes of the human sovereign, they were just ants. It could be destroyed at any time. And the method was to leave the inextinguishable runes in their hearts. As long as the inextinguishable rune was activated, they would not be able to resist. The first emissary was also an ant in a cage, but it was still all right. Out of the 10 emissaries, he was the strongest, so he was considered to have been retained. Furthermore, this time around, he would personally take action. His palms formed a complicated seal, and then he suddenly closed his eyes. The inextinguishable rune at the center of his brows gave off an extremely terrifying radiance. Meanwhile, the expressions of the third emissary and the other survivors also changed. They could feel an unusual aura emanating from the rune between their eyebrows. What was this? A powerful secret technique. They all looked at the first envoy. However, in the next second, they screamed in pain. Their faces were full of fear. The third emissary's pupils shrank. He felt as if the rune between his eyebrows had taken root and sprouted, instantly piercing into his soul. Absorb his life force. Their bodies quickly withered and turned into white bones. Even the white bones were about to shatter and scatter with the wind. The inextinguishable rune at the center of their eyebrows became brighter and brighter, as if it had turned into a black star that illuminated the world. Not only the third emissary, but the other emissaries who were still alive were the same. It could be said that other than the first emissary, the others were all going to die. No. Why are you treating us like this? How dare you kill us? Aren't you afraid of the wrath of the human sovereign? They roared crazily and stared at the first emissary. The first emissary did not dare to open his eyes. He closed his eyes and said, "This is your destiny. Accept it. You can't resist." Hearing this, the remaining emissaries fell into despair. They no longer resisted. Because they also realized that the first emissary could not control the inextinguishable rune at all. This was the power of the human sovereign. They were unwilling to accept this. Had they become cannon fodder? With a scream, the emissaries completely died. The runes at the center of their eyebrows flew out. At the same time, the blood mist that drifted between heaven and earth of the emissaries who had died before also quickly condensed. Then, 8 runes flickered between heaven and earth. The inextinguishable pagoda grew in the air. The first emissary walked in and floated above the 9 heavens. 1 pagoda shook heaven and earth, 8 doors shook the world, the 8 black undying doors slowly formed into 8 pitch-black doors. It was as if they were connected to the area. Countless inextinguishable auras emerged from inside. After Lin Xian saw it, he frowned. Damn it, it couldn't be directly connected to Mount Eternal, right? He had a bad premonition in his heart. Although he was not afraid of these emissaries, he was still unable to contend against the human sovereign. Although the human sovereign belonged to the human world and was not a great emperor, it represented the ultimate power of the human world. He was still only a saint. Although he was powerful, he was still not the Triple Crown champion. Not to mention the ultimate power of the human world. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly. His figure swayed and he slashed out with his sword. Heaven and earth shook violently, but Lin Xian was shaken out. He frowned tightly. He was actually unable to break through this space. It was useless, Lin Wudi. Don't even think about escaping. This was the legendary 8 Gates Heaven Lock formation. It could even lock up heaven and earth, let alone you. Moreover, this formation was connected to the power of Mount Eternal. It would never disappear. Until you died. So, slowly experience what despair was. The first emissary finally laughed proudly. He could not defeat Lin Wudi. However, the power of Mount Eternal was not something that the other party could imagine. 8 Gates Heaven Lock formation. Lin Xian's expression became incomparably cold. He shouted coldly, "Break!" He roared towards the sky. The heaven-devouring jar erupted with power and directly attacked. This was half an extreme weapon. The power that erupted at this moment was truly terrifying. However, the inextinguishable pagoda in the sky directly suppressed it and once again resisted the extreme weapon. At the same time, 8 black hands emerged from the 8 pitch-black doors. Each hand was 1,000 meters long and was abnormally strange. There was an extremely terrifying power on top of it, and a low voice sounded. 8 Gates Soul Lock. One hand directly covered Lin Xian's head and sealed his soul. The other hands grabbed Lin Xian's limbs and completely sealed his body. Not only did it seal his soul, but it also sealed his body and his qi and blood. The laws that sealed it locked everything. Lin Xian was completely suppressed. The first emissary looked down at this scene and snorted coldly. Lin Xian felt as if he had fallen into darkness. It was as if his soul had been swallowed by the darkness. He had never experienced such a feeling before. This formation was really too terrifying. Among the formations he had seen, the only one that could contend against the formation was the defensive formation set up by the Azure Emperor of the Spirit Realm. The means set up by this human sovereign was actually comparable to that of a great emperor. It was really too terrifying. Just what realm had the human sovereign reached? Lin Xian felt that it might even surpass the quasi-emperor. Damn it, he had underestimated the human sovereign. Lin Xian was now unable to enter the sword world, unable to activate the quasi-emperor corpse. He even felt that his power had been sealed. Could it be that he was really going to be suppressed here forever? Lin Xian roared angrily. Impossible, he roared towards the sky, and dragon scales appeared on his body once again. His entire person transformed into a divine dragon. He roared towards the sky. The 8 palms also shook violently, and the entire world was completely shattered. Large cracks spread in all directions, and the mansions of some families and sects were turned into nothingness. Fortunately, those people had fled far away. However, when they saw this scene from afar, they were also terrified. Damn it, who exactly was this peerless battle? The news of this battle quickly spread out. It couldn't be helped. This battle was so shocking that it was as if 2 gods were fighting. It's useless. Don't resist. You can't resist at all. This power is not something you can resist. The number 1 emissary in the sky snorted coldly. At the same time, he shouted coldly. The power of a human sovereign was so terrifying that no one could resist it. Lin Xian didn't say anything, but his movements became faster and faster. After transforming into a divine dragon, he bared his fangs and brandished his claws, fighting against the 8 palms. He wanted to blast these 8 palms away. The sword qi on his body kept surging, wanting to destroy the palms. Every strike was like a million bolts of lightning striking down on the surface of the heavenly dragon mountain. It was too unbelievable. Although the number 1 emissary had such a strong defense. This was the great dragon sword qi. The number 1 emissary's face was also pale. Although the 8 palms didn't shatter with each attack, his qi and blood were still surging. Damn it, Lin Wuti was suppressed, but he still didn't give up. Blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, with his strength, it was not easy for him to preside over this formation. A similar flame appeared between Lin Xian's eyebrows. It was the seed of the divine flame. The seed of divine fire had a mysterious power. If it was in the past, Lin Xian would not have been able to turn the tables when faced with the array set up by the human sovereign. However, it was different now. Although Lin Xian was still unable to contend against a mortal sovereign, he would not be easily suppressed. With a roar, he brandished his dragon claws, tearing everything apart. He actually managed to push back a palm. Then, Lin Xian's divine dragon tail whip contended with the other black palms. For a moment, there was a stalemate, and the first emissary was also forced to retreat. It was almost plucked from the sky. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. How could this be? He actually blocked it, I don't believe it. He roared like a madman and pushed with all his might. Because he knew that behind this was the power of the human sovereign. If he failed again, he would definitely die. It was even possible that he would turn into the ninth gate of indestructibility. Therefore, he had to go all out. The power of Mount Indestructibility, which was connected by 8 gates, and the supreme weapon in the sky. He had to contend against it. Lin Xian could only protect himself at the moment. He should not be able to rush out in a short period of time. However, this was already very good for him. Now, the other party could not completely seal him. As long as he was given time, he would be able to rush out. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. Mount Indestructibility, wait for him to break through and become a quasi-emperor. He would definitely not forgive this immortal sovereign. News of such a shocking battle had long since spread throughout this place. However, no one dared to enter and could only watch from afar. When they felt this power, their scalps went numb. At the same time, this news instantly spread to the other continents. That was the power of indestructibility. Mount Indestructibility was attacking someone. In the past 5 years, the appearance of Mount Indestructibility had long spread in all directions. Everyone knew that now that the power of indestructibility had appeared, who was it fighting against? Moreover, after such a long time, the power of indestructibility had not disappeared. This meant that the enemy had not retreated. Who could contend against Mount Indestructibility? They thought of several possibilities. However, they were not so sure. The other emperor clans were also shocked when they heard the news. They sent people to investigate. Although this place was not close to the extreme Tao world, it was still in the serene sky continent. Therefore, they guessed that it was most likely Lin Wuti. Had Lin Wuti come out? They were not sure. However, only Lin Wuti dared to challenge Mount Indestructibility. Moreover, Lin Wuti had previously eliminated several envoys from Mount Indestructibility. Mount Indestructibility had long wanted to kill him. After the people from the Divine Union received the news, their expressions also changed. Was Boss Lin in danger? Bai Susu hurriedly passed the news to Murong Qingqing and Yan Ryu. After the two of them received the news, they immediately set off and headed over. The dark red divine dragon also brought some people over. Not only them, but the Z Mansion, 10,000 Dragon Court, and the Golden Crow tribe also knew. Many people sneered. Had Mount Indestructibility made a move? This was a good opportunity to kill the other party. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Court had cold killing intent in their eyes as they brought along their extreme Tao weapons. They killed their way out. The Z Mansion also prepared to make a move. The light-shaking realm made a move. Shouing and the Purple Mansion's Mansion Master also made a move. This time, they had to kill Lin Wuti. In an instant, the wind and clouds gathered towards the Serene Sky continent once again. When these people arrived at the Serene Sky continent, they felt a terrifying aura. The power of an extreme Tao weapon was terrifying. It should be Lin Wuti. That was the power of the heaven-devouring jar. Mount Indestructibility could actually resist half an extreme Tao weapon. This was too terrifying. Who had made a move this time? They were incomparably shocked. Murong Qingqing and the others were worried. They quickly rushed over. Before they arrived, the two sides met and engaged in a huge battle. The people from the Divine Union still wanted to save that kid. Impossible. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Court sneered. The 10,000 Dragons diagram instantly charged out. Not good, the dark red divine dragon and the others cried out in alarm. Fortunately, Yan Ryu also took out an extreme Dao weapon. A terrifying green lotus danced in the sky and bloomed. It blocked the attack. Morong Qingqing took out the desolate tower and charged forward. The 10,000 dragon diagram shook, and its blood boiled. The elders of the dragons felt their scalps go numb. 2 extreme Dao weapons. Damn it, why aren't you making a move? They knew that there were people nearby, and they were from the Z Mansion. The people from the Z Mansion walked out and sneered. The Purple Mansion's mansion master, Xiaoying, and the others activated the dragon cauldron together. 4 extreme Dao weapons exploded at this moment. The 4 extreme weapons collided once again, causing a shocking destruction. But fortunately, they flew directly into the outer space. It caused the outer space to shatter continuously. The people on the Nether Sky continent heaved a sigh of relief. If they were to attack their land, it would probably cease to exist. Damn it, they were stopped. The dark red divine dragon gritted his teeth. Morong Qingqing said. Restrain them. Now that Lin Xian was trapped, he should be able to fight. But if the 1,000 Dragon Court and Zifu joined in, it would be really dangerous. So no matter what, they had to restrain these 2 forces. At the same time, they were also looking forward to such a battle. It should alarm the Extreme Dao world. If the 3 street weapons of the Extreme Dao world wanted to help, that would be great. The people of the 1,000 Dragon Court were also worried. If the 3 street weapons flew out to help Lin Xian, they would have no advantage. Yao Guang frowned. She had to think of a way to end this quickly. 9 Firmament Quasi-Emperor said, Don't worry, those 3 fellows won't come. How can you be so sure? Yao Guang frowned. 9 Firmament said, Of course I'm sure, because you have to do something next. As long as this matter is successful, those 3 extreme weapons won't be in the mood to care about things here. There is an extremely unusual place in the Nether Sky continent. There is something buried there. If you tear a corner of the seal there, the 3 extreme grade weapons will panic. They will definitely suppress that thing with all their strength, so they won't come out. What is it? Yao Guang asked. 9 Firmament Quasi-Emperor smiled. Do as I say. Next, he began to release the news bit by bit to Yao Guang. Yao Guang soared into the sky and flew in a direction of the Nether Sky continent. 9 Firmament Quasi-Emperor didn't tell Yao Guang everything because he had to keep some things to guard against the other party. During this period of time, he realized that Yao Guang's ambition was really too big, and this person was extremely sinister. Last time, he even wanted to devour his soul. Although it was only a part, it was enough to make 9 Firmament Quasi-Emperor terrified. Although he was an expert from tens of thousands of years ago, he couldn't underestimate this young junior. If the other party had the chance, he would probably kill him. So, he had to maintain some mystery and unfathomable to intimidate the other party. On the other side, Yao Guang was expressionless, but he harumphed coldly in his heart. Old bastard, you are actually hiding something from me. Sooner or later, I will devour you. To obtain the true power of a quasi-emperor. The light-shaking realm cultivator did indeed want to devour the other party. After all, even though he was cooperating with the other party, there was still an old monster in his mind that was a threat. If he could devour the other party, the threat would be gone, and he could even grow stronger. It could be said that he was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, he knew that now was not the time to make a move. He would only make his move when he was at least 70% confident. Right now, he only had a 30% chance of success, which was too little. The Nether Sky continent was extremely vast. The Astral Light Society used the Gu clan's theurgy art, and when they used Void theurgy art, they appeared and disappeared unpredictably. He could travel any further with Void banishment and space folding. Finally, he arrived at a mountain range. It was very peaceful here. It was terrifyingly quiet. Yao Guang frowned. That's not right. There wasn't even a single demonic beast. What was going on? The situation didn't seem right. Quasi-Emperor Jiao Shao said with a smile. have you noticed? Do you see a valley in this mountain range? There is no movement there. Don't go to that valley. Just break one of its formations near the valley. What is this place? What kind of valley is this? Why is it so strange? Yao Guang asked with a frown. Quasi-Emperor Jiao Shao smiled mysteriously. You go first. Yao Guang snorted coldly, feeling unhappy. However, in order to deal with Lin Wuti, she didn't care anymore. He landed outside the valley and attacked the ground. He tore the ground apart. There was actually a stone tablet under the ground. A stone turtle was holding a stone tablet. It was very ancient. It was unknown when it was buried here. What should I do next? Yao Guang asked. Quasi-Emperor Jiao Shao smiled mysteriously. Her soul flew out. He didn't tell Yao Guang the method but did it himself. After using his soul to investigate, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. It seems that my guess is similar. This stone tablet is about to shatter. Even if we don't make a move, it will definitely shatter in 100 years. Now, I want to bring it forward 100 years. At this point, he waved his hand, and 5 mysterious runes appeared on the palm of his soul. This was also a kind of formation. Using a formation to break a formation, it was unfathomable. Yao Guang's pupils constricted. It had devoured countless experts, and among them were formation masters. His attainments in formations were also very strong. But now, he couldn't understand it. Damn it, this was the difference between him and a quasi-emperor. In the next moment, there was a rumbling sound on the stone tablet, and cracks appeared. Then, it broke in half from the middle. Great. Quasi-Emperor Jiao Shao smiled. 100 years had been brought forward. This time, there would be a show to watch. After saying that, he quickly returned to Yao Guang's body. He used the void ability to transport the broken half of the stone tablet into the universe. As far as possible, don't let anyone find it. At the same time, run quickly. Yao Guang frowned. He still had a lot of questions that he wanted to ask. But in the next moment, he turned and ran. With a wave of his hand, the power of space wrapped around the broken stone tablet and disappeared with it. In the next moment, in the uninhabited valley ahead, there was a shrill scream. Then, the surrounding 9 heavens and 10 earths all shattered. Yao Guang used her space ability to the extreme, but he was injured. Damn it, a voice injured him. If he hadn't become a new chaos physique and ran quickly, he would probably have died there. Damn old thing, you didn't tell me that it was so dangerous. Yao Guang was angry. A valley that looked a little strange, but he didn't care about it, was actually so terrifying. What kind of power was that? One had to know that he was very close to the Triple Crown. But when he heard the remaining power of the voice, he was almost scared to death. This was a forbidden land for life. Quasi-Emperor Jiao Shao smiled. At this moment, they had already arrived in the outer universe. He said, you guessed right, it's a forbidden land for life. It's the same as Mount Eternal, a forbidden land for death. That valley is called the Valley of No Return. There is also an incredible existence inside. When this thing appeared, the 3 extreme weapons of the extreme Tao world panicked. They will definitely come to suppress it. So, you have to do 2 things now. Quickly transport the broken stone tablet to a place. Don't think about destroying it. You can't destroy it. Only the power of time can destroy it. You just have to make it so that others can't find it. Then, take this opportunity to go back and kill Lin Wuti. 10,000 Dragon Court, Zifu, Morong Qingqing, and Yan Ruyu's battle was getting more and more terrifying. Extreme Tao power erupted and swept across the land. The Nether Sky continent started to shake violently. Finally, the extreme Tao world was alerted. Destructive Spear and the others' eyes lit up. What was going on? They all charged out. To be honest, the extreme Tao world wouldn't care about the battle outside. They had their own mission, but the battle of 4 extreme weapons was too terrifying. Since the extreme weapons were fighting on the Nether Sky continent, they had to head over. Could it be that they were targeting Lin Xian at this time? The life treasure was worried. Black Tortoise also said, let's go and take a look. The 3 extreme weapons charged out. The moment they appeared, their extreme aura also erupted and swept across the 9 heavens. When the people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty and Purple Palace sensed this, their expressions changed. Not good. If the 3 extreme weapons interfered, then they had no chance of winning at all. They all wanted to escape. However, when the 3 apex weapons rushed out, they were stunned halfway through their journey. Because they felt an even more terrifying aura erupt and sweep across the 9 heavens. At that moment, Yan Ruyu, Morong Qingqing, and the others all stopped. They looked into the distance in horror. What was happening there? The people from Zifu and 10,000 Dragon Court felt their scalps go numb. They felt a shocking power. Was there something terrifying in the Nether Sky continent? They couldn't believe it. Destructive Spear roared. Damn it, it's the Valley of No Return. Who opened the seal? No, they had to suppress it. The 8 trigrams was also anxious. The Aquarius of Life sighed and glanced off into the distance. He shot out a streak of life energy. Then, he went to suppress the seal of the Valley of No Return. Logically speaking, it should only open 100 years later. Now that it suddenly appeared, they were all shocked. They definitely couldn't allow the Valley of No Return to come out now. The 3 extreme weapons charged towards the Valley of No Return. They wanted to suppress and repair the formation. Let's go. When the people from the 10,000 Dragon Court and Zifu sensed this, they laughed out loud. Haha, that's great. Let's see who can save Lin Xian this time. However, this was the time of his death. Morong Qingqing and the others had cold expressions. In the outer realm, Yao Guang used his spatial ability to teleport the broken stone tablet away. No one would be able to find it in a short period of time. Then, he turned and teleported back to the Nether Sky continent. He was ready to attack. Let's go kill Lin Xian. The people from the 10,000 Dragons Court and the Purple Mansion also attacked. Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, and the others from the Divine Union intercepted him. They fought as they flew. Gradually, they approached Lin Xian. Lin Xian 1000 Death Great Killing Array Dragon Great Death Array. Li Xian was, Xian 1000 Dragon 1000 Dragon 1000 Heavens. Lin Xian was resisting with terrifying power, but that power was getting weaker and weaker. Lin Wang. God, that brat was not dead yet. After the people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty arrived, they roared at the sky. However, they didn't act blindly without thinking. That was because they realized that the formation before them was extremely terrifying. Older brother Xian, Morong Qingqing, and the others also came. When they saw Lin Xian, they immediately became nervous. That hateful Mount Eternal. Morong Qingqing shouted and immediately activated the ancient desolate tower to attack. The ancient desolate pagoda smashed forward and the 8 gates absolute kill array shook violently. Inside the supreme pagoda, the first emissary opened his eyes. His face was extremely pale. Damn it. Extreme weapon, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't expect that someone would come to save Lin Xian. Was he going to fail at the last hurdle? However, when he saw the scene, he sneered. This was because he realized that other than people coming to save Lin Xian, there were also people who wanted to kill Lin Xian. What to do? Long Wu of the 10,000 Dragons Court asked. A 10,000 Dragon Dynasty divine ancestor gritted his teeth and said. It was okay, both sides had extreme weapons and they could fight against each other. The other side also couldn't use extreme weapons to save Lin Xian. Next, we will fight with numbers. We have more people than them. Enter the array and kill Lin Xian. The 4 extreme weapons were in a deadlock in the sky. No one could do anything to the other. Up until now, they hadn't fully recovered. It was probably a matter of resources. However, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty started to move. 9 dragons rushed forward. They said, Mount Eternal, please allow us to enter. We want to kill Lin Wudi. Xiaoying and the others from the Purple Mansion sect also walked in and said coldly. Your strength isn't enough to kill Lin Wudi. With our strength, you can definitely do it. That's right, kill him. The light-shaking realm also appeared. When they saw this, the Divine Union's people's faces turned ugly. The light. Shaking realm was too terrifying. Very few people were a match for them. Morong Qingqing and Yan Ryu also had cold expressions. The two of them weren't a match for the other side. However, if the two of them worked together, they could fight against the light shaking realm. However, could the Divine Union's people deal with the other people? Fight. Bai Susu and the others gritted their teeth. The dark red divine dragon also roared. Kill, a great battle broke out in an instant. Not only were there extreme weapons confronting each other, but these powerhouses were also killing each other. It was very terrifying. On the other side, the first emissary's face was cold. He really couldn't kill Lin Xian in an instant. Moreover, the people around him were so terrifying. They even had extreme weapons. There was more than one of them. After thinking about it, he also felt that a long delay might lead to trouble. Thus, he was prepared to end the battle quickly. He said, "Okay, I'll let you in." The 9 Dragons experts walked in. On the other side, the Purple Mansion sex experts also entered. Morong Qingqing and Yan Ryu worked together to stop the light shaking realm. They definitely wouldn't allow the light shaking realm to hurt Lin Xian. As for the others, the Divine Union's people stopped them. However, people like Xiaoying and the others were very terrifying. No one could match them. He quickly charged towards Lin Xian. "Lin Wudi, die," Xiaoying sneered. He was very fast. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Xian and slapped out. The terrifying palm swept through the 9 heavens. Nothing could stop it. His strength had become even stronger than before. Lin Xian was surrounded by 8 palms. The black undying hand seemed to want to seal him. Feeling the danger, he opened his eyes. In his right eye, there was a trace of extremely terrifying samsara light. Xiaoying was stunned when he felt this eye. However, he quickly gritted his teeth. "Lin Wudi, it's useless. I admit that you're stronger than me and won the championship. But now, what about you? You've already been suppressed, sealed, and heavily injured. It's easy for me to kill you." After saying that, Xiaoying slapped out again. Lin Xian didn't say anything. His Rinnegan eye spun rapidly and turned into a ball of samsara flame that flew out. Boom, this ball of flame was extremely terrifying. The moment it appeared, the sky and earth shook. Apart from the undying hand, the others felt their scalps go numb. Xiaoying was also startled. This flame really exceeded his expectations. In his opinion, Lin Xian was pale and sealed by the 8 palms, so he didn't have much strength left. That was why he was the first to rush over. Lin Xian was the champion of the dragon transformation battle. If he killed him personally, there would definitely be many benefits. However, he didn't expect the other party to be so terrifying. There was a deafening sound as his palms were enveloped in flames. In the next moment, he screamed as he retreated. He was severely injured. He gritted his teeth. "Let's do it." The 9 powerhouses of the dragons stepped forward, emitting a terrifying killing intent. "Kill." Bai Susu, the toad, and the dark red dragon blocked 3 of them. The remaining 6 rushed out. The 6 of them working together was still very terrifying. Their power completely surpassed Xiaoying's. At this moment, the people around them were worried for Lin Xian. The people of the 10,000 Dragons dynasty were looking forward to it. This time, they should be able to kill Lin Wudi. Kill him and avenge the Dragon Prince. "Lin Wudi, go to hell." An old man of the dragons shouted coldly. He punched out as if a huge dragon was sweeping through heaven and earth. "Stupid thing, you offended Mount Eternal and were suppressed. Today is the day you die." Another powerhouse of the dragons shouted angrily as thunder filled the sky. It turned into a lightning dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. Then, the terrifying wind dragon, the terrifying sea dragon, and the divine ancestors of the 6 dragons attacked one after another. They enveloped heaven and earth. This was the power of a fatal blow. Xiaoying and the others were terrified. The people of the Divine Union despaired. "No. Boss, damn it," they roared crazily. Lin Xian could have dodged if he was at his peak. However, he had been sealed by the people of Mount Eternal. How could he dodge? Even a divine body wouldn't be able to withstand it if he were to take it head-on. In the face of such a terrifying attack, the number one emissary in the sky sneered. It was over. However, Lin Xian's expression was incomparably cold. Although he was enveloped by the undying hand, it did not mean that anyone could attack him. His current strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Therefore, he will make these dragons regret. The Rinnegan in his right eye suddenly burst out with an extremely terrifying brilliance. Those reincarnation runes kept interweaving, and terrifying reincarnation power rushed out. It exploded between heaven and earth. At that moment, everyone was terrified. Their scalps went numb, and Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. He used a power that surpassed everything and summoned the phantom of the Samsara sword. Wung, between heaven and earth, the 6 paths of reincarnation turned into a sword of reincarnation. Although it was just an illusion, it was incomparably terrifying, becoming the most resplendent light in the world. His appearance made everyone's scalp go numb. The pupils of the 6 dragons' sacred ancestors constricted. Damn it, this is impossible. How could he still have such power? They roared crazily and even wanted to escape. However, the phantom of the Samsara sword slashed down and enveloped them. 6 paths of reincarnation. These dragons' sacred ancestors let out miserable cries as their bodies were torn apart in an instant. Then, a rain of blood fell from the sky. Boom, the 8 gates heaven lock array also began to shake violently. 2 of the pitch-black doors that had been struck began to crack. There was no helping it. The Samsara sword was too terrifying. Although it was just an illusion, its power was unparalleled. Lin Xian sighed. His right eye slowly closed, and a line of blood dripped down from it. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. The first emissary spat out a mouthful of blood. The array was damaged, and he also suffered a backlash. The dragon's sacred ancestors all went crazy. 1,000 dragons Chow roared crazily. No. Under this sword, the 6 dragons' sacred ancestors had disappeared. Had their souls been reincarnated? Damn it, this is impossible. They roared crazily. How could Lin Wudi be so powerful? This was completely beyond their understanding. 5 years ago, Lin Wudi definitely hadn't been so terrifying. The people from the Purple Mansion also frowned. Damn it, the situation had exceeded their expectations. Xiaoying was completely scared out of his wits. The people from the Divine Union heaved a sigh of relief. This was great. Boss Lin had become even stronger than before. Morong Qingqing and the others' nervousness also eased a bit. Lin Xian sighed and stood up. The 8 gates heaven lock array had almost sealed him, but now the people from the Divine Union had come and started attacking the array. Furthermore, there were extreme weapons in the sky. Although they weren't attacking the array, the aura they emitted made the array shake violently. The array had already been unable to hold on, but Lin Xian's summons and the Samsara sword had shattered the array. A few cracks appeared on the indestructible hand, and Lin Xian finally walked out of the seal. His expression was extremely cold. The 10,000 Dragon Court, the Purple Mansion, and the families and sects that dared to kill him were all dead. Lin Xian's murderous intent continued to surface. He was truly enraged. He took the initiative to look at Xiaoying. You dare be the first to come and kill me? You deserve to die. He walked over step by step. His speed wasn't fast, and his body was even swaying a little. After all, he had been sealed for too long. However, Xiaoying's scalp went numb. He had been frightened by Lin Wudi's aura. After all, that sword had been too terrifying. The Purple Mansion master roared crazily. There was no need to be afraid of him. He could only use the Samsara sword once. His Rinnegan could no longer be used, and he didn't have much strength left. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Xiaoying, kill him. Yes, that's right. Xiaoying's eyes flashed malevolently. He could see that Lin Xian's right eye was bleeding and injured. It was completely closed. There wasn't much strength left in his body either. Lin Wudi, who did you think you were? Did you really think that you were at your peak? If you were at your peak, I would turn around and run. But your injuries are too heavy. Do you know how much my strength has increased in the past 5 years? You're not my opponent at all, Xiaoying roared crazily, and then he attacked. Xiao's blade. Shadow sword, a long blade appeared in his left hand, and a demonic sword appeared in his right. The blade and sword attacked together, the great Tao above kept erupting. This was an extremely terrifying attack. Even the other Double Crown champions wouldn't be able to block such an attack. How could the weak Lin Wuti resist? Haha, die for me. Great. The Purple Mansion Master laughed. Even the light-shaking realm was ready to attack. The Nine Firmament Quasi-Emperor in his mind was ready to rush out at any time. Not good. Brother Xian, Morong Qingqing and the others were worried again. Without the Rinnegan, could Lin Xian still resist? Quickly retreat. The dark red dragon also roared. Quickly escape from here. We'll take revenge later. Leave? Lin Xian slightly shook his head. Why leave? What did you say? Are you calling me an ant? How dare you look down on me? Xiaoying roared crazily as the sword in his hand became even more terrifying. Go to hell. Lin Wuti. Lin Xian stretched out a finger and a terrifying sword chi appeared on his fingertip. He then pointed it forward. This sword illuminated the area and became the only thing in the world. After the radiance flickered, Xiaoying stopped. Xiaoying stopped there. There was a bloody hole between his eyebrows. Then, with that hole as the center, his body split in half. One move had destroyed his body and soul. Everyone went crazy. The people from the Purple Mansion could not believe what they had seen. Xiaoying had been killed in one move. That was the Double Crown champion who had been ranked in the top 10 of the Dragon Transformation battle. His strength had improved greatly over the past 5 years. However, he had been killed by Lin Wuti in one move. This was too shocking. Not only were the people from the Purple Mansion shocked, but the people from the Divine Union were also stunned. Morong Qingqing's eyes widened and the dark red divine dragon took a deep breath. Damn. What level had this kid reached? I have already said that all of you who came to kill me will have to pay the price. Lin Xian's eyes scanned the surroundings. Then, he let out a furious roar. Countless sword chi rushed out of his body and turned into divine dragons that pierced in all directions. More than 10 figures that approached him were all pierced and nailed to the void. The others felt their scalps go numb as they retreated in fear. The people from the Golden Crow tribe trembled. Damn it. Lin Wuti's fighting strength was too heaven-defying. Had he become the Triple Crown champion? On the other side, the people from the Twin Destiny tribe were so frightened that they almost knelt on the ground. Now, they regretted coming to kill Lin Xian. This was great. The people from the Divine Union cheered. Although they felt like they were in a dream, they saw hope. Wherever Lin Xian passed, lotuses would appear under his feet and the 9 heavens and 10 lands would shatter. With a wave of his hand, he took out the Spear of Great Destruction and launched a counterattack. He did not even turn his head. However, the Black Great Obliteration Spear turned into a black lightning bolt and pierced through the 9 heavens. Puff, the first emissary was pierced through by the Black Great Spear of Annihilation, blasting him into pieces. He turned into a bloody mist and fled back into the Supreme Pagoda. It was only by relying on the supreme power of the Supreme Pagoda that he managed to preserve his life. However, he was also seriously injured. With a wave of his hand, the Great Destruction Spear flew over. Like a demon god, Lin Xian walked forward once more. He stared at Yao Guang. Yao Guang's expression also darkened. In truth, he had been impatient to kill Lin Xian. Firstly, it was to prove himself. Secondly, it was to kill the other party. One less potential enemy. But now, he was shaken because he realized that Lin Xian was really too powerful. She was completely different from the person he knew. Just what kind of good fortune did this kid obtain in the extreme Tao world? Why did it become so terrifying? Just as he was thinking, Lin Xian arrived in front of him and said coldly, Yao Guang, you want to kill me? Yao Guang coldly snorted. What if I say yes? Just as he finished speaking, the Great Destruction turned into a bolt of lightning and struck towards him. Courting death, his figure flashed and instantly disappeared, leaving a large crack in the void. He used the void ability and retreated, but his blood was churning and his expression was extremely ugly. He took a step forward. Yang Tian angrily shouted, I'm not trash like Xiaoying. It won't be so easy for you to kill me. Buzz, Lin Xian's demon god wings unfurled and flapped lightly, instantly arriving in front of Yao Guang. The great destruction spear shot out again like a black dragon. The inheritance of the great emperor and the power of the great dragon sword soul merged together. Yao Guang angrily shouted. He did not dare to take it head-on and dodged again. At the same time, he used the void ability, but it was useless. Everything was turned into ashes by the great destruction spear. Yao Guang's shoulder was swept and instantly collapsed, turning into a bloody mist. His bones were shattered. He was too powerful. He actually suppressed Yao Guang so easily, the surrounding Golden Crow clan and Destiny clan members were shocked. Even the Zifu clan members did not dare to believe it. Yao Guang had lost to Lin Wudi before, but that was after using all of his methods. However, the current Lin Xian was able to easily suppress a light-shaking realm cultivator. Yao Guang's broken shoulder quickly healed. He roared at the sky, "Damn it, I don't believe it. When did the gap between the two of them become so large? Why do I feel that Big Brother Xian's aura is different?" Morong Qingqing's beautiful eyes also flashed. Yan Ryu also frowned, but she could not tell what was different. They were not the only ones. The other sacred ancestors also had the same feeling. They felt that Lin Xian's aura was completely different from before. How could they know that Lin Xian had merged with the divine flame seed? At this moment, his body already carried a mysterious aura. Of course, it was different from before. Not convinced? Lin Xian looked forward and coldly laughed. Then I'll beat you until you're convinced. The great destruction spear danced and then slashed down. Yao Guang angrily shouted. He waved his hands, forming a black vortex. Devour. Not only could the demonic heaven-devouring technique devour others, but it also had a mysterious power. At this moment, it seemed to want to devour Lin Xian's attack. Boom, the great destruction spear was blocked. At this moment, Lin Xian punched out. This punch carried a monstrous flame power. As if it could burn the 9 heavens. Suddenly, the black vortex was punched through, and the punch landed on Yao Guang's body. Yao Guang was smashed into pieces. His body was ignited, and he let out a miserable roar. Damn it. The primal chaos aura on his body completely erupted, suppressing heaven and earth. Only then was he able to escape. However, his expression had become incomparably ugly. Was he defeated? The other party easily destroyed his physique. One had to know that he already had a new primal chaos body. Damn it, what kind of power was this? In his mind, 9 Heavens Quasi-Emperor was also shocked. Yao Guang said. Old thing, are you still not going to make a move? Don't you want to devour him? Use your power as a Quasi-Emperor. 9 Heavens Quasi-Emperor's expression was cold. If I could do it myself, why would I need you? Previously, you devoured a part of my soul. Later, I destroyed the stone tablet in the Valley of No Return. Do you think I don't need power to restrain 3 supreme weapons? I don't have any power. Indeed, 9 Heavens Quasi-Emperor was very terrifying. He destroyed the stone tablet, and the 3 supreme weapons still hadn't returned. His methods were indeed terrifying. However, he was after all a remnant soul, so he couldn't come out at all to face Lin Xian. After hearing this, Yao Guang's expression became completely ugly. Originally, they had restrained the supreme weapons of the extreme Dao world. They thought that they had a chance of winning this time and could kill Lin Wudi. They would get everything they wanted. However, the current situation was completely beyond their expectations. Could it be that they had to return empty-handed today? In fact, the situation might be even more difficult than he had imagined, because Lin Xian didn't seem to intend to let him go. Demon God Seal. Yao Guang used the primal chaos fist to fight back. The two of them fought an earth-shattering battle. The primal chaos fist was no match for Yao Guang. Yao Guang was pushed back. He used the bloodline divine axe and seemed to have turned into a giant. Die. Yao Guang roared angrily and charged over. Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. He opened his hands and grabbed at the primal chaos axe. He put his hands together and slapped the primal chaos axe. With a clang, he caught hold of the giant axe. Damn. Impossible, the purple mansion master jumped up. Her eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The others were also shocked. What kind of divine power was this? There seemed to be a mysterious flame dancing between Lin Xian's eyebrows. After fusing with the divine fire seed, his strength had increased greatly. Moreover, he had experienced 500 years in the past. During this period of time, his strength had also increased. Therefore, Yao Guang was no match for him at all. Holding the primal chaos divine axe with both hands, Lin Xian kicked out. He kicked Yao Guang away like a coiling dragon. Yao Guang's body cracked again, and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. Then, Lin Xian didn't stop attacking. His fists swept down like a storm. Yao Guang's body, which had just healed, was broken again. Once, twice, thrice. Yao Guang's body was broken 10 times. In the end, he was pressed to the ground by the demon god's seal. He spat out mouthfuls of blood, his eyes filled with despair. Defeated, he had lost so miserably, the surrounding people were all stunned. Yao Guang had the primal chaos body. He was ranked second in the dragon transformation station, second only to Lin Xian. Now, he couldn't even fight back. Damn it! Yao Guang roared crazily. A hint of madness appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he turned into a black vortex and pounced at Lin Xian. He used the demonic heaven-devouring art to the extreme, wanting to devour Lin Xian by force. Not good. Morong Qingqing and the others cried out in alarm. Lin Xian sneered. He waved his hand and the black heaven-devouring jar appeared in his hand. He slammed it forward. It also turned into a giant vortex and swallowed Yao Guang, light-shaking realm cultivators held in pain. Lin Xian sneered. How could it be? After devouring so many experts over the years, it must be the taste of being devoured. The heaven-swallowing jar erupted with a terrifying radiance, and Yao Guang went crazy. Help me, he cried for help. In his mind, the quasi-emperor of the 9 firmaments gritted his teeth. Damn it, he did not hesitate to damage his soul again to launch a world-shaking attack. The heaven-swallowing jar shook. Lin Xian's eyes also exploded with an extremely sharp light. Suppress him, so what if he had the remnant soul of a quasi-emperor? This time, he would definitely not let him escape. A large amount of energy surged out from the sword world. The heavenly quasi-emperor was also helpless, his eyes were filled with despair. Could it be that he was going to die here this time? How dare you? When the purple mansion master saw this, he hurriedly controlled the dragon pattern cauldron to descend. Boom, above the dragon pattern tripod, the 2 dragons danced and intertwined. They attacked the heaven-swallowing jar and sent it flying. Only then had he managed to save Yao Guang. At this moment, Yao Guang's body was shattered, and he was in a miserable state. The soul of the quasi-emperor of the 9 firmaments in his mind was also injured and fell into a deep sleep. He was completely defeated in this battle. This was a good opportunity. Yan Ruyu, Morong Qingqing, and the others in the sky seized this opportunity and attacked crazily. Many people on the Purple Mansion's side were instantly swept by the extreme Dao weapons and turned into bloody mist. Even the 10,000 Dragons Court's 10,000 Dragons picture was suppressed again. Damn it, the 10,000 Dragons Court's sacred master roared crazily. He raised his head and looked at the first emissary in the sky. Is Mount Eternal still not going to make a move? The first emissary was also in a miserable state. He used the power of the Supreme Treasure Pagoda and barely blocked the attack. The Purple Mansion master hurriedly brought Yao Guang and used the dragon pattern cauldron again. The 2 sides faced off. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Yao Guang was heavily injured, but with the protection of the extreme Dao weapons, it would not be easy to kill the other party. However, he quickly changed his target. In that case, he would make a move on the surrounding people. He walked over like a god walking in the mortal world. Countless streaks of sword chi, divine flames, and yin and yang auras appeared in his hands. Every time a streak of sword chi slashed down, someone from the Purple Mansion, the 10,000 Dragons Court, the Golden Crow race, and the Twins of Destiny would die. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of experts had been turned into a sea of blood and fell in the surroundings. The entire space seemed to have turned into a Jura hell. Everyone went crazy. Retreat, hurry, and retreat. The Golden Crow race and the Twins of Destiny frantically ran away. In the end, all of them were killed. Only the Purple Mansion Master and some core members of the 10,000 Dragons Court were left. They were protected by the extreme Dao aura. Otherwise, they would have died. The eyes of the 10,000 Dragons Court's dragons turned red. They had suffered such heavy losses this time. The Purple Mansion Master roared crazily. They were even more miserable. Xiaoying was dead, and Yao Guang was heavily injured. These were two top-tier Double Crown champions, and they were young and had a boundless future. But now, they had been beaten so badly by Lin Xian. Let's go. The Purple Mansion Master gritted his teeth. It was impossible to kill his opponent this time. It would be good enough if he wasn't killed by his opponent. He didn't dare to fight anymore. The eyes of the 10,000 Dragons Court were red. They couldn't bear it. Damn it. Ask Lord Dragon Tomb to come out. They were prepared to summon Lord Dragon Tomb again. Last time, when they were carefully preparing to kill Lin Xian, they had asked Lord Dragon Tomb to come out. However, in the end, a quasi-emperor appeared and scared Lord Dragon Tomb away. And now, this quasi-emperor had fought with the quasi-emperor of the Primal Chaos race and hadn't returned yet. Now that there was no quasi-emperor who could protect Lin Wuti, they were prepared to ask Lord Dragon Tomb again. The dragon chi on these people's bodies surged into the sky, forming a huge teleportation array. Endless dragon shadows appeared inside. In the next moment, an old figure appeared. As soon as he appeared, a terrifying aura spread in all directions. Everyone felt a sense of suppression because one of Lord Dragon Tomb's feet had already surpassed the Saint Realm. He was a very terrifying existence, and he was the Tomb Keeper of the Dragon Emperor. His status was extraordinary and definitely not ordinary. Lord Dragon Tomb sat cross-legged in the void. He slowly opened his eyes. What's the matter? Summoning me? His voice was low and deep, and it carried a trace of supreme pressure. Dragons hurriedly said, asking Lord Dragon Tomb to kill Lin Wuti. Lin Wuti again, Lord Dragon Tomb frowned tightly. The Dragon Lord quickly relayed the news to him. Lord Dragon Tomb exclaimed, and an extremely terrifying light erupted from his eyes. He stood up. Was this a good opportunity to kill the other party? Since that was the case, he wouldn't give up. Young man, kneel down and accept your death. This time, no quasi-emperor can protect you. An extremely terrifying light erupted from Dragon Tomb's eyes. It turned into lightning and directly charged towards Lin Xian. Boom, everywhere it passed, everything turned into ashes. It was terrifying to the extreme. The expressions of the others changed drastically. Lin Xian's pupils also constricted. He hurriedly used the Heaven Swallowing Jar. The Heaven Swallowing Jar blocked this attack. Boundless spatial cracks were spreading all around. It made one's scalp go numb. Was it blocked? Lord Long Mu's face darkened. Half of the Heaven Swallowing Jar, humph, he snorted coldly. Do you think this thing can protect your life? The killing intent on his body became even more terrifying. Lin Xian held the Heaven Swallowing Jar in his hand. He raised his head and looked at the old figure in the sky. He said coldly, "You are Long Xiaoyan's guardian. Get lost now. Otherwise, I'll send you to hell to accompany him." The surrounding people were at a loss and unfamiliar with the name Long Xiaotian. Who was this person? However, the powerhouses of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty narrowed their eyes, especially Lord Long Mu, who was instantly enraged. How dare you? How dare you call the Dragon Emperor by his name? Go to hell. Endless light appeared on his body. He even grabbed the 10,000 Dragons portrait with one hand and drew 10,000 dragon shadows that covered the sky and earth as they charged over. Lin Xian roared angrily, and the black vortex that filled the sky swallowed over. Morong Qingqing also released the power of the Desolate Tower to resist. The two of them barely resisted this attack. There was nothing they could do. Long Mu's cultivation was stronger than theirs, and he had already stepped out of the Saint Realm. The extreme weapon he used was really too terrifying. Old thing, do you really think I can't deal with you? Lin Xian was also furious. His eyes shone with an extremely terrifying light. This attack also caused his blood and chi to churn. He waved his hand and took out a figure from the sword world. It was an imposing man who stood tall and upright. His appearance caused the surrounding heaven and earth to crumble. Everyone couldn't help but want to kneel down and submit. Even Long Mu's pupils constricted. This was a quasi-emperor. He was so scared that he almost turned around and fled because he was already very close to this realm. Therefore, he knew how terrifying a quasi-emperor's power was. In the era where the great emperor did not appear, this was a godlike existence that could sweep through everything. Yao Guang's pupils also constricted. He gritted his teeth and said, "Senior, don't be afraid. This is just the corpse of a quasi-emperor." Hearing this, Lord Longmu stopped. He turned his head, and a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. "Was it just a corpse?" he sneered. "You think you can scare me with a corpse? What a joke. That's good as well. After I snatch this quasi-emperor corpse, I can study it. Perhaps in a few years, I will be able to become a new quasi-emperor." He was elated. However, Long Wu's brows were tightly knitted together. She said, "Don't underestimate the old ancestor. This guy can merge with the corpse of a quasi-emperor." He had to stop him. Hearing this, Lord Longmu's eyes also burst with an extremely terrifying light. He held the myriad dragon's picture in his hand and turned into a supreme god of war. A terrifying extreme Tao aura descended. Countless black vortexes appeared around Lin Xian to defend himself. At the same time, an extremely terrifying radiance erupted from his eyes. His soul entered the quasi-emperor corpse, wanting to control it. He had used it once before, and its power was astonishing. However, something unexpected happened this time. Lin Xian's soul had just approached the quasi-emperor corpse and wanted to enter, but the moment it entered, it was bounced back. Lin Xian's soul returned to its original position. His body swayed, and his face instantly turned pale. "Damn it, what's going on?" Lin Xian was stunned. His soul couldn't enter. He couldn't control this quasi-emperor corpse. The others were also stunned. What's going on? Morong Qingqing and the others were anxious, but Yao Guang, Long Wu, and the others frowned. Soon, they said that they couldn't merge with this quasi-emperor corpse. "Great. Old ancestor, this is your chance. Quickly kill him." "Can't merge? That's impossible." The dark red divine dragon and the others were anxious because Lin Xian had indeed merged with it before. Lin Xian also frowned. "This is impossible." He tried again. However, his soul couldn't enter at all. What's going on? In an instant, Lin Xian understood that he was different from before. He had merged with a divine flame seed and had the power of a divine flame in his body. Not only his physique, but also his soul. The quasi-emperor corpse in front of him most likely didn't walk the divine Tao, but the immortal Tao. The divine Tao and the immortal Tao condensed divine flames, and the immortal Qi condensed. Although the main force didn't form true immortal Qi, a wisp of immortal Qi seed was different from a divine flame. Therefore, Lin Xian couldn't enter and control the other party now. This was truly unexpected news, and Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. Lord Longmu in the sky sneered. "Kid, you don't have any trump cards, right? Since that's the case, you can die in peace." As he spoke, the 10,000 dragon picture in the sky became even more terrifying. He attacked forcefully, killing the other party and snatching the quasi-emperor corpse. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He put away the quasi-emperor corpse, and in the next moment, dragon scales grew on his body. The great dragon sword soul appeared, and the moment it appeared, it displayed unparalleled offensive power. Then, Lin Xian transformed into a divine dragon and opened the sword world in his body. Infinite power surged out. Lin Xian roared towards the sky. This time, the power of his dragon transformation was even more terrifying than in the extreme Tao world. "Kill!" With a furious roar, he soared into the sky and fought with the 10,000 dragon picture. "You're courting death," Longmu snorted coldly. "Do you think that you're a real dragon just because you transformed into a dragon?" In his opinion, the 10,000 dragon picture could easily kill the other party. However, after a few collisions, the 10,000 dragon picture was actually helpless. The other party was using the power of the great dragon sword soul. Was he going to fuse with the great dragon sword? He was too shocked. He knew about the legend of the great dragon sword. Back then, the offensive power of heaven and earth fused with an ancestral dragon of their dragons to form the great dragon sword. Now that Lin Xian had transformed into a dragon, didn't this mean that he had the aptitude of an ancestral dragon? He gritted his teeth and roared. Endless power appeared on his body. He had white hair and turned into a handsome middle-aged man. It was obvious that he had used some of his true strength. One had to know that he was already very old. Usually, he sealed his strength and lived in the state of an old man, because this could prolong his life. Now that he could desperately recover to his peak, he wanted to use all of his strength. The 10,000 dragon picture became even more terrifying in his hands. At the same time, a gourd appeared in his hand. A black gourd was spinning non-stop, spewing out endless Tao of dragon aura, which formed a suit of armor on his body. The armor contained a terrifying amount of power. Kid, do you know my identity? I'm the tomb keeper of the Dragon Emperor. I'm taking out an item from the Dragon Emperor's tomb. It's not something you can contend against. Go to hell. Sensing the power of this armor, the expressions of the surrounding people changed. Damn it, this is the Dragon Emperor's item, right? Morong Qingqing and the others were also shocked. Yan Ryu also frowned. She carefully sensed it and then shook her head. It was not a complete recovery. However, it far surpassed the extreme Tao power that we are using now. She also began to worry for Lin Xian. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty laughed. Kid, what do you have to contend against us dragons? Our 10,000 Dragon Dynasty is an emperor race. The methods and treasures left behind by the great emperor are not something you can imagine. Feeling the danger, Lin Xian also frowned. In the next moment, he collided with the 10,000 dragon diagram. He was forced back and even spat out a mouthful of blood. Not dead yet? Everyone exclaimed. One had to know that the current extreme Tao weapons were too terrifying. However, Lin Xian was only injured. It was too unbelievable. Long Mu's eyes also erupted with an extremely terrifying light. He stretched the black gourd to its limit. From inside, an ocean-like aura of the Tao of Dragons emerged. He was going to attack again. Recover his peak strength. He had consumed a lot of energy, and it was very likely that he would speed up its death, so he was prepared to end the battle quickly. Lin Xian was also angry. He once again opened the sword world in his body. A competition of strength? Then let's go all out. He now had some power in the sword world, but it was mainly to maintain the growth of the spirit herbs inside and to recover the sword world. Therefore, Lin Xian was not willing to use it normally, but when it came to fighting with his life on the line, he could not care less. Wasn't it just the power of the extreme Tao? He had also fully recovered the power of the great dragon sword spirit. However, at this moment, the situation changed. A black ring flew out from the sword world and directly rushed out of this world. It arrived in front of Lin Xian. When Lin Xian saw the ring, he was stunned. This was because he had obtained this black ring during this period of time. When he entered the oblique moon cave in the extreme Tao world, other than a stone monkey, there was also a sleeping man. That man was sleeping on the dragon mountain formed by 10,000 dragons. He was extremely mysterious. There were countless dragons crawling beside him. Back then, Lin Xian thought that man was the Dragon Emperor. However, when he returned to 90,000 years ago, he realized that the Dragon Emperor was not that person. That person's identity? Lin Xian was suspicious again. She guessed that it must have something to do with the dragons. It was even possible that they were powerful dragons that were even more ancient than the Dragon Emperor. Now that one of his rings had flown out, what would happen next? The black ring appeared and flew to Lin Xian's left thumb before fusing together. In the next moment, Lin Xian felt an extremely terrifying radiance erupt from his left hand. The black ring suddenly fused with Lin Xian's left hand. At this moment, Lin Xian had transformed into a dragon, and his left hand was a dragon claw. This was a dragon claw that was emitting a black glow, as if it was made of black gold. An extremely terrifying power erupted. Lin Xian was shocked by this power. He could feel that there was unlimited power in his left hand. Kill, he did not dare to hesitate. In an instant, the dragon claw on his left hand swung out. He immediately turned into an aurora and charged at Lord Long Mu. Lord Longmu's pupils constricted. Block it, he used the 10,000 dragons diagram to block it. In the next moment, the two collided. Endless aurora formed between heaven and earth, and the entire nether sky continent shook violently. At this moment, not only the nether sky continent, but the entire burial earth star sensed it. They looked into the distance. Shocking. Extreme Dao confrontation. Who was it? Was there another war between the emperor clans? It was really too unbelievable. The other emperor clans, the Yi clan, the Gu clan, the Phoenix clan, and the Qilin clan all looked up at the sky. This was the aura of an extreme weapon, the 10,000 dragons diagram. The other was also the aura of a dragon. Their brows furrowed tightly. They did not know who was fighting. Retreat. The people near the battle retreated frantically. Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, and the others withdrew their extreme weapons and led the people of the Divine Union to retreat into the distance. They were not the only ones. The Purple Mansion, the dragons, the Golden Crows, and the others all fled. The number 1 emissary of Mount Eternal also retreated. The place where Lin Xian was turned into a land of nothingness. At this moment, a scream was heard as blood dripped from the sky. Someone was injured, they looked up nervously. The 10,000 Dragons dynasty was also nervous. Who was it? Was it Lord Longmu or Lin Xian? 10,000 Dragon dynasty's Longwu gritted her teeth and said. What kind of status did Lord Longmu have? He had already taken out the treasure from the Dragon Emperor's tomb. How could he be injured? Yes, that's right. The other dragons also nodded. Lord Longmu was definitely an invincible existence this time. On the other side, the people of the Divine Union were nervous. Could it be that Brother Xian was injured? Damn it, it was possible. How could the Dragon Emperor's things be simple? That power was too strong. The dark red dragon and the others gritted their teeth. Bai Susu was also nervous. If Lin Xian was injured, they had to quickly take him away. Morong Qingqing and Yan Ruyu nodded. They were ready to make a move at any time. However, when they saw the scene in front of them, they were stunned. They were not the only ones. The 10,000 Dragons dynasty was dumbfounded. The people of the Purple Mansion were shocked. The others were even more stunned because the one who was injured was not Lin Xian. It was Lord Longmu. At this moment, Lin Xian transformed into a dragon and used the power of his divine body and dragon soul to block the 10,000 Dragons portrait. His dragon claws pierced through Lord Longmu's body. Fresh blood dripped from Lord Longmu's wound, piercing through heaven and earth. A huge crack appeared on the entire Yutian continent. This was the blood of a saint. It was too strong. Nothing could stop it. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. The Purple Mansion Lord exclaimed. This was impossible. How could Lin Wudi be so strong? Had he fully recovered his great dragon sword soul? The people of the dragons were even more crazy. The dragon's divine ancestor shook his head frantically. They were about to kneel down. Impossible, Lord Longmu would definitely not be injured. What they saw was an illusion. Longwu's face was also pale. Lord Longmu's strength was terrifying. Furthermore, he was wearing dragon armor. That was something from the Dragon Emperor's tomb. It could definitely increase Lord Longmu's defense infinitely. However, the armor was broken and Lord Longmu was injured. How did Lin Wudi do it? The people of the Divine Union exclaimed. He had succeeded. The dark red dragon couldn't believe it. Morong Qingqing and the others also widened their eyes. Brother Xian's strength was beyond their imagination. This trump card was too strong. Could it be that this was a fortune obtained in the extreme Dao world? Longmu was also stunned. The injuries on her body made her go crazy. He was injured? What a joke. However, the truth was right in front of her. She lowered her head and looked at the dragon claw. At this moment, Lin Xian's dragon claw had turned black. It was as if it was made of black dragon metal. Even Lin Xian couldn't believe that he could injure the other party so easily. He looked at the shocked face and his lips curled into a smile. How is it? Aren't you surprised? Do you really think that you can kill me just because you have something from the Dragon Emperor's tomb? Too naive. As he spoke, He exerted force with his dragon claw and sent Lord Longmu flying. Lord Longmu screamed. He was seriously injured. Go! The 10,000 Dragon Court's divine ancestor's expression changed drastically when he saw the scene. He hurriedly took Lord Longmu away. They took the 10,000 dragons' portrait and turned into streaks of light and disappeared. Damn it, let's go too. The people from the Purple Mansion also hurriedly fled. This time, their losses were really too heavy. The people from the Golden Crow clan and the Twins of Destiny had all died. Of the 9 envoys from Mount Eternal, only the first light-shaking realm was left. He was seriously injured and had to flee. Nearly half of the people from the Purple Mansion and the 10,000 Dragon Court had died. More importantly, many of those who had died were top-notch experts. Even Lord Longmu had been injured. It could be said that it was a complete defeat. Did we win? The people from the Divine Union were also stunned. That's great. Lin Xian looked at his black dragon claw and was also surprised. The black metal on his palm disappeared and turned into a black ring that floated in the air again. The power on the ring had completely disappeared. He didn't know when he could use it again. Lin Xian put away the black ring. This was really a powerful trump card. Brother Xian, are you okay? Morong Qingqing and the others flew over. Lin Xian's face was pale. He wasn't seriously injured, but he had overexerted himself this time. Are you all okay? Morong Qingqing and the others shook their heads. Then, Yan Ryu frowned and looked into the distance. What was that terrifying aura? While they were fighting, there was a terrifying aura erupting somewhere in the Nether Sky continent. There was even a huge light flickering. Lin Xian's expression changed when he felt this aura. He said, it's a few extreme weapons from the extreme Dao world. What are they attacking? Take a look. They rose into the air and flew towards that place. In front of him, the 8 trigrams flickered, and the destruction spear exploded with power. The treasured bottle of life also released its aura, and together, they suppressed the Valley of No Return. However, a terrifying roar came from the Valley of No Return, as if something was trying to rush out. Damn it! Where exactly did that broken half of the stone tablet go? The 8 trigrams roared. He had searched the entire burial Earth star, but he could not find anything. Could it be that someone had tossed it into outer space? That would be troublesome. The universe was too big. Without any clues, who knew where he would fall? Could it be that something from the Valley of No Return was really going to come out this time? Mount Eternal and the Valley of No Return had already come out. If they were to come out, the situation would be more dangerous than they had imagined. Just as they were panicking, Lin Xian and the others rushed over from behind. Seniors, what's going on? Lin Xian and the others asked after they arrived. The Black Tortoise 8 trigrams was overjoyed. Great, you guys are here. Quick, how many more extreme weapons do you have? Take it out. Together, they suppressed the valley in front of them. They absolutely could not let the thing inside out. What was in this valley? Lin Xian and the others were also surprised. Was there such a terrifying place in the Nether Sky continent? Looking at the valley in front of them, Lin Xian felt as if he had come to Mount Eternal. He knew that this should be a forbidden land of death. Let's do it, he said to Qingqing and Ryu. They nodded and the desolate tower, green lotus, and heaven-devouring jar bloomed. Let's do it together, he said to the people of the Divine Union. There were 3 more extreme weapons. This time, their power was completely unleashed. The thing in the Valley of No Return was blasted back. The Valley of No Return was gradually sealed. The 8 trigrams Black Tortoise said, give me the extreme aura. I will condense it and form a seal. His 8 trigrams kept spinning and absorbing the power of the other extreme weapons. Once again, it formed a seal and temporarily replaced the half of the stone tablet that had disappeared. The Valley of No Return gradually calmed down. The Black Tortoise 8 trigrams heaved a sigh of relief. Great, at least that thing didn't come out. This time, the 3 extreme weapons had consumed too much power. He turned his head to look at Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and the others, and said, thank you for taking action this time. Otherwise, the entire burial Earth star would be in big trouble. What was this? What was in the valley? Why was it so terrifying? The dark red dragon frowned and asked. Lin Xian and the others were also curious. The Valley of No Return was like Mount Eternal. There was a mortal supremacy in it. Another mortal supremacy. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this. Could it be that every forbidden land of death had a mortal supremacy? Was it the power of a mortal supremacy that turned that place into a forbidden land? No one else could enter. Yan Ryu and the others were also puzzled. What was a mortal supremacy? Was it very powerful? How was it compared to a boundary emperor? How was it compared to a great emperor? The Aquarius of life shook its head. A mortal supremacy was indeed very terrifying. Moreover, no one knew what they would do after they came out. It was very likely that people would be plunged into misery and suffering. Therefore, they couldn't let them come out for the time being, at least not now. Bai Susu and the others were worried. What about Mount Eternal? Mount Eternal had already come out. The Black Tortoise 8 trigrams said that the mortal supremacy of Mount Eternal wouldn't come out for a while. Otherwise, he wouldn't have created the 10 great emissaries. Therefore, there was still time. Alright, little guy. You don't have to worry about these things first. We will think of a way to deal with it. Then, he looked at Lin Xian. You don't have any bottlenecks anymore. Then, you should search for power as soon as possible and strive to become a quasi-emperor as soon as possible. We have to go back. The extreme Tao world will also be sealed. However, if you want to find us, you can. Come to the Nether Sky continent. Use this to pass on my message. With that, the Black Tortoise 8 trigrams gave Lin Xian an 8 trigrams rune to pass on the message. Lin Xian took it and nodded. She said, I understand. Then, he returned with Morong Qingqing and the others. On the other side, the 3 extreme weapons also heaved a sigh of relief. Let's go. They were ready to return to the extreme Tao world. The extreme Tao world was usually in a sealed state. It would only be opened for a period of time during the dragon transformation battle. Next, they would have to undergo a long period of sealing. Of course, they weren't idle inside. They were all carefully preparing. When they returned to the extreme Tao world, they were stunned. Because they found that a figure was rushing directly into the extreme Tao world. Who was it? Why did he want to enter the extreme Tao world at this time? Stop, the destructive spear snorted coldly, and a destructive aura rushed over. An extremely terrifying destructive slash came down, and the figure in front stopped abruptly. In the next moment, there was a roar, and endless light bloomed on his body. Then, a huge iron rod flew over and collided with the destructive aura. With a boom, a terrifying light exploded between heaven and earth, and the figure was pushed back. However, the destructive spear was surprised. He didn't die. It seemed that the person who came was not ordinary, and that weapon was also extremely extraordinary. He was furious, and the destructive aura on his body erupted again. However, the Black Tortoise 8 trigrams stopped him from attacking. He looked in front of him in shock. Could it be him? The treasured bottle of life also frowned. That iron rod, could it be? He gasped. This time, the destructive spear also saw it clearly. In front of him was a monkey, holding a huge iron rod in his hand, and he was staring at the sky angrily. Damn it, do you think I'm easy to bully? What are you doing here? The Black Tortoise 8 trigrams asked. The dragon transformation battle had already ended. Sun Qitian shouted coldly. What dragon transformation battle? I'm not interested. I came here because I felt that there was a force that was calling me. It should be him. The treasured bottle of life was also surprised. The destructive spear nodded. I didn't expect him to come. Bring him in. The 3 extreme weapons shone brightly, and they directly shrouded the monkey below. Then, they brought him into the extreme path world. In the next moment, the extreme path world slowly sealed and disappeared. When he appeared again, Sun Qitian roared crazily. Damn it, you dare to seal me? He was really angry. I'm not afraid of you. He could feel that these 3 extreme weapons were extremely terrifying, but he wasn't afraid of them. Don't worry, little monkey, we have no ill intentions towards you. Didn't you feel a force calling you? We'll bring you there now. As they spoke, they quickly flew in the extreme path world. In an instant, they arrived at the Monkey Mountain. Go. Sun Qiqian was stunned this time, because he found that there was indeed a familiar force in the Monkey Mountain. It was calling him. He nodded and descended. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the 3 extreme-grade weapons. Now that he had come, it could be said that he had fulfilled one of his wishes. Let's go. The 3 extreme weapons disappeared into the void. Below, Monkey 3 had an endless supply of spirit monkeys. When they sensed that someone had landed, they also acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Many people rushed out. Among them were Lingyu and the others. Lingyu shouted. Who dares to come to our Monkey Mountain and behave atrociously? It's I, old Sun. Sun Qiqian also landed on the ground. He was just too surprised. He was surrounded by spirit monkeys. Lingyu and the others were equally shocked when they saw that it was actually a monkey. However, this monkey was different from them. Its bloodline was extremely terrifying. They couldn't help but want to kneel and worship him. What kind of soul was this? Your bloodline really shocked them. Some of the older spirit foxes from the Monkey Mountain also walked out. These were the elders of the spirit monkey clan who had fought with the hell demon statue. These elders were out on a mission, so they were not present. At this moment, they had all returned. When they saw Sun Qiqian, they were also shocked. They continued to worship him, because this bloodline caused them to feel extremely excited. This was the king of the monkeys. The other spirit monkeys were stunned as well. They looked at each other as if they were looking at gods. Sun Qiqian also retracted the energy in his body. He said, I don't have any evil intentions here. I sensed a summoning force. That's why I'm here. The summoning force? Could it be? One of the elders narrowed his eyes. Monkey King, please follow me. He brought Sun Qiqian to the slanted moon cave. When they arrived, Sun Qiqian was so excited that his body started to tremble. This was because he sensed that the force was getting stronger. What you want might be inside. Sun Qiqian walked into the slanted moon cave. The surrounding spirit monkeys were waiting outside. When Sun Qiqian entered the slanted moon cave, he sensed a terrifying force. The iron rod in his hand shone brightly and enveloped him. As he walked, he finally saw a towering tree in front of him. It was a Bodhi tree. Under the Bodhi tree, there was a stone with its back facing him. When he sensed the stone monkey, Sun Qiqian's body started to tremble again. His eyes were red. He came in front of the stone monkey. With tears in his eyes, he slowly knelt down. Father. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others returned to the Holy Abyss ancient city. They had returned to the Divine Union. After returning, Lin Xian had a good rest. Now that he was no longer in danger, he could relax. In the remaining time, he would recuperate and restore his body to its peak. At the same time, he had to nurture the divine flame seed in his body. However, if he wanted the divine flame seed to grow, he needed power. Moreover, he needed an endless amount of power. If he wanted to become a quasi-emperor, he would need to consume too much power. Given the power of Lin Xian's sword world, it was not enough. Moreover, he needed to nurture the spiritual herbs in the Four-Spirit Valley. He also had to restore the sword world. More importantly, he had to use the power inside to activate the heaven-devouring jar or the great dragon sword soul at any time. Therefore, if he could not use these powers, he would need other powers. Fortunately, the Divine Union was now a top-notch sect that was not weaker than the remote antiquity families. Lin Xian could use the resources in the Divine Union as he wished. He had asked Bai Susu to gather enough resources for him to absorb. However, he realized that the divine flame seed did not grow much. It could even be said that it was very slow and there was no change. This gave Lin Xian a headache. Although he had become a quasi-emperor, he was not at peace. However, he had consumed too much power. Even if he used the power of the entire Divine Union, it would not be enough. Lin Xian found Murong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, the dark red divine dragon, the toad, Bai Susu, and the others. They began to discuss. They were also very curious. What kind of opportunity had Lin Xian obtained? Tell them quickly. Lin Xian said, I obtained a seed, the divine flame seed. It will allow me to break through to the quasi-emperor without any bottlenecks. Morong Qingqing and the others were stunned when they heard this. One had to know that Morong Qingqing had been with the phoenix race all these years. She had seen many experts of the phoenix race, including her master, the old phoenix. However, these people were all at the peak of the great sage and could not take that crucial step. This was because there was a bottleneck that blocked them like a natural moat. No matter how hard they tried, they could not take that step. This was a power that made countless experts despair. It was too difficult to cross the sage realm and become a quasi-emperor. Even the tombkeeper of the dragon monarch, Lord Long Mu, had only taken one step. He had not completely become a quasi-emperor. As for the others who had become quasi-emperors, they were all super experts that could shake heaven and earth. Perhaps they had great opportunities or talents that were rarely seen in tens of thousands of years. They were extremely rare. However, Lin Xian no longer had a bottleneck. As long as he had enough power, he could become a quasi-emperor. The dark red dragon and the others were all extremely envious. Lin Xian laughed bitterly. Actually, the price was also very high. For example, if I want to break through now, I will need to consume a lot of energy. After saying that, he looked at Bai Susu. The resources you gave me before were not enough. Bai Susu rolled her eyes after hearing that. That little? Heavens, I gave you a lot, okay? Why do I feel like you are a bottomless pit? He shook his head and said. Yan Ruyu asked. What do you plan to do next? After all, Lin Xian did not have any bottlenecks now. He did not need to comprehend the heavenly Tao. He could break through to become a quasi-emperor. Therefore, he only needed to gather resources. Lin Xian said that he naturally needed energy. The more energy, the better. Big brother Xian, do you have a target? We can all help you. That's right, kid. Where are you going to explore? The toad and the others asked. Bai Susu said. Buried Emperor Star. A lot of resources have been taken by the various clans and sections. Therefore, I feel that we should go to other worlds to take a look. Maybe we can attack more worlds. Next, Alluring Beauty and the others expressed their thoughts one after another. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes after hearing that. Then, he shook his head. No, you are all too slow. Slow? Bai Susu rolled her eyes. I've already told you everything as fast as I can. After attacking those worlds, you can absorb the resources in those worlds. You actually think it's slow. As she said that, she rubbed her forehead with her palm and sighed. Then, there is only one way. You can go and snatch the Emperor race. She just said that casually. The dark red dragon and the others did not take it seriously. However, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He sat up straight and a smile appeared on his face. Susu, that's a good idea. It's the Emperor race, what? Bai Susu almost fainted after hearing that. Lin Xian, I was just saying it casually. You really want to take the Emperor race? The Emperor race has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. They all have Emperor weapons. If they were really desperate, the other party might even awaken their extreme weapons. How were they supposed to fight then? The Crimson Dragon was also shocked. Damn, kid, you're playing too big. The toad was delighted. He said, I support you. Which great emperor clan do you want to attack? Move aside, Yan Ruyu and Morong Qingqing also tried to persuade him. However, Lin Xian said, don't you think that the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty is too arrogant? It's always them who come to attack me. Besides, Wan Longqiao and I are already mortal enemies. They won't let me off either. Since that was the case, why couldn't they target them? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. Yan Ruyu sucked in a cold breath. You really want to attack the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty? Lin Xian shook his head. No, not the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty, but the Dragon Emperor tomb. The tomb of the Great Emperor. Morong Qingqing was surprised, and so were the others. They didn't expect that not only did Lin Xian have designs on the Emperor clan, he even had designs on the Great Emperor. This was too crazy. Lin Xian had his own thoughts. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty was indeed despicable. They were mortal enemies and he had killed the Dragon Prince. Moreover, he had offended the Dragon Emperor 90,000 years ago. Since he had already offended him, he might as well go all out and attack the other party's tomb. A great emperor's tomb was definitely filled with countless treasures. If Lin Xian could attack it, then he would be able to obtain a huge amount of power. Next, he could evolve his god flame seed. Lin Xian made a decision. Let's do it. Next, we'll attack the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Morong Qingqing and the others were going crazy. They persuaded him that it was too dangerous. However, Lin Xian shook his head. He was firm in his thoughts. A few days later, the Crimson Dragon and the others had no choice but to agree. Morong Qingqing said, "Okay, Brother Xian, I support you. I'll go with you." Yan Ryu also nodded. The Great Emperor's tomb? I'm really looking forward to it. Count me in. Of course, Lin Xian said with a smile, the two of you have to go. Moreover, you have to bring an extreme-grade weapon. Lin Xian only had half an extreme-grade weapon in his hands. He couldn't win at all. Therefore, this time, he had to find more people. As for the benefits, they could take whatever they wanted after attacking the Great Emperor's tomb. This matter can't be rushed. We have to plan carefully. Bai Susu also said that the 10,000 Dragon Court had many allies. If they really fought, the other party could also call for many extreme-grade weapons. Yan Ryu said, not necessarily. If we have an absolute advantage, the other families and sects might not really help. After all, they can also enter and get a share of the loot after opening the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Therefore, as long as we are tough, those people might just wait and see. Lin Xian nodded. Ryu is right. I think that's also possible. How about this? Contact the Yi family and ask if they want to join forces. Then, gather the strength of the Divine Union. As for the others, don't tell them for now. We're going to launch a thunderstrike. We'll catch them off guard. Okay, I got it. I'll go now. Bai Susu nodded. She and the Dark Red Dragon went to gather the allies of the Divine Union. Yan Ryu was in charge of gathering the strength. As for Morong Qingqing, she went to the Yi family to discuss with them. At the same time, they sent people to gather information about the 10,000 Dragon Court and the other families and sections. They were waiting for the right time. Lin Xian was overseeing the Divine Union. At the same time, he went out from time to attract the attention of the world. This way, it would be easier for the others to act. Lin Xian hadn't been seriously injured before and his condition had been adjusted. Therefore, he strolled around Saint Origin Ancient City when he had nothing to do. Countless geniuses and experts gathered in the ancient city. When they saw Lin Xian, they were also shocked. Look, it's Lin Wudi. He's a godlike figure. It's said that he was first in the dragon transformation trial. Not only that, but do you know about the previous battle? When Lin Wudi came out of the extreme Dao realm, he was besieged. The 10,000 Dragon Court, the Purple Mansion, the Golden Crow Tribe, and Mount Eternal all sent experts to kill him. It was an earth-shattering battle. In the last few years, even extreme Dao weapons came out. However, in the end, Lin Wudi still came back alive. It was said that all the people sent by the Golden Crow Tribe had died. Only one of the 10 envoys from Mount Eternal was left. The Purple Mansion and the 10,000 Dragon Court were also in a miserable state. The Purple Mansion's double champion, Xiaoying, was dead and Yao Guang was seriously injured. The 10,000 Dragon Court was even more miserable. It was said that one of their ancestors was seriously injured. He had almost died. Exclamations of surprise rang out one after another. Actually, it wasn't just the ancient city. The entire Burial Earth Star knew about this. Of course, Lin Xian had asked the Divine Union to release this news in order to ruthlessly slap these people's faces. When the results of this battle spread, the entire Burial Earth Star was stunned. Everyone was terrified. Lin Wudi was really too terrifying. He was the #1 demon king. No one could provoke him. The people of the Burial Earth Star were even more terrified. The ancient families and great sects felt their scalps go numb. The young elites were also dumbfounded. Xiaoying had been killed. Xiaoying was one of the top 10 existences in the Visual Dragon Station. He was so powerful that countless people looked up to him. However, such a person had died at the hands of Lin Xian. What was even more shocking was that only the number 1 emissary of Mount Eternal was left. The other 9 emissaries had all fallen. These were all double champions. Countless people were terrified. Therefore, when they saw Lin Xian come out, they all felt their scalps go numb. The enemies all ran far away, not daring to come out. Only a few admirers were looking at him with stars in their eyes. The people of the Divine Union were extremely excited. The young geniuses all ran over to be Lin Xian's followers. However, the family heads of the Divine Union's family clans, as well as some extremely frightening elders, gasped. They had received orders to head to the Divine Union's headquarters. When they arrived, Bai Susu told them a piece of earth-shattering news. They were going to attack the Dragon Emperor's tomb. This was unbelievable. That was the tomb of a great emperor. Was this young Master Lin's idea? That's right. Bai Susu nodded. This matter was absolutely confidential. No one was allowed to speak of it. Otherwise, they knew what the consequences would be. Of course, they had been in the Divine Union for so long. Had they been mistreated, once the great emperor's tomb was opened, they could also share the resources inside. The Nailin family head stood up and said, I'm willing to follow young Master Lin. That was for sure. The Dugu family, the Fire Dragon family, the Eternal Life Hall, and the Fire God Palace all nodded in agreement. The others also took a deep breath. They had decided to follow Lin Xian and attack the great emperor's tomb. On the other side, Yan Ruyu was also mobilizing resources quickly. This was because they might have to use extreme weapons many times. The amount of energy required each time they used an extreme weapon was too much. Fortunately, there were many ancient families and great sects in the Divine Union. Furthermore, these clans and sects had control over many of the world's resources, which they could easily mobilize. Yan Ruyu knew that this time, it was very likely that the extreme weapons would be fully recovered. Therefore, she had to prepare a little more. As for Qingqing, she went to the Yi clan and was personally summoned by the Yi clan. He didn't dare to be careless. She was Lin Xian's Dao companion, and she was also one of the top 10 in the dragon transformation trial. It was a 7-colored phoenix. Luo Yunyang didn't know if the other party was representing the Phoenix tribe or the Divine Union. After Morong Qingqing arrived, she did not hesitate and directly stated her intention. The Yi clan's patriarch was dumbfounded. These youngsters were too bold. They actually dared to attack a great emperor's clan, wouldn't that be too risky? The head of the Yi family frowned. He wondered if Lin Xian had won first place in the dragon transformation battle and defeated the Thousand Dragon Empire. Did he really think that he could take over the great monarch clan? The Yi clan was also a big clan. They naturally knew how terrifying a martial monarch clan's background was. Fatally beautiful fairy, we have to discuss this matter. Someone, invite the fatally beautiful fairy to rest. Morong Qingqing rested in the Yi clan for 3 days. The Yi clan's patriarch looked for the core elders and the Taihang elder to discuss this matter. The supreme elders and experts all sucked in a breath of cold air. After 3 days of discussion, they finally decided not to make a move. After all, they had a lot of concerns. More importantly, Yi Wudao was still in seclusion and had yet to come out. They didn't think too much about it. On the 4th day, the Yi clan's patriarch invited Morong Qingqing over. I'm afraid the Yi clan won't make a move on this matter. However, don't worry, fatally beautiful fairy. If the Divine Union is in danger, the Yi clan will lend a hand when necessary. Alright, I got it. Morong Qingqing nodded. She then went back to tell Lin Xian the news. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he heard this. He also knew that it wouldn't be easy to invite the other great emperor clans. After all, this was a direct attack on the ancient tomb of a great emperor. He said, Qingqing, go to the Phoenix clan. I believe the Phoenix clan will agree. Morong Qingqing returned to the Phoenix clan and found the old Phoenix and the Phoenix clan's patriarch. This explained what they were thinking. The Phoenix clan was naturally shocked and had many different ideas. Some people felt that they could join forces with the Divine Union. After all, Morong Qingqing was a member of the Phoenix clan. She also had a very close relationship with the Divine Union. The Thousand Dragon Court probably hated them. Morong Qingqing naturally wouldn't be kind to the Phoenix clan. Of course, some people also felt that it wasn't advisable to completely fall out with the Thousand Dragon Court. The Old Phoenix and the Phoenix clan's patriarch discussed and finally decided to send some powerhouses. This was considered support. However, the Great Emperor's soldiers wouldn't go. After all, their princess, Fengjiu, was still undergoing the ancient Emperor Lord's test in the Phoenix clan. Therefore, they had to protect the clan. However, they had indeed made up their minds this time. Not only did they provide a large amount of resources to revive the desolate tower, but they also provided a large amount of resources. They also sent many powerhouses from the Phoenix clan. Morong Qingqing made an agreement with them and then returned. Lin Xian nodded when he heard the news. This was already considered a very good situation. At the same time, he also contacted the people from the Heavenly Court and the 9-star immortal platform of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. Various factions were gathering towards the Divine Union. Finally, the day came and Lin Xian felt that it was about time. Through the investigation of the people he sent, the Thousand Dragon Court had returned and was recuperating. The other clans were also badly injured. These people wouldn't be able to join forces for the time being. It was time to attack. They had set up a large number of teleportation arrays and were ready to teleport at any time. On the other side, Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing and the others also soared into the sky and charged towards the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Some of the tombs of the great emperors were in the Emperor clan. Of course, there were also some that weren't. Instead, the great emperors had personally chosen a place with good feng shui to be buried after death. The Dragon Emperor's tomb wasn't in the Emperor clan but somewhere else. There were tomb keepers and Long Mu personally guarding it. This place was very mysterious. Even in the Dragon clan, aside from Long Mu, only a few people knew about it. The other powerhouses didn't know about it either. It was even more impossible for the other clans to know about it. However, Lin Xian had fought with Long Mu before. He had even injured Long Mu and left an indestructible sword chi in his body. Therefore, Lin Xian could rely on this trace of sword chi to search for the tomb. In fact, Lin Xian had already sensed it a long time ago. That huge dragon sword chi had stopped at a certain place. Obviously, Long Mu had returned to the tomb to recover. Tianshan Land, one of the main roads on Burial Earth Star. There was a mountain range on the Tianshan Land that looked extremely ordinary. However, Lin Xian felt that the aura of the great dragon sword soul had stopped here. Was it this place? The toad frowned and said, "Kid, are you mistaken? That was an ancient great emperor, and a great emperor of the dragons. Would he be buried in such an ordinary place?" Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The power of reincarnation in his eyes began to bloom as he looked in all directions. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon was also suspicious. He seemed to have thought of something and quickly looked around. He descended and came to the ground to look for mountains and rivers. Then, he soared into the sky and called out softly. There was a peerless formation here that covered everything. That's right, the reincarnation light in Lin Xian's eyes kept blooming. He said that there was indeed a peerless formation, and an extremely terrifying one. Morong Qingqing and the others also gasped when they heard this. Yan Ryu frowned. Is this a formation set up by the great emperor? If that's the case, we can't enter at all? Lin Xian snorted. So what if it's a formation set up by the great emperor? This time, we brought several Supreme Dao weapons. And enough power. If we attack together, we can definitely open this place. That's right. Morong Qingqing also nodded. Since they had found the place, let's make a move. Next, they attacked. The ancient desolate tower, green lotus, and the heaven-swallowing jar, 3 Supreme Dao weapons appeared instantly. Then, terrifying Supreme Dao power shone in all directions. At this moment, everyone on the Tianshan Land sensed it. There was an Supreme Dao presence in the sky. Damn it, what happened? Before they could react, suddenly, an earth-shattering sound came. The entire Tianshan Land shook violently, and countless cracks spread in the sky. Those people all fell to the ground in fear. At this moment, regardless of the powerful families and sects of the Tianshan Land or the demonic beasts in the endless mountain range, they were all scared silly. they kept kneeling in the distance. Could it be that the emperor race wanted to destroy them? Not only the Xianxia land, everyone on the other continents also sensed it. After all, the entire burial Earth star would be able to sense the presence of an extreme weapon. What's going on? I seem to have sensed the aura of the heaven-swallowing jar. Damn it, it was Lin Wuti, right? Who was he planning to attack now? Some of the enemies acted as if they were facing a great enemy. That was because the current Lin Xian was simply too terrifying. He was now known as the #1 demonic god. He was simply a killing god, and no one dared to provoke him. However, when they sensed it carefully, they frowned. It was because they realized that the other party seemed to be attacking from the distant Tianxian land. What was going on? Did anyone in the Tianxian land provoke him? The members of the Golden Crow tribe and the Gemini of Destiny tribe heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they weren't targeted at them. Purple, the Gu clan, and the others were incomparably puzzled. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty's disciples were quite shocked and wondered which unlucky person had offended them. However, the pupils of the old sacred lords of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty constricted. Profound Sky Continent, they had a bad premonition because their dragon's tomb was buried there. Could it be that they were going to attack the dragon's tomb? I sensed the presence of several Supreme Tao weapons. It shouldn't be, that guy couldn't have found the Dragon Emperor's tomb. For your information, the Dragon Emperor's tomb was protected by a peerless Great Emperor formation. The other Great Emperor clans could not even find it, not to mention this kid. A few Supreme Elders discussed here as they felt it was unlikely. Endless cracks spread across the Tianxian land as the Supreme Tao presence swept across all directions. No one dared to come. However, a few figures stood in the sky. They were Lin Xian and the others. They looked at the scene before them and exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, there was a formation. Previously, they used 3 Supreme Tao weapons to launch a world-shaking attack. When it clashed with the Great Emperor formation, it tore open a crack. The Great Emperor's array was like a mirror, shattering an area. The scene inside also emerged. After Lin Xian and the others saw it, they were even more astonished. It was an ordinary mountain range, but it was not ordinary at all inside the formation. Between heaven and earth, there were countless great Taos surrounding it. The dragon aura turned into dragon shadows that wandered between heaven and earth, filled with a sacred presence. Inside, ancient trees towered into the sky, spiritual herbs were everywhere, and flowers were falling everywhere. It was filled with endless vitality as if it was a land of immortals. The toad looked at the scene inside the formation while looking at the surrounding ordinary mountain range. The gap between the two sides was too big. Damn, as expected of the ancient Great Emperor. It was indeed powerful. Who would have thought that under this ordinary mountain range, there was a peerless treasure land hidden? Great, the dark red divine dragon was also overjoyed. There must be heaven-defying treasures in the Dragon Emperor's tomb. This time, we're rich. However, a figure appeared in this fairy-like scene. It was an old figure. After he appeared, he looked up at the sky and his scalp went numb. Lin Wuti, it's you. This is impossible. How did you find this place? This person was Lord Longmu. At this moment, he was standing in the Dragon Emperor's tomb, completely stunned. One must know that in the 1000 Dragon Dynasty, less than 5 people knew about this place. But now, Lin Wuti actually found it. How did he do it? Why, are you surprised? Do you think the Dragon Emperor's tomb is a supreme secret? But unfortunately, I know about it. Damn it, Lin Wuti, this is not a place where you can come. Hurry up and get lost, or I'll destroy your star soul. He was really crazy. If this secret was discovered, then Burial Earth Star would know. Next, the other Great Emperor families might have designs on the Dragon Emperor's tomb. If the Dragon Emperor's tomb was really opened, he wouldn't be able to explain it to the dragons. After he died, he wouldn't be able to explain it to the Dragon Emperor. Therefore, he roared crazily. Previously, he was injured in the battle with Lin Xian, and even his foundation was injured. After all, he was already very old and didn't have much lifespan left. But now, he couldn't care less. With a wave of his dragon claw, the endless power of laws in the Dragon Emperor's territory condensed, and the broken supreme formation instantly exploded. In an instant, it charged towards Lin Xian. The pupils of Lin Xian and the others shrank abruptly. They hurriedly used their extreme Dao weapons to collide. With a clang, another earth-shattering sound was heard. The Tianxian continent kept shaking as if the world was about to be destroyed. At this moment, everyone on Burial Earth Star was also shocked. An extreme Dao battle, those from the monarch families went crazy because they clearly sensed that on one side was the power of the heaven-swallowing jar. This was Lin Wudi. Who was the other side? Many people prepared to go and watch. Those supreme elders of the Thousand Dragon Dynasty also soared into the sky. They were dumbfounded. Damn it, not good. Thousand Dragon Dynasty, listen to my command, attack together. A loud voice sounded in the Thousand Dragon Dynasty. At this moment, those young disciples of the Thousand Dragon Dynasty were all stunned. The entire 10,000 dragon court went crazy. A large number of dragons soared into the sky and followed the Grand Elder into the distance. Those that had not grown up stayed here to guard. The Great Emperor formation of the 10,000 dragon court was activated and isolated everything. The people on the buried Emperor Star were also stunned. What had happened for the 10,000 dragon court to act so crazily? They seemed to be heading to the Tianxian land. Could it be that they were going to kill Lin Wudi again? Impossible, the 10,000 dragon court did not have the ability now. Lin Wudi had completely grown up. It was too difficult for the 10,000 dragon court to kill Lin Wudi alone. But why do I feel that this murderous intent seems to be going all out? Countless experts were discussing in low voices. Even those great emperor families were shocked. For example, the people of the Kuanping clan frowned tightly. It's the Tianxian land. Your Highness, did you feel a special aura? Those divine ancestors looked at Kuanpingzi. Kuanpingzi also frowned. A divine treasure land seemed to have appeared on the Tianxian land. The information inside was too terrifying. Not only them, the Fire Qilin clan was the same. Cold light burst out from Fire Spirit Z's eyes. Let's go and take a look. They soared into the sky. At this moment, countless people followed them. They wanted to see what had happened on the Tianxian land. Although the people of the 10,000 Dragon Court were crazy, they still did not understand why the elder wanted them to go to the Tianxian land. During the transportation process, the elder said that the Tianxian land had the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb and it had already been opened. Lin Wudi wanted to attack their ancient tomb. As soon as these words were spoken, the dragons that followed them went completely crazy. What? Our Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb, it was there, damn it, no one was allowed to step in. Kill. Kill Lin Wudi, their eyes were red as they charged out crazily. While the 10,000 Dragon Court flew, they activated the Peerless formation at an extremely fast speed. Soon, they arrived at the Tianxian land and let out waves of dragon roars. Lin Wudi, if you dare to make a move, we will let you die without a burial place. The roars of the 10,000 dragons made everyone on the Tianxian land go crazy. The dragons also came, then, they fainted from fright. This was because other than the dragons, the Kirins and the Kunpangs had also arrived. The Gu clan had arrived, the Z mansion had arrived, and the other remote antiquity clans and peerless sects had all arrived. At this moment, all the top powerhouses on the buried Emperor Star had gathered at the Tianxian land. The Tianxian land itself also had many top-notch families and sections. They had already made their move. They arrived at the vicinity of the Dragon Emperor territory. Of course, they didn't dare to get too close. The aura in front was too terrifying, but they still saw the scene in front of them. They were stunned. What was originally an ordinary mountain range had actually turned into a paradise on earth. What was that? Why do I feel boundless Emperor's might? They hadn't thought about the Dragon Emperor's tomb yet. After all, the Dragon Emperor's tomb had never appeared before. All of a sudden, they saw the space in front of them being torn apart as tens of thousands of dragons descended. 100,000 experts of the Dragon Dynasty. These ancient families were shocked. They actually came so quickly. The dark red divine dragon and the others also frowned. Lin Xian was unmoved. He wore a calm expression because everything was within his plan. He was attacking the Dragon Emperor's tomb, so the other party would definitely come. Therefore, he was not surprised. Master Long Mu, After the three supreme elders in the lead had descended, they immediately asked what was going on. Long Mu said coldly, "Stop them and don't allow anyone to step in. Don't worry, this is the Dragon Emperor's territory, no one can enter." The three supreme elders pointed their swords forward, and the other experts of the dragon tribe roared at the sky as well. Their cold eyes stared at everything. "Get lost." The furious roars of tens of thousands of dragons sounded like millions of thunder in the sky. At this moment, the 9 heavens and 10 earths were shattering. Those remote antiquity clans felt their scalps go numb as they took 3 steps back. At this moment, the Kuanping clan, Kirin clan, Gu clan, and Z mansion had all arrived. They were also shocked when they saw this scene. These were all emperor clans, they cried out in surprise. Could it be the Dragon Emperor's tomb? Behind them were the remote antiquity clans and peerless sects, such as the Golden Crow clan and the Wind clan. After hearing this, they were also shocked. The Dragon Emperor's tomb? The tomb of an emperor? It actually appeared, and it was Lin Xian who had done it. No wonder the scene was so shocking. No wonder the 10,000 Dragon Empire was so crazy. The Dragon Emperor's tomb was almost opened. This Lin Wudi was too bold. The Golden Crow clan's people felt their scalps go numb. The other great emperor clans also wore solemn expressions. The Yi clan's people sighed. They had known about this long ago, but they did not participate because they had their own concerns. On the other side, the Fire Qilin cave and the other emperor clans were shocked. Great, if the tomb of an ancient emperor could be opened. Then there would definitely be endless treasures inside. After they obtained it, they would definitely be able to improve by leaps and bounds. More importantly, this was not their clan's tomb, so they did not have to worry at all. Fire Qilin sneered. These dragons were really unlucky. Even the Dragon Emperor's tomb had been discovered. In addition, the people of the Kuanping clan also frowned. This shouldn't be. They were also emperor clans. Their emperor's tomb was hidden very well and was protected by a great emperor's array formation. Even a quasi-emperor couldn't discover it. Unless another great emperor appeared, they would only discover it. But now, how did Lin Xian discover it? Actually, Lin Xian discovered it by coincidence. If he hadn't injured Long Mu and left the aura of the great dragon sword soul in Long Mu's body, he wouldn't have been able to discover it. He probably wouldn't have discovered it. Of course, no one knew about this. If Long Mu knew, he probably wouldn't have attacked Lin Xian even if he was beaten to death. Lin Wudi, leave quickly. I can let bygones be bygones. If you dare to take another step forward, I will destroy your soul. The dragon's divine ancestor roared crazily. They were really crazy. My Dragon Emperor's tomb is not something you can enter. Now scram. Another angry roar. The 10,000 dragons diagram appeared and floated between heaven and earth. It borrowed the power of the dragon territory and completely erupted. It was as if it was going to revive completely. Sensing this scene, the scalps of the others went numb. It seemed that the 10,000 dragons dynasty didn't intend to hold back at all. Lin Xian snorted coldly. 3 extreme weapons also rose above their heads to block the 10,000 dragons diagram. Lin Xian laughed loudly. 10,000 dragons dynasty, did you think that this day would come when you were chasing me? You tried to assassinate me several times. Every time, you joined forces with others to launch a sure kill attack on me. Today, it's time to let you know the consequences of offending me. I must enter the Dragon Emperor's tomb today. His voice was sonorous, and his eyes were filled with incomparable light. The powerhouses of the 10,000 dragon court emitted an endless aura. The extreme weapon, the 10,000 dragons picture, spun in the sky, emitting a terrifying light that suppressed everything. Apart from that, these dragons also had a few sacred weapons in their hands, as well as other treasures. They were facing a great enemy. Lin Xian sneered. Do you think that only a few of us came this time? What a joke. With that, he waved his hand and a sword light shot up into the sky, circling the world. The entire burial Earth star could see it. It was like a sun. The surrounding void continued to shatter, and violent rumbling sounds could be heard. One after another, teleportation portals appeared. Then, one figure after another appeared in the super teleportation portals. They were like demonic gods, standing above the 9 heavens. Their terrifying aura swept out in all directions. What a terrifying power. The surrounding people were also shocked. These were people from the divine union. They realized that these were indeed people from the divine union. The Nalan family, the Dugu family, the Fire Dragon family, and even people with 9-star immortal foundations appeared. These people had sent out their top experts with the great sage army. After they appeared, they swept through the area. Not only that, but the people from the heavenly court also came. The Phoenix family also sent their experts. These two forces were even more terrifying. They appeared above the 9 heavens. They were facing off against the 10,000 Dragon Court. The 10,000 Dragon Court frowned instantly. Although they were from the Emperor family and had a strong foundation, the divine union was growing rapidly. However, the current divine union was developing at a terrifying pace. Furthermore, Lin Xian had 3 extreme-grade weapons. There were so many experts. If they really fought, they might not be able to hold on. Damn it. The dragons of the 10,000 Dragon Court gritted their teeth. Unknowingly, Lin Wuti had grown to this extent, even the Emperor clans were alarmed. The other clans and sects also sucked in a breath of cold air. This Lin Wuti was really not to be trifled with. Summon dragons for me, Long Mu snorted coldly. The 10,000 dragons roared in the sky. They were also summoning dragons. The 10,000 Dragon Court was a branch of the dragons. Other than that, there were other dragons. For example, the Dragon Sea Dragons, Thunder Dragons, Wind Dragons, and so on. At this moment, all of them had been summoned. Both sides faced each other, and it seemed like a great battle was about to break out. The other families and sects felt their scalps go numb. This kind of battle was equivalent to 2 emperor clans fighting. It would definitely be able to sweep through everything. If he ran any slower, he would probably be reduced to ashes. Lin Wuti, how dare you attack the Dragon Emperor's tomb of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty, kneel and accept your death, Dragon Sea Lord roared madly. His son had also died in the hands of the other party. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I said that your 10,000 Dragon Dynasty has tried to kill me many times and now you have to suffer my wrath. My goal today is to punish you and open the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Courting death. Attack. Long Mu roared out in rage. The powerful beings of the dragon race rushed over in a frenzy. On the other side, the members of the Divine Union also made their move. The two sides instantly engaged in a fierce battle. All sorts of laws emerged one after another, sweeping through the 9 heavens. At this moment, everyone was stunned. It wasn't that they hadn't experienced a great battle before. In fact, those who had come here were all top powerhouses and terrifying sages. They had experienced countless battles. However, none of them were like this. What kind of battle was this? This was a battle between 2 people at the Emperor clan level. With so many sages attacking at the same time, the momentum was really terrifying. Even the people from the great Emperor clans sucked in a cold breath. For so many years, their Emperor clans had been high and mighty, the strongest existence in the universe. No one had ever dared to challenge them. Even those ancient families had to bow their heads in front of them. Apart from that, although the other Emperor clans had conflicts with each other, it had never reached the point of falling out. Not to mention attacking in such a frenzied manner without regard for anything else. Therefore, at this moment, when they saw this battle, they were also shocked. How many years had it been since they had felt such fear? They stared at one person among the millions of people, Lin Wuti. Was this young man going to sweep through the entire Burial Earth Star alone? Did he already dare to start a war with the Emperor clans, who would be able to suppress him in the future, should they make a move? The young geniuses of the Purple Mansion and the Fire Qilin Cave looked at their elders. At this time, they should join forces with the 1,000 Dragon Court to attack Lin Wuti. They had to let everyone know how powerful the Emperor clans were. Otherwise, their reputation would plummet in the future. However, the sacred ancestors of the Purple Mansion and the Qilin clan frowned. Their gazes were uncertain. They didn't make a move. To be honest, they should help the 1,000 Dragon Court. The Emperor clans were not to be challenged. But the situation now was completely different. Lin Wudi was too powerful. Perhaps he really could open the ancient tomb. Once he opened it, everyone could enter. Then, they would also be able to obtain an opportunity. Moreover, even if the Thousand Dragon Court wanted to take revenge, they would only look for Lin Xian, who had opened the ancient tomb, and not them. Moreover, this was an era of great competition. In this era, there would definitely be a great emperor rising into the sky. Therefore, the battle between these big clans in this era was more intense than in any other era. Therefore, they didn't want to help the Thousand Dragon Court. Of course, they wouldn't help Lin Wudi either. They just wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. After the outcome was decided, they would be able to make a move. Kill, the sound in front shook the 9 heavens. The dark red dragon led the people of the Black Sea Dragons and charged towards the Dragon Sea clan. The two sides were also mortal enemies. Killing intent surged as the two dragons fought. The momentum was great. On the other side, Bai Susu led the people of the Divine Union and swept in all directions. The battle between the two sides was really intense. In an instant, it was difficult to determine the outcome. They were tied. The faces of the people from the 10,000 Dragons dynasty turned ugly. They were the Emperor clans. However, at this moment, they were actually unable to suppress the other party and were even tied. What was going to happen next? They didn't dare to imagine. Long Mu also shouted coldly and fully awakened. Thousand Dragons diagram, with a roar, endless power surged out of the dragon territory. The dragons also took out a lot of power. In the starry sky above the 9 heavens, stars collapsed and turned into powder. The power instantly surged into the Thousand Dragons diagram. At this moment, the Thousand Dragons diagram completely erupted. Everyone was sent flying and vomited blood. The others were terrified. A few of the Emperor clans also hurriedly retreated. They used extreme weapons to defend themselves. The Thousand Dragons diagram fully awakened. An extreme attack was enough to turn any sect into ashes. The people of the Divine Union were terrified. They couldn't resist this power. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Fully awaken. Desolate Tower, with a roar, Morong Qingqing raised the Desolate Tower. The Desolate Tower bloomed between heaven and earth, emitting a desolate aura. The forces that they had prepared previously were also activated. Fight in the 9 heavens, the Gu family, the Kuanping family, and the other great emperor clans roared crazily. They would not allow such an extreme battle to happen. On Burial Earth Star, after the two extreme weapons returned, they tore through the void. They came to the universe and fought a shocking battle. With this strike, hundreds of worlds in the outer realms were reduced to ashes in an instant. An extremely terrifying power had occurred. Everyone looked up at the sky. When they saw this scene, they were all terrified. If this attack landed on the Tianyuan continent, the entire Tianyuan continent would probably be turned into ashes. The expressions of those great emperor clans turned cold. They were high and mighty, ruling the 8 desolates. However, they did not dare to have such an extreme battle on Burial Earth Star. After all, there were too many existences buried here. There was the Dragon Emperor's tomb here, and there might be other great emperors' tombs. There might even be people from the Forbidden Lands. If they really attacked these people, who knew what would happen? After the attack, the two extreme weapons flew back. The people of the 10,000 Dragons dynasty had extremely ugly expressions. They did not expect the other party to have the power to resurrect the extreme weapons. Damn it, this way, they would lose their advantage. This was because Lin Xian still had 2 extreme grade weapons. The Green Lotus swept across the 8 desolates, and many of the dragon's experts were turned into ashes. The sky-swallowing jar swallowed the sky and the earth, and those dragon's experts were about to go crazy. No, they retreated in horror. This was a complete beating. No matter how strong the 10,000 Dragons portrait was, it could not block 3 extreme weapons. Was the Dragon clan going to be finished today? They were all desperate. Long Mu's expression was also extremely ugly. Damn it, if she became a quasi-emperor, she could definitely defeat the other party with the 10,000 Dragons portrait. However, it was a pity that he only had 1 foot out of the Saint realm. She was not a true quasi-emperor yet. Of course, she would not let these people enter so easily. The other dragon's sacred ancestors shouted angrily, "Fellow Taoists, please attack. Fellow Taoists of the Purple Mansion sect and the Gu family. Fellow Taoists of the Qilin clan." They began to frantically ask for help. However, the Fire Qilin said, "I'm sorry, seniors of the dragons. This is between you and Lin Wudi. We can't interfere." Those from the Purple Mansion also shook their heads and didn't make a move. At this moment, the dragons went crazy. The people from before were no longer willing to help them. Long Mu also shouted coldly. There was no need to beg them. They were just going to sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight. If we lose, these people will enter the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb like crazy. The other people who had attacked him sucked in a breath of cold air. The older generation sighed, while the younger generation despaired. So cruel. Both sides were emperor clans, shouldn't they help each other? Yet now, the other imperial clans actually wanted to devour them. Don't worry, the 10,000 Dragons picture is of the Arch family. It has stood tall in the universe for tens of thousands of years. Our foundation is not that simple. If Lin Wudi wanted to enter the Dragon Emperor's tomb, he would have to pay the price. The people from the 10,000 Dragon dynasty were all excited. They clenched their fists. What other powerful trump cards do you have? They were filled with anticipation. However, in the next moment, they were dumbfounded. That was because Long Mu had told them to enter the ancient tomb. What? The people of the 10,000 Dragon dynasty went crazy. Even the Grand Elder's pupils constricted. My lord, you can't. The Dragon Emperor is our ancestor. No one is allowed to disturb him. That's right, what right does Lin Wudi have to enter our Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb? He's not worthy, these people roared crazily. Long Mu also said, of course, I know that he's not worthy. But the current situation is the greatest crisis that the 10,000 Dragon dynasty has encountered in the past tens of thousands of years. There have never been 3 extreme weapons against us together. Not to mention, there are other the Arch families eyeing us covetously. Right now, the 10,000 Dragon dynasty alone couldn't stop him. However, the Dragon Emperor didn't only leave behind the 10,000 Dragon dynasty, but also the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb. I'm the tomb keeper, I'm guarding this place. But I can only move around the periphery of the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb. But even so, I'm about to become a quasi-emperor. One could imagine how many secrets there were in the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb. However, the Dragon Emperor didn't plan to let others in on these secrets. Even I can't enter the depths of the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb. There are too many dangers inside. According to my deduction, even a quasi-emperor would have a slim chance of survival if he went in. He might not even be able to come out alive. Therefore, these people were too reckless to have any ideas about the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb. Let them die in the ancient tomb. These words were transmitted to everyone in the nest of 10,000 dragons by Long Mu. After these people of the 10,000 Dragon dynasty heard it, they were also shocked. To be honest, they really didn't know anything about the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb. The only person they could trust now was Lord Long Mu. Because Long Mu was the tomb keeper of the Dragon Emperor. Since he said it was okay, the other people of the 10,000 Dragon dynasty didn't dare to object. They nodded. Alright, we'll do as Lord Long Mu said. Lord Long Mu's eyes also shone with a cold light. Don't worry, this time, let Lin Wudi and the other Arch families explore. We'll follow behind. Once there are treasures, we'll snatch them. And if there's any danger, let Lin Wudi and the other Arch families bear it. There was also a cold light in his eyes. To be honest, he also wanted to enter the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb, but he wasn't qualified. In this world, the only one who was qualified was the Dragon Prince. However, the Dragon Prince had died before he could fully mature. Therefore, no one else could enter the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb. Long Mu knew that the 10,000 Dragon dynasty had lost a prince. In the future, it would be very difficult for them to compete with the other Arch families. This time, opening the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb might be an opportunity. If he could become a boundary emperor, the 10,000 Dragon dynasty would be able to rise to a higher level. In the future, they might not be at a disadvantage. At the thought of this, he took a deep breath and the fists in his sleeves trembled. He walked out and said loudly, "Lin Wudi, do you want to enter the Dragonlight Ancient Tomb? Alright, I'll fulfill your wish." When these words came out, Lin Xian was stunned. The people of the Divine Union were also stunned. Did the other party agree? That was impossible. They felt like they were dreaming. The surrounding the arch families were also stunned. Had the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty gone crazy? They were also shocked. The people of the Kuamping race sighed. They had no choice. If they didn't help, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty wouldn't be able to resist the 3 extreme weapons. Qilan's son narrowed his eyes. He had really succeeded. Looks like we should also prepare to take action. Their eyes also shone with a cold light. It was the same for the people of the Purple Mansion. Everyone was eager to enter. Lord Longmu snorted coldly. It wasn't just Lin Wudi. Anyone else could enter if they wanted to. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty seemed to be completely open, shocking everyone. Even the people from the Imperial clan started to frown again. This situation was completely out of their expectations. Originally, they wanted to fight their way in. However, the other party was allowing them to enter directly. End of chapter 5447. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.